Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1 to Chapter 79. Under the setting sun, the sky was filled with rays of light. Outside Windfire City, on Emerald Cloud Peak, there was a stone table. Beside the table, there was a stone bench. A young man and a young woman were leaning against each other. The young man was thin, his face was slightly pale, and his face was delicate. The young woman was wearing a snow-white dress. Her skin was like jade, and her appearance was beautiful. The young woman's head leaned on the young man's shoulder. Under the light of the setting sun, they looked like a pair of immortal lovers. "Yao, I really hope that we can be like this forever." The young man's face was full of happiness as he said softly. "Brother Ming, of course we can. We said that we would be together forever." The young woman's face revealed a happy smile. The young man's name was Lu Ming, and the young woman's name was Lu Yao. Looking at the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's eyes became even gentler. He held Lu Yao's soft and jade-like hand and said, "Yao, although my meridians are blocked and I can't condense qi, as long as I can awaken my bloodline, the Elder Hall will buy spiritual herbs to unblock my meridians. Then, I can cultivate. I will definitely become a martial arts expert and protect you for the rest of your life." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Lu Yao's eyes revealed a touched expression as she said, "Brother Ming, there was really a person who took your pulse. Did you inherit your father's bloodline?" "Yes, Yao, so in the future, your man will definitely be an expert." Lu Ming's face revealed a confident smile. Lu Yao smiled and picked up the wine cup on the stone table. In the wine cup was the famous Blood Tongue orchid wine, emitting a faint fragrance. Lu Yao kissed Lu Ming's face at lightning speed. Her face blushed as she picked up the wine cup and said, "Brother Ming, come, Yao will reward you." Lu Ming took the wine cup and said, "Yao, you treat me to a cup of Blood Tongue orchid wine every day. I am really grateful to have you by my side." After saying that, he picked up the wine cup and drank it. The fragrance of the wine lingered on the tip of his tongue. Lu Ming's heart was as sweet as the wine, but in the next moment, he felt that the world was spinning. "Yao, why do I feel a little dizzy? This wine of yours?" Lu Ming leaned on the stone table and glanced at Lu Yao. But at this moment, he discovered that Lu Yao's expression was somewhat cold. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, Yao accompanied you for 3 years to nurture your bloodline. Now that the time has come, why don't you contribute your bloodline?" At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared from the side. It was Lu Yao's father. Rumble, it was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Lu Ming's mind. "Yao." Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao in disbelief, but Lu Yao's eyes were cold and indifferent. "Why? I love you so much." Lu Yao's cold gaze was like a sharp knife stabbing into Lu Ming's heart. He roared loudly and pounced towards Lu Yao. But Lu Yao only took a slight step back, and he fell to the ground. Duan Mulin of the Mystic Essence Sword sect started cultivating at the age of 6. In half a year, he opened 2 divine meridians and entered the martial soldier realm. At the age of 9, he entered the martial master realm. Now he's 16 years old, and he's one of the 4 geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. What about you? You're weak and sickly, and your meridians are blocked. To put it bluntly, you're just a piece of trash. Even if you awaken your bloodline, you're still trash. How can you compare to Duan Mulin? Such a genius is a good match for me. If I want to marry him, I must awaken a powerful bloodline. Since you love me so much, why don't you fulfill my wish and use your bloodline to help me awaken a more powerful bloodline?" A cold voice came from Lu Yao. Bang! At this moment, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back. A sharp knife appeared in his hand. He shouted, "Lu Ming, contribute your bloodline." "Ah! A!" Piercing pain instantly drowned Lu Ming's spine. Lu Ming screamed, his voice filled with loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into endless darkness. "Lu Yao, I love you so much. Why do you want to harm me?" Lu Ming bellowed and sat up on the bed suddenly. The bed made of Namu wood creaked as he sat on it. Lu Ming was sweating profusely. It was all a dream. No, that was not a dream. How could all of this be a dream? That was a fact that happened 3 days ago. Lu Ming was the successor of the Lu family's main branch of the Lu family. His father was the patriarch of the Lu family. Lu Yao was the daughter of the grand elder of the first branch of the Lu family. The two of them were from different branches of the Lu family. They grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. It could be said that they were inseparable. In private, they had even pledged their eternal love to each other. Lu Ming would never have thought that Lu Yao and the grand elder would attack him and steal his bloodline. Strength. It's all because I'm not strong enough. If I had extraordinary talent and strength, they wouldn't have dared to do this to me. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His body trembled and his eyes were bloodshot. Trash, this was what Lu Yao called him. Lu Yao's words from 3 days ago were still echoing in his ears. Creak, at this moment, the door was pushed open and a frail middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on the bed, she asked with concern, Ming, did you have a nightmare again? This beautiful woman was Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, Li Ping was worried about Lu Ming's safety. She went out to look for him and saved Lu Ming. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been dead. Ever since Lu Ming's father was killed while traveling outside 6 years ago, he and Li Ping had been depending on each other for survival. Lu Ming looked at Li Ping. His eyes softened and said, Mother, it's okay. It was just a dream. Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping sat by Lu Ming's bedside. She touched Lu Ming's forehead and said with heartache, It has been 3 days. You keep shouting that Lu Yao is harming you. Ming, what is going on? Is your injury because of Lu Yao? Lu Ming said, Mother, it's nothing. You heard wrong. Lu Ming didn't tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the great elder who did it. Because Li Ping didn't practice martial arts, telling her would only harm her. Li Ping hesitated for a moment and said, Ming, in the future, you can't call Lu Yao by her name in front of others. 2 days ago, Lu Yao awakened her 5th grade bloodline and opened a divine grade meridian. Now, she has received the recognition of the Elder Hall. In 2 months, she will take charge of the Lu family and become the head of the Lu family. If you call the head of the Lu family by her name, it will be disrespectful. What? Lu Yao wants to take charge of the Lu family? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming let out a low roar. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were clenched so hard that they were about to break. Blood was flowing out. Lu Ming's father was rumored to have been killed 6 years ago. In these 6 years, the Lu family had been under the management of the Elder Hall. There was no new head of the Lu family. Seeing Lu Ming in such a state, Li Ping was scared out of her wits. She could only hug Lu Ming's head and cry. She said, Ming, don't scare Mother. Mother has already lost your father. I can't lose you too. Father, where are you? Ming believes that you won't die. Ming is powerless now. I can't even keep my position as the head of the Lu family. Lu Ming held a pendant around his neck tightly. Because he was using too much strength, his nails dug into his flesh and blood kept flowing out. This pendant was made of bronze and was the size of a broad bean. Before Lu Ming's father died, he asked someone to send it back. In these 6 years, Lu Ming had been carrying it with him. Blood seeped out of his palm and flowed towards the bronze pendant. Buzz, suddenly, the bronze pendant trembled slightly and became boiling hot. Before Lu Ming could react, the bronze pendant trembled and turned into powder. It drilled into Lu Ming's palm and disappeared. Then, Lu Ming felt a boiling hot energy flowing from his palm and up his arm. After a while, it stopped at the yin tang acupoint between his eyebrows. 9 dragons don't die, bloodline rebirth. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind, shaking Lu Ming's mind. 9 dragons don't die, bloodline rebirth. 9 dragons don't die, bloodline rebirth. The continuous roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Then, a burning hot energy came from between his eyebrows and rushed to Lu Ming's spine. In the next moment, the roar disappeared, but there was a numbing itch on his spine. His whole body became boiling hot. What's going on? Lu Ming was completely confused. At this moment, the numbing itch on his spine became more intense, as if something was slowly growing. Ming, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Feeling the abnormality in Lu Ming's body, Li Ping was even more afraid and was at a loss. Bloodline rebirth? Can I really be reborn? Lu Ming was puzzled. According to ancient records, only a very small number of people were able to regenerate their bloodline after their bloodline was taken away or damaged due to other reasons. However, most of the reborn bloodlines were of low levels and were not very useful. But there were also a few people who could rise from the ashes and be reborn. They rose from the ashes, transcended the past, and awakened the strongest bloodline. However, the probability was so small that it was negligible. According to the ancient records, there were only a few cases since ancient times. Lu Ming did not think about transcending the past and awakening the strongest bloodline. After all, the probability was too small. As long as he could awaken the bloodline, he would be very happy. With the bloodline, he would be able to cultivate martial arts and change his destiny. At this moment, the strange feeling on his body slowly disappeared. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Mother, I'm fine." "What are you doing?" "This is the main residence. You can't barge in." Suddenly, a delicate voice came from outside. Lu Ming could tell that it was the voice of Li Ping's personal maid, Autumn Moon. Slap. "Get out of my way." A cold shout was followed by the sound of a slap. Then, a young man with a gloomy face walked in. "Madam, young master." A 16-year-old girl followed in. Her face was red and swollen, and there was a palm print on it. It was Autumn Moon. "Lu Chuan, it's you? What do you want?" Lu Ming stood up and shouted coldly. The person who came was Lu Chuan, Lu Yao's eldest brother. He was older than Lu Yao by 3 years and was 16 years old. When Lu Chuan saw Lu Ming, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be surprised that Lu Ming was still alive. Then, he sneered, "Lu Ming, it's good that you're here. My sister Lu Yao will be in charge of the Lu family and move into the main residence. Therefore, you no longer have the right to stay in the main residence. Move out quickly." Li Ping's face turned pale. Although she knew that this day would come, she did not expect it to come so soon. Li Ping smiled sadly and said, "Lu Chuan, Ming-er is injured. After 2 days, when Ming-er recovers, we will move out." 2 days? You want to move out today? Do you think I don't know that you want to stay here? Lu Chuan sneered. Today? But Ming-er is injured. It's already so late. Let Ming-er rest for a night before moving out. Li Ping implored. Lu Chuan put his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. But Ming-er, Li Ping wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lu Ming. "Mother, we don't have to beg him. Let's move," Lu Ming said. "But Ming-er, your injuries haven't healed yet. What if you catch a cold at night?" Li Ping said with concern. Lu Ming shook his head stubbornly and said, "Mother, I'm fine. Let's move. But sooner or later, we will move back. The main residence is the place where you and father got married. No one can take it away." "All right then." Li Ping sighed and asked Xiaoyu to pack up. Lu Chuan put his hands behind his back and looked around with a cold smile. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Wait a minute. You can't take this sword away." Lu Chuan walked towards Li Ping, who was holding a sword in her hand. Li Ping's face turned pale. She subconsciously held the sword tightly and begged, "This sword is the only keepsake left behind by Ming-er's father. It's for Ming-er in the future. You can't take it away. Since it was left behind by the previous patriarch, you can't take it away. It's the public property of the Lu family. You have to confiscate it. Moreover, Lu Ming can't even cultivate true qi. What's the point of keeping this sword? Is it a waste?" Lu Chuan shouted coldly. His eyes were burning. He could tell that the sword was extraordinary. It was a spiritual weapon. "No, Lu Chuan. I beg you." Li Ping hugged the sword and couldn't bear to let it go. Lu Chuan's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Lu Chuan." A loud roar. Lu Ming's eyes were red. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Lu Chuan, you can take the sword. But remember, sooner or later, I will take back what belongs to me. I will take it back 10 times, no, 100 times. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Chuan. Being stared at by Lu Ming, Lu Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. But soon after, he sneered and said, "Lu Ming, you think you're trash who can't even awaken your bloodline? You want me to pay you back tenfold, 100-fold? Haha, I'll be waiting." For the past 3 years, Lu Yao had been putting Yama pollen in Lu Ming's wine every single day. Thus, 3 days ago, when Lu Ming failed to awaken his bloodline in front of everyone, Lu Yao and the Grand Elder took the opportunity to strike. "Mother, give it to him," Lu Ming said. Seemingly infected by Lu Ming's resolute gaze, Li Ping reluctantly gave the sword to him. After packing up, Li Ping helped Lu Ming out of the main gate of the Lu family main residence. Lu Ming looked back at the main residence of the Lu family. "One day, I will return." There was a small courtyard in the east wing that was originally the servants' living quarters. There were 3 rooms and a small courtyard. At this time, Lu Ming and the other 2 moved in. Late at night, the cold pierced through the bones. Lu Ming sat in the courtyard, his fists tightly clenched together. "Strength, in this world, strength decides everything. It's because I don't have the strength that Lu Yao and the Grand Elder dug out my bloodline. It's also because I don't have the strength that I couldn't even protect the main residence and the sword left behind by father. In this world, without strength, one can only suffer humiliation without any way to resist. Now, I can feel that my bloodline is slowly being reborn. Even if the reborn bloodline is of a lower grade, as long as I work 10 times, 100 times harder than others, I believe that I won't be worse than others. One day, I will be able to control my own fate and protect my family." Footsteps sounded behind him. Li Ping took out a long robe and put it on Lu Ming, saying, "Ming, it's cold outside. The room has been tidied up, quickly go in and rest." "Mother, you should rest early too." Lu Ming smiled. After returning to the room and sitting on the bed, Lu Ming still couldn't fall asleep. "My bloodline, when will it be completely reborn and grow out?" Lu Ming thought to himself, then sank his consciousness into his spine. He wanted to feel the condition of the ungrown bloodline. At this time, there was a tingling sensation in his spine. A hazy red light flashed, and in the red light, there was a finger-sized, worm-like figure. However, it was somewhat illusory and unreal. "My bloodline hasn't completely grown out, but it can appear?" Lu Ming was a little surprised. Normally, it would only appear when the bloodline was completely awakened. Since it can appear, let's see if it can be cultivated like a normal bloodline. Thinking of this, Lu Ming began to use the basic cultivation method that everyone in the Lu family knew, qi gathering skill. Immediately, the spiritual energy in the air gathered towards Lu Ming's body. This speed of absorbing spiritual energy is comparable to a second-grade bloodline. Feeling the concentration of spiritual energy around him, Lu Ming was overjoyed. In the divine wilderness, martial artists were divided into ordinary martial artists and bloodline martial artists. However, ordinary martial artists and bloodline martial artists couldn't be compared at all. When bloodline martial artists awakened their bloodline, not only would their combat strength increase, their cultivation speed would also be incomparable to ordinary martial artists. However, bloodline martial artists were extremely rare. Out of dozens of people, there might not even be one who awakened their bloodline. Now, Lu Ming's bloodline hadn't completely grown out, but the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was comparable to that of a second-grade bloodline. What would happen if it was completely grown out? What kind of effect would it have? Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. Spiritual energy constantly gathered and was absorbed by Lu Ming, seeping into his body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. After 2 hours of cultivation, he felt that his injuries were slightly better. His originally weak and sickly body had also improved slightly. "At this rate, my injuries will be healed in a few days. My body will also slowly improve. At that time, my cultivation speed will also increase." Lu Ming pondered and couldn't help but reach out to touch his neck. There was only a silk thread on his neck and the bronze pendant was gone. My bloodline rebirth should be related to the bronze pendant. Now that the bronze pendant has run to my glabella, I wonder what effect it has. Lu Ming thought and sank his consciousness into his glabella, trying to sense it. Just as his consciousness sank into the space between his eyebrows, halos began to emit from there. Then, the halos turned into a vortex. The vortex continued to expand and enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. In the next moment, the world spun and Lu Ming found himself in another place. Lu Ming was taken aback. He quickly looked around. At this moment, he was standing on a flat stone platform. The stone platform was about 10 meters long and wide. The three directions of the stone platform were chaotic. In one direction, there was a row of stone stairs. The stone stairs slanted upwards, with a total of 99 steps. After the 99 steps, there was another platform. Beyond the platform, there was another row of stone stairs. One after another, he didn't know how many there were. At the top of the stone stairs and platform, there was a palace. Because it was too far away, Lu Ming couldn't see clearly. He could only vaguely see that the door of the palace seemed to be open. In the haze, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged there. The sound of chanting came from the palace. When the chanting entered his ears, Lu Ming felt his mind relax. All of his worries seemed to have disappeared. His body and mind were empty, and his mind was extremely clear. What's going on? Why am I here? Where is this? Hey, there's a stone tablet and a black iron box. On one side of the platform, there was only a stone tablet and a box. On the stone tablet, there were 4 words, Temple of Paragon. Other than these 4 words, there was nothing else. Then, Lu Ming looked at the black iron box. The box wasn't big. It was less than half a meter wide and 1 meter long. Lu Ming opened the box and discovered that there were 3 books and a jade bottle inside. On the jade bottle, there were 3 words, Marrow Cleansing Pill. Marrow Cleansing Pill? It's actually the Marrow Cleansing Pill? Lu Ming was ecstatic. He quickly opened the lid of the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nose. In the jade bottle, there was a fiery red pill. It was the size of a fingertip and crystal clear. The marrow cleansing pill was said to be able to cleanse one's marrow, allowing one to be reborn and greatly enhance a martial artist's physique. This was a rare pill. In the thousands of years of Firestorm City, it had only appeared a few times. With the marrow cleansing pill, wouldn't my weak and sickly body and blocked meridians be greatly improved? Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion and excitement. Taking a deep breath, he closed the lid of the jade bottle and carefully put it aside. Then, he picked up the 3 books and read them. These were 3 cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. Art of the Battling Dragon, Flame Dragon Fist, and Dragon Snake Step. Lu Ming first opened the Art of the Battling Dragon. Art of the Battling Dragon was a god-level cultivation technique. When cultivated to the peak, one would have the power of a battle dragon. One's combat power would be unparalleled. God-level cultivation technique? Lu Ming's eyes widened and his breathing became heavy. Cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques were generally divided into 5 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, and Unrated. Each level was further divided into 2 grades. Heaven was the highest grade, Unrated. As the name implied, it was the lowest grade, Unrated. But above the Heaven level cultivation techniques, there was another level, God level. But God level was only a legend. Lu Ming had never heard of anyone possessing a god-level cultivation technique or martial arts technique. As far as he knew, the highest cultivation technique in the Lu family was only a yellow-level upper-grade cultivation technique. But now, there was a god-level cultivation technique in front of Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming not be shocked? How could he not be excited? Unfortunately, this Art of the Battling Dragon only had the first level of the cultivation technique. It could only be cultivated up to the Meridian Opening realm. The next realm required the second level of the cultivation technique. The second level of the cultivation technique was on the second platform after the 99 steps. There was also a box there. Lu Ming flipped through the pages. When he reached the last page, he found a line of words. To cultivate the second level of the Art of the Battling Dragon, you need to open 3 divine meridians. If you force yourself to cultivate the second level without opening 3 divine meridians, your meridians will explode and you will die. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The requirements for cultivation were too high. A martial artist's cultivation was divided into Meridian Opening, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Martial Grand Master, Martial Ancestor, Martial King, the meridian opening realm was the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. It was also the easiest. The human body had 9 meridians and 81 acupoints. The first 3 were called human meridians, the middle 3 were called earth meridians, and the last 3 were called heaven meridians. As long as a martial artist opened the heaven, earth, and human meridians, they could break through to the next realm, the martial warrior realm, and become a true martial artist. However, above the 9 meridians, there were 3 more meridians called divine meridians. However, those who could open the divine meridians were too few. Lu Yao had only opened 1 divine meridian, and it had alarmed the entire Fenghua city. Furthermore, the elder courtyard had directly decided to let her take over the Lu family. For the divine level cultivation technique, I must open 3 divine meridians. Lu Ming clenched his fist and continued to read the other 2 manuals. As for the other 2 manuals, one was a fist art, a low-grade yellow-level martial skill. The other was a movement art, also a low-grade yellow-level martial skill. Although they were both low-grade yellow-level martial skills, even the Lu family did not have many of them. After putting down the manuals, Lu Ming picked up the marrow cleansing pill. He opened the bottle and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill in one gulp. The strong medicinal power dissolved in his body and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and organs. It began to improve Lu Ming's physique. Lu Ming could even hear the sound of his bones vibrating and his muscles squirming. His whole body was burning hot, and traces of black impurities were expelled from his body. By the time the marrow cleansing pill was completely refined, it was already noon the next day. Lu Ming didn't sleep the whole night, but he wasn't sleepy at all. Instead, he felt refreshed and full of energy. The marrow cleansing pill had completely transformed him. His body was stronger than an ordinary young man, and his meridians were no longer blocked. They were full of tenacity and vitality. However, there were layers of thick filth on his body. They were all excreted impurities. It was sticky and very uncomfortable. With a thought, Lu Ming returned to his room. He tiptoed out of the room and found that Li Ping and Qiu Autumn Moon weren't there. They must have gone out to buy groceries. Lu Ming went to the well in the courtyard and drew water from the well to wash away the filth on his body. He changed into a clean set of clothes and instantly felt refreshed and comfortable. At this time, Li Ping and Qiu Autumn Moon came back from outside. When they saw Lu Ming, they stared at Lu Ming in surprise. Now, Lu Ming was full of energy. He was far from his weak and sickly image. No wonder the two were surprised. Ming, are your injuries better? Li Ping carefully looked at Lu Ming and asked. Yes, young master, you seem to be a little different from before. Qiu Autumn Moon also blinked her big eyes and asked. Lu Ming smiled and said, Mother, I don't know why, but after I was injured this time, I cultivated qi gathering technique last night and actually cultivated a strand of qi. That's why my body is a little better. What? Ming, you cultivated qi? Hearing this, Li Ping was ecstatic. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was happy. Lu Ming didn't tell Li Ping about the Temple of Paragon. There was a divine level cultivation technique inside. If it was spread out, the 3 of them would be in big trouble. However, he swallowed the marrow cleansing pill and his body changed. If he didn't explain it, Li Ping and the others would inevitably find it strange. That was why he revealed that he had cultivated true qi. Ming, that's great, that's great. Li Ping's eyes were brimming with tears. Although he had only cultivated genuine qi and could not even be considered an ordinary martial artist, let alone a blood meridian martial artist, she was still very happy for Lu Ming. Young master, then you have to protect Madam and me in the future. Autumn Moon smiled happily. After that, Li Ping and Autumn Moon started to cook. Soon, the aroma of the food filled their nostrils. The 3 of them happily sat together to eat. The dishes were simple, 1 meat dish and 2 vegetables dish. Ming, your injuries haven't healed yet. Eat more meat to replenish your qi and blood. Li Ping kept putting meat into Lu Ming's bowl. Mom, Mid-Autumn Moon, you should eat too, Lu Ming said. Ever since news of Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian's death, the lives of the mother and son in these 6 years had been getting worse and worse. The allowance given by the clan had also decreased and they rarely had meat to eat. Even if there was occasionally meat, Li Ping and Autumn Moon would give it to Lu Ming. As for Autumn Moon, she was still growing and her nutrition couldn't keep up. She was a little thin and weak. A martial artist's cultivation required a large amount of energy, so they were more particular about what they ate. The martial artists in the Lu family who had awakened their bloodlines didn't eat ordinary beast meat, but demonic beast meat. Even those who were more talented would not only consume demonic beast meat, but also demonic beast blood, bone powder, and various precious medicinal ingredients to refine dragon tiger pills. Dragon tiger pills contain strong spiritual essence. Not only could it strengthen a martial artist's muscles, bones, meridians, and organs, it could even be converted into genuine qi to aid in cultivation. Eating like Lu Ming did, the nutrition was far from enough. Ming-er, you've already cultivated genuine qi. Eating these dishes is far from enough. Mother has 8 dragon tiger pills here, take them and cultivate. Li Ping carefully took out a bottle and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Li Ping to take out 8 dragon tiger pills. Puzzled, he asked, Mother, dragon tiger pills cost 100 taels of silver each. Where did you get that much money? Mother naturally has her ways. Originally, I wanted to buy them for you to strengthen your body. Since you can cultivate genuine qi, you can use them. Li Ping smiled. Young master, Madam sold the dragon phoenix bracelet to buy these 8 dragon tiger pills. Autumn Moon couldn't bear to watch any longer and added. Autumn Moon. Li Ping called out softly, as if blaming Autumn Moon for talking too much. She said, Ming-er, don't worry and cultivate. As long as you can cultivate genuine qi and strengthen your body, what is a dragon phoenix bracelet? Mother, Lu Ming's nose was a little sour. His hands tightly gripped the bottle of dragon tiger pills. The dragon phoenix bracelet was a love token that Lu Yuntian had given to Li Ping in the past. Lu Ming knew how much Li Ping valued the dragon phoenix bracelet. However, for the sake of Lu Ming's health, Li Ping had sold the dragon phoenix bracelet. Mother, don't worry. I will definitely become strong and use my strength to protect you. I won't let you suffer any more grievances. Lu Ming swore in his heart. His gaze was incomparably resolute. After the meal, Lu Ming took the dragon tiger pills and returned to his room. He entered the Temple of Paragon. Once he entered the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the second platform above the 99 steps. Because there was also a box on the second platform, and it was bronze in color. In the first black metal box, there was the first level of true dragon arts, flame dragon fists, dragon snake steps, and marrow cleansing pills. What was in the second box, Lu Ming was incomparably curious. He walked towards the stairs. But when he reached the 99th step, he wanted to go to the second platform, but he couldn't. There was an invisible force blocking him. Is it because my cultivation is not enough? Lu Ming was helpless. He could only retreat. Then, he sat down cross-legged and poured out a dragon tiger pill. He swallowed it and began to cultivate. When Lu Ming swallowed the dragon tiger pill, his spine suddenly heated up. A strong suction force was produced, absorbing all the medicinal energy of the dragon tiger pill. Then, a pure energy surged out from his spine. So fast? Lu Ming was shocked at first, but then he was ecstatic. An average person would need at least a day to refine a single dragon tiger pill. However, he was able to refine it in an instant. It was because of the bloodline that hadn't yet grown. This bloodline that hadn't yet grown was really amazing. Not only did it absorb heaven earthling qi at the same speed as a rank 2 bloodline, but it also had the effect of refining pills quickly. Okay, now I'll start to break through the meridians. Then, Lu Ming calmed his mind and started to circulate the true dragon battle art, breaking through the first of the 3 meridians. The rolling energy was controlled by Lu Ming and rushed towards the first meridian. Boom! Boom! Rumbling sounds seemed to resound in his body. One by one, the meridians were broken through. When the energy was insufficient, Lu Ming swallowed another dragon tiger pill. Just like that, when evening came, all 8 dragon tiger pills had been consumed. Lu Ming also used the 8 dragon tiger pills to successfully break through 3 meridians. The meridian opening realm was divided into the early, middle, and late stages. Breaking through 1 to 3 meridians was the early stage of the meridian opening realm. Breaking through 4 to 6 meridians was the middle stage. The meridian opening realm was the foundation of a martial artist. It was also the easiest. Of course, the ease varied from person to person. An ordinary bloodline martial artist would definitely be able to break through all 9 meridians within a month to a year. But an ordinary martial artist might not be able to break through all 9 meridians. Some might not even be able to break through all 9 meridians in their lifetime. But someone like Lu Ming, who broke through 3 meridians in one afternoon, was extremely rare. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. This was inseparable from the true dragon battle art and the unique nature of the immature bloodline. The true dragon battle art was a divine-level cultivation technique. The immature bloodline could even refine pills in an instant, which was why it was able to create such a miracle. Feeling the true dragon battle chi circulating in the 3 meridians in his body, Lu Ming was filled with joy and fighting spirit. After dinner, Lu Ming hurriedly entered the Temple of Paragon and began to cultivate. Now, he planned to cultivate the martial technique Flame Dragon Fist. Martial techniques use true chi to move the muscles and bones of the body to attack. Different martial techniques, the circulation of true chi and the movement of the muscles and bones were all different. Therefore, the effects of martial techniques were different, the moves created were also different, and the power was also very different. Therefore, the control of one's true chi and the control of one's body was very demanding. Without years of hard work, it would be very difficult to master a martial skill to its peak. The higher the level of the martial technique, the more difficult it was to control true chi. The more complicated it was, the more powerful it was. Lu Ming got into a stance and began to cultivate. Above him, the chanting of scriptures kept coming out from the palace, making Lu Ming's mind extremely clear. Some of the secrets of Flame Dragon Fist kept flashing in his mind. True chi circulated and flowed into his feet, then moved the bones and muscles of his feet. Ha! Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. Power flowed from his feet to his spine. His spine twisted like a dragon, and an even more powerful force flowed from his waist to his hands. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. His power erupted, causing the air to vibrate and explode. Beginner's insight. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. The cultivation of martial techniques was divided into 6 levels according to the level of mastery. First glimpse at the door, minor accomplishment, mastery through a comprehensive study, perfection, unity of man and martial arts. 6 levels, 1 step at a time. It was very difficult to achieve it overnight. The higher the level of the martial technique, the harder it was to improve. Lu Ming did not expect that he would be able to reach the first level, beginner's insight, the first time he started cultivating Flame Dragon Fist. This was a low-grade yellow rank martial technique. If it was an ordinary person, it would be difficult to reach the beginner's insight without a few months of time. The chanting of scriptures in the palace is very helpful to my cultivation. Lu Ming looked at the palace at the end of the stairs and thought. Lu Ming speculated that the reason why he could cultivate so quickly was because of the chanting of scriptures. Also, his own perception was probably not weak. Since it had such an effect, Lu Ming naturally cultivated even harder. Without the dragon tiger pills, Lu Ming's speed of opening meridians was greatly reduced. But after 3 days, he still managed to open the 4th meridian and entered the middle stage of the meridian opening realm. And the Flame Dragon Fist he had even cultivated it to the 2nd level, which was a small success. But after 3 days, the blood vessels still did not grow. It was still in the slow process of growth. With a smile, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and walked out of the room. The moment he walked out of the room, he saw Chiu Moon returning with red eyes. "Young master, please call madam back. She has been kneeling in front of the Li family for a few hours." Chiu Moon said with a sobbing tone. What? What happened? Let's go." Lu Ming hurriedly walked out with Chiu Moon. On the way, Chiu Moon told Lu Ming about the situation. Ever since Li Ping knew that Lu Ming could cultivate true chi, she was very happy. However, one needed cultivation methods and martial techniques to cultivate martial arts. Therefore, Li Ping thought of the Lu family's library and wanted to borrow a few cultivation methods and martial techniques for Lu Ming. However, the guardian elder of the Lu family's library was the chief elder's subordinate. He dismissed Li Ping by saying that Lu Ming was a good-for-nothing. Li Ping had no choice but to go to Lu Chuan and the Grand Elder. She even knelt down and begged them, but they still did not give her a single martial skill. Li Ping, who was at her wit's end, went to the Li family, hoping to get a cultivation technique or martial skill. The Li family was a small family in Fenghua City. It was Li Ping's mother's family. Currently, Li Ping's elder brother, who was also Lu Ming's uncle, was in charge of the family. But Lu Ming's uncle rejected Li Ping because Lu Ming was a member of the Lu family and it was not appropriate for the Li family to lend cultivation techniques or martial skills to outsiders. Li Ping had no choice but to kneel in the Li family's main hall, hoping to get a martial skill. Damn it! In Firestorm City, the Lu family was a true hegemon. No other family could compare. The Li family was originally an unknown small family in Firestorm City. Later on, when Li Ping married the then patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuntian, the Li family borrowed the power of the Lu family and rose to the top. Lu Ming remembered that the Li family treated him and Li Ping very well at that time. However, after Lu Yuntian's accident, the Li family's attitude towards him and his mother changed. Especially after Lu Ming's grandfather passed away and his uncle took over the Lu family. The Li family became more and more distant to the point of ignoring them. The fickleness of human nature was the reality. In the Li family's courtyard, Li Ping knelt there, trembling slightly. Many disciples of the Li family surrounded her and pointed at her. Above the courtyard, a middle-aged man with a big belly looked at Li Ping coldly and said, "Little sister, how long are you going to kneel? Don't you find it embarrassing?" He was Li Ping's elder brother, Li Fu. "Big brother, I beg you," Ming finally managed to cultivate true qi. "He is your nephew, please give him 1 or 2 cultivation methods and martial skills." Li Ping begged with tears in her eyes. "Little sister, I'll say something you don't want to hear. Lu Ming has been weak since he was young and he can't awaken his bloodline. Even if he manages to cultivate qi, what's the use? He won't be able to achieve anything in the future. It's better for him to be an ordinary person and live out his life peacefully. Also, let me tell you, the Lu family's head elder has already spoken to me and asked me to know my place. Little sister, I'm in a difficult position. If I help you, I'll offend the head elder." Li Fu said indifferently. "Big brother, I beg you, I don't want Ming to achieve anything great. I'm satisfied as long as he can become a martial artist and strengthen his body. Big brother, I promise this is the last time I beg you. I won't make things difficult for you in the future." Li Ping continued to plead. Li Fu frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he took out a book and threw it in front of Li Ping, saying, "For the sake of our many years of brotherhood, take this 3 sword drawing strikes. Although it's not popular, it's enough for Lu Ming. Don't bother me anymore. Mother." At this moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon arrived. Lu Ming helped Li Ping up. He felt that Li Ping's body was slightly trembling. It was obvious that she had been kneeling for a long time. "Ming hurry up and thank your uncle." Li Ping looked deeply at Li Fu and said to Lu Ming. "Thank him?" Lu Ming's chest was filled with anger. "We don't need their charity. Mother, let's go back." Lu Ming didn't even look at the martial skill book. He supported Li Ping and left the Li family. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. You're just lucky to be able to cultivate a bit of Xianxia. Do you really think you're a genius? Just a piece of trash." The disciples of the Li family sneered. Lu Ming didn't care about these people. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. If he said too much, they would look down on him even more. But Lu Ming swore that one day, he would use facts to shut them all up. After leaving the Li family, Li Ping sighed and said, "Ming you're too impulsive. That's a martial skill book. As long as it can make you a martial artist, it'll be worth it no matter how much I suffer." Lu Ming stood straight like a divine sword. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Mother, even without the Li family's charity, I'll definitely become a martial artist. And a martial artist at that." After returning to his residence, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and worked even harder to cultivate. After practicing the Flame Dragon Fist once, Lu Ming began to practice the Dragon Snake Steps. The Dragon Snake Steps was a martial skill that was very profound. After mastering it, one's movements would be as fast as lightning. With the help of the chanting in the temple, Lu Ming's progress was very fast. After practicing it twice, he had already reached the initial insight stage. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming twisted his body like a dragon and a snake. With a twist of his waist, he took a step forward and covered a distance of more than 3 meters. A distance of more than 3 meters was 10 feet. At the first level of the dragon snake steps, initial insight, one step can cover a distance of 10 feet. At the second level, one step can cover a distance of 20 feet. Every time I break through to the next level, the distance will increase by 10 feet. I'm still very far away. Continue. Then, under Lu Ming's arduous cultivation, 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming consecutively opened 2 more meridians and reached the peak of the middle stage of the meridian opening realm. What he gained the most was martial skills. Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Snake Steps had both reached the 3rd level, mastery. The cultivation of Qi is still too slow. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take to open 3 meridians. Lu Ming started to think. If he wanted to open his meridians quickly and condense his Qi vortex to enter the martial warrior realm, he would need a large amount of Dragon Tiger pills. However, Dragon Tiger pills cost 100 taels of silver each, and he could be said to be penniless. Now that I've reached the peak of the middle stage of the meridian opening realm and the 2 martial skills have reached mastery, I should be able to protect myself. It's time to go to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to try my luck. The Demon Beast Mountain Range was a huge mountain range 50 miles away from Firestorm City. The mountain range had a radius of a few hundred miles and was filled with towering ancient trees. There were many spiritual herbs growing in the mountain range, attracting a large number of martial artists in Firestorm City to search for them. Of course, opportunities were often accompanied by risks. In the mountain range, there were many fierce beasts and even stronger demonic beasts. Every year, many martial artists died in the mouths of demonic beasts. Lu Ming didn't want to go deep into the Demon Beast Mountain Range. He only wanted to try his luck and train his martial skills. After finding an excuse and informing Li Ping, Lu Ming headed towards the Demon Beast Mountain Range. 2 hours later, Lu Ming arrived at the foot of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Looking up, the Demon Beast Mountain Range was like a giant beast, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed into the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Roar! He had only entered a few miles when a ferocious beast pounced on him. It was a white tiger with a long neck. It was more than 1 meter tall and 3 meters long. Before it even reached Lin Fan, there was already a fierce aura coming from it. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. His figure swayed and he dodged to one side. Then, he circulated his true qi, starting from his feet and then to his spine at the waist. He drove all the strength in his body and punched. Flame Dragon Fist. Pung! This punch landed heavily on the tiger's neck. With the explosion of strength, the tiger was sent flying. Roar! The tiger was in pain and became even more fierce. It roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the dragon snake steps and twisted his body to avoid the tiger's attack. Then, he used the flame dragon fist to hit the tiger's waist. Ferocious tiger was thrown out again. Lu Ming practiced the god-level cultivation technique True Dragon Battle Art. The Jinqi he cultivated was like a dragon that flowed in his meridians and had a strong explosive force. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the middle stage of the meridian opening realm, the explosive force was not something an ordinary peak of the middle stage of the meridian opening realm could compare to. Combined with the flame dragon fist, Lu Ming's fist strength was at least 1,000 jin. The tiger was hit by Lu Ming's 2 punches in a row. It was seriously injured and blood was dripping from its mouth. At this moment, it roared and turned around to escape. Lu Ming chased after it. A few minutes later, the tiger escaped into a cave. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before he chased after it. After entering the cave, he found the tiger lying in the cave with blood flowing out of its mouth. It was on the verge of death. Eh? That's a level 1 low-grade spirit herb, silver bell grass. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a stalk of spirit herb in a stone crevice in the cave. It had 9 leaves and each leaf was like a bell. Spirit herbs were divided into 9 grades. Each grade was further divided into low grade, middle grade, and high grade. Level 1 low-grade silver bell grass contained a large amount of spirit energy and was worth 300 silver taels. It was comparable to 3 dragon tiger pills. He didn't expect to have such a harvest after entering the Demon Beast mountain range. This trip was not in vain. Following that, he finished off the ferocious tiger with a punch. Thereafter, Lu Ming took out a backpack that he had prepared beforehand. He plucked the silver bell grass and put it into the backpack. Brother Feng, do you really know of a small path that leads to the Sand Snake Bandit's lair? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath and listened intently. Haha, of course. I spent a lot of effort to get a concubine of the Viper Bandits leader. After that, I found out about this path from that bitch. If it weren't for the fact that we are best friends, I wouldn't have brought you here. Another voice rang out. He could tell that both of them were young people. I knew it. Big Brother Feng is so handsome and elegant. Which woman can resist Big Brother Feng's charm? That voice from before flattered. Haha. Brother Feng seemed to be very proud. He said, there's a cave here. Let's take a rest here. When the family head and the Viper Bandits start fighting, we'll sneak into the Viper Bandits' lair. The Viper Bandits' leader's treasures will all be ours. As he spoke, the 2 young men around the age of 17 walked into the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw Lu Ming at a glance. Lu Ming, it's you? Why are you here? One of the young men with a black mole on his face exclaimed. He's from the Li family. Lu Ming was stunned. He knew these 2 young men. They were from Li Ping's family, the Li family. One of them was called Li Feng. He was quite handsome. The young man with a black mole was called Li Fei. Lu Ming, did you hear what we said just now? Li Feng stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Lu Ming said, I guess so. Lu Ming, since you heard it, you can only blame your bad luck. Li Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want to kill me? Lu Ming's face darkened. Lu Ming, remember to be smarter in your next life. A piece of trash like you shouldn't run around. Otherwise, you'll easily get yourself killed. Li Feng's voice was cold and filled with disdain. Brother Feng, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll kill him. Li Fei took a step forward, not putting Lu Ming in his eyes at all. Although the 2 of them also saw the tiger's corpse in the cave, they didn't think that it was killed by Lu Ming. They thought that it was killed by other beasts or demon beasts. How could they not know what level Lu Ming was at? Li Feng nodded and said, yes, let's get this over with quickly. After we get rid of this trash, let's quickly rest. Brother Feng, don't worry. I'll finish you off in one move. Li Fei revealed a sinister smile, his claw swiping towards Lu Ming's throat. Li Fei was at the middle stage of the meridian opening realm and had opened 5 meridians. This claw had at least 250 kilograms of force. If this claw were to connect, Lu Ming would be heavily injured even if he didn't die. Since you want to kill me, I'll have to kill you first. Lu Ming murmured. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as his figure moved and punched out. Flame Dragon Fist, this punch arrived first, landing directly on Li Fei's chest. Bang, Li Fei was like a sack as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall of the cave, blood spurting out of his mouth before he stopped breathing. Li Fei was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. You killed Li Fei? How is that possible? Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he shrieked, aren't you trash? You can actually kill Li Fei? Trash? Hee hee, then this trash will send you on your way? Lu Ming sneered. Send me on my way? What a joke. I've already opened 8 meridians. You think you can kill me? Do you think I'm Li Fei? Die. Soon, Li Feng calmed down. He unsheathed his long sword and stabbed towards Lu Ming. However, Li Feng was just an ordinary martial artist. His martial skills were mediocre and his attainment was even worse. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? With a flash of the dragon snake steps, he dodged Li Feng's sword light and punched Li Feng's stomach. Li Feng screamed and flew out. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, Li Feng's cultivation was slightly higher. He was only heavily injured and did not die. A trash like you dares to call me trash? Lu Ming walked toward Li Feng, exuding a murderous aura. No, don't kill me. Li Feng was scared out of his wits as he screamed. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. How do I get to the Viper Bandit's lair? Tell me. Lu Ming asked. Originally, Lu Ming could have killed Li Feng with a single punch. The reason why he did not kill him was because of the Viper Bandit's lair. The Viper Bandits were a group of bandits that were active in the vicinity of the demonic beast mountain range. They committed all kinds of crimes. However, due to the complicated terrain of the mountain forest, they were never exterminated. Over the years, the Viper Bandits had collected countless treasures. If Lu Ming could obtain them, he would have enough money to buy dragon tiger pills. You want to know the path to the Viper Bandit's lair? I can tell you, but you have to spare my life. Li Feng's eyes flashed as he said. At the same time, he was screaming in his heart. When he returned, he would take revenge on Lu Ming. Not only Lu Ming, but his mother would also die a horrible death. You have no right to negotiate with me now. If you don't tell me, I will kill you immediately. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he stared at Li Feng with murderous eyes. Li Feng's heart turned cold as he shouted, Fine, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Li Feng immediately told him the path to the Viper Bandit's lair. Can I take a look now? Li Feng asked. Lu Ming sneered, Leave? Let you go so that you can take revenge on me? After saying that, he punched Li Feng in the chest, killing him. Over the years, Lu Ming had seen through the ups and downs of the world. In the world of martial arts, the weak were prey to the strong. Sometimes, even if you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Hence, Lu Ming wouldn't be soft-hearted towards his enemies. Once he was soft-hearted, he would be the one to die. Then, Lu Ming searched Li Feng and Li Fei's bodies. The two of them were really poor. They had less than 50 taels of silver on them. However, he found a secret manual on Li Feng's body. The horizontal lightning sword was an unorthodox sword technique. Although it wasn't of a high level, it was suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't have any other offensive techniques other than the flame dragon fist. It was a good opportunity for him to learn a sword technique. After keeping the secret manual, silver notes, and silver bell grass in the temple of Paragon, Lu Ming left the cave and headed in the direction of the Viper Bandit's lair. The Viper Bandit's lair was on a mountain more than 30 miles away. The mountain was surrounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides. It was difficult for the monster ape to cross. There was only a narrow path leading to the mountain. It took Lu Ming 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the mountain peak. Along the way, he almost encountered a few demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were strong and ferocious. They were divided into 9 grades, and each grade was divided into 9 grades. As for martial artists, starting from the martial soldier realm, each grade was also divided into 9 grades. Hence, even the weakest Class 1 LV1 demonic beast was equivalent to a LV1 martial soldier. It wasn't something Lu Ming could deal with. Lu Ming waited nearby. According to Li Feng, the Li family's patriarch, Li Fu, would lead the Li family's experts to surround the Viper Bandits. Of course, Li Fu wasn't so kind as to help the people. His target was the treasures that the Viper Bandits had robbed over the years. Indeed, before long, hundreds of figures appeared in the forest and rushed towards the Viper Bandit's lair. Enemy attack! A loud roar came from the mountain peak. What followed was intense battle cries. It's time. Lu Ming used the dragon snake steps and shuttled through the forest. Soon, he arrived at the back of the Viper Bandit's lair. There was a secret path that led to the mountain peak. Lu Ming looked around carefully and found a path up the mountain. Although it was steep, Lu Ming's cultivation was enough for him to reach the top. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He followed the path up the mountain. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming reached the top of the mountain. The Viper Bandits seemed to think that no one would know about this path, so they were at ease. There was no one guarding this area. It was quiet at the top of the mountain. Everyone must have gone to the front of the mountain to fend off the Li family. Following Li Feng's description, Lu Ming walked toward the bedroom of the Sand Snake Bandit leader. According to Li Feng, the Sand Snake bandit leader had hidden all the treasures that he had plundered over the years under the bed in his bedroom. If it wasn't for the Viper bandit's concubine, who often pretended to be an ordinary person and went to Xianxia City to buy things, no one would know where the Viper bandit's treasures were hidden. After a while, Lu Ming arrived at the Viper bandit's bedroom. He flipped the floor under the bed and found 2 big boxes and a small box. The 2 big boxes were filled with shiny silver, while the small box was filled with banknotes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't have time to count them, so he kept them all in the Temple of Paragon and ran back the way he came. Lu Ming didn't stop at the bottom of the mountain. He went straight to Xianxia City. This time, regardless of whether the Li family won or lost, it was destined to be a waste of money. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Lu family. He greeted Li Ping and returned to his room. He entered the Temple of Paragon and hurriedly counted the treasures. Lu Ming was taken aback by the number after counting. There were 100,000 taels in banknotes, and 30,000 taels in the 2 big boxes. In total, there were 130,000 taels. It was clear that the Viper bandits had plundered a lot of treasures over the years. But now, all of it belonged to Lu Ming. With this money, I can buy a large amount of dragon tiger pills for my cultivation. Lu Yao, don't even think about taking control of the Lu clan during the Lu clan's meeting a month later. Also, I will take back what belongs to me. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. After that, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and went to the market of Firestorm City. The marketplace of Firestorm City was the most prosperous place in Firestorm City. There were all kinds of shops there. For example, there were pill shops, weapon shops, material shops, and so on. There were caravans coming and going from various places, and there was an endless stream of people. On the way, Lu Ming bought a set of black robes and a black bamboo hat. He wrapped himself in the bamboo hat and black robes. This time, he wanted to buy a large amount of dragon tiger pills. He definitely couldn't let anyone discover his identity. The Spirit Medicine Hall was the largest store in Firestorm City that sold medicinal pills. It occupied an area of 10 acres and was 4 stories high. It was said that the Spiritual Medicine Hall had a powerful background and was backed by the Mystic Essence Sword sect. When he walked into the Spirit Medicine Hall, a young lady immediately came up to him with a smile. "Sir, how can I help you?" She had seen many strange customers, so she didn't find it strange that Lu Ming was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat. Moreover, strange customers like him were more likely to attract more business. "I want to buy dragon tiger pills. What's the price here?" Lu Ming purposely lowered his voice, making it sound more vigorous. He sounded like a middle-aged man in his 30s. "Esteemed guest, a Class 1 low-grade dragon tiger pill is 100 taels of silver per pill, a Class 1 mid-grade dragon tiger pill is 300 taels of silver per pill, and a Class 1 high-grade dragon tiger pill is 1,000 taels of silver per pill. May I ask what grade you wish to purchase? How much do you want?" The shop assistant asked. Medicinal. Pills were also divided into 9 grades. Each grade was divided into 3 grades, high, mid, and low. Level 1 low-grade dragon tiger pills, 30 level 1 mid-grade dragon tiger pills, Lu Ming said. That much? The shop assistant was shocked. Then, she became ecstatic. Her attitude became even more respectful. "Sir, the price you want to buy has already exceeded 10,000 taels of silver. I can't make the decision. Our hall master has to personally take care of it. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go report to our hall master." After saying that, the shop assistant ran into the back hall. After a while, the shop assistant came out and said, "Sir, our hall master invites you to the back hall for a chat." Lu Ming nodded and followed the shop assistant to the back hall. Then, the shop assistant poured Lu Ming a cup of tea and left. The back hall was decorated very elegantly. Lu Ming casually glanced around and drank a few mouthfuls of tea. At this time, a fragrant wind blew over. A young woman around 20 years old walked in. The young woman wore a tight red dress. The huge meatballs in front of her chest pushed the red dress up high, as if they couldn't wait to burst out of her clothes and jump out. Her waist was slender, twisting like a water snake. Her extremely perky buttocks accentuated the alluring curves of her dress. Coupled with a pair of limpid eyes, rosy lips, and delicate skin, all of these added together formed a strong visual impact and extreme allure. This was an enchanting woman who could bring disaster to a country. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster the moment he saw her. "Sir, I am Mullins, the hall master of this spiritual medicine hall. I heard that you want to buy 30 level 1 low-grade dragon tiger pills and 30 level 1 mid-grade dragon tiger pills?" Her voice was so sweet that it could make one's bones melt. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. He lowered his voice and said, "That's right. For customers who spend 10,000 taels of silver in one go, we give a 10% discount. The total amount of pills adds up to 12,000 taels of silver. With a 10% discount, it would be 10,800 taels of silver." Mulan said coquettishly. Her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Ming's body. "Thank you, Hall Master Mu." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. After that, Mulan's clapped her hands. A young girl who looked like a maid came in with 2 boxes. Each of the boxes contained 30 dragon tiger pills. Lu Ming also took out 10,800 taels of silver and handed it to Mulan's. "Hall Master Mu, I will take my leave." After receiving the dragon tiger pills, Lu Ming bid farewell to Mulan's. "Sir, if you still want to buy pills, you can come to the spiritual medicine hall. We will give you a 10% discount." Mulan's revealed a charming smile. She swayed her snake-like waist and approached Lu Ming. Instantly, a mesmerizing fragrance entered Lu Ming's nose. This was Mulan's body fragrance. It was extremely alluring and filled one with fantasies. What a seductive demoness! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly cupped his fists and left the place as if he was escaping. Looking at the direction Lu Ming left, Mulan's rosy lips slightly pouted and said, "Interesting. Miss, although this person is wearing a bamboo hat, he looks very ordinary. What's so interesting about him?" The maid beside her asked curiously. Mulan smiled and said, "Little Yi, you didn't see it, did you?" Just now, he purposely lowered his voice and pretended to be a middle-aged man. In reality, he is just a youth. In Windy Fire City, there are not many youths who can easily take out 10,000 taels of silver. Moreover, my bloodline gives me a super strong perception. Just now, I felt that this person's bloodline was very strange. It seemed to contain a strong power, but it was not complete. It seemed to be growing. So, it's very interesting, isn't it? Miss, from what you said, it is indeed very interesting. The maid blinked and said. After leaving the market and returning home, Lu Ming couldn't wait to enter the Temple of Paragon and open one of the sandalwood boxes. Inside, there were 30 dragon tiger pills neatly arranged. This was a level 1 inferior grade dragon tiger elixir. It should be sufficient to break through the 7th to 9th meridians. Lu Ming intended to use the level 1 middle grade dragon tiger elixir to break through 3 divine meridians. He took out a dragon tiger pill and swallowed it. After swallowing the dragon tiger pill, his spine heated up and a faint red light flashed. A strong suction force was generated and absorbed all the medicinal energy of the dragon tiger pill. Following that, a pure energy gushed out from his spine. What is my bloodline? This speed of refining medicinal pills is really terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He controlled the energy in his body and let it flow through the opened meridians. It turned into small dragon-shaped chi and rushed towards the 7th meridian. The dragon-shaped chi was incomparably sharp. It was like a hot knife through butter. Soon, a major acupuncture point in the 7th meridian was opened. Then, it was unstoppable. One acupuncture point after another was opened. When he ran out of vital energy, he would swallow a dragon tiger pill, convert it into vital energy, and continue to break through. The 7th to 9th meridians were called heavenly meridians. Of course, it wasn't as easy to open as the other meridians. 2 days passed consecutively. Lu Ming refined 24 dragon tiger pills consecutively before he managed to unlock all 3 heavenly meridians. Lu Ming's cultivation also reached the peak of the late meridian opening stage. At this point, he could start to condense the chi in his dantian and break through to the martial warrior realm. But Lu Ming obviously wouldn't do that. His goal was to open all 3 meridians before breaking through to the martial warrior realm. However, it was not that easy to open up the divine meridian. In fact, it was extremely difficult. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to open up the divine meridian. Instead, he swallowed the remaining 6 level 1 low-grade dragon tiger pills and converted them into vital energy. One day later, the true qi in Lu Ming's body had become more condensed and dense. At this time, he began to break through the divine veins. He picked up a level 1 middle-grade dragon tiger pill and swallowed it. Similarly, it was absorbed and refined by the blood vessels in his spine. A gush of energy that was a few times more powerful than a level 1 low-grade dragon tiger pill surged into his body. As expected of a mid-grade level 1 pill, Lu Ming circulated the true dragon art of battle, circulated his true qi and began to attack the first divine vein. Boom! Lu Ming felt his entire body tremble and go numb. However, the first major acupoint of the first divine vein was still not opened. Lu Ming was not discouraged. He began to accumulate strength and continued to charge forward. Boom! Boom! After 7 consecutive attempts, the first major acupoint of the first divine vein was finally opened. Surging Xianxia poured into the first major acupoint of the first meridian. Spots of light lit up on Lu Ming's body one after another. Those were the major acupoints that had been opened. There was a total of 81 of them. At this time, the 82nd light spot lit up. It was even more resplendent than the previous 81 light spots. I've only opened 1 major acupoint. I feel that the true qi in my body has become denser. Continue. Lu Ming continued to charge forward. However, a divine vein was still a divine vein. The amount of energy it consumed was terrifying. After 3 days, all 36 mid-grade level 1 pills were used up. Only then did he manage to open all 9 major acupoints of the first divine vein. What a powerful force. My pure true qi eruption should be at least 1,500 jin, right? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with joy. Previously, when he was at the peak of the middle meridian opening stage, he could only erupt with a force of 1,000 jin by combining it with the flame dragon fist. Excluding the flame dragon fist, his pure true qi eruption should be around 700 to 800 jin. Now, it had doubled. An ordinary martial artist at the peak of the late meridian opening stage should be able to erupt with a force of 1,000 jin. After condensing a cyclone and breaking through to the first stage of martial warrior, the force of one's true qi eruption would increase to 2,000 jin. 2,000 jin was equivalent to the force of 1 ox. Of course, this calculation did not take into account martial techniques and bloodline bonuses. With martial techniques and bloodline bonuses, one's strength would be even greater. I've already used up all the dragon tiger pills. However, I'm not in a hurry to buy more. My cultivation has risen too quickly these past few days. I need time to consolidate my foundation and practice my martial techniques. One had to take one step at a time in martial arts cultivation. If one broke through too quickly, it would result in an unstable foundation and impure vital energy. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to spend some time to consolidate his foundation before purchasing the Dragon Tiger Elixir and continuing to break through the remaining 2 divine meridians. Following which, Lu Ming began to practice the Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Snake Steps. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, while Li Ping and Autumn Moon were not around, Lu Ming began to practice the Flame Dragon Fist in the courtyard. Hoo! Hoo! The wind howled as Lu Ming's body twisted like a dragon. Every time he punched, the air would explode. Ha! In the end, Lu Ming exhaled and punched a rock the size of a human head in the courtyard. With a loud bang, the rock was blasted into pieces by Lu Ming. The 4th stage of the martial technique, perfection. Lu Ming stopped and revealed a joyful expression. After 7 days of practice, he had finally reached the 4th stage of the Flame Dragon Fist. Young master, you've become so powerful? Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the door. It was somewhat unbelievable. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect to be seen by Autumn Moon while he was practicing his martial technique in the courtyard. At this moment, Autumn Moon looked at the rock that was shattered by Lu Ming and then looked at Lu Ming. With tears in her eyes, she rushed in front of Lu Ming and tightly grasped Lu Ming's hand, saying, "Young master, this is great. Young master is so powerful. You finally become a martial arts expert. If madam knew, she would be so happy." As she spoke, tears flowed down her face. Although Autumn Moon's body was weak, she was still a beauty. At this moment, her beautiful face softened Lu Ming's heart. He reached out his hand to wipe away the tears on Autumn Moon's face and said, "Autumn Moon, I've succeeded in my cultivation. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you crying?" "Young master, I'm happy for you." Autumn Moon coquettishly pouted. Suddenly, she realized that her small hands were still tightly grasping one of Lu Ming's hands. Feeling the warmth of Lu Ming's palm, her heart suddenly jumped like a deer. Like a frightened rabbit, she jumped back a few steps, her face flushed red. Looking at Autumn Moon's shy face and teary eyes, Lu Ming subconsciously blurted out, "Autumn Moon, you're so beautiful." At this moment, Autumn Moon's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and whispered, "Young master, what are you talking about?" Cough cough. Haha, Autumn Moon, I've had a fortuitous encounter recently. That's why I've reached this level of cultivation. But I can't tell you the details yet. Lu Ming coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. Autumn Moon blinked her big teary eyes and looked deeply at Lu Ming. She said, "Young master, can you tell madam?" "Not for now," Lu Ming said. "All right then, I promise you." After Autumn Moon finished speaking, she pondered for a moment. She seemed to have made up her mind and said, "Young master, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" Lu Ming asked. Qiu Yu bit her lips and said, "Young master, can you teach Qiu Yu to cultivate in the martial Tao?" Lu Ming was stunned and said, "Autumn Moon, you want to cultivate martial arts?" "Yes, young master. Autumn Moon wants to cultivate martial arts so that I can repay my parents in the future. Also, Autumn Moon hopes to help young master and madam with my own strength in the future," Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded. He knew a little about Autumn Moon's background. Autumn Moon's parents were from a poor family outside Finghua City. And Autumn Moon was not her parents' biological child. She was adopted from outside. Because she was too poor, Autumn Moon was sold to Lu Ming when she was 8 years old and became Li Ping's personal maid. She grew up with Lu Ming. She was older than Lu Ming by a year and they were like siblings. "Alright, Autumn Moon. But your body is too weak. You need to take a blood replenishing pill to replenish your blood. Then I'll try to help you awaken your bloodline." Lu Ming smiled and agreed to Autumn Moon's request. "Young master, you agree?" "That's great." Autumn Moon was overjoyed and almost jumped into Lu Ming's arms. In the end, she restrained herself with a red face. The Divine Weapon Pavilion was a place to buy weapons in the Windfire City market. Not only were there ordinary weapons used by ordinary people, there were also spirit weapons used by warriors. Spirit weapons were made from precious materials and were incomparably sharp. They could cut through iron like mud and could even increase a warrior's battle strength. Therefore, spirit weapons were the best weapons for warriors. For example, the sword that Lu Ming's father had left behind and was later taken away by Lu Chuan was a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons were mainly divided into 9 grades. Each grade was further divided into low, middle and high grade. This time, Lu Ming wanted to buy a spirit weapon to cultivate his sword arts. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked into the Divine Weapon Pavilion together. In the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there were 2 rows of young and beautiful women. They were the female shop assistants who received customers. But when Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked into the shop, these female shop assistants all frowned. None of them came forward to receive them. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were not dressed very well. Lu Ming was wearing simple clothes made of coarse cloth while Qiu Yu was wearing a maid's uniform. These shop assistants were all experienced. One look and they could tell that the 2 of them were the kind of people who were poor. Naturally, no one wanted to receive the 2 of them. Lu Ming frowned slightly and ignored them as he looked around. In the Divine Weapon Pavilion, most of them were ordinary weapons. There were very few level 1 spirit weapons, and most of them were only level 1 low-grade spirit weapons. There were very few middle-grade spirit weapons. Lu Ming walked around and only saw 3 middle-grade spirit weapons. Lu Ming did not take a fancy to any of them. If he wanted to buy one, he planned to buy a better one. Young master, is there anything I can help you with? I can recommend it for you. At this moment, a timid voice sounded. It was a young female shop assistant with a round face and a slightly red face. Looking at Lu Ming, she seemed a little uneasy. She was a new shop assistant in this weapon shop. She was a little shy and her performance was poor. Seeing that no one was receiving Lu Ming, she boldly came up. This girl has no performance this month. She's really anxious. What kind of person is she receiving? With my many years of experience in this industry, it's already not bad for this kid to be able to buy an iron sword for 10 taels of silver. Isn't that so? To receive such a country bumpkin, I might as well stand here and rest. Not far away, a few female shop assistants looked at Lu Ming and whispered. Although their voices were not loud, they still reached Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others' ears. Young master. Autumn Moon pulled Lu Ming's sleeves. It's all right. Lu Ming smiled at Xianxia. These were just ordinary people. He could not be bothered to lower himself to their level. Just as he was about to ask the round-faced female shop assistant if she had a higher-grade spirit weapon, he was interrupted by a discordant voice. What brings you here? Following the voice, a young man and a young woman walked in. The man's face was full of pockmarks. He was not tall, but he was wearing a gorgeous silver robe. The woman was somewhat beautiful, but her nose was pointed to the sky and she had an arrogant look. Lu Bing, Lu Mei. Lu Ming's expression changed. The Lu family was divided into one main branch and 7 branches. Lu Ming knew these 2 people. One was the son of the 5th branch of the Lu family, and the other was the daughter of the 6th branch of the Lu family. The one who spoke just now was Lu Bing. Lu Bing sized up Lu Ming and said with some disdain, "What's wrong? Lu Ming, I heard that you failed to awaken your bloodline and can't condense your true qi. You want to learn from others and buy weapons? Do you want to buy a kitchen knife to kill a chicken? Ha ha ha. Pockmarks Lu, move. You're blocking the way." Lu Ming replied unhurriedly. Lu Ming, what did you say? Lu Bing hated it when people called him pockmarked. Now that Lu Ming actually called him that in front of so many young beauties, especially Lu Mei, he was instantly enraged. Pockmarks Wang, I told you to move. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Do you still think you're the young master of the main branch? After the family meeting, Miss Yao will become the head of the family. Then you'll be nothing. Do you understand? You still dare to offend me? Quick, come and curry favor with me. Kowtow to me and apologize. Then I'll reward you with a bowl of rice. Lu Bing barked like a provoked wild dog. But Lu Ming just looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at an idiot. Lu Ming, just you wait. Lu Bing's eyes flashed with coldness. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he looked at Lu Ming mockingly and said, Lu Ming, did I hit the nail on the head? You're here to buy a kitchen knife to kill a chicken. That's right. What good stuff can you buy? Young Master Lu Bing, welcome. What do you need? Just say it. A few female shop assistants had already surrounded Lu Bing with flattering smiles on their faces. Hee hee. Seeing that there was only a round-faced female shop assistant beside Lu Ming, Lu Bing sneered and purposely said loudly, Today is my sister Lu Mei's birthday. I want to buy her a spirit weapon as a gift. Tell me, what good spirit weapons do you recommend? He purposely emphasized the word spirit weapon. Young Master Lu Bing wants to buy a spirit weapon. Those female shop assistants' eyes lit up as they started to recommend with all their might. Young Master Lu Bing, what do you think of this green pine sword? Level 1 low-grade spirit weapon. It has pine patterns. This silver ice sword is also not bad, but after Lu Mei looked at those spirit weapons, she shook her head. It was obvious that she did not like them. Lu Bing gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't try to fool me with those level 1 low-grade spirit weapons. Take out your level 1 mid-grade spirit weapons. Young Master Lu Bing, you want to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon? When the female shop assistants heard this, their eyes lit up and their bodies trembled with excitement. They surrounded Lu Bing and started to promote. A mid-grade spirit weapon was worth at least 800 silver taels. If they sold it, their commission would definitely not be small. It would be strange if they were not excited. Beside Lu Ming, the round-faced female shop assistant looked at him with envy. She was shy by nature and could not compete with the other shop assistants. After a round of recommendation, Lu Bing chose a mid-grade level 1 spirit weapon, Clear Wind Sword. It was worth 1,000 silver taels. Lu Bing paid with some pain. 2 banknotes of 500 silver taels. He even deliberately waved them in his hand and looked at Tang Feng with contempt. What? Lu Ming, why aren't you choosing the weapon you want to buy? Is it because the weapons here are too low level and you don't like them? Ha ha ha. Lu Bing laughed arrogantly. Of course. Big brother Lu Bing, he is the young master of the main branch. How could he be interested in a mid-grade level 1 spirit weapon? Lu Mei chuckled. She held the clear wind sword and looked left and right, unable to put it down. How do you know? I really feel that the weapons here are too low level. Suddenly, Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. Then he said to the round-faced female shop assistant, Miss, do you have any high-grade level 1 spirit weapons here? Let me see. What? The whole place suddenly went silent. Including the round-faced female shop assistant, Autumn Moon, the other female shop assistants, Lu Bing, and Lu Mei, they all looked at Lu Ming in a daze. What? Lu Ming, you want to buy a high-grade level 1 spirit weapon? Do you know how much silver a high-grade level 1 spirit weapon costs? You can't just talk about it. Can you afford it? Lu Bing's eyes flashed as he called out to Lu Ming. A high-grade level 1 spirit weapon was at least several times more expensive than a mid-grade level 1 spirit weapon. Even if he was beaten to death, he did not believe that Lu Ming could afford it. Young master, are you saying that you want to buy a high-grade level 1 spirit weapon? The round-faced female shop assistant asked in disbelief. What? You don't have any high-grade level 1 spirit weapons here? Or are you afraid that I don't have enough silver? Lu Ming smiled and took out a stack of banknotes from his bosom. Each banknote was worth 500 taels. There were more than 10 banknotes. How do you have so many banknotes? Looking at the stack of banknotes in Lu Ming's hand, Lu Bing's eyes almost popped out. Lu Mei and the other female shop assistants' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Autumn Moon also opened her mouth and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. The round-faced salesgirl was so excited that her round face was flushed red. She stuttered, yes, there's a high-grade level 1 spirit weapon. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it for you. After saying that, the round-faced salesgirl hurriedly ran to the back. After a while, she and a few big men brought 4 or 5 spirit weapons over. Young master, these are all high-grade level 1 spirit weapons. Please take a look, this one is called the Autumn Water Sword. The round-faced salesgirl took a long sword and unsheathed it. The sword was 1.5 meters long and slightly thin. The body of the sword was like a clear spring, emitting rings of water vapor. Good sword. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Compared to this sword, the clear wind sword in Lu Mei's hand was trash. However, Lu Ming still shook his head. The attribute of this sword did not match with his cultivation technique. He continued to look. He looked at a few more. Kung, the last one was called the Black Edge Sword. The body of the sword was pitch black and emitted a fluorescent light. It was as if it was made from black jade. The 2 sides of the sword flickered with cold light, filled with a sharp feeling. I'll take this one. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Shopkeeper, how much is this one? Young master has good eyesight. This Black Edge Sword is one of the best among high-grade level 1 spirit weapons. It's not too expensive, just 3,000 silver taels will do. The round-faced salesgirl said. Okay. Lu Ming very straightforwardly took out 6 500 silver taels notes and gave them to the round-faced salesgirl. Since they were all silver taels from the Sand Snake Bandits, Lu Ming did not feel the slightest bit of heartache when spending them. On the side, Lu Bing's face was gloomy. Lu Mei looked at the clear wind sword in her hand and then looked at the black edge sword in Lu Ming's hand with envy. The round-faced salesgirl was so excited that her face was flushed red. A transaction of 3,000 silver taels, how much commission could she get? As for the other salesgirls, they all looked at the round-faced salesgirl with envy and regret. If they had known that Lu Ming was so rich, they would not have let the round-faced salesgirl snatch it away. Envy was envy, but it was too late. He could only warn himself in his heart that he must never judge a book by its cover in the future. Lu Ming picked up the black-edged sword and pulled Autumn Moon's hand. He walked to Lu Bing's side and looked at the breeze sword in Lu Mei's hand. He said in a low voice, "You're interested in such trash?" After saying that, he laughed and left. Lu Ming. Lu Bing's face was so ugly that he wanted to die. He gritted his teeth. "Young master, it was really satisfying just now. That Lu Bing and that Lu Mei have always been snobbish. Now, they have finally slapped their own faces." After leaving the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Chiu Autumn Moon waved her little fists and exclaimed excitedly. Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, he didn't care about Lu Bing at all. His target was Lu Yao. Walking in the market square, Chiu Yu's eyes were wide open as she looked all around. The things in the market were generally more expensive. Chiu Autumn Moon had only been here a few times in the past few years. Naturally, she was very curious. Lu Ming accompanied Autumn Moon for a while. Then, he took out 200 taels of silver and gave it to Autumn Moon. He said, "Autumn Moon, take this silver and buy some food. I still have things to do. Once you're done, wait for me here." "Young master, if Madam asks where the silver came from, what should I say?" Chiu Autumn Moon asked. "And, just tell mother that I found a stalk of spirit grass in the outskirts of the demonic beast mountain range and earned some silver," Tang Feng said after thinking for a while. Chiu Autumn Moon nodded and said, "Okay, then young master, I'll go now." Chiu Autumn Moon took the silver and happily went shopping. After that, Lu Ming found a place where there was no one and changed into a black robe and bamboo hat. He once again went to the spirit medicine hall. He planned to buy another batch of dragon tiger pills and some blood replenishing pills for Chiu Autumn Moon. The person who received him was still Mulan's. Today, Mulan's changed into a tight black muslin dress, which was even more alluring. Her curves rose and fell, and her white skin was faintly discernible under the black muslin dress. It made people want to tear apart the black muslin dress and see what was underneath. "Guest, you're here again?" Upon seeing Lu Ming, Mulan smiled and said. "I haven't even opened my mouth, how do you know it's me?" Lu Ming lowered his voice and said. Mulan giggled, her firm chest heaving up and down. She took light steps and approached Lu Ming, saying, "It's because of the smell on your body. I can smell your scent." As she said that, her small and delicate nose sniffed Lu Ming's body. The orchid-like fragrance went straight into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming was only a 15-year-old hot-blooded youth. How could he withstand such a situation? His heart instantly started to beat wildly. "Hall Master Mu, I'm here today to buy dragon tiger pills." Lu Ming forced himself to calm down and said. Mulan's rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said, "Guest, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to see me?" "No, Hall Master Mu, you've misunderstood. I have other things to do." Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand. He really wanted to leave this place quickly. No man could resist a beauty like Mulan's. "Hee, all right then. How many do you want to buy?" Mulan smiled and asked. 121st tier mid-grade dragon tiger pills and 30 blood replenishing pills. Lu Ming said. "What? So many?" This time, Mulan's and the maid were both shocked. "What's wrong? Hall Master Mu, the spiritual medicine hall doesn't have that many?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. The last 2 divine veins would definitely be harder to open. He had to buy more. Mulan took a deep look at Lu Ming and smiled again. "Yes, of course. Xianxia, go and prepare the elixir pills." Xianxia nodded and went out. Not long after, Xianxia came back with a few boxes. 121st tier mid-grade dragon tiger pills and 30 blood replenishing pills. Mulan said, "Guest, 121st tier mid-grade dragon tiger pills. After a 10% discount, the total is 32,400 pills. Let's count it as 32,000 taels. Also, take the 30 blood replenishing pills as my gift to you." "Thank you, Hall Master Mu." Lu Ming took the pills and paid the money. He cupped his fists and hurriedly left the spiritual medicine hall. Miss, this person is really interesting. It's only been 10 days. Did he use up all the dragon tiger pills he bought last time? Did he buy them for a lot of people? After Lu Ming left, the maid, Xiaoyi, asked curiously. It's hard to say, but I feel that his aura is much stronger than the last time he came. He's really interesting. You stay here and watch. I'm going to take a look myself. I want to see which young talent of Firestorm City he is. Mulan's ordered. She twisted her body and disappeared like a gust of wind. After leaving the spiritual medicine hall, Lu Ming found a secluded place. He took off his black robe and bamboo hat and kept them in the Temple of Paragon along with the pills. Then, he went to the place he had agreed to meet with Autumn Moon. He found her and went back with her. However, they were stopped by Lu Bing and 2 other men in an empty alley on the way back to the Lu family. Lu Bing's face was gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're finally willing to come back. I've been waiting for a long time. What do you want? Autumn Moon instinctively stood in front of Lu Ming to protect him. Lu Bing laughed coldly and said, Lu Ming, you trash. How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance now. Hand over all the money you have and kneel in front of the Lu family's gate. Then, I'll let you go. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, you really are trash. Facing Lu Bing's roar, Lu Ming remained calm and said coldly, a good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. You're asking for it. Break his mouth. Lu Bing roared. Yes, Master Bing. The 2 men behind Lu Bing were also 16 or 17 years old. Like Lu Bing, they were from the 5th branch. The 2 of them closed in on Lu Ming. One of them sneered, Lu Ming, do you still think you're the successor of the main branch of the Lu family? Do you still think you're the young master of the Lu family? You're just a piece of trash now. A piece of trash that can't even be compared to a servant. Now, we'll make you realize that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Young master. Autumn Moon's face turned pale with fright. Her small hands grabbed onto Lu Ming's sleeves tightly. Don't be afraid. It's just 2 dogs. Do you think your young master can't handle them? Lu Ming patted Autumn Moon's head and smiled. Of course, his words reached the ears of the 2 young men. Immediately, trash. You're asking for it. The 2 of them roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Their fists whistled as they aimed for Lu Ming's face. Although the 2 of them were ordinary martial artists, one of them had opened 7 meridians while the other had opened 8. Their combined strength was not weak. The 2 of them, including Lu Bing, sneered as if they could already see Lu Ming being beaten to a pulp. Get out of here. Just as the 2 fists were about to land, Lu Ming shouted coldly and slapped out. This slap was as fast as lightning. 2 paw-paw sounds were heard, followed by 2 screams. 2 figures flew out with blood and dozens of teeth. They fell heavily on the ground. My face, my teeth. The 2 of them screamed on the ground. One side of their face was swollen and blood flowed out from their mouths. Half of their teeth were gone. Lu Bing was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, this good-for-nothing, actually sent 2 of his experts flying with a slap. How could this be? Lu Bing, you keep saying that I'm trash and that you're going to break my mouth. Now that your 2 lackeys' mouths are broken, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Lu Bing and said coldly. Lu Ming, I don't know what kind of luck you've run into, or what kind of heavenly treasure you've obtained that allowed you to cultivate and advance your cultivation base. But do you think that just because you've defeated these 2 pieces of trash, you can fight me? I'm a bloodline warrior. Lu Bing took a deep breath and calmed himself down. So what if Lu Ming could cultivate? He was just an ordinary warrior who could not awaken his bloodline, while he was a bloodline warrior who had awakened a rank 2 bloodline. Lu Ming, I will now show you what a bloodline martial artist is. Lu Bing yelled. Then, a blood-red light flashed behind him. A fiery red giant wolf appeared above his head. It walked in the air majestically. Fierce wolf fist. Lu Bing yelled and took a step forward. Like a wolf, he charged towards Lu Ming. Peak of the late soothing pulse stage, rank 2 bloodline? I'd like to see how strong you are. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He stepped on the tip of his foot, twisted his waist, and punched out with the flame dragon fist. Bang! Lu Ming and Lu Bing's fists collided. Crack! After a loud bang, there was the sound of bones breaking. Then, Lu Bing flew back at a speed faster than when he had rushed over. He fell heavily on the ground and screamed while holding his right hand. Is that all a bloodline warrior can do? Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. His eyes were cold as he walked towards Lu Bing step by step. Lu Bing was shocked. He kept moving back and shouted, Lu Ming, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. It's nothing, just a robbery. Now, hand over all your valuables. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Don't even think about it. Lu Bing roared. Oh, if that's the case, I'll have to break your mouth. Lu Ming sneered. He lifted his foot and was about to step on Lu Bing's face. Seeing that Lu Ming was really going to make a move, Lu Bing was finally scared. He shouted, wait, I'll give you all my valuables. To be honest, Lu Bing had quite a lot of money on him. He actually took out more than 3,000 taels of silver and handed it to Lu Ming painfully. That's all. Lu Ming curled his lips and put it away with a look of disdain. This made Lu Bing almost vomit blood. 3,000 taels of silver was considered little? He was a descendant of the Lu family. It was already good enough for him to have 3,000 taels of silver. I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, it won't be settled with just a few taels of silver. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He then left with Qiu Yu, who was in a daze. After all, Lu Bing was the son of the head of the fifth branch. If Lu Ming really did anything to him, the head of the fifth branch would definitely not let it go. He was not afraid of himself, but he had to consider Li Ping and Qiu Yu. Damn it, Master Bing. Lu Ming is so arrogant. Let's go back and report to the head of the branch. We'll ask him to teach Lu Ming a lesson. One of the young men who had his teeth knocked out walked to Lu Bing and said fiercely. You idiot, don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough? If others knew that I was defeated by Lu Ming, this trash, how could I still have the face to show my face? Let me tell you, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Lu Bing scolded. Yes, Master Bing. We won't say a word. The two nodded quickly. Humph. Lu Bing snorted and said, there's still about a month before the family meeting. Since Lu Ming can cultivate, he will definitely compete with Lu Yao. At that time, the Great Elder and the rest will naturally take action against Lu Ming. Why do we have to do it ourselves? Master Bing is wise. The two lackeys immediately flattered. Then, the three of them left quietly. Just after Lu Bing and the rest left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the alley. If it was not Mulan's, who else could it be? Hee, interesting. So it's the famous trash young master of the Lu family. Looks like everyone has been fooled by you. Mulan muttered. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming gave the blood-replenishing pill to Qiu Yu. Then, he returned to his room and entered the Temple of Paragon. Then, Lu Ming swallowed the Dragon Tiger pill and started to break through the second divine pulse. The second divine pulse was even harder to break through than the first. This time, Lu Ming consumed a total of 45 level 1 middle-grade Dragon Tiger pills and spent 5 days to unlock the second divine meridian. Once the second divine pulse was broken through, Lu Ming's true qi increased by another notch. Right now, my pure true qi explosive force should be equivalent to the strength of 1 ox. An average level 1 martial warrior's true qi explosion only had the strength of 1 bull. Now, Lu Ming's true qi explosion was no weaker than a level 1 martial warrior. Now, let's continue. Then, Lu Ming started to break through the third divine pulse. The third divine pulse was also the most difficult. After spending a total of 10 days and refining 70 Dragon Tiger pills, he finally managed to open his third meridian. When the third divine pulse was broken through, Lu Ming's body lit up one by one. The 108 acupoints were like stars in the sky, emitting a dazzling light. 108 major acupoints and 12 meridians formed a complete big cycle. Surging vital energy was surging in Lu Ming's meridians. It was incomparably strong. How powerful! 3 divine veins are so much more powerful than 2 divine veins? Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. Although there was only one difference between 3 holy veins and 2 holy veins, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 meridians meant perfection. 2 meridians meant there were flaws. Lu Ming felt that he could condense a cyclone in his energy center at any time and enter the martial warrior realm. Not yet. I haven't reached the 2nd level of the true art of battle dragon. Lu Ming forcefully suppressed it. Then, he looked at the 2nd platform after the 99th step. This time, I should be able to go up, right? Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the 2nd platform. Soon, he stood on the 99th step. This was where he had been blocked the last time. On the 2nd platform, there was also a box, but it was made of bronze. Opening the box, there were 2 books and a jade box. One of the books was not made of paper, but seemed to be made of gold. There were hundreds of pages, and it felt light in his hand as if it was weightless. There were 4 words written on it: True Dragon Battle Art. Lu Ming quickly opened it and read it carefully. So this is not the 2nd level of the True Dragon Battle Art, but the complete version. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As he continued reading, the smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. According to the records, the True Dragon Battle Art he saw on the 1st platform was not the 1st level, but the beginning of the True Dragon Battle Art. It was mainly used to build the foundation and better open the 3 divine veins. And from here, the True Dragon Battle Art truly began. The True Dragon Battle Art was divided into 9 levels. The True Dragon Battle Art condensed dragon-shaped vital energy, and the vital energy cultivated was much more condensed than ordinary vital energy. According to the records, as long as one cultivated the 1st level, the vital energy would be twice as condensed as ordinary vital energy. Cultivating the 2nd level would be 3 times, and so on. If one cultivated the 9th level, the vital energy would be 10 times as condensed as ordinary vital energy. Lu Ming was ecstatic. 10 times? What kind of concept was that? It was like comparing steel and rotten wood. When steel struck, the rotten wood would be smashed into pieces. As expected of a god-level cultivation technique, it was terrifying. However, the difficulty of successfully cultivating it was no small matter. Not to mention the 9th level, even the 1st level required one to open 3 divine veins. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it successfully. No wonder the True Dragon Battle Art that he obtained on the 1st platform stated that he had to open 3 divine veins before he could cultivate the rest of the cultivation technique. This was the 1st level, and the 2nd level required a lot of materials to assist in cultivation. All of them were extremely precious materials, and some of them Lu Ming had not even heard of. Let's not worry about the rest. To be able to cultivate the 1st level, the vital energy is twice as condensed as ordinary vital energy. This is already very terrifying. A look of excitement appeared in Lu Ming's eyes as he read through the True Dragon Battle secrets in detail before picking up another book. Flowing Light Sword Art, Yellow Level Upper Level Sword Art. Once mastered, the sword light would be like flowing light, as fast as lightning. This was actually a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. One had to know that the Lu clan's martial skill was only a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. In addition, there was a jade box with the words Primary Spirit Pill written on it. The Primary Spirit Pill was a level 3 pill. It was worth at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. There was no market for it. It could quickly increase one's cultivation. It was very useful for martial masters, and even more so for martial warriors. Last time, it was the marrow cleansing pill. Now, it's the Primary Spirit Pill. Both are suitable for me. Lu Ming suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and revealed a thoughtful expression. He had a feeling that these were all arranged by someone. Otherwise, how could he be the one who applied it every time? Strange, however, he could not figure it out. Lu Ming shook his head. If he could not figure it out, then he would not think about it. Lu Ming looked at the 3rd platform. If the 1st and 2nd platforms had such valuable items, then what about the 3rd platform? There were still 99 steps leading to the 3rd platform. When Lu Ming reached the 99th step, as expected, there was a resistance that blocked his path. On the third platform, there was no box as he expected. It was empty. There was only a stone platform in the middle of the platform. He could not see what it was used for. "I'm looking forward to it." Lu Ming was very curious about the third platform and the platforms above it. However, he could not go up. Shaking his head, Lu Ming returned to the second platform and started to circulate the true dragon battle secrets. It was time to break through to the martial warrior realm. True Qi circulated through the 12 meridians and the 108 meridians lit up. The surging True Qi finally gathered in his dantian. Hoo-hoo, suddenly, a cyclone appeared in his dantian. It was spinning rapidly. The True Qi in the 12 meridians was constantly gathering towards the cyclone. At first, the cyclone was very big, like a fog. As time passed, the cyclone became smaller and more condensed. In the end, it was like a real entity that could be seen clearly. Roar, as if there was a dragon's roar, the True Qi in Lu Ming's body was like a small dragon, shuttling back and forth between the meridians and the cyclone. Lu Ming's aura became stronger by a large margin. Martial Warrior Realm, breakthrough, Lu Ming had finally reached the Martial Warrior Realm. As for the true dragon battle secrets, he had naturally cultivated to the first level. Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This breath was like a pillar of air that shot out for more than a meter before dissipating. Boom, Lu Ming stood up abruptly and threw a punch. The air was like a bomb, exploding with a loud bang and loud noises. What a strong force. How strong am I now? Is it the second or third level of martial warrior? Lu Ming had already broken through 3 meridians. He was already superior to ordinary people. Now that he had cultivated to the first level of the true dragon battle secrets, his true qi was twice as dense as ordinary true qi. Lu Ming really did not know how strong he was now. Then, Lu Ming looked at the primary spirit pill. During this period, my cultivation has increased too quickly. I need to consolidate it. It's not suitable for me to take the primary spirit pill. Moreover, there are still 18 days before the family gathering. It's enough. I'll take the primary spirit pill when it's almost time. That way, I'll have more confidence in the family gathering. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Feeling the strong power in his body, he was full of confidence. In the following time, Lu Ming consolidated his cultivation while cultivating a few martial arts techniques, especially the flowing light sword technique. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, there were only 3 days before the family gathering. However, after such a long time, Lu Ming's bloodline had yet to mature. However, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had increased. Now, it was actually comparable to a third-level bloodline. In addition to the true dragon battle secrets, Lu Ming's speed of absorbing spiritual qi was comparable to a fourth-level bloodline even if he cultivated normally. In this half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only consolidated, but it was also steadily advancing. He had already reached the peak of the first level of martial warrior. In terms of martial arts techniques, the flame dragon fist was still at the 4th level, perfection. For martial arts techniques, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to improve. Some people might not be able to cultivate a low-grade yellow rank martial arts technique to perfection in their entire life. However, the dragon snake steps had also improved and reached the 4th level, perfection. As for the flowing light sword technique, it was a high-grade yellow rank martial art and was even more difficult to cultivate. In half a month's time, with the help of the chanting, Lu Ming only managed to cultivate to the 2nd level, which was a small success. Lu Ming sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, brewed a cup of tea, and slowly drank it. After cultivating for so long, Lu Ming also wanted to relax a little before making the final push. Young master, I have good news for you." As soon as he finished his words, a pretty and charming young lady appeared before Lu Ming. However, compared to half a month ago, Mid-Autumn Moon had changed a lot. In the past half a month, Mid-Autumn Moon had been taking blood-replenishing pills and was no longer weak and skinny. Her face was as beautiful as a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. She had a charming blush, lively and delicate. Her slightly swollen chest was like a budding flower that could bloom at any time. Her slender waist, perky and round buttocks, and slender legs made her look even more slender and elegant. She was very likable. She was definitely a beauty. "What's the good news?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Young master, you only care about your own cultivation all day and don't come to see me. Let me tell you, I have already opened 4 meridians." Mid-autumn moon whispered into Lu Ming's ear. A faint fragrance entered Lu Ming's nose. It smelled very good. Poochie, however, Lu Ming was not in the mood to smell it. He spat out a mouthful of tea and his eyes almost popped out. He looked at Mid-Autumn Moon in disbelief and asked, "Autumn Moon, what did you say? You've already opened 4 meridians?" "Yes, young master, is there anything strange? Those meridians are very easy to open. I opened them in 1 hit." Mid-Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Lu Ming's mouth began to tremble. He clearly remembered that Mid-Autumn Moon had been recuperating her body for the past 10 days. It was only 3 days ago that Lu Ming passed the qi-gathering technique to Autumn Moon and taught her how to open meridians. However, in just 3 days, Mid-Autumn Moon had already opened 4 meridians. Moreover, her bloodline had not awakened and she was using the trashiest qi-gathering technique. This was simply unbelievable. Also, what did she mean by "opened them in 1 hit"? Wasn't this the rhythm of infuriating people to death? Could it be that Mid-Autumn Moon was a peerless martial arts genius? Lu Ming's heart was burning. "Ahem, nothing. Autumn Moon, can you feel the power of your bloodline?" Lu Ming coughed a few times and then asked. "For some reason, I can't feel the power of the bloodline." Autumn Moon was also a little confused. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Autumn Moon, come to my room. I'll check for you." Okay." Autumn Moon seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned slightly red. When they arrived at Lu Ming's room, the 2 of them sat on the bed. Tang Feng was going to check Autumn Moon's bloodline. Although he couldn't accurately measure the situation of the bloodline, he could at least know a little. "Young master, how do we check?" Autumn Moon seemed to be a little nervous. She fidgeted with her hands and asked softly with a blush on her face. Autumn Moon's appearance was exceptionally charming. Lu Ming's heart could not help but flutter. He revealed a trace of a mischievous smile and said, "Of course, I'll take off your clothes to check." "Ah? Take off my clothes?" Autumn Moon let out a cry of surprise. Her small face was so red that it was about to bleed. Even her ears were red. Her pair of small hands grabbed her clothes. She was obviously very nervous. "Haha, silly girl, I'm just joking with you. As long as I inject true qi into your back, it will be fine." Lu Ming laughed. Autumn Moon blushed and said, "Young master, you're so naughty. Okay, let's start." Lu Ming smiled, then stretched out his palm and placed it on Autumn Moon's back. Although there was a layer of clothes between them, he could still feel the warmth of her skin. Yu felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her body trembled and she let out a moan. Her small face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming with her big watery eyes and then quickly lowered her head. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he slowly injected true qi into Autumn Moon's spine. Then, Lu Ming's palm gently pushed up from the bottom of Autumn Moon's back to stimulate the blood vessels and check the situation. At this moment, Lu Ming's face changed. This was because he felt a strong resistance in Autumn Moon's spine, hindering his true qi. "What's going on?" Lu Ming frowned. Then, he increased the input of true qi. At this moment, there was a sudden change. Yu's spine suddenly emitted a glaring blood-red glow. Immediately after, a powerful force surged from Yu's spine and surged toward Lu Ming. This force was not something Lu Ming could resist. With a bang, Lu Ming was directly sent flying by this force and hit the wall. At this moment, the red light on Autumn Moon's spine disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. "Young master." Autumn Moon was shocked. She quickly jumped off the bed and helped Lu Ming. "I'm fine." Lu Ming got up. Other than his qi and blood surging, there was nothing else. Although the force that emerged from Autumn Moon's spine was strong, it was not lethal. "Young master, it's good that you're fine. I was scared to death just now." Autumn Moon patted her chest. Lu Ming frowned. He was sure that Autumn Moon had a blood vessel. However, it was strange that it could produce such a strong force that sent him flying. This was simply unheard of. Seeing Lu Ming frown, Autumn Moon knew that Lu Ming was worried about her blood vessel. She said softly, "Young master, if Autumn Moon can't awaken her blood vessel, then forget it." "Oh right, young master, I'll go cook for you and madam." With that, Autumn Moon opened the door and walked out. After Autumn Moon left, Lu Ming thought for a while, but he could not figure out why. He could only put it aside for the time being. He would look up the records in the future to see if there were any similar records. After the meal, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Temple of Paragon again. There were still 2 more days before the clan meeting. Lu Ming planned to take the spiritual essence pill to make the final push. The Spirit Yuan pill was a level 3 elixir. It was impossible for an ordinary person to completely refine it within 2 days. All elixirs were poisonous to some extent. All elixirs would contain impurities and toxins. One would need time to slowly refine them. However, this was not a problem for Lu Ming. After swallowing the spiritual essence pill, Lu Ming started to circulate the true dragon art. A strong suction force came from his spine and absorbed the spiritual essence pill. Then, pure energy emerged. The energy whirlpool in his energy center spun quickly and absorbed the energy. Lu Ming's cultivation was increasing rapidly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The clan meeting of the Lu family had finally arrived. "Lu Yao, Great Elder, I'll give you a big surprise." Lu Ming opened his eyes from his cultivation. He could feel the surging vital energy in his body, and the corners of his lips curled into a cold smile. He left the Temple of Paragon and came to the courtyard. "Eh? Why aren't Mother and Autumn Moon here?" Lu Ming looked around and realized that Li Ping and Autumn Moon were not around. It was impossible. Today was the clan meeting. Li Ping and Autumn Moon would definitely be waiting for him here. Hurry up and wash these clothes. After you're done, clean the toilet too." Just then, a shrill, duck-like cry came from the next room. Lu Ming and the rest used to live in the servants' room. Hence, the room next door was naturally where the servants lived and worked. "You're too much. It's fine if you want us to wash the clothes, but you want us to clean the toilet too? My wife is the wife of the patriarch. You're too much. I'm going to report you to the elders." At this moment, a delicate shout rang out. Boom, that shout was like a clap of thunder in Lu Ming's ears. Instantly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red and anger rushed to his chest. That shout was from Autumn Moon. The wife that Autumn Moon was referring to was Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. These servants actually asked Li Ping and Autumn Moon to wash the clothes and even clean the toilet? Damn it. At this moment, in the courtyard next to Lu Ming's, Li Ping and Xiao Autumn Moon were washing clothes. In front of them was a large pile of clothes, all of which were changed by the Lu family servants. In front of him stood a fat middle-aged man with a mustache. Behind him were 2 burly men with sturdy bodies. This fat man was the great elder's butler, Duan San. At this moment, Duan San sneered and stared at Xiao Autumn Moon and Li Ping. "Oh my, you want to sue me in the elder's courtyard? What nonsense. After today, Miss Lu Yao will take over the position of the head of the Lu family. By then, you will be nothing. Let me tell you, you will have to do these chores every day, so you better practice it now. You don't even think about it. My young master will not let you succeed." Xiao Autumn Moon was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Duan San and shouted. "Lu Ming, that trash. Ha ha ha, you still think that Lu Ming can save you? Stop dreaming. If it wasn't for the fact that we couldn't find him today, he would be cleaning the toilets now." Duan San let out a shrill laugh that was unpleasant to hear. His pair of small eyes emitted a lustful light as they swept over Choyu's body. He said, "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you would become so beautiful. How about this, you come to my room and serve me well. As long as you serve me well, I can consider not letting you wash the toilet. Don't even think about it." Xiao Autumn Moon's face turned pale as she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Duan San's face turned cold. "Don't even think about it? I just want to take this girl down and bring her to my room. Yes. The two strong men behind Duan San answered. No, no, I beg you, Butler Duan, let Chiu Autumn Moon go. I will do whatever you want me to do. Please let Chiu Autumn Moon go. Li Ping stood in front of Chiu Autumn Moon and looked at Duan San pleadingly. Go away. The two strong men shouted coldly. One of them waved his hand and was about to slap Li Ping. At this moment, bang, the gate of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending broken wood flying everywhere. The incident happened so suddenly that the two men also stopped. Everyone's gaze turned towards the door. A young figure strode in. Lu Ming, it's you? You came at the right time. Now go clean the toilet. Seeing that it was Lu Ming, Duan San let out a sigh of relief, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even look at Duan San. He walked over to Li Ping and asked, Mother, are you all right? Mother is fine. Ming why are you here? We'll take care of things here. Leave quickly, Li Ping said anxiously. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Mother, I'm late. From today onwards, I won't allow you to suffer such grievances. Lu Ming, you trash. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Duan San's voice came from behind him. Lu Ming slowly turned around and stared at Duan San. His eyes were incomparably cold, like the eyes of a demon from hell. The situation at the scene caused Lu Ming to feel an intense anger. It filled his chest and could explode at any time. The blazing anger turned into a cold killing intent. A cold sentence came from Lu Ming's mouth, Duan San, you deserve to die. The cold gaze caused Duan San's heart to turn cold. However, when he thought that Lu Ming was just a trash, his courage increased. He revealed a sinister expression and shouted, Lu Ming, you dare threaten me? You're courting death. Break his limbs for me. Yes. The two brawny men also revealed sinister expressions and reached out to grab Lu Ming's arm. These two brawny men were at the peak of the middle stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. Ming Li Ping turned pale with fright. Duan San sneered. Crack! Crack! The sound of two bones breaking rang out, followed by two mournful screams. Duan San's sneer froze, and Li Ping was stunned. Because the ones who screamed were two brawny men. Lu Ming only grabbed the two brawny men's wrists, and the bones in their wrists were crushed. Ah! Ah! My hands! The two brawny men screamed. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's true chi gushed out and surged into the bodies of the two burly men. The two burly men snorted and flew far away. They fell heavily on the ground and were no longer breathing. Their internal organs had been shattered by Lu Ming. At this moment, Duan San reacted and screamed, Lu Ming, you've got guts. They're the Grand Elder's men. You dare to kill them? You're courting death. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He took a step forward and punched at Duan San. With a punch, true chi gushed out and completely enveloped Duan San. This true chi was too strong. Duan San felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't use his strength as a martial warrior. He screamed hysterically, no. Bang! As soon as he said that, Lu Ming's fist landed on his stomach. Duan San screamed. His fat body was thrown out like a dead pig. He fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Ming, you destroyed my cultivation. Miss Lu Yao and the Grand Elder won't let you go. Duan San screamed in despair. Is that so? Lu Ming walked to the front of Duan San and stepped on his leg forcefully. Crack! Duan San's leg bones were broken. Duan San screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Tears and snot flowed down his face. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stared at Duan San and said, just now, you said that you would break my limbs. Now, I will break your limbs. After saying that, he stepped on Duan San's other leg, breaking his bones. My leg. Lu Ming, no, young Master Ming, I beg you, spare me. All of this was ordered by the Grand Elder and Lu Chuan. How could I dare to disobey their orders? Duan San screamed in pain. The Grand Elder and Lu Chuan? Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. Then, he kicked Duan San's arms twice in a row. Then, he turned around and walked towards Li Ping and Autumn Moon. What's your cultivation? At this time, Li Ping looked at Lu Ming with tears in her eyes. Mother, I have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. I will tell you in detail later. Let's go to the martial arts practice field now. Lu Ming said. Li Ping's face changed. Go to the martial arts practice field? The Grand Elder and Lu Yao are there. Don't be rash. Although Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly during this period of time, could he be Lu Yao's opponent? Not only did Lu Yao awaken a 5th-grade bloodline, but she also married into the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's Duanmu family. She heard that the Duanmu family had sent a lot of precious elixirs during this period of time. During this period, Lu Yao had been cultivating in seclusion. She was naturally worried about Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled confidently and said, Mother, don't worry. Lu Yao can't take the patriarch of the Lu family away. No one can. It's father's. I will kill whoever wants to touch it. Madam, don't worry. Young master can definitely do it. Autumn Moon also said. The Lu family's martial arts field was located on the east side of the Lu family mansion. It was huge and could easily accommodate 100,000 people. In the middle of the martial arts field, there was a huge platform that was 200 meters long and wide. It was made of steel and rock. On the north, east, and west of the martial arts field, there were majestic grandstands. The north grandstand was the main seat for the Lu family members. The east and west grandstands were for the other famous families in Firestorm City. At that moment, 7 white-haired old men were seated at the top of the main seats. These 7 old men were the 7 core elders of the Lu clan's elder compound. The core elders of the Lu clan's elder council were the most senior elders who were jointly elected by the Lu clan. In the end, the position was held by those who wholeheartedly served the Lu clan. Therefore, relatively speaking, it was the fairest position and would not be biased towards one branch. They put the Lu family's interests first. Further down the hall was the Lu clan's grand elder, Lu Yunxiong. Beside him was a 15-year-old girl in a snow-white dress. Her beauty was beyond compare. She was none other than Lu Yao. Congratulations, Grand Elder Lu. I heard that your daughter is extremely talented and has awakened a level 5 bloodline. Her future is limitless. The Li family's patriarch, Li Fu, congratulated the Grand Elder. You're welcome. The Grand Elder replied casually. Following that, some of Firestorm City's local families and famous figures walked over to congratulate the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded casually in response. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, the roars of beasts could be heard from the street. It was as if thousands of beasts were charging at the same time. Soon, dozens of 2-meter-tall and 4-meter-long blood-red tigers appeared in front of the crowd. Sitting on top of each tiger was a figure wearing a fiery red robe. A powerful fiendish aura, as well as a scorching aura, filled the entire area. The red flaming tigers are from the White Tiger Hall, one of the 5 halls of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Are they from the Duanmu family? The crowd exclaimed. The White Tiger Hall sent people here. Are they here to recruit Lu Yao as their disciple? Someone guessed. The first elder stood up with a swoosh and walked down from the spectator stand. His face was filled with excitement as he cupped his fists and said, The Mystic Essence Sword sect's White Tiger Hall has honored guests. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Haha, Grand Elder, you're too polite. I'm the deacon of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's White Tiger Hall, Duanmu Qing. I'm here to congratulate Lu Yao on taking charge of the Lu family and officially recruit her as a disciple of the White Tiger Hall. A red flaming tiger, a middle-aged man in red flaming tiger hall. Emissary, you are too polite. Please take a seat. The first elder said with a beaming face. Duanmu Qing faintly smiled and brought 2 people off the scarlet flame tiger to the main seat. The others stopped the scarlet flame tiger on the side. Looks like Lu Yao's talent is really terrifying. There are still 2 months before the Mystic Essence Sword sect officially recruits disciples. Normally, people would take the initiative to go to the Mystic Essence Sword sect and go through various tests. Only those who pass the tests can join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Isn't that so? It's said that Lu Yao has caught the eye of a genius from the Mystic Essence Sword sect's Duanmu clan. Her future is limitless. The Lu family has a genius. She's even more talented than Lu Yuntian. All around, everyone was discussing excitedly. Ka, at this moment, a loud bird cry rang out in the sky. It was incomparably sharp and resounded through the sky. Even from far away, it could be heard clearly. The crowd involuntarily looked in that direction. Then, their pupils involuntarily shrank. It was a gigantic goshawk. Its entire body was snow-white, and it was incomparably huge. When it spread its wings, it was at least 50 meters wide. Its claws were as sharp as knives and its eyes were sharp. When it looked at the crowd, they felt a chill down their spines. There were a few people on the eagle's back. Snowy Night Eagle. It's the Snowy Night Eagle from the Mystic Essence Sword sect's Vermilion Bird Hall. Someone from the Vermilion Bird Hall is here too. The crowd exclaimed. I'm Lu Qian from the Mystic Essence Sword sect's Vermilion Bird Hall. I'm here to represent the Vermilion Bird Hall to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple. On the snowy night, a young woman in her 30s with a graceful figure spoke up. Hiss, suddenly, a giant flying snake flew over from afar. It was filled with a murderous aura. Haha, Duanmu Qing, Lu Qian, the White Tiger Hall and Vermilion Bird Hall are here quickly. Tai Zhong from the Azure Dragon Hall of the Mystic Essence Sword sect would like to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. Daoshi from the Black Tortoise Hall of the Mystic Essence Sword sect would like to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. Following that, another voice sounded. The empire that Lu Ming was in was called the Burning Sun Empire. The Burning Sun Empire had a vast territory. Windy Fire City was only a small city in the vast Burning Sun Empire. There were no less than 10,000 cities in the Burning Sun Empire. There were 5 major sects in the Burning Sun Empire. These 5 sects were located in the north, south, east, and west of the Burning Sun Empire. They ruled the huge Burning Sun Empire. The Mystic Essence Sword sect occupied the eastern part of the Burning Sun Empire. Firestorm City was located in the eastern part of the Burning Sun Empire. It was under the jurisdiction of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect had 5 halls. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin. The Duanmu clan was one of the major clans of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's White Tiger Hall. Although they were from the same sect, the 5 halls would compete with each other. There was no lack of open and covert competition between the 5 halls. Therefore, when there was a genius, they would naturally want to recruit them to their respective halls. The arrival of 4 batches of people caused a commotion. Oh my god, 4 of the 5 halls of the Mystic Essence Sword sect are here. They all want to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. This is unbelievable. Yeah, the Mystic Essence Sword sect has almost 2,000 cities. The 5 halls rarely take the initiative to recruit someone as a disciple. This time, 4 halls have appeared. Amazing, amazing. The people around them were discussing excitedly. If the White Tiger Hall had sent people to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple, it would be fine because Lu Yao had a marriage alliance with the genius of the Duanmu clan. But now, the other 3 halls had sent people to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple. This could only mean that Lu Yao's talent was too good. It had alarmed the other halls. The fact that the 4 halls of the Mystic Essence Sword sect wanted to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple made her shine even brighter. Emissaries, please take a seat. The first elder quickly invited the 3 halls to take a seat. He was smiling so widely that he could not close his mouth. He was truly overjoyed. He had expected the White Tiger Hall to come, but he had not expected the other 3 halls to come. Unknowingly, this had given him even more face. Yaoer, this is all because of you. The first elder clenched his fists and muttered to himself. He knew that the 4 halls had sent people here because of Lu Yao, his daughter. At this moment, he sighed. His 3 years of hard work had not been in vain. It was all worth it. Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, Black Tortoise Hall, what are you doing here? Lu Yao is from my White Tiger Hall. You want to recruit her? Duanmu Qing looked at the emissaries of the other 3 halls with an ugly expression. Haha, Duanmu Qing, I know that Lu Yao and Duan Mulin of your White Tiger Hall have a marriage alliance. Even so, Miss Lu Yao doesn't have to choose the White Tiger Hall. She belongs to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It's the same if she chooses the other halls. It's just a matter of whether she's suitable or not. Tai Zhong of the Azure Dragon Hall laughed. Humph, I think you're going to make a wasted trip this time. Duan Muqing snorted coldly. The first elder was even more excited. The Lu family gathering had not started yet and the four halls were already trying to recruit Lu Yao. This made his face red with excitement. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. A graceful figure walked over and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hall Master Mu, I didn't expect you to come too. Please take a seat. The first elder quickly welcomed her. The person who came was the Hall Master of the Spiritual Medicine Hall, Mulin's. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was behind the Spiritual Medicine Hall. The first elder naturally did not dare to be disrespectful. Martial Aunt Mu, you're here too. Lu Qian of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. This made many people surprised. One after another, they guessed that Mu Lan's status in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was not ordinary. Lu Qian was more than 30 years old, yet she still called Mulan martial uncle. Yes, I'm here to watch the show. Mulan smiled and sat down beside Lu Qian. Why is she here? The people of the other three halls were shocked. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked up to the platform in the middle of the arena. He was the head of the second branch of the Lu clan, and also the second elder of the Lu clan, Lu Yunfeng. It's our great honor to have the Mystic Essence Sword sect's emissaries here for today's clan meeting. Lu Yunfeng started off with a series of pleasantries. Then, he changed the topic and said, therefore, the young disciples of the Lu clan must perform well today. Show me what you've got. Who knows? Maybe you'll be recommended into the Mystic Essence Sword sect. As soon as Lu Yunfeng finished speaking, the young disciples of the Lu clan started to breathe heavily. They rubbed their palms together and were ready to fight. Normally, the Mystic Essence Sword sect would only start recruiting disciples 2 months later. However, at that time, the geniuses from almost 2,000 cities in the east of the Sun Empire would compete together. The chances of success were too low. However, if they were chosen by the emissaries and were recommended to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect, they would definitely soar. On the main seat, the emissaries smiled and did not refute. This made the eyes of the young disciples of the Lu clan even brighter. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lu Yunfeng's face lit up. He started to announce, alright, the clan meeting will now officially begin. This time, the clan meeting will be divided into 3 steps. The first step is to test your perseverance, the second step is to check your pulse, and the third step is to compete. As everyone knows, the path of martial arts is filled with hardships and tribulations. So without a strong willpower, it's impossible to walk far. Now, all of you who want to participate in the clan meeting, come up and take the first step, climb the stairway of flames. As soon as he finished speaking, the young disciples of the Lu clan all walked up to the platform. These were the young disciples of the Lu clan. There were both males and females, but none of them were over 18 years old. At this moment, Lu Yao stood up on the main platform. Instantly, everyone's eyes were on her. Lu Yao was wearing a long white dress. Her body was slim and her skin was as white as jade. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Some busybodies once called Lu Yao the #1 beauty of Firestorm City. It was not an exaggeration. She walked gracefully towards the main stage, towards the middle of the martial arts practice field. Peerless beauty! Many people exclaimed. Not only was Lu Yao's beauty outstanding, her talent was also unparalleled. I heard that before Lu Yao awakened her bloodline, she had already opened 9 meridians. After awakening her 5th rank bloodline, she immediately opened a divine meridian. Now she's even more unfathomable. If I could marry such a heavenly genius, I would have no regrets in my life. I heard that Lu Yao has already married the peerless genius of the White Tiger Hall's Duanmu clan, Duan Mulin. Perhaps only a genius like Duan Mulin is worthy of Lu Yao? I heard that Lu Ming and Lu Yao from the main bloodline of the Lu family were very close. I thought they were a couple. How can that trash be worthy of Miss Lu Yao? That's like a fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Fortunately, they didn't end up together. Otherwise, the heavens would be too unfair. Many people were discussing. In the crowd, Lu Ming heard this and smiled faintly. He would shut these people up soon. After a while, Lu Yao stepped onto the battle stage. Just by standing there casually, the other disciples of the Lu clan beside her paled in comparison. On the main stage, the envoys of the 4 great academies all looked at Lu Yao. After all, they were all here for Lu Yao. At this moment, more than 30 young men and women from the 7 bloodlines of the Lu clan had already stepped onto the battle stage. Is there anyone else? The second elder asked loudly. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd and walked towards the battle stage step by step. Lu Ming? Seeing this figure, many people were stunned. Isn't that the trash from the main bloodline of the Lu clan, Lu Ming? Why? Is he also participating in the Lu clan meetings test? Many people were surprised. On the main seat, the first elder's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect Lu Ming to really dare to come. The 7 core elders of the Lu clan sitting at the top were also curious and surprised. Ming-er. In the crowd, Li Ping and Qiu Moon held hands tightly. In the battle stage, Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming and frowned. Lu Ming, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. Get down. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He just looked at Lu Yao. This was the first time Lu Ming saw Lu Yao after his bloodline was taken away. However, the woman in front of him, who used to be deeply in love with him, could no longer make him feel the slightest bit of warmth. There was only coldness in his eyes. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lu Yao shook her head and said, Lu Ming, I know that as the successor of the main bloodline, you feel indignant that I have to inherit the position of the family head. However, you should be clear of your own qualifications. The position of the family head belongs to the capable. You and I are too far apart. There is an insurmountable gap between us. You and I are destined to be from different worlds. My world has just begun. You are destined to be mediocre. Everything about you is over. Is that so? You are really confident. However, you are right about one thing. We are indeed from different worlds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, he stood aside and ignored Lu Yao. He didn't come here to waste his breath. He came here today to speak with his actions. Lu Ming. On the main stage, the great elder shouted coldly. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the great elder. He wanted to see what this old man had to say. Lu Ming, you were born weak and sickly. You can't condense your true energy. Yao Er is kind. She accompanied you every day because you are the successor of the main bloodline. She encouraged you and wanted you to be motivated. If you could awaken your father's bloodline, you could also inherit the patriarch position. Unfortunately, you can't even awaken your bloodline. Naturally, you can't inherit the patriarch position. Yao Er just awakened her 5th grade bloodline. She also received the favor of the Duanmu clan's genius, who wants to marry her. Yet you harbor hatred in your heart. Not only do you not care about Yao Er's kindness to you, you also have improper thoughts about her. You even want to destroy the marriage between Yao Er and the Duanmu clan. You are simply despicable. Fine. Since you are the successor of the main bloodline and Brother Yuntian's only son, I can let bygones be bygones. Now, get down. The great elder said indifferently. What? This Lu Ming is actually so despicable? Miss Lu Yao accompanied him for several years in order to take care of him. How could he be so deranged as to bite the hand that feeds him? Despicable. No wonder this trash is trash. When the surrounding people heard the great elder's words, they all glared at Lu Ming. Lu Yunxiong, you. Don't talk nonsense. In the crowd, Li Ping was trembling with anger. She pointed at the great elder and shouted. Mother, there is no need to fight with such a person. Lu Ming said to Li Ping. The great elder was simply despicable. Obviously, they were the ones who were despicable and shameless. They had schemed against Lu Ming for 3 years and seized his bloodline. But now, they were twisting the truth and slandering Lu Ming for having ill intentions toward Lu Yao. They even said that he wanted to destroy the marriage alliance between Lu Yao and the Duanmu family. Lu Ming was too lazy to say anything to such a person. The truth would be revealed soon. How could there be such a person? This is simply despicable. Such a trash who can't even awaken his bloodline. What's the point of letting him stay on the stage? Get off the stage. Duan Muqing harumphed coldly. Who do you think you are? What does the Lu clan's meeting have to do with you? Lu Ming gave Duan Muqing a sideways glance, not giving him any face. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Duan Muqing was enraged. He stood up with cold-killing intent. Lu Ming, you trash. How dare you offend the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's White Tiger clan's envoy? The Great Elder also pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. What does it have to do with me? Lu Yunxiong, today is the Lu clan's meeting. Are you trying to help an outsider against me, the successor of the Lu clan's main bloodline? Do you think the core elders are just decorations? Lu Ming gave Duan Muqing and the Great Elder a sideways glance. His words were clear and loud. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too bold. How dare he offend the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's envoy? You. The Great Elder's face turned red. Yunxiong, Duan Muqing, since Lu Ming is young and ignorant, let's forget about this matter. As expected, one of the core elders of the Lu clan spoke. They would not side with anyone and would only protect the interests of the Lu clan. They would even protect the interests of the main bloodline. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much resources to help Lu Ming awaken his bloodline. That's right, Duan Muqing. Why are you arguing with a junior? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Mullins glanced at Duan Muqing and said indifferently. Humph. Duan Muqing harumphed coldly. However, he seemed to be afraid of Mullins. He did not say anything and sat down with an ugly expression. The Great Elder also sat down with a pale face. Lu Ming, let's see how you will die when Yaoer takes over the Lu clan. The Great Elder's eyes were gloomy. Alright, the Lu clan did not say that those who have not awakened their bloodline cannot participate in the meeting. Lu Ming can participate. Let's begin. Alright, let's begin the test of perseverance, Lu Yunfeng announced. On the left side of the platform, there was a staircase made of jade. There were a total of 9 steps, and that was the staircase of flames. The Lu family had spent a large sum of money to hire an inscription master to refine it. There were strange inscriptions carved on it, and it was very mysterious. As long as one walked up, the inscriptions on the staircase would be activated and emit a scorching aura that enveloped the person who walked up. When one was on the staircase, it was as if one was in flames and had to endure the pain and torture of being burned by the flames. Even though it was not real flames, it was no different from being in real flames. Moreover, each of the 9 staircases was hotter than the last. The test this time was to see who could spend the longest time at the top of the stairs and who could climb the highest step. The higher the staircase, the longer the duration, the stronger the willpower. I'll go first. A disciple of the Lu family who was about 16 years old was the first to walk up the staircase of flames. When he stepped on the staircase, the entire staircase of flames immediately shone brightly. It flickered with a fiery red light. The young man's expression changed drastically, and he seemed to be in pain. However, he gritted his teeth and took another step onto the second staircase. Then, he stepped onto the third. When he reached there, he stopped and began to resist the pain of being burned by the flames. However, in just 10 breaths, his body began to tremble, and his face turned pale. His expression was ferocious. It was obvious that he was in great pain. After another 10 breaths of time, he let out a loud cry. He could no longer resist and jumped down the stairway of flames. Luli, 3rd staircase, 20 breaths. Lu Yunfeng announced. Following that, the disciples of the Lu family went up one by one to take the test. However, most of them were on the 3rd and 4th staircases. They only lasted for about 20 to 30 breaths. Let me try. Lu Chuan walked out and glanced at Lu Ming. He sneered and stepped onto the staircase. He was very fast and did not stop at all. He directly stepped onto the 5th staircase. Then, he stopped on the 5th staircase and stayed there for a total of 52 breaths. That made everyone exclaim in surprise. As expected of Lu Yao's brother. Her talent is unparalleled, and her brother is not bad either. He can actually stay on the 5th staircase for 52 breaths. Duan Muqin praised. Haha, you flatter me, emissary Duanmu. The Grand Elder laughed loudly. Lu Chuan smiled smugly. Afterward, the test continued. Quite a few people had pretty good willpower, and 2 of them were not weaker than Lu Chuan. One of them stayed on the 5th step for 52 breaths, while the other stayed on the 5th step for 55 breaths. However, no one dared to step onto the 6th step. Soon, only Lu Yao and Lu Ming were left on the platform. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Ming and walked towards the stairway of flames. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Yao. Lu Yao had too many halos around her. Everyone wanted to see how strong her willpower was. Even if one's talent was high, one's willpower might not be strong. Lu Yao lifted her foot and stepped onto the 1st step. Then, she stepped onto the 2nd step. One step after another, he did not stop at all. In one breath, he reached the 6th step. The 6th step. He had already surpassed all the previous people. Everyone held their breaths and watched seriously. However, Lu Yao did not stop. She took another step and stepped onto the 7th step. Lu Yao actually managed to reach the 7th step. How amazing! Let's see how long she can last. Everyone guessed. But soon, they got the answer. 86 breaths. Lu Yao stayed on the 7th step for a full 86 breaths of time before she jumped down. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect Lu Yao to not only be talented, but also have such strong willpower. She's really a genius. Isn't that so? That's the 7th step. The previous steps can't be compared to it. Everyone was talking about it. Lu Yao looked calm as if she had done something insignificant. She turned around and walked to the side. When she walked past Lu Ming, there was contempt in her eyes. Did you see that? That's the difference between you and me. Her soft voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Is that so? You have to remember this. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he walked toward the stairs of flames. You're overestimating yourself. The Grand Elder sneered. How many steps do you think Lu Ming can reach? On the platform, Lu Chuan smiled and asked the other young people. In my opinion, he can reach the 2nd step at most. I don't think he can last more than 10 breaths on the 2nd step. The other young people laughed. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the smiles on their faces froze and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming had already reached the 3rd step. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He continued on to the 4th step. Then, it was the 5th step, the 6th step. When Lu Ming reached the 7th step, he still didn't stop. He took another step and reached the 8th step. However, that wasn't the end of Lu Ming's journey. At that moment, he lifted his foot and took another step. Everyone's hearts seemed to be in suspense when Lu Ming took that step. Then, they fell heavily when Lu Ming stepped on the 9th step. Then, there was a violent uproar. God, Lu Ming actually stepped on the 9th step. Is there a mistake? So what if he steps on it? Whether he can hold on or not is the most important thing. If he can't hold on and comes down in less than a breath, that'll be embarrassing. The Grand Elder said coldly, he's overestimating himself. It'll be fun if he can't bear the pain and his mind collapses. He'll become an idiot. Young master. Below the platform, Li Ping and Qiu Autumn Moon clenched their fists. They were sweating and their eyes were filled with worry. However, slowly, the discussion on the platform became softer. That was because 10 breaths had passed. Lu Ming actually stood on the 9th step for 10 breaths and didn't come down. Obviously, 10 breaths was just the beginning. Time passed slowly. 20 breaths, 30 breaths, soon, more than 100 breaths had passed. However, Lu Ming was still on the platform. He was tall and slender, standing on the 9th step like a sharp sword. The entire place was silent. I think his mind has collapsed. Could he have died on the platform? The Grand Elder said coldly. However, at that moment, Lu Ming smiled and said, Lu Yao, you're right. This is the difference between you and me. His words were like a slap to the Grand Elder's face. It was also a slap to Lu Yao's face. Lu Yao was the one who said this to Lu Ming earlier. Now, Lu Ming returned the words to her with the truth. Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming on the fiery steps and her eyes flickered. However, she soon calmed down and said, Lu Ming, you've been a piece of trash your whole life and have been looked down upon by others. However, you've trained your mind well and you're quite resilient. However, on the path of martial arts, willpower is only the foundation. Talent is the most important. Now, I'll show you the true difference between us. Everyone was enlightened after hearing those words. It made sense. Lu Ming was a piece of trash and had been mocked for years. It was normal for him to have a firm mind. I see. Duan Muqing sneered. Is that really the case? A strange smile appeared on Mulan's face. She was looking forward to seeing the expressions of Duan Muqing and the Grand Elder when they saw Lu Ming's performance. On the stairs, Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He smiled faintly and walked down the fiery steps as if he was taking a stroll. Alright, the first round is over. Let's begin the second round. Take your pulse and bring them up to the altar. The second elder announced. It was easy to check one's pulse. One only needed to place one's palm on the altar and infuse one's true qi into it. The altar would react. The altar would estimate one's potential based on the density of one's true qi, the density of one's acupoints, and the toughness of one's meridians. Stars would light up accordingly. The greater the potential, the more stars there would be. The highest was 9 stars. Above the 9 stars was a rainbow. Only when one's divine meridians were unlocked would a rainbow appear. A rainbow would appear when a divine meridian was unlocked. Alright, let's begin, the second elder announced. One by one, the young men and women stepped forward. Most of them had 4 stars, 5 stars, and so on. It was only when Lu Chuan stepped forward that 7 stars lit up on the altar. 7 stars. That's not bad. He can join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Duan Muqing nodded. Not bad. With such talent, he can pass all the tests in the Mystic Essence Sword sect and become a disciple of the sect. Tai Zhong from the Azure Dragon Institute said. The pulse examination continued. Following which, 2 7-star potential patients appeared. There was even an 8-star potential patient. This caused a wave of exclamations. Those who had 7 stars had more than just unlocked 9 meridians. Even the first divine meridian had unlocked a few major acupoints. It was not difficult for many geniuses to reach the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm. However, after reaching the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm, they would stop for a long time to unlock their divine meridian. Many people could not unlock a complete divine meridian, but unlocking a few major acupoints on the divine meridian would increase their potential. Every time a major acupoint was unlocked, one's potential would increase. However, none of the disciples of the Lu clan had unlocked a complete divine meridian. Soon, only Lu Yao and Lu Ming were left. Lu Ming, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Look at our potential and see how big the difference is. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Ming nonchalantly and walked toward the altar. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Yao again. Lu Yao had awakened a level 5 bloodline. They had heard that she had unlocked a divine meridian. After that, she went into seclusion for 2 months. What level would she be at now? Everyone was looking forward to it. As for Lu Ming, he was just a good-for-nothing with a decent willpower, so no one took him seriously. Lu Yao stretched out her jade-like hand and placed it on the altar. A fiery red true qi was injected into the altar. Wang, the altar shook. Then, 1 star after another began to condense in the sky above it. 1, 2, soon, the number of stars on the altar reached 6. But it didn't stop. Immediately, the 7th star was formed, followed by the 8th, the 9th. When the 9 stars gathered together, they formed a long rainbow that soared into the sky. Rainbow pierces the sun, this represented a complete divine vein. However, that wasn't the end. Following that, a second streak of light soared into the sky. At the same time, specks of light began to shine from Lu Yao's body. That was the acupoint that she had opened. All 81 major acupoints lit up, then 82, 83, in the end, a total of 99 light spots shone out. The 99 light dots represented that Lu Yao had opened 99 major acupoints and 2 divine veins. Everyone in the spectator stand stood up and looked at Lu Yao in shock, including the 7 core elders of the Lu family and the envoys of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Even Mulan's eyes were filled with amazement. Lu Yao stood in front of the altar in a snow-white dress. 99 light spots shone on her body. On the altar, 2 streaks of light pierced the sun. She looked like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. She was elegant, pure, and pure. Not far away, Lu Ming seemed very small and insignificant. Ha ha ha. The first elder couldn't help but laugh. Monster, she's really a monster. With Lu Yao and the Lu family, they're going to soar in the future. No other force in Firestorm City can compete with them. That's right, such a monster. No wonder the peerless genius of the Duanmu family is engaged to Lu Yao. I heard that Duanmu Lin has also opened 2 divine veins. With the 2 of them working together, they're a perfect match. Firestorm City will have another story to tell. No wonder the 7 core elders of the Lu family let Lu Yao take charge of the Lu family. It's a pity that such a genius doesn't take charge of the Lu family. If it were me, I would have already given up the position of patriarch. Of course. I heard that she has opened 2 divine veins and has the potential to become a martial king. How terrifying. Could it be that Firestorm City will give birth to a martial king in the future? Around them, some of the small families and forces in Firestorm City were discussing. Miss Lu Yao, if you join the Black Tortoise Institute, we're willing to provide you with Earth-level cultivation techniques and Earth-level martial skills. You'll be promoted to a silver disciple. Gaosher from the Black Tortoise Institute stood up excitedly and threw an olive branch to Lu Yao. Miss Lu Yao, if you join the Azure Dragon Institute, not only will we provide you with Earth-level cultivation techniques and martial skills, you'll be promoted to a silver disciple. We'll also find a silver-gowned elder to be your master and teach you how to cultivate. Tai Zhong from the Azure Dragon Institute did not want to be left behind. He threw out an even more attractive offer. What are you doing? Miss Lu Yao is already married to a genius from the White Tiger Institute. She should join the White Tiger Institute. Furthermore, the offer from the White Tiger Institute will definitely be better than yours. Duan Muqing looked at Gaosher and Tai Zhong unhappily and said loudly. She had opened 2 divine veins with a rank 5 bloodline. She had the potential to become a martial king in the future. Although it was only a possibility, such a genius was worthy of being nurtured by a sect. Naturally, they would want to recruit her into their own institute. Miss Lu Yao, Lu Qian from the Vermilion Bird Institute was about to speak, but she was stopped by Mulan's. Wait, let's see. Mulan's had a strange smile on her face. Martial Uncle Mu. Lu Qian was a little anxious. If she didn't open her mouth at this time and didn't offer any conditions, Lu Yao's chances of choosing the Vermilion Bird Courtyard would be very slim. She didn't know why Mulan wanted to stop her, but Mulan's identity was no small matter. Since she had spoken, Lu Qian was helpless and could only watch anxiously. The surrounding crowd gasped and revealed an extremely envious expression at the same time. For the sake of a single person, several great academies had offered generous terms. How glorious was this! If it were them, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. At that instant, Lu Yao withdrew her qi. The 2 rays of light disappeared together with the light dots on her body. She walked toward Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, do you see it now? The difference between you and me is like the distance between the heavens and the earth. We will never cross paths. Do you still have the courage to challenge me now? After saying this, Lu Yao was about to leave the ring. You only opened 2 divine veins, is that impressive? Lu Ming's disdainful voice could be heard. What? Lu Yao paused and turned around. Lu Ming strode to the front of the altar. Haha, Lu Ming, you were born with a weak body and blocked meridians. Now you want to check your pulse? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Lu Chuan sneered. Haha, Lu Ming is right. Lu Ming, you should go down. You have participated in the first round and your willpower is good enough. You don't need to continue. Later, you will not be the only one who will lose face, but the whole Lu families. On the main stage, the Great Elder also spoke. Lu Yunxiong, as the Great Elder, you repeatedly obstructed Junior from taking the test. I think you are the one who will lose face. Lu Ming retorted. Lu Ming, how dare you talk to me like this? You are offending your superior. The first elder's embarrassment turned into anger as he berated loudly. However, Lu Ming turned around and didn't bother to look at him. Then, Lu Ming pressed his hand on the altar and injected true qi. Above the altar, a light shone and a star appeared. Lu Ming, this trash. Did he cultivate true qi? He can actually form a star? Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yao's beautiful eyes flickered. She was also surprised. This guy defeated me with a punch last time. I am afraid he is not that simple. Lu Bing, who was beside Lu Chuan, looked at him seriously. Just then, the light shone again on the altar and another star appeared. However, this was only the beginning. Following that, more and more stars began to condense on the altar. 2, 3, 8, 9, soon, 9 stars appeared above the altar. How can this be? Isn't Lu Ming a trash with blocked meridians? How can he cultivate true qi? Gosh, he can really cultivate true qi and he has 9 stars. 9 stars is already very shocking. Other than Lu Yao, no one in the Lu family has the potential to cultivate true qi. On the stage, Lu Yao's eyes narrowed. She was in disbelief. Lu Ming's bloodline was taken away by her. How could he cultivate true qi and have the potential to cultivate true qi? She couldn't figure it out. Lu Yao, can't you figure it out? Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you. Lu Ming said to Lu Yao. It is just 9 stars. It is nothing in front of a real genius. Lu Yao calmed down quickly and said disdainfully. Is that so? What about this? The 9 stars above the altar gathered together and a rainbow shot up into the sky. Rainbow piercing the sun appeared again. Involuntarily, everyone on the scene stood up one by one. Ming-er. In the crowd, Li Ping and Qiu Autumn Moon clenched their fists and trembled with tears in their eyes. Previously, she only knew that Lu Ming could cultivate true qi, but she never expected that Lu Ming had such great potential. All of a sudden, she felt that all the hardships she had suffered over the years had not been in vain. All the tiredness she had endured had not been in vain. Impossible. This is impossible. On the main stage, the first elder exclaimed. How could this be? On the other side, Li Fu's eyes almost popped out. This is impossible? Then let's continue. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Buzz. Buzz, the altar shook twice, and 2 rainbows shot up into the sky. At the same time, light spots lit up on Lu Ming's body one after another. 81, 90, 99, and finally, 108. Silence. Complete silence. The crowd suddenly quieted down. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. It was as if everyone had forgotten to breathe at this moment. There was only a gentle breeze that brought a little sound. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets and their mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. 3 rainbows meant that all 108 meridians had been opened. This meant that Lu Ming had opened 3 divine meridians. The difference between opening 2 divine meridians and opening 3 divine meridians was only 1 divine meridians. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. 3 divine meridians meant perfection. In the Burning Sun Empire, although not many people could open 2 divine meridians in each generation, there were always some. However, there were very few people who could open 3 divine meridians. Sometimes, there might not even be one in a generation. At this moment, Lu Yao's 2 divine meridians paled in comparison to Lu Ming's 3 sky meridians. One was perfection, and the other was imperfection. There was no comparison. Yuntian, did you see that? Our Ming-er has finally grown up. Li Ping looked at Lu Ming's tenacious figure as tears streamed down her face. The sleeping lion has awakened. A genius has been born, Mulan said softly. At the side, Lu Qian opened her eyes wide. At this moment, she suddenly realized why Mulan stopped her from inviting Lu Yao. It turned out that it was because of this person, Lu Ming. On the main stage, the 7 core elders were trembling as they looked at Lu Ming. Young master, the young master has actually opened 3 divine veins. The heavens have eyes. One of the white-haired core elders even shed tears. No, this is impossible. How can he open 3 divine veins without a bloodline? The great elder roared, unable to accept this reality. Impossible. Lu Ming, impossible. You trash, how is this possible? Lu Yao couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. Lu Ming, do you see it now? The difference between you and me is like heaven and earth. We will never cross paths. Do you still have the courage to challenge me now? This was what she said to Lu Ming just now. But now, it was so funny. It was like 2 tight slaps on her face. Nothing is impossible. Lu Yao, let me tell you. Your so-called talent, your so-called reliance, is just a joke in my eyes. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao. This woman that he once loved deeply had no feelings for her now. Lu Ming, what are you so proud of? You're just trash who can't awaken your bloodline. I don't know what kind of opportunity you had to open 3 divine veins, but it's a fact that you can't awaken your bloodline. Ha ha ha. Lu Yao screamed hysterically. Lu Yao, your current appearance truly resembles that of a shrew cursing on the streets. Right now, I formally challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you can scram out of the Lu clan. The 108 light spots on Lu Ming's body were extremely dazzling. His eyes were shining with cold battle intent. His voice resounded throughout the area. Lu Ming's willpower test and pulse examination had shocked everyone. Now, he wanted to challenge Lu Yao, which shocked everyone once again. Lu Yao, do you dare to fight with me? Lu Ming stared at Lu Yao with bright eyes. Alright, Lu Ming, I'll fight with you. I want everyone to understand that you were merely lucky and had a fortuitous encounter that allowed you to unlock 3 divine meridians. However, a martial artist's combat skills and martial arts techniques depend on talent and comprehension. I'll show you your true colors now and let everyone know that you're still a good-for-nothing in front of me. Lu Yao seemed to have calmed down and regained her confidence. So what if you have a strong willpower? So what if you've opened 3 divine veins? A martial artist's strength ultimately depended on their fighting strength. She wanted to completely trample on Lu Ming's dignity with her fighting strength and make him unable to recover from this setback. The surrounding crowd's eyes flickered thoughtfully. This was also the reason why the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Great Sex didn't invite Lu Ming after he had shown great talent in the first 2 tests. Firstly, Lu Ming's bloodline couldn't be awakened. Secondly, opening the meridians could indeed rely on external forces, but it couldn't decide everything. Therefore, in their hearts, Lu Yao was naturally more important. You're talking so much nonsense. Be careful that you don't end up slapping your own face. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and replied indifferently. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. My sister doesn't need to deal with you. I'll teach you a lesson. On the platform, Lu Chuan strode forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and said, Lu Chuan, even if you didn't look for me, I would have looked for you. Now, I'll deal with you first. It's the same. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're really arrogant now. But let me tell you, fighting on the platform isn't child's play. There will be blood. If I accidentally cripple you or even kill you, don't blame me then. Lu Chuan sneered and looked at Lu Yunfeng and the main seat. Chuaner, you're right. Fighting isn't child's play. Since we're going to fight, there will naturally be injuries. It's inevitable. Go ahead, the first elder said loudly with a cold light in his eyes. The 7 core elders looked at each other and nodded. They didn't object. Seeing this, Lu Yunfeng announced, alright, since the 2nd round is over, let's enter the 3rd round. Try your best, but don't harm your lives. Lu Chuan smiled proudly and said, Lu Ming, it's too late for you to regret now. Lu Ming smiled meaningfully and said, is that so? Lu Ming, how many moves do you think you can take from me? 1 move or 2? Lu Chuan mocked. 1 move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha ha ha, you know your limits. You know you can only take 1 move from me. Lu Chuan laughed. No, I mean, I'll defeat you in one move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Defeat Lu Chuan in one move. The audience was in an uproar. They looked at Lu Ming as if he was crazy. One move, Lu Ming said he could defeat Lu Chuan in one move. Was he crazy? One must know that Lu Chuan had awakened a rank 2 bloodline and had even reached the 3rd rank of the martial warrior realm. Even if Lu Ming had opened 3 divine veins, he wouldn't be Lu Chuan's opponent, let alone in one move. Defeat me in one move? Lu Bing's face darkened and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He said, Lu Ming, if I don't cripple you today, my name isn't Lu Chuan. Boom, Lu Chuan's aura erupted and his body shone with light. The aura of a 3rd-grade martial warrior was undoubtedly revealed. Lu Ming, die. Lu Chuan hollered and took the initiative to attack. He punched Lu Ming. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming in one move. Just as Lu Bing was about to close in on Lu Ming took a step forward. The floor rumbled as a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. Boom, Lu Ming also threw out a punch, but this punch was faster than Lu Chuan's. It was as fast as lightning. Bang, Lu Ming's fist landed squarely on Lu Chuan's dantian, and a violent force gushed out. Bang, Lu Bing was instantly sent flying 4 to 5 meters away. He landed heavily on the ground, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Ah! Ah! My dantian, my cultivation! Lu Ming, you actually crippled my cultivation. Following that, Lu Chuan let out a blood-curdling scream. Silence, the scene was silent, and everyone's gaze was fixed on this moment. Lu Ming crippled Lu Chuan in one move, unbelievable. Boom, on the main seat, the first elder suddenly stood up, and a cold murderous aura burst out. He stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression and roared, Lu Ming, you bastard, what did you do? What did you do? How dare you cripple Chuaner's cultivation? I'm going to grind your bones to dust. After saying that, the first elder jumped down from the main seat and pounced on Lu Ming like a cannonball. Lu Yunxiong, what are you trying to do? On the stage, Lu Yunfeng's eyes turned cold. He threw out a palm and exchanged a blow with the first elder. Lu Yunfeng's body trembled, and he retreated 5 steps. On the other hand, the first elder only retreated 3 steps. Lu Yunfeng, you dare to stop me? The first elder roared. Lu Yunxiong, this is the clan meeting. What are you trying to do? Are you going against the clan rules? Lu Yunfeng did not back down. The first elder and second elder had always been at odds. The conflict between the 2 factions had been going on for a long time. Lu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't let the first elder have his way so easily. Lu Yunxiong, stand down. On the main seat, a core elder shouted. The first elder's face was incomparably ferocious as he said to the core elders, Elders, look. Lu Ming is so vicious. He actually crippled Chuaner's cultivation. We must punish him severely. Severe punishment? Lu Yunxiong, are you here to be funny? Lu Ming sneered and said, just now, it was Lu Chuan who wanted to cripple my cultivation first. Don't tell me I can't fight back? Moreover, injuries are inevitable in a martial arts competition. You said it yourself. What the F***ck are you talking about? Little bastard, what did you say? The great elder was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling. You what? Hurry up and take your useless son away. Lu Ming berated. Too savage, too overbearing. Lu Ming actually dared to berate the first elder in front of so many people. He was simply audacious. But this was something he did on purpose. He knew that with so many people watching, the core elders of the elder compound would definitely not allow the first elder to act recklessly. Moreover, his current performance had most likely caught the attention of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's emissaries. Even if the first elder really wanted to do something to him, the emissaries of the other compounds might not agree. Therefore, Lu Ming was unscrupulous. The first elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the end, he had no choice but to take the crippled Lu Chuan down the platform. Little bastard, after the clan meeting, I'll tear you and your mother into pieces. The first elder roared in his heart, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Lu Yao. He said indifferently, now, it's your turn. Lu Yao frowned and did not say anything, but her eyes were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond her expectations. She suddenly had a feeling that today's matter was somewhat out of her control. The two of them looked at each other and a battle was about to break out. Around the martial arts practice field, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two people on the platform. Lu Yao had awakened a level 5 bloodline and opened 2 divine veins at the age of 15. The mystic essence sword sex 4 compounds had come for her. She had too many halos on her. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the first in the history of Firestorm City. As for Lu Ming, he used to be the trash of the Lu clan, but today, he had repeatedly shocked everyone. Testing his will, climbing the steps of flames as if he was taking a stroll in the park, and even opening 3 divine veins. It could be said that this was the first time in the history of Firestorm City. Just a moment ago, he had defeated Lu Chuan in one move, which shocked everyone. The two of them were finally going to fight. Who would win? Everyone stared at them without blinking, including the emissaries of the 4 compounds and the 7 core elders of the Lu clan. The first elder's eyes were wide open, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Whoosh, on the platform, Lu Yao made the first move. Her figure moved like a graceful swan as she rushed towards Lu Ming. Her jade-like palm emitted a fiery red light as she struck towards Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming twisted his waist and punched out with the flame dragon fist. Bang, the fist and the palm collided, and a powerful force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Lu Yao's bodies trembled as they took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched in the first move. 4th layer martial warrior. It seems that the Duanmu clan has given Lu Yao a lot of resources in the past 2 months. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming sensed Lu Yao's cultivation. 4th layer martial warrior. In just 2 months, Lu Yao's cultivation had soared to the 4th layer martial warrior. In addition to her 5th level bloodline talent, the resources given by the Duanmu clan were definitely not small. But at this moment, Lu Yao was even more shocked because she realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 3rd layer martial warrior. In just 2 months, Lu Ming went from a trash who couldn't condense his true chi to the 3rd layer martial warrior. It was unbelievable. No, I want to crush him. Lu Yao roared in her heart. With a clang, she unsheathed her sword. The sword turned into a ray of light and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu clan's low-grade yellow-level martial technique, startling rainbow sword art. Lu Yao, it's a pity that you haven't mastered it yet. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He took a step forward and dodged Lu Yao's sword. Then, he punched out again. The fist whistled and went straight for Lu Yao's face. Lu Yao had no choice but to turn around and defend. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming punched out continuously, displaying the full potential of the flame dragon fist. Lu Ming's true chi was twice as strong and condensed as an ordinary true chi. When he used the flame dragon fist, there was an indestructible aura. In the first move, Lu Ming only used 50% of his strength. But now, it was 100%. For a moment, Lu Yao was forced to retreat. Lu Yao, is this all you've got? I'm really disappointed. Didn't you just say that you want me to show my true form first? So it turns out that you were just talking about it? Show me your true strength. You want to take over the Lu clan with such strength? Do you think you're worthy? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. His cold voice spread across the entire area, causing the crowd to boil. Lu Yao, the genius, was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming. She was completely at a disadvantage. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Lu Yao bit her lips. Her eyes became colder and colder. She shouted, Lu Ming, I'll show you my true strength. Buzz, behind Lu Yao, a bright red light shone. Then, with a soft cry, a fiery red skylark appeared. On top of the skylark, there were 5 blood-red chakras. This was its bloodline, a level 5 bloodline. Then, the skylark landed on Lu Yao's body and merged with her. Lu Yao's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Bloodline eruption was an application of bloodline. It could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the increase. A level 5 bloodline could increase one's strength by 50%. Whoosh, Lu Yao moved like a red lightning bolt and charged towards Lu Ming. Her sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. Then let's see whose sword technique is better. Lu Ming smiled calmly and unsheathed the obsidian sword on his back. The obsidian sword turned into a ray of light and slashed towards Lu Yao. Flowing light sword technique. Clang, the two swords clashed and Lu Yao's sword aura was scattered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's continuous sword gleam shrouded Lu Yao's entire body. Lu Yao could only try her best to defend. She was completely suppressed. Although Lu Yao's cultivation was higher than Lu Ming and she had even activated her bloodline, she was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming in terms of strength. 3 divine veins and the true chi of the true dragon of battle had completely suppressed Lu Yao. After more than 10 moves. Whoosh! Lu Ming's sword light pierced through like lightning and went straight for Lu Yao's throat. Lu Yao's face was pale and she couldn't dodge at all. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their mouth. Lu Yao, the genius of a generation, was going to fall. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped. The cold tip of his sword was pressed against Lu Yao's throat. The cold tip of the sword and Lu Ming's cold killing intent made Lu Yao's eyes flash with fear. At this moment, Lu Yao's mind went blank. She knew that she had lost. Lu Yao lost. Lu Ming won completely. This is too shocking. I really didn't expect this. We've been cheated. We've all been cheated by the Lu family. If anyone dares to say that Lu Ming is trash in the future, I'll beat them up. There was an uproar in the crowd. No one would have thought that Lu Ming, who was rumored to be a good-for-nothing in the Lu family, would defeat Lu Yao, the favored daughter of the heavens, in such a manner. Impossible. The great elder roared in disbelief. Initially, he thought that Lu Yao would be able to win this battle easily and take control of the Lu family. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this piece of trash, whose bloodline had been stolen by them 2 months ago, would actually be so powerful that she could defeat Lu Yao with ease. How could this be? Duan Muqing was also in disbelief. Duan Muqing, as long as one is a genius, nothing is impossible. Lu Ming has unlocked 3 divine meridians at such a young age. He even defeated Lu Yao, who was a 4th-level martial warrior and had unleashed his bloodline power. He is definitely a rare genius. Gaosher said. That's right. Whether it's willpower, pulse examination, or martial arts, Lu Ming completely crushed Lu Yao in every aspect. Since Lu Yao has a marriage alliance with your White Tiger Hall, I won't fight with you. This Lu Ming, my Azure Dragon Hall wants him. Tai Zhong's eyes sparkled. Tai Zhong, what do you mean? What do you mean your Azure Dragon Hall wants him? Lu Ming, my Black Tortoise School wants him. Gaosher glared at Tai Zhong before turning to Lu Ming and saying, Lu Ming, my Black Tortoise School sincerely welcomes your joining. I promise that. As long as you join the Black Tortoise School, you can choose 2 Earth-level cultivation techniques and martial skills. Moreover, the upper echelons of the school will definitely accept you as a disciple and personally teach you. Lu Ming, my Azure Dragon Hall also welcomes you. As long as you join my Azure Dragon Hall, not only will you be able to choose Earth-level cultivation techniques and martial skills, you will also be able to enter the important secret cultivation grounds to cultivate. Tai Zhong threw out another bomb. The words of the 2 messengers spread throughout the crowd and caused another uproar. The 2 great halls had actually given up on Lu Yao and turned to fight for Lu Ming. Moreover, the conditions they offered were even higher than what they had offered Lu Yao. Obviously, the messengers of the 2 great halls valued Lu Ming more. Although Lu Ming could not awaken his bloodline, it did not mean that he could not awaken it in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect had a long history and countless secret techniques. It wasn't as if there weren't any secret techniques that could allow one to awaken again. Lu Ming hadn't even awakened his bloodline, yet he already had such talent. Once he really awakened his bloodline, how high would his talent be? Moreover, although the bloodline was extremely important to a martial artist, it was not the only thing. In history, there had been martial artists who could not awaken their bloodline but had reached the peak of martial arts and become peerless experts. Therefore, even if Lu Ming really could not awaken his bloodline, his future achievements would not be low. The envoys of the 2 great academies were burning with passion. Duan Muqing's eyes flickered with annoyance. Unfortunately, the White Tiger sect would surely stand on Lu Yao's side. There was no way he would be able to marry Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not reply to the envoys from the two colleges. Instead, he looked at Lu Yao indifferently and said, "Lu Yao, I used to treat you and Lu Yunxiong as my family. I had absolute trust in both of you. However, in your hearts, I'm just a useless person with useful value. Not only that, but you also want to seize the position of the patriarch of the Lu clan. 2 months ago, you said that in this world, everything depends on strength. Whoever is stronger will have the right to speak. The weak will only be trampled on. Now, I'll return those words to you. You are just a weakling in front of me. You are not worthy to be my opponent, Lu Ming." Lu Ming's clear voice echoed throughout the hall. Every word that Lu Ming said was very clear. It was like a slap on Lu Yao's face. It was extremely loud and clear. "Haha, Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant here. Do you really think you can rise? I have the Duanmu clan behind me. What do you have to compete with me? Although I've lost temporarily, in a year, no, in half a year, I will surpass you and completely trample you under my feet." Lu Yao screamed hysterically. Because of her anger, her face was distorted. Being defeated, surpassed, and even looked down on by Lu Ming, a piece of trash that she had never taken seriously, she almost went crazy. "Lu Ming, put away your sword and get out of the fighting stage." The first elder roared. "Shut up, bitch. And Lu Yunxiong, what right do you have to speak?" Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He shouted with a murderous aura. With a shake of his sword, a shallow cut appeared on Lu Yao's neck, causing her face to turn pale. "How dare you? Lu Yao is the fiancé of the White Tiger clan's genius, Duanmu Lin. You dare to hurt her? You're courting death." Duanmu Qing shouted. However, Lu Ming did not even look at him. Instead, he looked at the 7 core elders. "7 core elders, do you know why I can't awaken my bloodline?" Lu Ming said. "Why can't you awaken your bloodline?" Many people were stunned. What other reason could there be for not awakening his bloodline? Wasn't it because of his own body? Could there be some other inside story? "Lu Ming, do you think there's some inside story?" The oldest core elder among the 7 core elders said. "Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense." Before Lu Ming could say anything, the first elder shouted. "Lu Yunxiong, shut your mouth." The oldest core elder shouted loudly. The first elder closed his mouth with an ugly expression. "That's because this heaven's chosen daughter and this first elder pretended to be good to me. Then, they made me eat Yama pollen for 3 years to nourish my bloodline. That's why I can't awaken my bloodline. Then, after I failed to awaken my bloodline, they seized the opportunity to take my bloodline and merge it with their own. Otherwise, Lu Yao, how could you have awakened your bloodline? How could you have awakened it?" Lu Ming's voice was very calm as he spoke the truth. His words caused a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked and the scene was in an uproar. Many people knew that Lu Ming had once been tested by a pulse detector. It was very likely that he had inherited his father's bloodline and could awaken his bloodline. However, it was indeed strange that he could not awaken his bloodline. At this moment, when Lu Ming said it, it made some sense. "Beast, beast, how dare you treat Ming-er like this?" The first to react was Li Ping. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Her eyes were red as she stared at the first elder and Lu Yao. Following that, tears flowed down her cheeks. She did not expect that Lu Ming's injury 2 months ago was caused by his bloodline being taken away. How painful would it be to have one's bloodline taken away? Is this true? The 7 core elders' faces darkened. Anger was brewing in their eyes. "Lu Ming, you're slandering us. You're the useless one, but you're pushing all the blame on us. You're despicable and shameless. 7 core elders, Lu Ming's character is too bad. I suggest that we chase him out of the Lu family." The first elder roared. His eyes were shining with a cold light. "That's right, Lu Ming. Do you think anyone will believe your nonsense?" Lu Yao also said coldly. "Hee, we'll know whether it's true after the test." "Lu Yao, do you dare to test it?" Lu Ming stared at Lu Yao with bright eyes. Lu Yao's face turned pale. At this moment, everyone's gazes were on the first elder and Lu Yao. Lu Ming was right. They had used their blood to nourish their meridians for 3 years and then absorbed Lu Ming's bloodline. Lu Ming, who the hell do you think you are? Do you think we'll do it just because you say so? The first elder was still unwilling to give up. But the others weren't fools. How could they not guess from Lu Yao and the first elder's expressions, what Lu Ming said was most likely the truth? At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lu Yao and the first elder changed. Using blood to nourish one's meridians and then taking it away was definitely a great taboo in the martial world. It was too despicable and shameless. Lu Yunxiong. At this moment, the 7 core elders looked at the first elder with disappointment in their eyes. The oldest core elder was especially furious. He shouted, Lu Yunxiong, as the Lu clan's grand elder, how can you do such a despicable thing? How can you face our ancestors? If you continue to be the Lu clan's grand elder in the future, how will you be able to convince everyone? Today, the Elder Hall announces that Lu Yunxiong will be removed from his position as the first elder. Furthermore, Lu Yao will also be removed from her position as the Lu family's patriarch. What? You want to remove me from my position as the first elder? You actually want to remove me from my position because of that little bastard Lu Ming? Remember, Yaoer has already married the Duanmu family. The first elder roared, bringing up the Duanmu family. Duanmu Qing's expression was also very ugly. He looked at the 7 core elders and said, you should consider this carefully. Lu Yao and my Duanmu family are connected by marriage. Letting her become the Lu family's patriarch is a great honor for your Lu family. In the future, your Lu family might become even more prosperous. Doing this now is just digging your own grave. Duanmu Qing's words caused the expressions of the 7 core elders and the rest of the Lu family to change. They could ignore Lu Yao and the first elder, but they couldn't ignore the Duanmu family behind Lu Yao. The Duanmu family was too strong. It would be easy for the Mystic Origin Sword sect to destroy the Lu family. However, under such circumstances, if Lu Yao were to take over the position of the head of the family and even help Lu Yao deal with Lu Ming, then the Lu family would really become the laughingstock of Windy Fire City and even many cities in the vicinity. How should he choose? Pa pa pa. Suddenly, Mulan stood up, clapped her hands, and said, Duanmu Qing, how awe-inspiring. Do you think you can represent the Duanmu clan? Or perhaps, the Duanmu clan could represent the Mystic Essence Sword sect? Don't try to intimidate others. Let me tell you, I, Mulans, have the Lu family under my protection. I want to see what ability your Duanmu family has. Mulans, are you sure you want to be a busybody? Duanmu Qing's expression changed as he asked. I'm definitely going to get involved. Mulans coldly shouted. She was extremely domineering. Senior Duanmu. Duanmu Qing was about to say something when Lu Yao called out to him, Senior Duanmu, Lu Yao is willing to join the White Tiger sect. There's no need for a mere Lu clan. Duanmu Qing's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, that's right, there's no need for a mere Lu clan. With Lady Lu Yao's talent, you will surely set your sights on the entire Blazing Sun Empire in the future, or even step onto a bigger stage. Lu Yao nodded, before she turned to Lu Ming and said in an icy tone, Lu Ming, kill me today if you dare. Otherwise, I'll return the humiliation you've given me today tenfold. The humiliation I've given you? Lu Ming laughed and said, how ridiculous. You only have yourself to blame for what happened today. If you didn't take away my bloodline, would this have happened? Lu Yao, I won't kill you. I'll let you verify your words with your own eyes. There's an insurmountable gap between you and me. Besides, one day, I'll let you witness with your own eyes that I'll crush your so-called peerless genius Duanmu Lin under my feet. Now, you can leave. Lu Ming sheathed his sword. His confident and determined voice echoed throughout the place. Lu Ming, there's still a long way to go. Just you wait. Father, you and Big Brother will follow me to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Yao's icy voice resounded. Duanmu Qing's expression also turned cold as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you? You can't even compare to Duanmu Lin's finger. I hope you won't join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Otherwise, you'll realize how stupid and ignorant your words today are. Let's go. Roar, the red flaming tiger roared. Lu Yao and the first elder brought Lu Chuan and followed Duan Muqing and the others on the red flaming tiger. They left in a sorry state, not even bothering to pack their things. As Lu Yao and the others left, the day's events came to an end. Although the other youths of the Lu clan had yet to start their duels, no one was paying attention to them. Today's events were full of twists and turns. It was out of everyone's expectations. Originally, most people thought that the main character of today's event would be Lu Yao. She would use the name of a genius to ascend to the position of the Lu clan's patriarch with her peerless talent. However, all of this had changed drastically because of one person. He was Lu Ming. He was the main character of today's event. Good, Lu Ming. You're domineering and confident enough. How about it? Join my Vermilion Bird Courtyard. In the future, you'll be able to defeat that so-called genius Duan Mulin. Mulins clapped her hands. She didn't hide her admiration for Lu Ming at all. Then, she added, however, I won't agree to any of your conditions. A cultivator has to rely on himself to obtain everything. Everyone was speechless. Who would invite someone like that? How could she invite someone like that? However, Lu Ming's actions made them even more dumbfounded. He nodded and said, Hall Master Mu, I agree to join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. The reason why he agreed to join Mulins was mainly to thank her for her help. Moreover, he was going to join a powerful sect to cultivate anyway. Only then would he have more resources. The Mystic Essence Sword sect gathered the geniuses of the 2,000 cities in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only by competing with the other geniuses on such a vast stage could Lu Ming go further on the path of martial arts. He would never achieve great things if he was content with staying in a small corner. Good. Mulins was overjoyed. Others thought that Lu Ming didn't have a bloodline, but she had long sensed that Lu Ming had a bloodline power in him. If such a genius joined the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, perhaps it would bring about a change in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Lu Ming, the only thing I can promise you is that after you join the Mystic Essence Sword sect, the elders of the Duanmu family won't dare to openly attack you. However, the younger generation of the Duanmu family will have to rely on you. Then, Mulins waved her hand and a jade token flew to Lu Ming. She said, Lu Ming, 2 months later, take this jade token and go to the Mystic Essence Sword sect's Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Then, you can join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard directly. On the jade token, a lifelike vermilion bird was engraved. Thank you, Hall Master Mu. Lu Ming clasped his fists and put away the jade token. It was enough. As long as the elders of the Duanmu family didn't attack him, it was enough. If he couldn't even pass the test of the younger generation of the Duanmu family, then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? Hee, Lu Ming, then I'll wait for you at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Mulin smiled coquettishly. Then, she got up and left the Lu family's martial arts practice field. Lu Ming, welcome to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. I hope you'll become a powerhouse in the future. Gaoshi and Tai Zhong both got up and congratulated Lu Ming. Thank you, seniors. I'm very sorry that I didn't choose the Azure Dragon Courtyard or the Black Tortoise Courtyard today. Lu Ming bowed. Haha, it's okay. Gaoshi laughed. Lu Ming's attitude made the two of them very happy. This Lu Ming is not only talented, but he's also humble and upright. He'll definitely become a great person in the future. Both of them thought so in their hearts. Lu Ming, we'll meet again at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Qian laughed. Then, Gaoshi, Tai Zhong, and Lu Qian left with their people. They were no longer in the mood to look at the other young people of the Lu family. After the emissaries left, the people of the Lu family were no longer in the mood. The ceremony ended hastily. However, everything that happened today was destined to shake the entire Fiery Wind City. Lu Ming's name would also set off a storm in Fiery Wind City. The next day, Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Autumn Moon moved back to the main residence. Standing in front of the main residence, Lu Ming had a lot of thoughts. All of this was because of the increase in his strength. If he was still the trash whose bloodline was stolen, he wouldn't even be able to save his own life, let alone move back to the main residence. As for Li Ping and Autumn Moon, they wouldn't have a good life in the future. But because of his rise, everything changed. Not only did he destroy Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao's plans, but he also took back the main residence. Li Ping's life in the future was also guaranteed. Lu Ming was the first successor of the Lu family. As long as he was willing, he could take over the position of patriarch at any time. But this was far from enough. Everything was just the beginning. Lu Ming knew that there was an even greater challenge waiting for him in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He couldn't slack off at all. Ming let's go in. The room has been tidied up. Li Ping walked out with a sword in her hand and smiled. The elders' compound sent 4 young maids over to serve Li Ping and Lu Ming. Therefore, very soon, Lu Yao and the rest's belongings were cleared out of the main mansion. Ming now that you've made progress in the martial Dao, take the spiritual weapon that your father sent back. Li Ping handed the sword in her hand to Lu Ming. This sword had been taken by Lu Chuan previously, but now it was back in their hands. Lu Ming nodded and took the sword. He walked in with Li Ping. After returning to the room, Lu Ming began to cultivate. A few days ago, he used the spiritual essence pill to raise his cultivation from the peak of martial warrior realm to the early stage of martial warrior realm. His foundation was unavoidably unstable, and he needed to consolidate it. After cultivating the true dragon art for a few hours, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and began to cultivate his martial arts techniques. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. One day, Lu Ming was practicing his martial arts in the Temple of Paragon when he sensed some movement outside. He went out of the Temple of Paragon. As soon as he came out, he heard Autumn Moon's voice. "Young master, Lu Bing is here to see you." Lu Bing? Lu Ming was stunned. He opened the door and walked out. Autumn Moon nodded and said, "Young master, do you want to meet him?" Lu Ming smiled and said, "Of course, why wouldn't I?" When he came to the living room, he saw Lu Bing pacing back and forth uneasily. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Bing smiled and said, "Young Master Ming, you're finally here." Noticing the change in the way Lu Bing addressed him, Lu Ming smiled faintly. He casually sat down at the head of the table and said, "What business do you have with me?" Lu Bing suddenly cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and said, "Young Master Ming, I came here today to apologize to you. In the past, I had eyes but failed to see. I didn't know young Master Ming's talent and offended you. I hope you won't take it to heart." Lu Bing, was it the 5th elder who asked you to come? Lu Ming said. Lu Bing smiled and said, "Yes, it was my father who asked me to come, but it was also my own idea. Young Master Ming, here are 5,000 taels of silver. I hope you can accept it." Lu Bing took out a stack of silver and handed it to Lu Ming. "All right, Autumn Moon, help me accept it." Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, Lu Bing didn't take it to heart. Since the other party gave him silver as an apology, why wouldn't he accept it? Autumn Moon stepped forward and took the silver. Her small face was flushed with excitement. She had never seen so many silver. Although Lu Bing was extremely pained, he still squeezed out a smile and said, "Thank you, young Master Ming. Then I'll take my leave. Young master, the head of the Li family is here to see you." As soon as Lu Bing left, another maid came to report. "The head of the Li family, Li Fu." Lu Ming frowned. He had a very bad impression of this Li Fu. "Have you informed madam?" Lu Ming asked. The maid said, "Yes, I have." At this time, Li Ping walked over and said, "Ming your uncle is here. Let's meet him." Lu Ming nodded and then ordered the maid to bring Li Fu in. "Haha, little sister, Ming I'm here to see you." As soon as he came in, Li Fu laughed. His face was full of smiles. Those who didn't know would think that his relationship with Lu Ming was very good, very close. "Big brother," Li Ping called out. But Lu Ming had a cold smile on his face. He sat casually and said, "Head of the Li family, what brings you to the Lu family today? Don't tell me you're here to see a trash like me?" "Ahem." Li Fu coughed a few times. His old face was slightly red. He laughed dryly and said, "Ming is such a genius, how can he be trash? If someone says that again, I'll break their legs. Ming your uncle was old and muddle-headed. That's why I listen to other people's rumors. I hope you don't take it to heart." Lu Ming suddenly realized that another one had come to apologize. This time, Lu Ming's performance was indeed very shocking. Although he had offended the Duanmu family, Lu Ming had won the favor of Mulans of the Elixir Hall. His future achievements were uncertain. Moreover, at least now, Lu Ming was definitely the successor of the Lu family. Therefore, Lu Bing, Li Fu, and those who had offended him before could not sit still and came to reconcile and apologize. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. This was vividly reflected in this moment. Big brother, don't worry. Ming won't take it to heart. Li Ping said with a happy smile on her face. Li Fu took out a jade bottle and said, "That's good. Little sister, I prepared 10 qi gathering pills this time. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Qi gathering pills, lower grade level 2 pills, cost 2,000 silver taels each. 10 pills would be 20,000 silver taels. It seemed that Li Fu had really put in a lot of money this time. 20,000 silver taels was equivalent to half a year's income of the Li family. The biggest family in Firestorm City, the Lu family, only had a yearly income of 200,000 silver taels. Thank you very much. Lu Ming received it directly. Originally, Lu Ming did not want to bother with Li Fu. However, the Li family was Li Ping's family after all. Lu Ming could see that Li Ping still cared about the Li family's attitude. Li Ping was obviously very happy that Li Fu came to apologize. Therefore, for Li Ping's sake, Lu Ming had to pretend. It would be a waste not to accept these 10 qi gathering pills. Seeing that Lu Ming accepted it, Li Fu was finally relieved. Although 20,000 silver taels made his heart ache, it was still an investment. If Lu Ming really rose in the future, his Li family would not be too sad. If he had known that Lu Ming had such talent, he would not have offended Lu Ming like that. After chatting for a while, Li Fu said goodbye and left. Autumn Moon, how many meridians have you opened? After Li Fu left, Lu Ming quickly asked Autumn Moon. Li Ping also looked at Autumn Moon curiously. Young master, madam, I opened 8 meridians yesterday. Autumn Moon replied. What? Lu Ming and Li Ping were shocked. They stared at Autumn Moon with their mouths agape. The first few meridians were relatively easy to open, but the later meridians were more difficult. In just over 10 days, Autumn Moon had opened 8 meridians. The key was that he was practicing the qi gathering technique, a basic cultivation technique. Moreover, he did not take any pills. This kind of talent was too amazing. Could it be that Autumn Moon can open meridians without relying on his bloodline? Lu Ming could not help but think so. Mother, Autumn Moon, don't tell anyone about this for now. Lu Ming said to Li Ping and Autumn Moon. The next day, Lu Ming went to the Lu family's library and chose a low-grade yellow rank skill, Cloud Jade Technique, for Autumn Moon. It wasn't that Lu Ming was stingy and couldn't bear to give the True Dragon of Battle technique to Autumn Moon. It was just that the True Dragon of Battle technique was too domineering and wasn't suitable for Autumn Moon. If the skill wasn't suitable, it wouldn't be useful no matter how high grade it was. Sometimes, it would even backfire. Cloud Jade technique was soft but firm. It was suitable for Autumn Moon. In addition, Lu Ming also chose a book for Qiu Yu called the Jinghong Swordplay, which was a low-grade yellow-level martial technique. Now, no one in the Lu family would say a word about which cultivation method or martial technique Lu Ming wanted to choose. After choosing a skill, Lu Ming went to the spiritual medicine hall to buy a batch of dragon tiger pills for Autumn Moon to help her cultivate. When he was buying the dragon tiger pills, Lu Ming realized that Mulans was no longer in the spiritual medicine hall. According to the people in the spiritual medicine hall, Mulans had returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Mulans became the hall master of the spiritual medicine hall as a trial. Now that the trial was over, she naturally returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. After handing over the skills and pills to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Temple of Paragon. He swallowed a qi-gathering pill and started cultivating. Like other pills, the moment the qi-gathering pill entered the mouth, a strong suction force came from the spine. It absorbed the medicinal properties of the qi-gathering pill and refined the impurities. Pure energy surged into the body and was converted by Lu Ming into true qi. Qi-gathering pill was a low-grade level 2 pill. It was much stronger than the dragon tiger pill, but much weaker than the spirit reinforcing pill. Lu Ming's cultivation continued to rise. However, Lu Ming's true qi was 2 times more condensed than ordinary true qi. If he wanted to raise his cultivation, he would need 3 times more energy than ordinary true qi. In other words, if Lu Ming wanted to increase his cultivation, he would need to consume 3 times more energy than an ordinary person. There was nothing they could do about it. Being strong meant that they had to pay a higher price. After refining all 10 energy-amassing pills, Lu Ming's cultivation base broke through from the early stage of martial warrior 3rd rank to the early stage of martial warrior 4th rank. This was a total of 20,000 silver taels. Lu Ming had only managed to increase his rank by 1 level. This could be considered extravagant. No one else could afford it. Even the elite disciples of the Lu clan could only receive 2 qi-amassing pills a year. Lu Ming was not satisfied with this speed at all. After using up 10 qi-amassing pills, Lu Ming went to the spirit medicine hall and bought 30 qi-amassing pills in one go. Even with a 10% discount, he still spent a total of 54,000 taels of silver. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was left with less than 15,000 taels of silver from the 130,000 taels of silver that he had obtained from the Viper bandits. After buying the pills, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. The higher one's cultivation base, the more energy they needed to increase it. When Lu Ming had refined all 30 energy-amassing pills, Lu Ming's cultivation base had risen to the early stage of martial warrior 6th rank. After consolidating his cultivation base, more than a month had passed. There was only half a month left before the Mystic Essence Sword sect opened its doors to accept disciples. In this month, Lu Ming had gained a lot. Not only did his cultivation base increase rapidly, but his martial skills also improved by leaps and bounds. The Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Snake Steps had both reached the 5th level, reaching perfection. As for the high-grade yellow rank Flowing Light Sword art, he had also reached the 4th level, reaching perfection. Lu Ming's strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to a month and a half ago. But the most shocking thing was Autumn Moon. In this month, with the help of the Cloud Jade Arts and the Dragon Tiger Pills, Autumn Moon had actually opened 3 divine veins, leaving Lu Ming and Li Ping dumbfounded. The reason why Lu Ming could open 3 divine veins was because of the divine rank art of the Battle Dragon and the strange bloodline that had yet to fully mature. But Autumn Moon's bloodline had yet to awaken, and she was still cultivating a low-grade yellow rank art. This was too terrifying. But no matter what, Lu Ming and Li Ping were extremely happy for Autumn Moon. On this day, Lu Ming prepared to leave for the Mystic Essence Sword sect. "Mother, here's 10,000 taels of silver. Keep it for future use." In the courtyard, Lu Ming took out 10,000 taels of silver and handed it to Li Ping. "Ming, what are you doing? You're about to go to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. You'll need a lot of money for your cultivation in the future. Why are you giving it to me? I don't lack anything in the Lu family." Li Ping hurriedly pushed the silver back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. "Mother, Ming had a fortuitous encounter. I don't lack money at all. Keep it and use it slowly in the future." Looking at Lu Ming's confident and determined eyes, Li Ping did not refuse and kept the silver. Looking at the energetic Lu Ming in front of her, Li Ping was extremely relieved and proud. Her son finally had a bright future. "Ming, let Autumn Moon accompany you to the Mystic Essence Sword sect this time," Li Ping said with a gentle smile after thinking for a while. "Madam, who will take care of you if I leave?" Autumn Moon's face changed. "Silly girl, don't I have Chen Tao and the other 3 now? Why would I be afraid that no one will take care of me? Moreover, with your martial arts talent, it would be a waste for you to stay by my side." Li Ping patted Autumn Moon's head and said gently. "Madam." Tears welled up in Autumn Moon's eyes as she rolled her eyes. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, with Autumn Moon's martial arts talent, it would be a waste for her to stay in the Lu family. Lu Ming also had the same plan. He wanted to bring Autumn Moon to the Mystic Essence Sword sect to see if she could join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Perhaps there would be someone in the Mystic Essence Sword sect who could help Autumn Moon awaken her bloodline. "Alright, Ming, it's getting late. You should leave now," Li Ping said. "Mother, we'll leave first. Take care of yourself." Lu Ming was also reluctant to part with her. "Go, be careful." Li Ping said with a smile. Madam, take care of yourself. Autumn Moon will come back to visit you. Autumn Moon said with tears in her eyes. Go. Li Ping nodded and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much. He turned around and left with Autumn Moon. Some things did not depend on words, but on actions. Looking at Lu Ming's back view as he left, Li Ping's eyes were slightly red. She muttered to herself softly, Ming-er, I believe that the next time I see you, you will already be a true powerhouse, just like your father. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon to the Lu family's stables. As Autumn Moon had never learned how to ride a horse, she only took a green scale horse and left the city. Outside the windy fire city, Lu Ming shook the reins and the green scale horse rushed out like a gust of wind. The vast land was boundless. Lu Ming leaned against Qiuyu in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance of Qiuyu's hair as they galloped between heaven and earth. Instantly, a sense of pride and lofty ambition grew in his heart. Lying on a beauty's lap while drunk, traveling the world with a sword, repaying favors and taking revenge, accompanied by a beauty, this was the dream of all men. A man's dream was always in the martial world. A pot of wine, a song of sorrow, a lifetime of insolence. A hero traveling the world with a sword, blood staining the blue sky. In this life, since Lu Ming had obtained the Temple of Paragon and rose to power, Lu Ming would not be satisfied with being ordinary. The green-scaled horse was covered in green scales and possessed the bloodline of a demonic beast. It was extremely strong and could travel 3,000 miles in a day. 10 days later, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon arrived at Mystic Sword City. Mystic Sword City was only 50 miles away from the Mystic Sword sect. It was the closest city to the Mystic Sword sect, so it was extremely prosperous. The population and area were more than 10 times that of Firestorm City. Caravans from other parts of the Blazing Sun Empire came and went. It was very lively. The streets were wide enough for 10 beast carriages to travel side by side. On both sides of the streets, there were shops. It was the first time Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had come to such a big city. The two of them were like country bumpkins entering the city. They were extremely curious and looked around. After walking for half a day, their stomachs were growling. The two of them found a restaurant and walked in. The restaurant was 3 stories high. The interior was elegantly decorated. The two of them walked up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, more than half of the tables were already occupied. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked in, everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had a slender figure and a delicate face. He was wearing a swordsman's robe and looked very handsome. Autumn Moon had a graceful figure and was pure and charming. Walking together with Lu Ming, they looked like a golden couple. There were 2 young men sitting at one of the tables. One of them was wearing a brocade robe and had a jade belt around his waist. He looked very noble and was about 17 or 18 years old. The other one was about the same age. He was skinny and dressed like a servant. When the brocade-robed young man saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walk in, his eyes lit up. To be more precise, he was staring at Autumn Moon with a burning gaze. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. A flower stuck in cow dung. The brocade-robed young man muttered. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon naturally did not notice the gazes of others. The two of them found a table by the window and sat down. They then ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine and started eating. Young master, there are so many people in Mystic Sword City. Autumn Moon raised her wine cup and took a sip. Her cheeks instantly turned red as she looked at Lu Ming with misty eyes. Lu Ming also raised his cup and drank it. He then said, yes, there are only 2 days until the Mystic Sword Sect's annual disciple recruitment. Right at this moment, the young master in embroidered clothes raised his wine cup and walked over with the thin young man. Miss. The young master in brocade clothes raised his wine cup and said. However, his eyes were wandering all over Qiuyu's body. He didn't hide the heat in his eyes. Qiuyu instantly felt uncomfortable when Wei Ziming looked at her like that. She felt disgusted and said, I'm sorry, I drank just now. I don't want to drink now. Being rejected by Qiuyu on the spot, Wei Ziming's face immediately darkened. Stupid girl, what do you mean? Our young master asked you to accompany him to drink because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so shameless. The skinny young man beside Wei Ziming shouted coldly. He then turned to Lu Ming and shouted, "Kid, why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and scram to the side. My young master wants your position." Lu Ming frowned. These two people were really arrogant. Lu Ming didn't say a word and the two of them asked him to get lost. Where did this wild dog come from? Why is it barking and barking here? Lu Ming lifted his wine cup and took another sip, speaking coldly. "Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death." The skinny young man's face was extremely ugly. He shouted and grabbed at Lu Ming's throat with his fingers like an eagle's claws. The claws tore through the air, creating a chee-chee sound. It was incomparably sharp, and it was a killing move from the very start. If Lu Ming's throat was grabbed by him, it would definitely be broken. He was really overbearing. He was just a servant and he wanted to kill him. Just a second-layer martial warrior. "Get lost." Lu Ming shouted coldly and slapped. This slap landed heavily on the skinny young man's face. The skinny young man screamed and his body flew out and fell to the ground. This caused the others in the restaurant to be stunned. Then, they started to whisper among themselves. Who is this kid? He even dared to hit Wei Ziming's servant? How dare he? Wei Ziming is the young master of the city lord of Fire City. This kid is finished. I guess this kid doesn't know Wei Ziming's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to hit Wei Ziming's servant. After all, you have to look at the owner before beating a dog. The discussions around naturally reached Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming suddenly realized that they were from Fire City. No wonder they were so arrogant. There were tens of thousands of cities in the Sun Empire. According to their size, they were divided into different levels. They were mainly divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Fire City was a low-level city. Many people might not have heard of it. However, Fire City was a high-level city. It was powerful and famous in the eastern part of the Sun Empire. Ah. Kid, you dare to hit me? You're dead. You're dead. The skinny young man shouted crazily. Wei Ziming's face was even gloomier. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, do you know? I'm the young master of the city lord's mansion. I just found out." Lu Ming said calmly. "Oh? So you didn't know just now. But it's not too late to know now. Now, kneel down and apologize. Slap yourself 30 times. Then, leave this girl behind and get lost immediately. I can consider letting you go." Wei Ziming said confidently. He believed that Lu Ming would definitely agree after knowing his identity. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because Lu Ming merely glanced at him casually and said lightly, "I originally thought that your dog was a fool. It turns out that you are even more foolish than him. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, I will slap you too." Everyone in the restaurant fell silent. Wei Ziming was arrogant, but they didn't expect Lu Ming to be even more arrogant. "Kid, how dare you trick me? You're courting death." Wei Ziming was furious. He slapped Lu Ming's face. His palm contained a huge amount of true qi. His cultivation of a 5th-grade martial warrior was undoubtedly revealed. However, before he could slap, Lu Ming grabbed his wrist. Crack, then, the sound of bones breaking was heard. A heart-wrenching pain was felt, causing Wei Ziming to howl in pain. "Ah! My hand! Bastard, let go of me. I want you to die without a burial place." Wei Ziming held in pain. Slap, however, in the next moment, Lu Ming slapped him in the face, causing Wei Ziming's screams to stop abruptly. Wei Ziming widened his eyes and stared blankly at Lu Ming. He was dumbstruck. He didn't expect Lu Ming to really slap him. "I said, if you don't get lost, I'll slap you too." Lu Ming's calm voice sounded. Then, slap, another slap was heard, this time on the other side of Wei Ziming's face. Suddenly, both sides of Wei Ziming's face swelled up like a pig's head. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the crowd. On the 3rd floor, everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Previously, when Lu Ming slapped the skinny young man away, everyone guessed that Lu Ming dared to attack because he didn't know Wei Ziming. If he knew Wei Ziming's identity, Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to attack. But they never expected that Lu Ming would still dare to attack Wei Ziming after knowing his identity. Moreover, he was even more ruthless. He was too arrogant and domineering. Wei Ziming stood up awkwardly. He suppressed his anger and looked at Lu Ming with hatred. "Kid, if you have guts, leave your name." "Lu Ming." Lu Ming smiled faintly and said his name calmly. He wasn't even afraid of the Duanmu family, so why would he be afraid of the Wei family? "Fine, we'll see." Wei Ziming gritted his teeth and said viciously. Then, he went downstairs with the skinny young man. "In my opinion, this Wei Ziming won't let this go. He'll definitely take revenge. That's for sure. Wei Huiqing has always been domineering. This time, Wei Ziming suffered such a big loss. How could he let it go so easily? Wei Ziming's younger brother, Wei Ziyou, is a rare genius of the Wei family. This time, he also came to participate in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's disciple recruitment exam. He's known as the top 100 experts in this batch of newcomers. After Wei Ziming left, there was a lot of discussion in the restaurant. But Lu Ming just smiled faintly and continued to eat and drink with Qiu Yu. Outside the restaurant, Wei Ziming's face was gloomy and vicious. "Eldest young master, should we find second young master and ask him to deal with this person?" the skinny young man asked. "Of course we should tell second brother. But we don't have to do it now. Mystic Essence Sword Sect's disciple recruitment exam is in 2 days. After the exam, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect will hold a trial for the new disciples except for Qilin Courtyard. At that time, second brother will kill this Lu Ming in the trial. I want him to die in despair right after he joins the Mystic Essence Sword Sect," Wei Ziming said viciously. After Lu Ming and Autumn Moon finished eating, they strolled around the profound Sword City for a while, then found an inn and booked 2 rooms. After entering the room, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Feeling the numbness and itchiness coming from his spine, Lu Ming's face showed a hint of joy. After almost 4 months, he finally felt that his bloodline was about to fully grow out. There was only one step left. Lu Ming felt that it would take at least 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month for the bloodline to completely grow out. His bloodline had not yet grown, but it already had all kinds of strange effects. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to what kind of abilities his bloodline would have once it was fully grown. What level of bloodline could it be? After silently sensing it for a while, Lu Ming began to circulate the true art of fighting dragon and began to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, the spiritual energy converged towards Lu Ming. Time passed and night fell. The inn fell into silence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes, because he heard the sound of something tearing through the air coming from outside the room. Although the sound was very soft, it still did not escape Lu Ming's ears. 5 figures stopped outside Lu Ming's room. 2 figures at the door and 3 figures outside the window. Then, the door and window opened at the same time. 5 figures pounced in like lightning. 5 slender black swords shone with a cold light, piercing towards Lu Ming's 5 vital points. Their attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless. They were obviously well-trained assassins. Pissed, just as the 5 figures pounced, Lu Ming moved. His body exploded, and the black-edged sword turned into a stream of light, disappearing in a flash. Pissed, blood splattered everywhere. One of the assassins had his throat slashed by Lu Ming. Pissed, immediately after, the sword gleam flashed again, like a bolt of lightning in the dark. Immediately after, another 2 killers were killed by Lu Ming. Killing 3 people in an instant was not because these assassins were weak. On the contrary, these assassins were not weak at all. The 3 assassins killed by Lu Ming just now were at the 6th level of the martial warrior realm. The remaining 2 were at the 7th level of the martial warrior realm. With such strength, even an 8th level martial warrior expert would be killed under a joint attack. It was just that Lu Ming was stronger and had already discovered them. Not good, the target's strength is inconsistent with the information we received. Retreat! One of the assassins exclaimed and quickly retreated. Since you're here, stay here. Lu Ming's voice was cold. As soon as his voice fell, he used the dragon snake steps. With a step, he appeared behind an assassin. With a slash of his sword, the assassin's head fell to the ground. Then, he took a few steps and caught up with another assassin. Go to hell. Seeing that he could not escape, the last assassin roared and rushed towards Lu Ming without caring about his life. Boom, the flame dragon fist exploded and 2 consecutive punches landed on the assassin's body. The assassin was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into the wall, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Speak, who are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hee, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Someone paid for your life. As for who paid, don't even think about it. Lu Ming, just wait for the endless pursuit of our Shadow Wolf Pavilion. At this point, the assassin spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had actually committed suicide by swallowing poison. Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Lu Ming had heard of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion before. It was one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire. It was extremely powerful and specialized in killing people for money. However, it was extremely secretive and no one knew where the headquarters of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was. Therefore, countless people hated these 4 assassin organizations, but they could not eliminate them. Some people even said that these 4 assassin organizations were supported by the 5 major sections. They were nurtured by the 5 major sects to assassinate the geniuses of the enemy forces. However, these were merely rumors. No one knew the truth. Who paid the assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to assassinate me? Lu Ming frowned. The first thing he thought of was Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the Duanmu family. These people were the most likely culprits. There was also Wei Ziming. However, the possibility of it being Wei Ziming was not high. Wei Ziming more or less knew about his strength. However, the assassin just now had called out to Lu Ming. His strength did not match the information he had received. Therefore, the most likely culprits were Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the Duanmu family. Looks like this Mystic Essence Sword sect is really turbulent. Lu Ming sneered. A glint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Young master, are you all right? Xiaoyu walked out of the room. When she saw the corpse lying on the ground, she was shocked. The commotion just now had already alerted the others in the inn. Xiaoyu, let's go. Let's change to another inn. Lu Ming pulled Xiaoyu, jumped down from the inn's window, and ran forward. The 2 of them walked in the dark. Half an hour later, the 2 of them checked into another inn. For the next 2 days, the 2 of them did not leave the inn. Other than eating, they were cultivating in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was divided into 5 compounds. Each compound occupied a majestic mountain peak. They were the Qilin Peak in the center, the Azure Dragon Peak in the east, the White Tiger Peak in the west, the Vermilion Bird Peak in the south, and the Black Tortoise Peak in the north. However, the entrance examination was held at the front mountain of the 5 compounds. This was the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. When Lu Ming and Xiaoyu arrived, there was already a sea of people. It was bustling with activity and there were heads everywhere. Most of them were in their teens. There were at least tens of thousands of them. At the foot of the mountain, there were 2 wide mountain paths that led to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Those who have a recommendation jade token, go to the right. Those who don't, go to the left to participate in the examination. A handsome young man with a long sword on his back shouted. Lu Ming had learned that those who had a recommendation jade token did not need to participate in the examination. They could join the Mystic Essence Sword sect directly. Because a recommendation jade token meant that an expert from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had already passed the examination. They were all talented people. Otherwise, they would not have been given a recommendation jade token so easily. Lu Ming had a recommendation jade token from Mullins. Naturally, he did not need to participate in the examination. Autumn Moon, go and participate in the examination. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Yes, young master. Autumn Moon nodded. Good luck. Lu Ming smiled and cheered for Autumn Moon. The examination consisted of many things, such as willpower, meridians, bloodline, and so on. There was even a professional pulse tester there. Even if one had not awakened their bloodline, the pulse tester could roughly estimate the level of their bloodline. This was an opportunity for Autumn Moon. Who knew what bloodline she had? Xiaoyu nodded her head vigorously, then walked to the left. There was a long line of people on the left side of the mountain path. Lu Ming had been waiting outside for Autumn Moon's result. Sigh. Why are the requirements so high? Looks like I won't have the chance to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. From time to time, Lu Ming could see people coming out from inside. They were all sighing, and some were even wailing. Obviously, these people were those who failed the test. Slowly, the Autumn Moon disappeared into the mountain path with the team. A moment later, 3 rainbows suddenly shot out from the depths of the mountain path on the left. The rainbow soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Rainbow piercing the sun. 3 rainbows meant that he had opened 3 divine veins. Is it Mid-Autumn Moon? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was in an uproar because of the 3 streaks of light. 3 rainbows, someone has opened 3 holy veins. Genius, there's actually such a genius in this generation? I've been stuck at the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm for 2 years, and I've only managed to open 6 major acupoints of the first meridian. As long as this person is willing, he will definitely be able to enter the Qilin courtyard. Everyone looked in that direction as they discussed animatedly. At this moment, a huge white crane flew out from the depths of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and landed where the rainbows had shot out. The big shots of the Mystic Essence Sword sect have been alerted. This genius is going to reach the heavens in a single bound. Someone sighed, his eyes filled with envy. Looks like it won't be a problem for Mid-Autumn Moon to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming smiled and strode toward the mountain path on the right. The entrance to the mountain path on the right was also guarded by Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples. However, there were very few people on this path, and Lu Ming easily entered after taking out his recommendation jade token. He followed the mountain path and went up diagonally. However, before long, another rainbow soared into the sky from the left. This time, it was 2 rainbows. However, it wasn't over yet. Not long after, another 2 rainbows soared into the sky. Looks like there are quite a few geniuses in this batch. Even Lu Ming was surprised to see a genius who had opened 2 divine veins consecutively. After all, there were many people who had recommendation jade tokens and didn't need to take the test, such as him. How many geniuses were there among these people? This batch of people was really full of geniuses. This is interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, he reached the end of the mountain path and a wide square appeared in front of him. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 people in the square. There were 4 paths in the square. Beside the path stood a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 10 meters tall, and it was carved with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The only thing missing was the path to the Qilin courtyard. Black Tortoise Courtyard, this is the Black Tortoise Courtyard. Junior brothers, come and join the Black Tortoise Courtyard. I guarantee that there will be many benefits. A few young men were shouting at the entrance of the Black Tortoise Courtyard. White Tiger Courtyard, joining the White Tiger Courtyard is the best choice. The White Tiger Courtyard is the strongest courtyard other than the Qilin Courtyard. Come to the Azure Dragon Courtyard, the oldest of the 5 courtyards. Vermilion Bird Courtyard, there are many beauties in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. The shouts rose and fell one after another. The 4 courtyards were all trying to recruit people. The competition between the 4 courtyards was very intense. The new disciples were fresh blood and represented the future. To a courtyard, their role was self-evident. At this time, the new disciples could freely choose to join a courtyard. Of course, Lu Ming was an exception. He had a recommendation jade token. They already belonged to whichever courtyard they had obtained the jade token from. Among the 5 courtyards, only the Qilin courtyard was an exception. Among the 5 courtyards, the Qilin courtyard was high above and extremely mysterious. It was not something that you could join just because you wanted to. Those who could join the Qilin courtyard were all top geniuses. Of course, the Qilin courtyard had the fewest people. Very few people knew how many disciples the Qilin courtyard accepted every year. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. Near the entrance of the White Tiger Courtyard, Lu Yao was wearing a white dress. She was surrounded by many young men and women like the stars surrounding the moon. That's Lu Yao. I heard that she awakened a fifth-rank bloodline and opened 2 divine veins. She has already married the peerless genius of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Lin. She has truly become a phoenix. Yeah, I'm so envious. If it were me, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. You? How could Duanmu Lin take a fancy to you? Near Lu Ming, some young men were discussing softly. A few young ladies, especially, were filled with envy. Lu Yao was chatting and laughing wittily in the crowd. When her gaze swept past Lu Ming, she obviously saw Lu Ming. Her face darkened and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Subsequently, Lu Yao looked at the crowd surrounding her and then at Lu Ming. Her eyes revealed a trace of mockery. However, Lu Ming only smiled casually. At this moment, a bird's cry sounded in the sky. Subsequently, a white crane flew over gracefully. The white crane was extremely huge, far larger than an ordinary white crane. When it spread its wings, it reached a terrifying height of over 20 meters. There were 2 figures standing on the white crane. One was a middle-aged woman wearing a golden silk robe, and the other was a beautiful young lady. Autumn Moon. Seeing the young lady, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Golden silk robe. That's the golden-robed elder. It's really the golden-robed elder. Who's that young lady? Even the golden-robed elder is alarmed. She must be a top genius. Who are they looking for? In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, the elders were divided into ordinary elders, silver-robed elders, and golden-robed elders. Silver-robed elders were already part of the upper echelons of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They were the backbone of the sect. As for golden-robed elders, they were the founding elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They were existences that suppressed the sect and were very few in number. They would rarely appear unless there was a major event. They would focus on cultivating in seclusion. And now, a golden-robed elder had appeared in front of him. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 2 people on the white crane. They wanted to know who they were looking for. On the white crane, Autumn Moon's gaze was searching. In the end, it landed on Lu Ming. Young master. Autumn Moon's face was filled with joy. With a shout, the white crane landed not far away from Lu Ming. Autumn Moon jumped down and ran to Lu Ming. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming again. In the distance, Lu Yao had also recognized Autumn Moon. Her face instantly turned gloomy. Why is this lowly maid with the golden-robed elder? Lu Yao's eyes were filled with doubt. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's face also revealed a smile. He asked, Autumn Moon, have you passed the test? Yes, and this senior wants me to join the Qilin courtyard. But I don't want to. I want to join the Vermilion Bird courtyard with young master. Autumn Moon said. Autumn Moon can join the Qilin courtyard? Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he purposely put on a stern face and said, silly girl, others can't even join the Qilin courtyard. You don't want to join? Listen to young master and join the Qilin courtyard. But young master, Autumn Moon can't bear to leave you. Autumn Moon's eyes turned red. Silly girl, we are all in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It's not like we can't see each other anymore. Moreover, once you join the Qilin courtyard, as long as you succeed in your cultivation, there will be plenty of chances to see each other in the future. Also, Autumn Moon, what's up with your bloodline? Is the test out? Lu Ming comforted Autumn Moon and asked. The test results are out. This senior said that I might have a special bloodline and told me not to tell anyone. However, young master is not just anyone. Autumn Moon whispered into Lu Ming's ear. A special bloodline. Mid-Autumn Moon's words made Lu Ming's heart tremble, but it was followed by great joy. He was happy for Mid-Autumn Moon. The human bloodline was divided into countless types. However, most of the bloodlines were in the form of living beings. For example, various forms of demonic beasts or various forms of plants. This was because in ancient times, the human race and the myriad races coexisted. Their blood contained the genes of these living beings, which was why the bloodline of these living beings was awakened. However, some people would awaken some very strange bloodlines, such as sword-shaped bloodlines, saber-shaped bloodlines, and other weapon-shaped bloodlines. There were even wind, fire, thunder, water, and other elemental bloodlines. These bloodlines were known as special bloodlines. Special bloodlines were very rare and very mysterious. They had unimaginable power. For example, people with sword-shaped bloodlines could comprehend swordsmanship many times faster than ordinary people. There were even people who had inherited an incomparably powerful swordsmanship from sword-shaped bloodlines, which allowed them to dominate the world. In short, those with special bloodlines were usually peerless geniuses. He did not expect Mid-Autumn Moon to have a special bloodline. No wonder it was so difficult to awaken before. Everything made sense now. Mid-Autumn Moon, you can't tell anyone in the future. Also, you have to cultivate well in the Qilin courtyard. Lu Ming touched Mid-Autumn Moon's hair and said, "Young master." Mid-Autumn Moon's eyes turned red. "Go and cultivate well. Young master will check on you in the future," Lu Ming said with a smile. Young master, don't worry. Mid-Autumn Moon will definitely work hard." Mid-Autumn Moon nodded vigorously. "Mid-Autumn Moon, let's go." The middle-aged woman on the white crane waved her hand and an invisible force surged out. Mid-Autumn Moon's body floated in the air and landed on the white crane. The white crane let out a long cry and flew up. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. "It's time for me to go to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard." Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the path of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Obviously, he was in a good mood because Mid-Autumn Moon was able to join the Qilin courtyard. "Junior brother, welcome to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Please register your information here." The few youths at the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming walking over. Lu Ming nodded and filled in his name, age, and where he came from. Then, he walked through the path. Along the way, he went over several hills. In front of him, a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds appeared. That was the Vermilion Bird Peak. At the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak, there was a wide training field. This time, the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were gathered here to wait for the arrangements. "Stop. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter." At the entrance of the training field, a youth blocked Lu Ming's path. This youth was around 20 years old and wore a blue robe. He was obviously an older disciple and had a cold expression. "Senior brother, I'm a new disciple." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The blue-robed youth revealed a cold smile and then coldly shouted, "How dare you lie to me? Pretending to be a disciple of my Mystic Essence Sword sect is a great crime." Lu Ming frowned. This person was too strange. The moment he saw him, he didn't distinguish between right and wrong and said that he was pretending to be a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. If he was really pretending, how could he walk here? This person was clearly deliberately making things difficult for him. However, this was the first time he met this youth. It could be said that there was no enmity between them. "I'm really a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. This is the recommendation jade token." Lu Ming took out the recommendation jade token and said. However, the blue-robed youth didn't even look at the recommendation jade token. He sneered and said, "So what if you have the recommendation jade token? Can't you pretend to be a disciple? Moreover, the most basic requirement for the Mystic Essence Sword sect to recruit disciples is to be a bloodline cultivator. What about you? Are you a bloodline cultivator? Do you have a bloodline cultivator? If you don't have a bloodline cultivator, I don't care who recommended you. Get lost." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. "You're sent by the Duamu family, right?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he suddenly asked. The blue-robed youth's expression changed slightly and he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Get lost." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was sure that this blue-robed youth was related to the Duamu family. Because only Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong knew that Lu Ming's bloodline cultivator had been deprived. However, this blue-robed youth stopped him the moment he saw him and was certain that he didn't have a bloodline cultivator. This meant that he knew about his background beforehand. At this moment, the new disciples in the martial arts field were alarmed and gathered around to watch. "You want me to get lost? I think it's you who should get lost." Lu Ming suddenly sneered. "How dare you talk to me like that? I think you're tired of living." The blue-robed youth's expression darkened. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "Am I not? As a senior disciple, is this how you treat a new disciple? Indiscriminately framing a new disciple and wanting to drive a new disciple away. Who gave you the right? If the Vermilion Bird courtyard is filled with trash like you, then it's fine to not stay." Lu Ming's words were clear and transmitted far away. Immediately, the new disciples in the martial arts field changed their expressions. They looked at the blue-robed youth and pointed at him. The blue-robed youth's expression became even uglier and even a little anxious. Casually driving a new disciple away was too heavy a charge. He didn't have the right to do so. If the elders heard about it, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Lu Ming, it's because you don't have a bloodline cultivator. That I told you to get lost. Don't slander me here." The blue-robed youth shouted. "Slander me? Open your dog eyes and watch carefully," Lu Ming shouted. Then, a large amount of red light appeared behind him. The power of his bloodline cultivator erupted and the shadow of a bug flashed by. "Bloodline? How could you have a bloodline?" The blue-robed youth cried out in disbelief. According to the information he received, this Lu Ming didn't have a bloodline? "Of course I have a bloodline. Otherwise, how could I pass the test of the elders of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and be recommended to enter the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Even a pig would understand this logic, but you deliberately made things difficult for me. Tell me, what are your intentions? Are you deliberately suppressing the new disciples? Or are you worse than a pig?" Lu Ming said word by word. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at the blue-robed youth. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding new disciples all looked at the blue-robed youth with vigilance. This made the blue-robed youth so angry that he almost vomited blood. He couldn't answer Lu Ming's two questions. If he admitted that he was deliberately making things difficult for him, then it would mean that he was deliberately suppressing the new disciples. If this affected the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's recruitment, then he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But if he didn't admit it, then he was worse than a pig. "Lu Ming, you." The blue-robed youth's face turned red. He held back for a long time, but still couldn't force out a word. "Get out of my way, you're blocking the way," Lu Ming scolded. The blue-robed youth clenched his teeth and coldly glared at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, just you wait. I, Ning Feng, am not that easy to play with." After he finished speaking, he turned around and strode away. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the martial arts field. The martial arts field was very large, flat and spacious. At this time, there were already 100 or 200 people. Some people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to chat, while others sat alone with their eyes closed in meditation. Lu Ming walked to the side, sat down cross-legged, and quietly waited. There was a constant stream of people entering the martial arts field. After a few hours, the sky darkened. At this time, there were nearly 1,000 people in the martial arts field. At this time, there was basically no one entering the martial arts field. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh at the high standards of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. There were at least 50,000 people who came to participate in the assessment, but now there were only 1,000 people in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. As for the other courtyards, even if they had more students, they wouldn't have that many. It would be considered good if there were 5,000 people in total. In other words, only 1 out of 10 people could join the Mystic Essence Sword sect. At this moment, a burly man with a full beard walked into the training field. "Assemble!" The strong bearded man roared like a mad lion, shaking everyone's ears to the point of buzzing. More than 1,000 people quickly gathered together. The bearded man stood in front of the crowd, his face expressionless as he roared, "I am Elder Xianxia. First of all, welcome to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. I'm sure all of you already know that you're just odd jobs disciples." The crowd couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. They knew that those who had just joined the Mystic Origin Sword sect were menial disciples. But the word menial made them feel uncomfortable. Looking at the crowd's expression, Xianxia revealed a satisfied smile and said, "However, you have a chance. Soon, the word menial will be removed. In 3 days, the new disciples of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise courtyards will hold a trial together. As long as you pass the trial, you'll be promoted to a bronze rank disciple. Not only will your treatment be greatly improved, you'll also be able to move to the Vermilion Bird Peak to cultivate. But those who don't pass will continue to be odd jobs disciples and live in the odd jobs area, struggling bitterly. Are you guys confident? Yes. Everyone roared, filled with battle intent and confidence. These 1,000 people were all youths under the age of 18, full of vigor. Moreover, those who were able to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect were all geniuses in their respective cities. Naturally, they wouldn't think that they were inferior to others. Good, then we'll distribute the living quarters. Go and rest, Xianxia said loudly. Next, someone came to arrange the living quarters for them. Of course, they were currently living in the odd jobs disciple area at the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak. They lived in an ordinary wooden house, 1 room per person, and it was very small. After Lu Ming entered his room, he entered the Temple of Paragon and began to cultivate. In the trial 3 days later, he had to be promoted to a bronze rank disciple. That way, he would have better conditions and more time to cultivate. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, regardless of the courtyard, the disciples were divided into odd jobs disciples, bronze rank disciples, and silver rank disciples. Odd jobs disciples were the lowest rank. Just like odd jobs, they had to complete tasks assigned by the sect every day before they had time to cultivate. Their treatment was also the worst. Bronze rank disciples were official disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and their treatment was much better. Silver rank disciples were considered elite disciples. They were the backbone of the sect. It was said that there was a gold rank disciple above the silver rank disciples. However, gold rank disciples were above the 5 courtyards. Each of them was a peerless genius, and they had entered the core area of the Mystic Essence Sword sect to cultivate. Their status was high, and they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the courtyard masters. However, there were very few gold rank disciples. There were not many of them in the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming was still far away from becoming a gold rank disciple. He did not want to think about it. Lu Ming's current goal was to become a bronze rank disciple first. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the morning of the 4th day, more than 1,000 people gathered at the martial arts field again. Xianxia stood at the front, his eyes shining as he scanned the surroundings. He roared, "All right, 3 days have passed. The trial has officially begun. This trial will be held in the secluded Night Mountain Range 200 miles away from our sect. Let me tell you, the secluded Night Mountain Range is filled with demonic beasts. It's very dangerous, and it's very common to lose your life. If any of you want to withdraw now, you can stand up. I'll immediately handle the procedures for you to withdraw from the sect." The crowd was silent, and no one stood up. The path of martial arts was originally full of thorns and dangers. Since stepping on this path, everyone was mentally prepared. What's more, withdrawing meant leaving the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was not easy for them to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect, so how could they withdraw just like that? If they really withdrew, they might become a laughingstock for the rest of their lives. Xianxia looked around and revealed a satisfied smile. "All right, since no one is withdrawing, follow me to the secluded Night Mountain Range to gather with the other 3 courtyards." With that, Xianxia ran out first, and the others followed. In a courtyard on the Vermilion Bird Peak, 2 figures sat opposite each other. One was Ning Feng, and the other was a young man with a smile on his face. "Ning Feng, how's the arrangement?" the young man with a smile on his face asked. Ning Feng's face revealed a trace of coldness. "Brother Duanmu, don't worry. This trial will be the death of that brat Lu Ming." That's good. Most of the disciples from the Duanmu family who are participating in the trial have seen Lu Ming's portrait. As long as they meet Lu Ming in the trial, they will kill him. Ning Feng, young Master Lin is very concerned about Lu Ming. "As long as you do well, you will naturally be rewarded," the young man from the Duanmu family laughed. Ning Feng was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to ask Brother Duanmu to put in a good word for me in front of young Master Lin." Lu Ming followed the large group out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and headed towards the secluded Night Mountain Range. Thousands of people ran on the road, stirring up clouds of dust. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was a full 200 miles away from the secluded Night Mountain Range. Although everyone was a martial artist who had awakened their bloodline and their cultivation was not weak, after running for 200 miles, many of them were still sweating profusely and panting like oxen. Lu Ming was fine. Although he was a little out of breath, he had not reached his limit. When they arrived at the periphery of the secluded Night Mountain range, they found that the people from the White Tiger Hall had already arrived. There were a total of 1,500 people in the White Tiger Hall, nearly 500 more than the Vermilion Bird Hall. In recent years, the White Tiger Hall had become stronger and stronger, becoming the strongest among the 4 halls. Therefore, most people chose to join the White Tiger Hall. "Alright, you guys take a rest first," Xie Kuang called out. Everyone sat cross-legged and meditated. Rumble. After a while, the earth rumbled. The Azure Dragon Hall and the Black Tortoise Hall had arrived. Lu Ming observed for a while and found that the Azure Dragon Hall had about 1,300 people, the Black Tortoise Hall had about 1,200 people, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had the least, only about 1,000 people. The 4 halls added up to about 5,000 people. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. A few figures flew over from afar. Yes, they were flying in the air without riding on other flying beasts. "It's a martial ancestor realm expert." There was a burst of exclamations as everyone looked at the sky enviously. Only when a martial artist reached the martial ancestor realm could they fly in the air and soar in the 9 heavens. Lu Ming also looked at the sky enviously, revealing a yearning look. Who wouldn't yearn to soar in the 9 heavens like a goshawk, overlooking the mountains and rivers? One day, I will reach such a realm. Lu Ming clenched his fist with all his might. There were a total of 3 figures, and they were very fast. In a few breaths, they were above everyone's head and suspended in the air. They were 3 gray-haired old men wearing silver robes. They were the silver-robed elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Now, I will announce the rules of this trial. As soon as they arrived, the silver-robed elder in the middle announced loudly. This time, on some of the beasts in the secluded Night Mountain range, we hung an iron plate with points engraved on it, namely 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, and 10 points. These are the 4 types. Among them, there are a total of 5,000 1-point iron plates, which are distributed to Class 1 LV1 to Class 6 LV1. There are a total of 2,000 iron plates, which are on Class 1 7th stage to Class 1 9th stage. There are 400 pieces of 5-point iron plates and 200 pieces of 10-point iron plates. These 2 types of iron plates can only be found on Class 1 to Class 3 LV2 demonic beasts. This time, as long as you get 10 points, you will pass and be promoted to a bronze disciple. The duration of the trial is 20 days. After 20 days, come back here and check your results. Does 10 points count as passing? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 10 points didn't seem like much, but it was extremely difficult. The strength of demonic beasts was not something that ordinary beasts could compare to. A level 1 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial soldier. A rank 2 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial master. Every level 1 demonic beast was divided into 9 levels, which corresponded to a martial master's realm. The 5-point and 10-point iron plates were on Class 2 demonic beasts. Ordinary newcomers couldn't get their hands on them. Therefore, those below the martial master realm could only get 1-point and 2-point iron plates. According to the silver-robed elder, 5,000 for 1 point, 2,000 for 2 points. Even if all the 5-point and 10-point iron plates were added together, the total score would be 13,000 points. 13,000 points divided by 10. That was to say, on average, only 1,300 people would pass. Out of 5,000 people, only 1,300 people could pass on average. It could be imagined that the competition this time would be extremely fierce. Furthermore, the rewards this time around are also very generous. The silver-robed elder continued to announce, this time, the first place will be rewarded with 5,000 sect contribution points and a spirit-condensing fruit. The second place will be rewarded with 4,000 sect contribution points. The third place will be rewarded with 3,000 sect contribution points. The fourth place to the 10th place will be rewarded with 1,000 sect contribution points. The 11th place to the 100th place will also have a corresponding reward. Lastly, I might as well tell you that this time, there will be a 5-point iron plate. As for which demonic beast it is on, it will depend on you to find it. Alright, that's all for the rules. You can all rest for a while and set off. As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. The main thing was that the rewards were too tempting. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect's contribution points could be exchanged for anything in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, such as elixirs, spiritual weapons, cultivation techniques, martial skills, heavenly treasures, etc. One contribution point was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. The first place would be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to 500,000 taels of silver. Who wouldn't be tempted? Spirit Condensing Fruit. Compared to the contribution points, the Spirit Condensing Fruit was also tempting to Lu Ming. The Spirit Condensing Fruit could be used by ordinary martial artists to condense their true qi and increase their cultivation. However, it was more useful for Lu Ming. If he wanted to cultivate to the second level of the true dragon art, his true qi would be 3 times denser than ordinary true qi. He would need to use several extremely precious and rare materials. The Spirit Condensing Fruit was one of the most precious materials. I must obtain the Spirit Condensing Fruit. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a burning light. Not only Lu Ming, but some of the powerful geniuses among the 5,000 people also revealed a strong desire. You must be Lu Ming? At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. A 15 or 16-year-old girl wearing a swordsman's robe revealed her proud figure without a doubt. She had a ponytail and a sword on her back. She had a heroic spirit. You are? Looking at the girl, Lu Ming frowned. He did not know the other party, but the other party recognized him. Could it be that she was sent by the Duanmu family? As if seeing through Lu Ming's worries, the girl smiled and said, Lu Ming, my name is Feng Wu. Sister Mullins told me to look for you. Mullins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, he let down his guard and said, Miss Feng Wu is looking for me, I wonder why you are looking for me. Sister Mullins said that this time, the Duanmu family might deal with you in the trial, so she told me to form a team with you. This way, we can take care of each other. How about it, let's move together? Feng Wu said. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then nodded, all right. He had absolute trust in Mullins. Furthermore, he had just arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, so he was not very clear about the situation in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. That's great. Our team still has 3 people. Let me introduce you. Feng Wu laughed and turned to walk back. Lu Ming followed. On the side of a huge rock, there were 3 youths leaning against it. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming, our new member. Arriving in front of the 3 of them, Feng Wu pointed at Lu Ming and introduced him. Then, he pointed to the 2 tall and skinny youths and introduced them, Lu Ming, this is Zhou Hao, Zhou Su. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su nodded their heads indifferently as a form of greeting. Lu Ming, this is Yuan Chong. Feng Wu pointed to the last rather handsome young man and said. Feng Wu, why did you pull everyone into the team? I don't want someone to drag us down. Yuan Chong's expression was somewhat unfriendly as he stared at Lu Ming and said coldly. Feng Wu's face darkened, and said, Yuan Chong, what are you saying? Lu Ming is my friend. Friend? Hee, we have a lot of friends, and not everyone can be pulled into the team. I want to ask, what is his cultivation level? Yuan Chong said coldly. 6th level martial warrior. Lu Ming said with a sneer on his face. Ha ha ha, 6th level martial warrior? Junior sister Feng Wu, you want to pull a trash at the 6th level of the martial warrior into the team? The weakest of us here are at the 9th level of the martial warrior. He's just a trash at the 6th level of the martial warrior. Yuan Chong laughed out loud and looked at Lu Ming mockingly, his face full of disdain. A faint look of disdain flashed across the eyes of the other 2, but they did not say anything. Miss Feng, it seems that I'm not welcome here. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Feng Wu and said, then turned around and left. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Feng Wu anxiously called out. He went over and grabbed Lu Ming's hand, then looked at Yuan Chong, his eyes filled with raging anger, and shouted, Yuan Chong, you're going too far, I'm warning you, if you say such words again, then we'll go our separate ways. Feng Wu, you. Yuan Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. He never thought that Feng Wu would actually speak to him like that for Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with resentment, but in the end, he did not say anything. After that, Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming and whispered, Lu Ming, I promised Big Sister Mullins that I would bring you along. If you leave, I won't be able to explain it to Big Sister Mullins. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a pleading look. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. It seemed that this Feng Wu beauty was afraid of Mullins, which was why she insisted on keeping him. Why don't we walk with them for a while, get some information, and then find an opportunity to leave? Lu Ming thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, let's go together. That's great. Feng Wu's face revealed a happy smile. Seeing Feng Wu and Lu Ming whispering to each other, Yuan Cheng's face became even uglier, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. At this time, there were already people rushing into the secluded night mountain range one after another. Generally, they were in teams of 3 to 5 people, but there were also some who were alone and disappeared into the secluded night mountain range. Then let's go. Feng Wu announced. Obviously, Feng Wu was the leader of this group. A group of 5 people rushed towards the secluded night mountain range. In the secluded night mountain range, there were towering trees everywhere within a radius of 1,000 miles. Old vines coiled around it, making it look like a primeval forest. From time to time, the terrifying roars of beasts could be heard. 30 miles outside the secluded night mountain range is generally filled with ferocious beasts. There are very few demonic beasts. If we want to obtain points, we have to go at least 30 miles deep. Feng Wu said to them. Everyone nodded, spread out their bodies, and rushed towards the depths of the secluded night mountain range. Yuan Cheng took the lead. His speed was extremely fast. With a sneer on his face, he thought to himself, this trash, let's see how you can keep up. But very soon, he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming took a step forward and covered a distance of 20 feet. He followed beside Zhou Hao and Zhou Su effortlessly, looking relaxed and relaxed. This trash, I didn't expect his movement technique to be so powerful. Yuan Cheng thought in displeasure. Among them, he was at the first level of the Martial Master realm, Feng Wu was also at the first level of the Martial Master realm, and Zhou Hao and Zhou Su were both at the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm. Although Yuan Cheng could still speed up his movement technique, that way, he would be able to shake off Zhou Hao and Zhou Su. But what he didn't know was that Lu Ming didn't even use half of his speed. The dragon snake steps had reached the 5th level, perfection. With a single step, he could cross a distance of 5 feet. The group moved very quickly. After an hour, they had already gone 30 miles deep. At this point, the 5 of them slowed down because there were already demonic beasts roaming around. Roar! A pitch-black black panther suddenly pounced out from the bushes. Its fiendish aura filled the air, and its claws were like blades as it grabbed towards Zhou Hao. You're courting death. Zhou Hao shouted and punched out, colliding with the Black Panther's claws. With a bang, the Black Panther was no match for it. It flew backwards and heavily fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, it got up and ran away. Class 6 Demonic Beast Black Iron Panther, Zhou Hao, don't chase after it. It doesn't have any iron medallion on it. Feng Wu called out. Zhou Hao originally wanted to chase after him, but hearing this, he stopped. Feng Wu continued, our main goal is to accumulate points, so those who do not have any iron medallions, we should avoid them as much as we can, so as not to waste time and energy. The others nodded. The 5 of them continued forward, but not long after, they stopped. Feng Wu frowned, he looked around and said, someone has been following us. I noticed it too. Yuan Cheng nodded. Lu Ming also frowned, because from the beginning, he had been feeling a killing intent enveloping him. Who is it? Come out. Feng Wu shouted. Haha, Junior Sister Feng's spiritual sense is really sharp. A sneer came from the left, and then 2 figures appeared. Wei Ziming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, one of them, Lu Ming knew, it was Wei Ziming who was slapped twice by him a few days ago at the Profound Sword City's restaurant. At this time, Wei Ziming was staring at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. Beside Wei Ziming was a youth who was 50 to 60% similar to Wei Ziming, but even younger. Wei Ziyou, it's you? Why are you following us? Feng Wu said coldly. So this person was Wei Ziming's younger brother, Wei Ziyou. It was normal for some of the more famous geniuses to know each other. Wei Ziyou laughed and said, Junior sister Feng, senior brother Yuan Chong, this has nothing to do with you. I want him, Lu Ming. Feng Wu's face changed, and said, Why are you looking for Lu Ming? Nothing? A while ago, he slapped my big brother twice, so I'm here to cripple his hands. Junior sister Feng, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Wei Ziyou looked at Feng Wu and said. But I'm going to interfere, because Lu Ming is now my teammate. Feng Wu said. Feng Wu, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. At this moment, a voice came from the right. Following that, two youths appeared. These two youths did not conceal their auras at all. Their auras erupted, revealing their cultivation of the 9th level martial warrior. Although it was only the 9th level martial warrior, it caused Feng Wu's expression to change greatly. People from the Duanmu family, what are you doing here? Feng Wu shouted. The Duanmu family had a green tree embroidered on their sleeves, making it easy to recognize. We're here for this Lu Ming, of course. We want his life. One of the Duanmu family's youths smiled faintly. You want to kill Lu Ming? Feng Wu's expression turned ugly. Just how many people had this Lu Ming offended? No wonder Mulans wanted her to protect Lu Ming. At the side, Yuan Chong's eyes revealed a gloating expression. This Lu Ming actually dared to offend the Duanmu family. He was truly courting death. Duanmu family, Wei Ziyou, you came in such a hurry. Haha, Lu Ming, looks like there's no need for me to do anything. Wei Ziyou laughed. No one can take Lu Ming away today. Feng Wu said resolutely. Feng Wu's words stunned everyone. The two youths from the Duanmu family turned gloomy and said, Feng Wu, you really want to go against my Duanmu family? My Duanmu family's anger is not something you can withstand. At the side, Yuan Chong also said anxiously, Junior sister Feng Wu, for a mere Lu Ming, offending the Duanmu family and brother Wei is truly unwise. I think we should not meddle in other people's business. Shut up. Whoever wants to take Lu Ming away today, ask the sword in my hand first. Clang, Feng Wu unsheathed his sword and a sharp sword chi burst out, splitting a rock the size of a person into two halves. Martial Master Realm, release of true energy. Wei Ziming, Wei Ziyou, the two from the Duanmu family and Yuan Chong's faces all darkened. Especially Yuan Chong, who gritted his teeth. Wei Ziyou and the two from the Duanmu family's eyes flickered. In their eyes, Lu Ming could be easily killed, but Feng Wu was difficult to deal with. Although Wei Ziyou was also at the first level of the Martial Master Realm, the two youths from the Duanmu family were only at the 9th level of the Martial Warrior Realm. Feng Wu, do you really think you can protect Lu Ming? When my Duanmu family's experts come, let's see how you'll protect him. Humph. In the end, the two from the Duanmu family chose to retreat. Heh. Wei Ziyou also sneered, his figure flashed, and he retreated with Wei Ziming. Lu Ming, don't worry. The secluded Night Mountain Range has a radius of 1,000 miles. As long as we are careful, the people from the Duanmu family won't be able to find us. Feng Wu walked to Lu Ming's side and said. Thank you. Lu Ming said with a smile. To be honest, even without Feng Wu, Lu Ming was confident that he could break out of the encirclement. The dragon snake steps allowed him to traverse 5 meters with a single step. He believed that even a first-level martial master expert would not be able to catch up to him. However, under such circumstances, Feng Wu was still firmly standing on his side. Lu Ming was still very grateful. There's no need to be so courteous with me. Let's continue our journey. Feng Wu said. Then, he turned around and glared fiercely at Yuan Chong before striding forward. Following that, Feng Wu took the lead, and after walking for a while, she would turn around to prevent the Duanmu clan and Wei Ziming from following her. By evening, they had walked at least 100 miles in the forest. During this time, they finally encountered a few demonic beasts with iron tokens and successfully obtained a few iron tokens. The iron plate was very thin and light. There were 2 pieces, one of which was engraved with the word 1 and the other with the word 2. 2 for 1, 1 for 2. Soon, night fell. They built a bonfire, caught a demonic beast, and roasted it. At night, the secluded night mountain range was even more dangerous. Demonic beasts roamed about and were extremely ferocious. Therefore, they planned to rest at night and continue searching for iron tokens during the day. After eating the barbecue, they extinguished the bonfire and found a secluded place to meditate and rest. The night passed without a word. The next day, they continued to search for demonic beasts with iron tokens. However, the secluded night mountain range had a radius of 1,000 miles. It was unknown how many demonic beasts lived there, but there were only 7,000 iron tokens. In this vast forest, it was not that easy to find. Just like that, 3 days passed. In 3 days, the 5 of them had obtained a total of 6 pieces of 1 point and 3 pieces of 2 points. In total, it was only 12 points, enough for one person to pass. On the 3rd day, when the sky was completely dark, they discovered a shadow wolf. On the neck of this shadow wolf, there was an iron token with the word 10 written on it. Iron token with 10 points, kill. Fengwu was overjoyed. In a flash, he chased after it. The shadow wolf was a Class 1 LV2 demonic beast. An ordinary Class 1 LV2 demonic beast had an iron token with 5 points, and an iron token with 10 points was usually on Class 2 LV2 demonic beasts. Now that a Class 1 LV2 demonic beast had an iron token with 10 points, it could be said to be extremely rare, so they naturally wouldn't let it go. Let's chase together. Fengwu called out from the front. Behind him, Zhou Hao and Zhou Su also rushed forward. However, the shadow wolf was extremely fast, and Fengwu couldn't catch up at all. In a few breaths, Fengwu and the shadow wolf's figures disappeared. Lu Ming used his movement technique and wanted to chase after them, but a figure flashed and blocked in front of him. It was Yuan Chong. Lu Ming frowned, and said, "Yuan Chong, you want to attack me?" He, Lu Ming, you trash, that stupid woman Fengwu actually protects you like this. She's really stupid, but I, Yuan Chong, don't want to be implicated by you. Yuan Chong pointed his sword at Lu Ming, and a powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming's body. Yuan Chong, you're 17 years old this year, right? Lu Ming suddenly asked. That's right. So what? Yuan Chong said. 17 years old, and you're still only a Class 1 martial master. I think you're even worse than trash. In 2 months, I can defeat you. Lu Ming said. Ridiculous. Lu Ming, you want to defeat me in 2 months with a Class 6 martial warrior trash like you? Ridiculous, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Yuan Chong revealed a cold smile. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the side of the forest, and 2 figures appeared. It was actually the 2 youths from the Duanmu family. Yuan Chong, you're quite sensible. Thank you for your cooperation this time. You can leave now. One of the youths from the Duanmu family said. Haha, Lu Ming, this is your fate. Accept it obediently. Yuan Chong laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and he headed in the direction where Fengwu and the others were chasing after the shadow wolf. Lu Ming, are you going to kill yourself, or do you want us to do it? After Yuan Chong left, the 2 youths from the Duanmu family looked at Lu Ming. One of them said indifferently, as if Lu Ming was already a turtle in a jar. With just the 2 of you? Your Duanmu family is underestimating me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, he stomped heavily on the ground, twisted his body, and rushed toward the 2 youths from the Duanmu family like lightning. Swoosh, in the process of rushing out, sword light flashed and slashed at the vital point of one of the youths. Strike first and gain the upper hand, since they had already become mortal enemies, Lu Ming would not be wishy-washy. The 2 youths from the Duanmu family were shocked. They never thought that Lu Ming would be so bold. He was only a Class 6 martial warrior. Facing 2 Class 9 martial warriors, he actually dared to take the initiative. Moreover, his attack was fast, accurate, and incomparably sharp. Retreat. In a hurry, the 2 of them hurriedly retreated. Poochie, even so, one of the youth's chest was still swept by Lu Ming's sword. The wound went straight to the bone and blood flowed out. What a pity. I was so close to being able to cut his heart. A Class 9 martial warrior is indeed powerful. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, thinking that it was a pity. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, killing a Class 8 martial warrior wasn't a problem. However, facing a Class 9 martial warrior, it wasn't a problem for him to fight. However, it was very difficult to kill them. Lu Ming, you dare to hurt me? I will tear you into pieces. The young man who was injured by Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. He had a lingering fear and screamed hysterically. Together with the other person, he dashed toward Lu Ming. Then let's fight. In an instant, the three of them collided. Ding ding, the three sword lights continued to clash in the air, emitting dense sounds and sparks. The two youths from the Duanmu family were cultivating inferior-grade yellow-level swordplay. They had already reached the third level of mastery and were far from Lu Ming's swordplay. However, their cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. When the two of them joined forces, Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage. Kill the injured one first. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he continuously attacked the injured youth with the flowing light sword technique. How can he be so strong? He's only a 6th-stage martial warrior. How can he be so strong? No, we can't let him live. We must kill him. The two youths from the Duanmu family were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. Roar! Roar! 2 beastly roars were heard. The two youths from the Duanmu family emitted a blood-red light from their backs. Then, 2 black panthers appeared. There were 3 red chakras on the 2 black panthers. Obviously, both of them had rank 3 bloodline. Then, the 2 black panthers rushed into the two youths' bodies. Suddenly, their bodies emitted a layer of black light and their aura surged. This was bloodline eruption. With the activation of their bloodline, their speed was raised by 30%. Bloodlines were biased. Some bloodlines were biased towards defense, some towards attack, and some towards speed. When a bloodline eruption occurred, the attribute it was biased towards would be increased. Generally speaking, a first-level bloodline eruption could increase one's attributes by 10%. A second-level bloodline eruption could increase one's attributes by 20%. A 9th-level bloodline eruption could increase one's attributes by 90%, which was almost double. The two youths' bloodlines were biased towards speed. Therefore, when they erupted, their speed increased by 30%. No matter which attribute increased, it meant an increase in combat strength. Of course, some high-grade bloodlines might be very powerful in several attributes. Then, they could increase several attributes at the same time. When several attributes increased at the same time, the increase in combat strength would be even more terrifying. After the bloodline eruption, the two youths' combat strength increased by a level and began to suppress Lu Ming. It's a pity that my bloodline hasn't grown yet. I can't erupt with power. This is my weakness. Lu Ming pondered and did his best to fight the two of them. Swoosh, right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out again. Another person had arrived. Haha, Lu Ming, die. It was Wei Ziming and Wei Ziyu. Whoosh, before Wei Ziyu arrived, he slashed out with his sword and a green sword chi burst forth. The sword chi left his body and was incomparably sharp. It directly slashed at Lu Ming's vital points. Danger! In an instant, Lu Ming felt goosebumps all over his body as a strong sense of danger enveloped him. The sword chi of a martial master was not something he could withstand right now. However, when he wanted to dodge, he was blocked by 2 young men from the Duanmu family. Whoosh, at this moment, in another direction, there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. Another beam of sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. There was actually another martial master who wanted to kill Lu Ming. 2 martial masters joined forces and 2 young men in the martial warrior 9th rank to stop Lu Ming. This was a sure kill. Lu Ming was instantly in a desperate situation. Enter the Temple of Paragon. Since he couldn't withstand it, he could only enter the Temple of Paragon to hide. Although this might expose the Temple of Paragon, it was better than being killed. However, Lu Ming's expression immediately changed. He realized that he couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon. The Temple of Paragon didn't respond. Can't I enter the Temple of Paragon in the middle of a battle? Am I going to die here? No, I can't die. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. At this moment, he was extremely focused and his blood was boiling. He wanted to find a way out of this hopeless situation. Suddenly, a strong itch came from Lu Ming's spine. A beam of red light shot out from his spine. At the same time, a strange energy flowed from his spine into Lu Ming's body. This is the power of the bloodline. My bloodline has finally fully grown. Bloodline eruption. Without much time to think, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted and a layer of black light spread out from his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two beams of sword chi slashed Lu Ming's body. The moment the sword chi slashed, two sharp beams of energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. A sharp pain came and Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the sword chi seems to have been reduced by half. In an instant, Lu Ming felt that the power of the sword chi had been reduced by half. If it had been at full power, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Is it because of my bloodline? A thought flashed through his mind. However, there was no time to think. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards the injured Duanmu clan youth like the wind. How could the Duanmu clan youth have expected that Lu Ming would still be alive after being hit by the sword chi of two martial masters? It was already too late for him to defend himself. Puchi, the sword chi flashed and slashed the youth's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's figure flashed past and then he used the dragon snake steps and ran forward. Lu Ming, you dare kill a disciple of my Duanmu clan. You deserve to die. A furious roar sounded out. Lu Ming took a quick glance and saw the person who roared. This person was the other martial master who had attacked. There was a green wood embroidered on his sleeve. He was obviously a disciple of the Duanmu clan. Duanmu clan, I, Lu Ming, swear that sooner or later, I will uproot you. The killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was extremely strong. He forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body and ran forward. Chase. Behind him, Wei Ziyo and the martial master from the Duanmu clan quickly chased after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's dragon snake steps had already reached the 5th level. He could traverse 15 meters with each step, which was faster than a rank 1 martial master. Wei Ziyo and the martial master could not catch up with Lu Ming. Half an hour later, Lu Ming had completely left the two of them in the dust. Then, Lu Ming found a cave and rushed in. Huff huff, Lu Ming sat in the cave, panting heavily. He could feel waves of pain in his body. Although he had blocked the sword chi of the two martial masters, he was still injured. Let's see if I can enter the Temple of Paragon. With a thought, Lu Ming disappeared and reappeared in the Temple of Paragon. Can't I enter the Temple of Paragon when I'm in a battle or in danger? Why is that? Lu Ming was puzzled and speechless. It seemed that it would be impossible to rely on the Temple of Paragon to avoid danger in the future. He had to rely on himself. Let's heal first. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon fighting art to heal his injuries. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Buzz, Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his spine. A blood-red light shone and a finger-sized black worm appeared in the light. The worm was black and shiny, as if it was made of black jade. It had no hands or legs. Is this my bloodline? But why doesn't it have a single chakra? Bloodlines were divided into 9 levels, and each level had a corresponding chakra. Level 1 bloodline, 1 blood chakra. Level 2 bloodline, 2 blood chakras. And so on. However, Lu Ming's bloodline did not have a single chakra. Could it be a level 0 bloodline? But he had never heard of a level 0 bloodline. Moreover, Lu Ming had tested it before. The speed at which his bloodline absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was comparable to a level 4 bloodline. Also, when I activated my bloodline power, it blocked 50% of the sword chi. Is that a special effect of my bloodline? Lu Ming pondered and there was excitement in his eyes. If it could really block 50% of the enemy's attack, it would be a terrifying ability. Lu Ming could not wait to give it a try. Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and searched for demonic beasts in the forest. Soon, he found a demonic beast. It was a Class 7 LV1 demonic beast. It could spit out fireballs to attack. Roar, when the flame wolf found Lu Ming, it roared and opened its mouth. A fireball condensed and shot toward Lu Ming. Let's try the power of bloodline power. With a thought, a force flowed from his spine into his body. Lu Ming's body shone with a layer of black light. The black light exuded a strong devouring power. Lu Ming did not dodge and allowed the fireball to hit him. In an instant, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the power of the fireball was being devoured by the black light on his body. In the end, only half of its power was left. Lu Ming took a step back, avoiding the fireball that had half of its power left. It turns out that the external attack was not blocked, but devoured. Half of the attack power was devoured. There was shock in Lu Ming's eyes. At this moment, the bloodline power in Lu Ming's body disappeared without a trace. It can't be. How did it disappear so quickly? It only took a breath? Lu Ming was speechless. At this moment, the flame wolf spat out another fireball. But when Lu Ming wanted to activate his bloodline power again, he found that it could not. Lu Ming knew that it was because the bloodline power had been exhausted and needed time to recover. But wasn't this a little too short? Lu Ming knew that generally, martial artists in the martial soldier realm would have a bloodline outburst for about a minute. After a minute or so, the bloodline power would be exhausted and they would have to wait for recovery. As for the martial master realm, the power of one's bloodline would become stronger and one would be able to unleash it for about 2 minutes. In the future, as one's cultivation increased, the duration of one's bloodline would also increase. But now, Lu Ming's bloodline power eruption could only lasted for a second. Normally, one breath was 2 seconds, which was 30 times more than other people's time. It seemed that the ability to block 50% of the attack was powerful and miraculous, but it could only be used at critical moments. Also, what was the highest level could be? There was a limit to everything. Lu Ming did not believe that the bloodline of an expert who was much more powerful than him could withstand it. Lu Ming had to find out for himself. In any case, Lu Ming was very satisfied. This ability could definitely be used as a trump card at a critical moment. Bang! He used the dragon snake steps to avoid the flame wolf's attack and then attacked the flame wolf. Poochie, the sword pierced through the flame wolf's heart. The flame wolf struggled a few times before it stopped breathing. I wonder how long it will take for the bloodline power to fully recover. Lu Ming thought, and the black bug bloodline power condensed. Lu Ming wanted to continue observing. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The black bug bloodline power suddenly opened its mouth at the flame wolf's corpse and a powerful suction force was produced. Then, 9 drops of bright red blood essence flew out from the flame wolf's wound and were swallowed by the black bug bloodline power. In the next moment, a powerful energy gushed out from Lu Ming's spine. This energy fused with Lu Ming's true qi, causing Lu Ming's cultivation to soar from the early stage of the 6th level of the martial warrior to the peak of the early stage of the 6th level of the martial warrior. Buzz, then, a pale red chakra appeared on the black bug bloodline power's body. In Lu Ming's eyes, it was so dazzling. Lu Ming was stunned. It took him a long time to react. My bloodline can actually devour the blood essence of a monster and transform it into true qi? And my bloodline can actually level up? Lu Ming muttered to himself. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his heart was ecstatic. It was already heaven-defying to be able to devour blood essence and transform it into true qi. But to be able to level up was simply unheard of. As everyone knew, the level of bloodline was fixed. Unless there were special circumstances, it was generally impossible to level up. But his bloodline could actually level up, which was simply beyond common sense. Just now, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the blood essence he devoured from the fire wolf was divided into 2. Half was transformed into true qi, and the other half was absorbed by the bloodline itself. This was why both his true qi and bloodline were upgraded. In the future, as long as he continued to devour the blood essence of monsters, wouldn't his bloodline level continue to improve? It was not impossible to level up to the 5th level, 6th level, 8th level, 9th level, or even beyond the 9th level. Lu Yao's 5th level bloodline was nothing. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming laughed heartily. Let's go find monsters. Lu Ming could not wait to look for demonic beasts and experiment with them. Not long after, Lu Ming discovered another level 8 level 1 demonic beast. This demonic beast actually had a 2-point iron plate on it. Lu Ming killed it and put away the iron plate. Then, he activated his bloodline and sucked out 9 drops of blood essence from the monster. Blood essence was the blood essence of living creatures and contained a huge amount of energy. Legend has it that whether it was a monster or a human, there were only 9 drops of blood essence in their body. After the 9 drops of blood essence were devoured by the black worm bloodline, they were also divided into 2, and part of them was transformed into Lu Ming's true qi. Suddenly, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through and reached the middle of the 6th level martial warrior. The blood-red chakra on the bloodline, although it did not level up, its color became more vivid. The blood essence of a Class 8 LV1 monster was indeed more effective than that of a Class 7 LV1 monster. Let's call it the spirit-devouring bug from now on. Duanmu family, you wait for me, continue. Lu Ming named the black worm bloodline spirit-devouring bug. After that, Lu Ming hunted monsters in the secluded Night Mountain range and devoured their blood essence. Lu Ming's cultivation increased crazily. More than a day later, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the 7th level martial warrior. 3 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of the 8th level martial warrior. At this time, his bloodline really did level up again. The 2nd chakra was born, and it was promoted to the 2nd level bloodline. After 3 days of continuous hunting of demonic beasts, Lu Ming finally figured out a part of the mysteries of his bloodline. First of all, there was a limit to the devouring of 50% of the attack power when his bloodline erupted. He found that it would only work on monsters that were 5 levels higher than him. It would be useless if it was more than 5 levels higher. For example, Lu Ming was a Class 1 martial warrior. It would only work on monsters below the 6th level martial warrior. Once he encountered a monster above the 7th level martial warrior, it would have no effect at all. The time of the bloodline eruption was a breath at first. After the eruption, it would take 3 hours before the eruption could continue. But with the promotion of the bloodline, these changes occurred. Every time the bloodline was promoted, the time of the bloodline eruption would increase by 1 breath. When Lu Ming was promoted to the 2nd level bloodline, the time of his bloodline eruption had increased to 3 breaths. Correspondingly, the time to restore the power of his bloodline had also decreased. Lu Ming was walking through the forest when his expression suddenly changed and he muttered, "They're really haunting me. However, they've come at the right time." Swish! Swish! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the next moment, figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, behind him, and to his left. In front of him was Wei Ziyou and Wei Ziming. Behind him were 4 people from the Duanmu family. Other than the young martial master, there were 3 other youths. On the left was a young man in embroidered clothes. His aura was extremely powerful and he was also a martial master. When the 3 groups of people saw Lu Ming, they spread out in a circle and surrounded Lu Ming. 3 of them were martial masters of the 1st layer and 3 were martial warriors of the 9th layer. As for Wei Ziming, he could be ignored. "Lu Ming, let's see where you can run to this time." Wei Ziming stared viciously at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming smiled and casually glanced at Wei Ziming and said, "You trash, if you have the ability, come and fight me yourself." "Lu Ming, you're going to be a dead man soon." "I won't bother with a dead man," Wei Ziming said viciously. "Lu Ming, you actually dared to kill a disciple of my Duanmu family. You deserve to die 10,000 times." The young martial master from the Duanmu family coldly shouted. "I deserve to die 10,000 times? Your Duanmu family wanted to kill me first. According to what you're saying, I can only be killed and can't fight back." Lu Ming said. "That's right. If my Duanmu family wants to kill you, you can only stand there and wait for death. How can your cheap life be compared to the lives of my Duanmu family disciples?" The young man from the Duanmu family coldly shouted. He was overbearing, confident, and unreasonable. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming chuckled. He didn't want to say anything to such a person. Soon after, he shifted his gaze to the young man in embroidered clothes and said, "What about you? I don't think I know you? Are you also from the Duanmu family?" "Haha, Lu Ming, since you're going to die, I'll let you know why. Senior brother Ning Feng asked me to come." "You're really bold. You've just entered the sect and you dare to offend senior brother Ning Feng. Are you tired of living? The young man in embroidered clothes faintly. Alright, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's kill him. I don't have time to talk nonsense. The young man from the Duanmu family, Duanmu Fei, said coldly. As soon as he finished his words, his figure pounced toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Green sword aura cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Wei Ziyou and the youth in embroidered clothes did not make a move. In their opinion, it was enough to kill Lu Ming. Just as Duanmu Fei's sword aura was about to slash Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and unleashed the dragon snake steps. He dodged the sword aura and his figure darted out at lightning speed. His target was a 9th-layer martial warrior from the Duanmu clan. Clang, his sword rang and a sword light flashed. With his current cultivation of martial realm, even if the young martial master was on full alert, he could not avoid Lu Ming's sword light. Puchi, the long sword pierced the young martial master's heart. One hit, one kill. Devour. With a thought, Lu Ming's palm erupted with a powerful suction force. 9 drops of blood essence were sucked out of the young martial master's wound. They flowed along Lu Ming's arm and were devoured by the spirit-devouring bug. In the past few days, Lu Ming had figured out a way to use the spirit-devouring bug's bloodline. He could use the devouring power on his hands to silently devour the blood essence of others. Ah, Lu Ming, you're courting death. Duanmu Fei roared furiously. His figure flashed and he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mouth revealed a cold smile. He did not want to meet Duanmu Fei head-on. Using the dragon snake steps, he charged at another young martial warrior. At the same time, the spirit-devouring bug's bloodline continued to refine the blood essence and a stream of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. The energy contained in the blood essence of a martial warrior was huge, which allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to quickly improve. His cultivation, which was already at the peak of martial realm, was constantly approaching the 9th level. Swish, sword light flashed. Although the young martial master tried his best to retreat, his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. He was killed in an instant. At the same time, the blood essence was also absorbed by Lu Ming. Crash, true chi surged. The blood essence of 2 9th-level martial warriors finally allowed Lu Ming to break through the shackles. His cultivation reached the 9th-level martial warrior in one fell swoop. Damn it, what are you two waiting for? Let's attack together and kill Lu Ming. Duanmu Fei roared. In the past few days, 3 9th-level martial warrior youths of the Duanmu family had died in the hands of Lu Ming. Even in the Duanmu family, a 9th-level martial warrior under the age of 18 could be regarded as an elite. Now that 3 of them had died at once, he didn't know how to explain it to the elders of the Duanmu family. Therefore, he hated Lu Ming to the extreme. Kill. Kill. Wei Ziyou and the young man in brocade roared and also rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming killed 2 9th-level martial warriors in an instant. His strength was beyond their expectations. At this time, they didn't care about their face and directly joined forces. Duanmu Fei and Wei Ziyou slashed out a sword chi, while the young man in brocade robe slashed out a golden palm force. The 3 joined forces and with a harsh whistling sound, they rushed towards Lu Ming. Haha, come on, let me see how strong the martial master realm is. Lu Ming laughed. His cultivation had broken through to the 9th-level martial warrior, which greatly increased his confidence. Peng, with a twist of his body, Lu Ming rushed towards Duanmu Fei, ignoring the attacks of Wei Ziyou and the young man in brocade robe. Die. Wei Ziyou and Duanmu Fei's eyes revealed a sinister killing intent. Bloodline eruption. At this time, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted and a layer of black light flashed. At this time, the attacks of Wei Ziyou and the other 2 landed on Lu Ming's body. The scene of Lu Ming being killed didn't happen as expected. Lu Ming's body only swayed, but the long sword in his hand didn't stop. Like a cold bolt of lightning, it burst forth and pierced towards Duanmu Fei's heart. Duanmu Fei never dreamed that Lu Ming would not only survive the joint attack of the 3, but also counterattack. It was too late for him to dodge. With a poochie sound, his chest was pierced by Lu Ming. He felt his vision darken. And fell heavily to the ground. Duanmu Fei, dead. 2 breaths left. Lu Ming's mind whirled as he slashed his long sword towards the young man in brocade robe. Ah! Die! Seeing Duan Mufei being killed, the young man in brocade robe was scared out of his wits. At this time, he sent out 2 palm strikes. However, Lu Ming didn't care, allowing the palm strikes to land on his body. The long sword in his hand didn't stop as it slashed through the young man's throat. Blood splattered everywhere as the young man's throat was slashed. He desperately clutched his throat with both hands, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness, pleading, and hatred. Retreat, quickly retreat. On the other side, Wei Ziyo screamed in horror. Lu Ming killing 2 martial masters in a row had already scared him out of his wits. He frantically fled. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lu Ming used the dragon snake steps, covering 50 feet in a single step. Wei Ziyo could not escape at all. In just 10 breaths, Lu Ming caught up to Wei Ziyo. I'll fight you to the death. Wei Ziyo roared, activating his bloodline as he turned around to attack Lu Ming. He knew that no matter if he begged for mercy or threatened, it would be useless. From Lu Ming's previous attack, it could be seen that he was ruthless, decisive, and determined. Even the genius disciples of the Duanmu family were killed without hesitation. He was simply lawless. Therefore, he was not afraid of the Wei family at all. Clang! Clang! Their swords collided as the two engaged in a fierce battle. At this point, Lu Ming's bloodline activation had long passed. However, Lu Ming relied on the true dragon battle art and the 4th level of the flowing light sword art to completely suppress Wei Ziyo. Wei Ziyo's sword art was only at the 4th level of a low-grade yellow rank sword art. Their swords clashed as they exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming's sword art became faster and faster. Finally, Lu Ming's sword pierced Wei Ziyo's heart. In a head-on battle, Wei Ziyo was defeated. Defeat meant death. Following which, Lu Ming looked in a direction and sneered as he chased after Wei Ziyo. At this point, Wei Ziming was running for his life, wishing that he had 2 more legs. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Even a martial master was killed by him. Second brother is most likely no match for him. I must run out and ask father to send experts to kill this Lu Ming. As Wei Ziming ran, he let out a low growl. You're still thinking of killing me at this point. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Wei Ziming's ears. Ah! Wei Ziming screamed in fright. Turning his head, he saw Lu Ming looking at him with a cold smile. A wave of cold air rushed from Wei Ziming's tailbone to the top of his head. Lu Ming, spare my life. I beg you to spare me. Wei Ziming did not dare to run anymore. He immediately stopped and knelt down with a plop, begging loudly. This made Lu Ming slightly stunned. This Wei Ziming was actually a spineless person, completely different from Wei Ziyo. I've already killed Wei Ziyu, do you think I'll let you go? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, no, brother Ming, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Moreover, you killed Wei Ziyo. You killed him well. His talent is higher than mine, and he has always been suppressing me. I have long wanted him dead. Once he dies, there will be no one to compete with me for the position of Flame City Lord. Wei Ziming cried out with tears and snot running down his face. However, he was roaring in his heart. As long as he didn't die today, he would definitely make Lu Ming pay 10 times, 100 times more. If I don't kill you, should I wait for your revenge? Do you think I'm that stupid? Lu Ming smiled faintly. No, Wei Ziming cried out. He wanted to get up and run away, but a sword light flashed and Wei Ziming's head flew far away. Unfortunately, one of them still escaped. Lu Ming whispered. There was only one young man left in the Duanmu family who was at Martial Warrior LV9. He was at Martial Warrior LV9 and was running with all his strength. Now that so much time had passed, it was impossible to catch up. Puff, suddenly, Lu Ming's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of a martial mentor is really sharp. Lu Ming sighed. Just now, he had activated his bloodline and forcefully withstood the attacks of Duan Mufei and the other 2. Although 50% of the attack power had been reduced, and he had relied on the protective chi of a 9th layer martial warrior to resist part of the attack, he was still injured. However, this injury was worth it in exchange for the lives of 3 martial mentor experts. In terms of combat strength, even if Lu Ming had the bloodline of the spirit-devouring bug, he might not be a match for the 3 of them. Just now, Lu Ming had used the special characteristics of the spirit-devouring bug bloodline to catch them off guard and kill them in one fell swoop. Duan Mufei and the young man in embroidered clothes did not even use their bloodline. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield and devoured all the essence blood of Wei Ziyo, Duan Mufei, and the young man in embroidered clothes. Then he left and found a secluded place to refine the essence blood. The essence blood of 3 martial mentor experts was enormous. Even if only half of the energy was converted into genuine qi, Lu Ming's cultivation soared. At the same time, his injuries were also recovering rapidly. After refining all the essence blood of the 3 martial masters, a light red chakra appeared on the 2 scarlet chakras of the spirit-swallowing bug bloodline. 3rd level bloodline. Lu Ming's bloodline had been upgraded to the 3rd level. At the same time, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial warrior realm. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to the martial mentor realm. But it was this little bit that blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming frowned. I've improved too fast recently. My genuine qi is not pure enough and my foundation is not stable. No wonder I can't break through. The more essence blood he devoured, the more drawbacks appeared. After all, he did not cultivate step by step. His foundation was not stable and his genuine qi was impure. Otherwise, with the essence blood of 3 martial mentor experts, he could break through to the martial mentor realm. I'm going to stop devouring essence blood and take some time to consolidate my cultivation. Lu Ming believed that as long as he consolidated his genuine qi for a period of time, he would be able to break through to the martial mentor realm. Next, Lu Ming moved to another place. Instead of continuing to hunt demonic beasts, he focused on cultivating the true dragon skill and various martial techniques. This cultivation lasted for 9 days. After 9 days of continuous bitter cultivation, Lu Ming's genuine qi was no longer impure. It was once again refined and pure, and his foundation was stable. When the conditions were right, Lu Ming's cultivation level broke through and he reached the martial master realm. Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword. A black sword qi burst out and cut a tree as thick as a person's waist in half. In the martial mentor realm, one could release genuine qi and form sword qi, saber qi, fist aura, etc. It was very powerful. My genuine qi is several times stronger. If I were to fight with Wei Ziyo or Duan Mufei, who are in the 1st layer of the martial mentor realm, I would be able to kill them in one move. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright. Let's try the dragon snake steps. During this period of time, his other martial techniques did not improve. However, the dragon snake steps broke through again and reached the 6th level of the martial technique, man and martial arts as one. This was the highest level of a martial technique. Bang! His genuine qi burst out and his muscles trembled. Lu Ming's figure rushed out like the wind. The fallen leaves on the mountain were swept up by his body and fluttered wildly. His figure was already 70 feet away. That's right, 70 feet. Originally, when one cultivated to man and martial arts as one step was 60 feet. However, because his cultivation had broken through to the martial mentor realm, one step was 70 feet. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful the same martial technique would be. There are still 4 days until the end of the examination. I have to put in all my effort to find the iron plate. A while ago, Lu Ming had hunted at least dozens of level 1 6th level demon beasts and above, and some of them had iron medallions on them. Now, Lu Ming had 5 iron medallions with 2 points and 3 iron medallions with 1 point, which added up to 13 points. Also, from Wei Ziyo and the others, he had also obtained some iron medallions with 12 points. A total of 25 points. This score was enough to be promoted to a bronze disciple. However, Lu Ming felt that it was far from enough. He had a wild wish in his heart, which was to be 1st place. 1st place would be rewarded with spirit condensation fruit. Although his current score was definitely far from enough, he would do his best. Lu Ming used the dragon snake steps and ran through the forest. He directly skipped over ordinary demon beasts and searched for demon beasts with iron medallions. A day passed. When night fell, Lu Ming found another piece of 1 point, one piece of 2 points. Adding them all up, Lu Ming had a total of 28 points. Clang! At this moment, the sound of weapons clashing came from the front. There's someone over there. Lu Ming's expression changed. At the source of the sound, through the dense branches, he could vaguely see flames jumping about. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he headed towards the bonfire. At this moment, there were indeed 4 people at the bonfire. These 4 people were actually Feng Wu, Yuan Chong, Zhou Su, and Zhou Hao. At this moment, the situation was very unexpected. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su's faces were pale as they lay on the ground weakly. Feng Wu held onto his sword, but his body was also trembling non-stop. His face was also pale, and his eyes were filled with anger. He glared at Yuan Chong and shouted, "Yuan Chong, you actually drugged the barbecue, why?" Yuan Chong held onto his sword, his face sinister, and sneered, "Why? Feng Wu, you bitch, Yuan Chong, have chased after you for 2 years, but why didn't you agree? A while ago, you actually scolded me for that bastard Lu Ming. I've had enough. Now that you've been poisoned by my fragrant tendon-weakening powder, let's see how you resist. Today, I want you to become my woman, haha." Feng Wu's face became extremely ugly, and she shouted, "Yuan Chong, you dare? When the trial is over, big sister Mulan's won't let you off." Mulan's, heh. That slut will sooner or later become the plaything of the Duanmu clan. Also, do you think that you'll be able to return alive? Yuan Chong sneered. You want to kill us? Feng Wu's expression changed. At this moment, she was staggering and couldn't even stand properly. Hehe, Feng Wu, after I take care of you, I will personally deal with you. This way, you will belong to me alone. Yuan Chong smiled. You pervert. Feng Wu's face was incomparably pale, his body trembled, and he fell limply to the ground. Brother Yuan, don't kill me. Feng Wu, feel free to play. I guarantee that I won't say a single word about what happened today. Zhou Hao shouted. Me too, Brother Yuan. If I reveal a single word, I'll die a horrible death. Zhou Su also shouted. Unfortunately, I only believe that the dead will not leak the news. Yuan Chong revealed a sinister smile and walked towards Zhou Hao and Zhou Su. No, spare me. The 2 of them cried out in fear. CI, with a flash of sword light, Yuan Chong's sword chi cut off their throats. Now, only the 2 of us are left. Yuan Chong turned and walked towards Feng Wu. You. Don't. Feng Wu was so scared that her face turned pale. She wanted to move back, but after being hit by the fragrant soft tendon powder, the true chi had dissipated and her entire body was powerless. Seeing Feng Wu in such a state, Yuan Chong felt extremely refreshed. He walked to Feng Wu's side and extended his hand to grab him. Slash, a large piece of the clothes on Feng Wu's chest was torn apart, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. It was like jade, with a sparkling luster. There was even more than half of his chest that was exposed, emitting an astonishing enticement. Yuan Chong's eyes immediately turned red, flickering with a scorching light as he stared fixedly at Feng Wu's chest. Bastard, I want you to die a horrible death. Feng Wu let out a cry of despair. At this time, Feng Wu was truly in despair. She had originally thought that Yuan Chong was a friend, but she never thought that Yuan Chong would actually be such a beast. She was going to die here in her prime, and before she died, she was going to be defiled. At this moment, she really wanted to die. This place is rather remote. Do you think anyone will come to save you? Yuan Chong sneered, and was about to pounce towards Feng Wu. Sorry to disturb you. At this moment, a voice sounded out. The moment this voice came out, Yuan Chong's expression changed drastically as he anxiously turned around. Feng Wu was ecstatic, revealing a look of hope. The 2 of them looked towards the source of the voice. Lu Ming. It's you. The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time. Lu Ming crossed his arms and walked over step by step. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Yuan Chong and said, What is it? Are you disappointed to see that I didn't die? Indeed, I am a little disappointed. You were actually able to escape from the hands of the Duanmu clan and Wei Zio, but you are too stupid. Since you've escaped, you should find a corner and hide like a dog. Wait for the trial to end, and now you're here? What? You want to be a hero saving a beauty with just trash like you? Ha ha ha. Yuan Chong laughed out loud, his eyes flashing with ridicule and killing intent. Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry up and leave, you're not a match for Yuan Chong. Feng Wu originally thought that there was hope when he saw that someone had come, but when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he turned into disappointment and despair and shouted loudly. Senior Sister Feng Wu, I am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. You helped me block Wei Zio once before, so now, of course I have to save you once. Lu Ming laughed. Save? Lu Ming, you piece of trash, what are you going to use to save me? Yuan Chong laughed. Of course it's my fist. Lu Ming's face turned cold as he threw a punch at Yuan Chong. You're courting death. Yuan Chong struck out with his palm towards Lu Ming. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming and make Feng Wu feel even more despair. That way, he would be even more carefree. However, when his palm clashed with Lu Ming's fist, his expression changed. He felt an incomparably powerful and condensed innate qi surging from Lu Ming's fist. His innate qi was directly dispersed by Lu Ming's innate qi. A heart-wrenching pain surged from his arm. Yuan Chong cried out loudly and retreated 7 or 8 steps. Martial Master? Impossible? Lu Ming, why is your cultivation at the Martial Master realm? Yuan Chong cried out in disbelief. Martial Master? Seeing this scene, Feng Wu's eyes lit up. He was already in despair, but now, he revealed a glimmer of hope. Yuan Chong, last time I said that I could defeat you in 2 months. Now it seems that I don't need it. Half a month is enough. Lu Ming laughed coldly. You want to defeat me? Don't even think about it. Go to hell. Yuan Chong roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He raised his sword and charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, however, Lu Ming only casually swept out with his sword. The sword light flashed like lightning. Puff, this sword swept past Yuan Chong's wrist. Blood spurted out as Yuan Chong's meridians were severed. Ah! Yuan Chong howled as he retreated frantically. How could this be? It had only been a little over 10 days. How could this Lu Ming be so strong? Why? No, I can't accept this. I can't die. I must escape and tell this news to the experts of the Duanmu clan. Let the Duanmu clan send experts to kill this Lu Ming. After that, I'll find an opportunity to get Feng Wu. I still have a chance. Yuan Chong's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. You have no chance. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, a peerlessly sharp sword light directly pierced through Yuan Chong's heart. This sword strike had completely severed Yuan Chong's various thoughts. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. Yuan Chong roared in anger, full of unwillingness. Lu Ming was too decisive, not giving him the slightest chance. It did not take long for Yuan Chong's life aura to disappear. Activating his devouring power, Lu Ming silently absorbed Yuan Chong's blood essence. At the side, Feng Wu watched with his mouth agape. She was too shocked. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming suddenly disappeared. She thought that Lu Ming had met with some mishap. Even after searching for a few days, they still couldn't find Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming's sudden appearance had shocked her. But then, Lu Ming had displayed an overwhelming advantage and killed Yuan Chong. This caused her to open her small mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? This was the only possibility. Senior Sister Feng Wu, are you alright? Lu Ming walked towards Feng Wu, but when he got close, Lu Ming couldn't help but look towards Feng Wu's chest. That large patch of snow-white skin, as well as that half of her exposed flesh, was simply too eye-catching. Lu Ming stared at him without blinking. So white. Lu Ming blurted out subconsciously. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So you are this kind of person? Look again? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes and the two words so white, Feng Wu's face immediately darkened as he shouted fiercely. How could this woman change her attitude faster than flipping a book? Lu Ming was speechless. He rubbed his nose, then turned his gaze, revealing a playful smile. He walked towards Feng Wu and laughed. Hee hee, senior sister Feng Wu, you are right, I am that kind of person. Now that Yuan Chong is dead, there are only the two of us left. Tell me, how should I treat you? As he said that, his eyes darted around Feng Wu's well-developed body, especially on his chest, where they stayed for an even longer period of time. Junior brother Lu Ming, don't, if big sister Mullins finds out, she won't let you off. I beg you, on account of me helping you before, please spare me. If you want a beauty, after the trial is over, I will definitely help you find one. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Feng Wu was so scared that her face turned pale, and she started to scream. There was no longer any trace of the vicious expression from before. She was like a frightened little rabbit. Tears welled up in her eyes as she sighed inwardly. Why was her fate so bad? She had just escaped the wolf's claws and fallen into the tiger's mouth. Help me find a beauty? No, no, how can other beauties be as beautiful as you, senior sister Feng Wu? Lu Ming stood by Feng Wu's side and laughed lewdly. Then, he extended an arm and hugged Feng Wu's slender waist. Feng Wu left behind a line of tears and closed his eyes in despair. She felt a strong arm wrapped around her waist, and a hot palm pressed against her abdomen, causing her heart to tremble. But after that, there were no other movements. A whistling sound rang in his ears, and the night wind kept blowing on his face. Feng Wu couldn't help but open his eyes, only to discover that Lu Ming was running wildly in the forest with her in his arms. Lu Ming glanced at Feng Wu, smiled slightly, and said, "The smell of blood there will soon attract other demonic beasts, we need to change places." However, Lu Ming's smile was clean, and did not have the slightest hint of lust. In an instant, Feng Wu knew that Lu Ming was just teasing her. "Lu Ming, I'm not done with you." Feng Wu gritted his teeth as he thought fiercely in his heart. Thinking back to his embarrassing state just now, Feng Wu's face turned hot. With a beauty in his arms, his face was flushed red, and he looked as if he couldn't resist at all. In this deep forest, anyone would have their imagination run wild. Lu Ming's heart was also thumping wildly. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and quickly ran. Very quickly, they found a quiet valley 10 miles away. Lu Ming put Feng Wu down, then took off his coat and draped it over Feng Wu's body, blocking a large area of snow-white skin on her chest. Following that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, closed his eyes and meditated. Feng Wu looked deeply at Lu Ming, and then channeled his energy to force out the fragrant soft tendon powder. When the sky was about to brighten, Feng Wu had already forced out all the poison from the fragrant soft tendon powder and recovered his power. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes. "Lu Ming, why did you suddenly disappear?" Feng Wu suddenly asked. "It's still Yuan Chong." Immediately, Lu Ming told her about how Yuan Chong stopped him more than 10 days ago. Of course, he did not mention a single word about his bloodline. It really is that bastard Yuan Chong. He actually colluded with the people from the Duanmu family. Feng Wu gritted his teeth and said, "All right, now that you've forced out the poison, I'll take my leave." Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, why don't we go together? Right now, some of the experts from the various academies have already gathered together. According to what I know, among this group of people from the Duanmu family, there is a top genius called Duanmu Ju. He is the strongest among the newcomers of the White Tiger Hall this year. There are many experts from the Duanmu family and the White Tiger Hall gathered around him. They are searching everywhere for the Iron Medallion, and their goal is to become the rookie king of this trial. If you were to meet them alone, I'm afraid it would be dangerous." Feng Wu stopped Lu Ming and explained. "Duanmu family? Do you know where they are?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. "I know, but what do you want to do?" "Of course I'm going to find them to get the Iron Medallion." Lu Ming's mouth revealed a cold smile, and added in his heart, "Just treat it as collecting some interest first." "You want to rob the Duanmu family? Isn't that too dangerous?" Feng Wu's face changed. "It's not like we're going to fight head-on, what are you afraid of?" Lu Ming said. "All right, then let's go together." Feng Wu waved his fist, the ponytail behind his head swaying back and forth, his eyes revealing an excited light. This Fengwu was not a law-abiding person either. Haha, then let's go together. Lu Ming laughed. Wait a moment. Fengwu suddenly shouted, then turned and ran into the bushes. After a while, when Fengwu walked out, he had already changed into a new set of clothes. Storage ring. Lu Ming's expression changed. Storage rings contained space and could store things. They were refined by powerful inscription masters and were extremely precious. Even the huge Lu family did not have a single one. Fengwu was not simple. I'll return your clothes to you. Fengwu returned Lu Ming's robe to Lu Ming. 50 miles away, on a dense tree, Lu Ming and Fengwu were hiding in the branches. Not far from the tree, there were two young men eating barbecued meat. Let's hurry up and finish eating. Don't delay the Duanmu family's important matters. I know. This time, helping the Duanmu family capture the lightning leopard cub is definitely a great merit. Of course, this lightning leopard cub is said to be a gift to young Master Duanmu Lin. The two of them were new disciples of the White Tiger Hall. They chatted as they ate. Lightning leopard. When Lu Ming and Fengwu heard this, they were both shocked. Lightning leopard was an extremely rare demon beast. It contained the power of lightning and was as fast as the wind. An adult lightning leopard was at least a level 4 demon beast, equivalent to a martial ancestor realm warrior. Especially Lu Ming, he was even more shocked, his eyes shining brightly. This was because the blood of the lightning leopard was one of the 3 most important materials for cultivating the second level of the true dragon art. One was the spirit condensation fruit, the other 2 were the blood of the lightning leopard and the blood smoke stone. Lu Ming was determined to obtain the blood of the lightning leopard. After the 2 youths from the White Tiger Hall finished eating, they stood up and headed in a certain direction. Let's follow them. Lu Ming said to Fengwu. Fengwu nodded and followed behind the 2 youths with Lu Ming. After a few miles, the 2 of them took out a handful of withered grass and lit it up. The withered grass emitted dense white smoke and spread into the forest. At the same time, the same white smoke was emitted from several other directions. Only the northern direction was left without white smoke. Swish, not long after, a silver-white figure rushed out of the forest and hurriedly headed towards the north. It's really a lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Obviously, the lightning leopard was afraid of the white smoke, so it ran in the direction where there was no white smoke. The lightning leopard is out. Let's chase it and chase it into that canyon. With a loud shout, figures rushed out from the forest and chased after the lightning leopard. The 2 youths also chased after it, Lu Ming and Fengwu following closely behind. Not long after, a canyon appeared in front of him. He saw 4 figures standing guard in front of the canyon, while the lightning leopard and the others were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the lightning leopard and the others had already entered the canyon. Let's go in. Lu Ming smiled faintly and headed straight for the entrance of the canyon. Hold it right there. The Duanmu clan is handling some matters here. All unrelated people, scram. Amongst the 4 of them, there was only one disciple from the Duanmu family. When he saw Lu Ming and Fengwu, he shouted coldly. Secluded Night Mountain Range isn't your Duanmu family's territory. Where do I want to go? What can you do about it? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he strode toward the canyon. How dare you? Brat, are you deliberately looking for trouble? That disciple from the Duanmu family shouted and stared at Lu Ming carefully. There was a flash of pondering in his eyes. Then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, I remember now. You are Lu Ming. Haha, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell but you choose to enter it. Unsheathing his sword, the disciple of the Duanmu clan directly pierced towards Lu Ming. However, with a flash of sword light, Lu Ming's sword was even faster. With a poochie sound, it pierced into the chest of the Duanmu clan. This disciple of the Duanmu clan was only at the 9th level of a martial warrior. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? You killed a disciple of the Duanmu clan. You're dead for sure. The other 3 people's faces were pale as they cried out in disbelief. These 3 people were not from the Duanmu clan. They were the other new disciples of the White Tiger Hall. Their cultivation was even lower. One of them was at the 8th level of the martial warrior realm, while the other two were at the 7th level of the martial warrior realm. Shwa shwa, at this moment, another sword light flashed and slashed across the throats of the three people. It was Fengwu who had made his move. The three of them widened their eyes and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Lu Ming looked at Fengwu in surprise. He did not expect Fengwu to be so decisive. Let's see if they have any iron medallions on them. Lu Ming searched the bodies of the four people, and at the same time, he quietly absorbed their blood essence. However, the blood essence of a martial warrior was of little help to Lu Ming. In the end, he found the iron medallions on the four of them. There were a total of 26 points, and Fengwu had 13 points each. After splitting up, the two of them continued to rush towards the canyon. On both sides of this canyon were smooth stone walls. It was over 1,000 meters tall and difficult for birds to cross. No wonder the Duanmu clan would drive the lightning leopard here. Once they reached this canyon, no matter how fast the lightning leopard was, it wouldn't be able to escape. After entering the canyon for about 1,000 meters, they reached the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, there was also a smooth stone wall. At this moment, there were 5 figures surrounding a snow-white figure. It was a small leopard the size of a dog. It was obviously a cub. The fur on its body was as white as snow. On the white fur, there were faint traces of lightning. This was the cub of the lightning leopard. At this moment, the lightning leopard cub was covered in blood as it laid on the ground. Its pair of black eyes were filled with grief and helplessness as it stared at its surroundings. Be careful, just injure it. Capture it alive. This lightning leopard is of great use to young Master Lin. If it is raised by young Master Lin's side, he can extract its blood essence every month to cultivate. One of the youths said. Looking at his clothes, one could tell that he was a disciple of the Duanmu clan. In fact, among the 5 of them, he was the only one who was a disciple of the Duanmu clan. The other 4 were not. Brother Duanmu, don't worry. Since it's young Master Lin's business, it's my business. That's right. The others said one after another. Suddenly, they heard movement. Turning their heads, they saw Lu Ming and Fengwu. The faces of the 5 of them changed. You are Lu Ming? Why are you here? When the Duanmu clan disciple saw Lu Ming, he cried out in surprise. Why can't I be here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Where are the people at the entrance of the canyon? What did you do to them? The Duanmu clan youth shouted. I killed them. Lu Ming said with a smile. What? Kill? You're courting death. Everyone, this person is going against my Duanmu clan. Kill him. The Duanmu clan youth roared. I'll kill him. A grey-robed youth flew out and punched towards Lu Ming's head. He wanted to smash Lu Ming's head into pieces with a single punch. The wind from the fist whistled and true energy burst forth. It was obvious that he was at the 1st level of the martial master realm. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and his figure rushed out like the wind. Following that, a sword light flashed. With a poochie sound, a deep sword mark appeared on the young man's chest. His heart was instantly sliced into 2 by Lu Ming's sword chi. You. The young man only had time to spit out a single word before he breathed his last. Killing a 1st-level martial master expert in one move. The other 4 people's faces changed. The Duanmu clan youth roared, attack, kill him together. Boom. Boom, blood erupted from the 4 of them at the same time. Their bloodline erupted. Among them, the Duanmu clan youth had a 4th-level bloodline while the other 3 had 3rd-level bloodline. The Duanmu clan was indeed powerful. They had actually gathered so many experts. One had to know that among this batch of new disciples, there were only about 100 people who had reached the martial master realm. The 4 of them unleashed their full strength and charged towards Lu Ming and Fengwu. Jiao, with a bird cry, Fengwu also unleashed her bloodline. Her bloodline was actually the 5th-level bloodline, Ice Soul Bird. Among this batch of new disciples, the 5th-level bloodline was definitely the top bloodline. Kill! Fengwu shouted and charged towards the other party. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he also charged forward. Clang! Clang, immediately, the sound of weapons clashing and true chi exploding could be heard. The other party used one person to stall Feng Wu while the other three worked together to deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow, his sword light was incomparably fast, and his true chi was unstoppable. In just a few moves, one of them was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. In the midst of the bloody light, another sword pierced through the heart of another person. In front of Lu Ming, the three martial masters who were at the first level of the martial master realm were as weak as babies. They had no power to resist at all. In the end, only the Duanmu clan youth was left. Lu Ming, how could he be so strong? Didn't that old fellow Lu Yunxiong say that he was just a low-level martial warrior? That old fellow lied to us. The Duanmu clan youth roared in his heart. He no longer cared about the lightning leopard and ran away. However, in front of Lu Ming, how could he run away? He was directly pierced through by Lu Ming's sword from the back. At this moment, a miserable scream came from the other side. Another White Tiger Hall youth was killed by Feng Wu. A 5th-level bloodline had a fighting strength that surpassed a 3rd-level bloodline. But at this moment, Feng Wu's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 warriors of the same level are unable to resist him at all. Furthermore, he hasn't even unleashed his bloodline. It's truly shocking. No wonder Big Sister Mullins thinks so highly of him. Feng Wu pondered. At this moment, Lu Ming walked towards the lightning leopard. Wu, the lightning leopard was severely injured. It lay on the ground and stared at Lu Ming with a pair of black eyes filled with despair. This gaze caused Lu Ming's heart to skip a beat. He couldn't help but think back to the time when Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong had robbed him of his bloodline. If this lightning leopard were to fall into the hands of the Duanmu clan, its fate would definitely be very miserable. Lu Ming, how do you plan to deal with this lightning leopard cub? I suggest you take it out. This lightning leopard cub is very precious outside. Feng Wu suggested. Lu Ming laughed. Senior sister Feng Wu, do you have any healing medicine and empty jade bottles? There is. Feng Wu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 2 jade bottles appeared out of thin air. One was empty, and the other was filled with healing medicine and muscle regeneration and blood-staunching powder. Many thanks, Senior Sister Feng. Lu Ming smiled, took the jade bottle, and approached the lightning leopard. Roar! When the lightning leopard cub saw Lu Ming approaching, its white fur immediately stood up. It grinned and stared at Lu Ming fiercely. Kid, don't be nervous. I won't kill you, and I won't take you away. I only want a little of your blood, and I'll even help you heal. Lu Ming laughed, then moved his body and grabbed the lightning leopard cub's neck. The lightning leopard cub was already injured, and blood kept flowing out of its wounds. Lu Ming took the empty jade bottle and filled it with about half a bottle of lightning leopard's blood. Then, he kept the jade bottle and poured the muscle regeneration and blood-staunching powder on the lightning leopard's wounds. The muscle regeneration and blood-staunching powder was a top-notch healing product. When it was applied to the lightning leopard's wounds, the lightning leopard cub quickly stopped bleeding. Kid, let's go. Find a place to hide and heal your wounds. Don't be discovered by others again. Lu Ming said as he patted the lightning leopard cub's head. Woo. The lightning leopard cub whimpered as it looked at Lu Ming with its big black eyes, as though it was surprised that Lu Ming would let it go. At the side, Feng Wu was also a little surprised, and said, Lu Ming, you really want to let it go? The value of a lightning leopard cub is not low. I still have to find the Duanmu clan to get the iron medallion. I don't have time to bring it along. Lu Ming laughed. Wu the lightning leopard cub suddenly ran to Lu Ming's feet and rubbed its head against Lu Ming's feet. Then, it ran to Feng Wu's feet and rubbed against Feng Wu's feet. What a spiritual demonic beasts. What a cute demonic beasts. Feng Wu exclaimed in admiration as his eyes began to shine. Wu the lightning leopard cub whimpered a few more times, looked deeply at Lu Ming, then turned and ran out of the canyon. Lu Ming laughed, and then searched for the iron medallion S on the bodies of the few people. While he was at it, he quietly absorbed all of their blood essence. The blood essence of 5 martial artists at the first level of the martial master was extremely strong. As expected of a genius of the martial master realm. Each of them has around 30 points. The iron medallion that was found made both Lu Ming and Feng Wu overjoyed. The 5 youths at the first level of the martial master had a total of 153 points. In the end, Feng Wu only wanted 50 points, and the other 83 points were all given to Lu Ming. After all, it was all thanks to Lu Ming this time. Otherwise, Feng Wu would definitely not be a match for the 5 of them at the first level of the martial master. Lu Ming was not courteous either. His goal was to get first place. Right now, Lu Ming already had a total of 124 points. Senior sister Feng, wait for me for a moment. With that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence that he had just absorbed. The blood essence of the 5 first-level martial master was extremely large, and was constantly being converted into true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation was rapidly increasing. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. Second-level martial master. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In addition to Yuan Cheng's, he had devoured the blood essence of 6 martial artists at the first level of the martial master realm, as well as the blood essence of some other martial artists in the martial soldier realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had once again broken through. However, his bloodline was still at the 3rd level and did not advance. Senior sister Feng, let's go. Lu Ming stood up and said. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming's breakthrough was very secretive, so Feng Wu did not notice it. She was only curious as to why Lu Ming suddenly sat down cross-legged to cultivate, and after cultivating for a while, he stood up again. But she didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets, didn't they? The 2 of them left the canyon and continued to run deeper into the secluded night mountain range. The main force of the Duanmu family was still deeper in. An hour later, the 2 of them stopped under a big tree because there was a pattern carved on it. It was a vermilion bird carved on a big tree. It was very lifelike. What does this mean? Lu Ming asked. In the past hour, they had already seen this pattern 3 times. This is a unique symbol of our vermilion bird courtyard. Someone is gathering the disciples of the vermilion bird courtyard. Look, the direction the vermilion bird is pointing at is the direction of the gathering. Oh? So that's how it is. Lu Ming had just entered the vermilion bird courtyard, so he did not know anything about this. Unlike the geniuses of the other big cities, he had already done research on the mystic essence sword sect. I don't know what it is. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use this method to gather disciples. Shall we go take a look? Feng Wu was somewhat puzzled as he said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. When Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed the symbol of the vermilion bird diagram for more than 20 miles, the sun had already set. In front of them, clusters of bonfires appeared, jumping in the night. Shwa! Shwa! Suddenly, several figures appeared and blocked the 2's path. Who are you people? This is the gathering place of my vermilion bird courtyard. Are you disciples of the vermilion bird courtyard? One of them asked. That's right, we are indeed disciples of the vermilion bird courtyard. My name is Feng Wu. Feng Wu said. Haha, so it's junior sister Feng Wu. Quickly invite her in. A laugh came from the bonfire in front of them. A young man walked over. This young man was tall and thin with long arms. His eyes flickered, giving off a dangerous feeling. Yin Kai, it's you. Seeing this young man, Feng Wu was slightly shocked. This person is Yin Kai? Lu Ming's eyes also flashed. Previously, when they had just started the trial, Lu Ming had asked Feng Wu for some information. Yin Kai was very famous. Amongst the newcomers of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, he was known as the #1 expert. It was said that he had awakened a 5th-level bloodline and had already cultivated to the 4th level of the martial master realm at the age of 17. Yin Kai's gaze swept past Lu Ming's body, but he did not pay much attention to him. In the end, he stopped at Feng Wu and said, Junior sister Feng Wu, let's talk over there. Yin Kai brought Feng Wu and Lu Ming and walked towards one of the bonfires. In this place, there were 5 bonfires lit and nearly 50 people gathered. They were all disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming and the others arrived at the bonfire. There were a total of 8 people. However, these 8 people all had extremely powerful auras. They were all experts of the martial master realm. There were even a few of them who had powerful auras that far surpassed ordinary first-level martial masters. These people looked at Feng Wu and nodded their heads. As for Lu Ming, none of them knew him, nor had they heard of his name before, so they naturally ignored him. Senior brother Yin Kai, those vermilion bird diagrams were engraved by you, right? Feng Wu asked. That's right, I asked someone to engrave it. Junior sister Feng Wu, I presume you guys came here because you saw the vermilion bird diagrams. Yin Kai said with a smile. Feng Wu nodded and said, that's right, we did come here because we saw the vermilion bird diagram. We want to see what happened? Senior martial brother Yin, why did you inscribe the vermilion bird portrait and gather all your fellow disciples? Junior sister Feng, I'm sure you know that there's an iron token worth 500 points this time. Yin Kai's eyes flashed, 500 points iron plate? Could it be that you've already found an iron plate worth 500 points? Feng Wu asked in shock. Even Lu Ming was shocked. It could be said that every expert wanted to obtain a 500-point iron plate, because as long as they could obtain this iron plate, they would very likely obtain the first place in this competition. This iron plate with 500 points was of utmost importance. Not bad. Yin Kai nodded his head and said, not only did our Vermilion Bird Hall discover it, even the White Tiger Hall, Azure Dragon Hall and Black Tortoise Hall have discovered it. That's why I want to gather people. This time, this 500-point iron plate must not fall into the hands of the other 3 halls. Our Vermilion Bird Hall has not produced a newcomer king for 8 consecutive years. Senior brother Yin, are you trying to get this iron plate with 500 points and become this year's newcomer king? Feng Wu's eyes flashed. Of course. At the side, a cold youth said, this year's Vermilion Bird Hall, other than senior brother Yin Kai, who else has the qualifications to become the newcomer king? Feng Wu curled his lips and asked, then do you know what kind of demon beast those 500 points are on? It's on a mutated black armored lizard. This black armored lizard is a 2nd level 9th level demon beast. If we were to fight it head-on, no one in our 4 great academies would be able to obtain this iron plate. Therefore, our 4 great academies have agreed that the black armored lizard likes to eat the silver-eyed rabbit. As long as we catch enough silver-eyed rabbit and put the bewitching powder into their bodies, we will be able to make the mutated black armored lizard fall into a deep sleep. At that time, the 4 great academies will rely on their own abilities to fight for the 500-point iron plate. How is it, junior sister Feng? Stay and lend me a hand. Yin Kai said. If I lend you a hand, how do you calculate the remuneration? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Reward? What reward? Yin Kai said with a frown. Since we're helping you, of course we need a reward. How about this, we'll help you obtain the 500-point iron plate and obtain the position of newcomer king. However, how about you give us the spirit condensing fruit for first place as a reward? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming's main goal was the spirit condensing fruit. As long as he could obtain the spirit condensing fruit, what harm was there in helping Yin Kai? You want the spirit condensing fruit? Yin Kai's face darkened. Brat, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Helping senior brother Yin become the newcomer king is the shared honor of our Vermilion Bird Hall. As long as you're a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall, you should unconditionally help. How laughable, the cold youth said gloomily. This person's name was Yuan Lang, and he was a very famous genius among the newcomers of the Vermilion Bird Hall. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the martial master realm. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He finally knew why Yin Kai had carved the Vermilion Bird diagram and gathered the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall. He wanted others to work for him and help him obtain the position of newcomer king. However, Lu Ming did not have the habit of helping others for free. Furthermore, was Lu Ming familiar with them? Shared honor of the Vermilion Bird Hall? You really make it sound so dignified. Lu Ming looked at Yuan Lang with a mocking smile and said, since it's for the honor of the Vermilion Bird Hall, sure. When you obtain the 500-point iron plate, give it to me and let me become the newcomer king. It's also for the honor of the Vermilion Bird Hall. With that said, Yin Kai, Yuan Lang, and the rest's faces darkened. Yuan Lang even shouted, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of the position of newcomer king? Oh? Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to waste his breath with them. He looked at Feng Wu and said, "Senior Sister Feng, do you plan to stay here or? I won't accompany you." "I'm not interested either." "Let's go," Feng Wu said as he turned around to leave with Lu Ming. "All of you, stop right there," Yuan Lang shouted loudly. Shua, with a flash of his figure, he blocked their path. "Yin Kai, what is the meaning of this?" Feng Wu's expression changed as he turned to look at Yin Kai. Yin Kai revealed a sinister smile and said, "This time, I must obtain first place. So, hand over all of your iron plate s." Yin Kai, you, Feng Wu's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that Yin Kai would be so despicable. "It's fine if you don't want to contribute. Leave behind your iron plate s before you leave." Yuan Lang looked at Lu Ming with disdain. "I want to leave, and you want to stop me?" "Scram, a good dog doesn't block the way," Lu Ming shouted coldly. "Brat, you're really arrogant. However, even if you're arrogant, you have to have the ability to be arrogant. Let me see what kind of ability you have." "Lu Ming, be careful." Feng Wu's expression changed drastically. Yuan Lang's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the martial master realm, and was not something a 1st-level martial master could compare to. She was afraid that Lu Ming would not be a match for him. Flame Dragon Fist. Lu Ming did not evade. Instead, he threw a punch. Bang! Lu Ming's fist and Yuan Lang's claw collided. Strength overflowed in all directions, and the two of them swayed as they retreated 3 steps. This move was evenly matched. The 3rd level of the martial master realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he pondered. In the martial master realm, the gap between each level was extremely large and extremely difficult to cross. It was not something that the martial warrior realm could compare to. In the past, when Lu Ming was at the 6th level of martial warrior, with the support of 3 divine meridians, his battle dragon true qi was 2 times more condensed and powerful than ordinary true qi. In addition to his exquisite martial arts techniques, he could cross 3 levels and fight with a 9th-level martial master. However, in the martial master realm, it was impossible to do so. The power of the 3 divine veins was rather obvious in the martial warrior realm. However, in the martial master realm, the power of the 3 divine veins did not seem to be of much use. The most important function of the divine veins was to reflect one's talent and potential, and not directly reflect one's strength. Therefore, Lu Ming was now a 2nd-level martial master. With the power of his vital energy, he could at most skip 1 level and fight with a 3rd-level martial master. Coupled with his superb martial arts techniques, it was not a problem for him to suppress or even kill a 3rd-level martial master. However, if he encountered a 4th-level martial master, it would be difficult. Of course, this was under the condition that Lu Ming's bloodline did not erupt. The two of them retreated at the same time, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Feng Wu was overjoyed. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually be able to fight to a draw with Yuan Lang. Just how strong is this Lu Ming? He must have been hiding his strength all this time. Sister Mulan's even told me to protect him? I think he's the one protecting me. Feng Wu thought speechlessly. At the side, Yin Kai and the other's eyes flashed with shock. He had never heard of this Lu Ming before. Where did he come from? How could he have such a strong cultivation? Yuan Lang's eyes were incomparably gloomy, flashing with dense killing intent as he roared, "Lu Ming, take another move of mine, Goshawk's 18 claws." Sizzle, Yuan Lang placed his hands on his waist and a pair of metal gloves appeared on his hands. In the next second, both of his claws clawed out consecutively. In the blink of an eye, 9 claw shadows appeared, covering 9 vital points on Lu Ming's body. Under the burst of true qi, the sharp metal gloves pierced the air, making an ear-piercing whistling sound. A yellow-grade high-grade martial skill. It's a pity that I haven't cultivated it to perfection. I only managed to break through to the 3rd level. Lu Ming sneered as he unsheathed his sword and used the flowing light sword technique. Sizzle, sword lights flashed in the air as Lu Ming slashed out 12 times in one go. Ding! Ding! The long sword and the metal glove clashed continuously, and the 2 figures crossed each other in the air. Finally, the noise stopped abruptly, and the 2 figures separated. Puff, suddenly, Yuan Lang's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuan Lang was defeated. On his chest, a wound appeared that went straight to his bones. If it wasn't for Lu Ming holding back a little at the critical moment, he would have died. Now, you can scram. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Yuan Lang before he lifted his leg and walked forward. Clang! Clang, a series of weapons were unsheathed. Following that, a white-clothed woman shouted, Lu Ming, there are so many of us, and senior brother Yin Kai. Do you think you can escape? Yin Kai, what are you trying to do? Do you want to keep us here? Feng Wu said with an ugly expression. Yin Kai looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face, but did not say anything. You can try and see if you can keep me here. But I can guarantee that the losses at that time are not something you can bear. Lu Ming held his sword in his hand. His gaze was calm, but it contained an unwavering fighting spirit. His cold voice caused one's heart to involuntarily turn cold. Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming for a while, a light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly laughed, haha, it's all a misunderstanding. Junior brother Lu Ming is indeed powerful, it has really broadened my horizons. I hope we can make friends in the future. Senior sister Feng, let's go. Lu Ming did not even look at Yin Kai as he turned and left. Lu Ming, I was careless this time. Next time I will definitely return today's humiliation double. Yuan Lang's cold voice came from behind. Next time? You'd better hope that there won't be a next time. Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out, and then he disappeared into the forest with Feng Wu. Senior brother Yin, are we going to let them go just like that? After Lu Ming and Feng Wu left, the white-clothed woman asked Yin Kai. This Lu Ming is not weak, and right now, our main goal is to compete with the other 3 academies for the 500-point iron plate. We cannot lose any manpower. Once this trial is over, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. I will make him regret it. Looking in the direction Lu Ming and Feng Wu left, Yin Kai's eyes flashed with killing intent. 1,000 meters away. Junior brother Lu Ming, Yin Kai is a narrow-minded person. Since you've offended him today, I'm afraid he won't let you off so easily in the future. Feng Wu said worriedly. He better not come looking for trouble with me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not take Yin Kai to heart. Feng Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Although she had known Lu Ming for a period of time, she realized that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. In her eyes, Lu Ming was unfathomable. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Feng Wu asked. What should I do? I don't want to miss the 500-point iron plate. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. Feng Wu stared and exclaimed, Don't tell me you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Why not? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then climbed up a big tree that was more than 20 meters tall and looked at Yin Kai and the group from afar. He wanted to follow Yin Kai and the others to seize the 500-point iron plate. This person is interesting. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming, then climbed up the tree and sat on the branch. The darkness dissipated, and a wisp of white appeared on the horizon. In the distance, Yin Kai and the others extinguished the bonfire and began to head deeper into the secluded night mountain range. Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed far behind. After walking for more than 20 miles, Yin Kai and the others stopped at the foot of a huge mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave. It was pitch black inside and extremely creepy. In front of the cave, a group of people had already gathered. There were more than 100 people. The people from the White Tiger Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall have arrived. Feng Wu whispered to Lu Ming. N. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, if you make a move later, you must be careful of a few people. Feng Wu pointed to a young man wearing a white robe with green wood embroidered on his sleeves and a purple jade belt wrapped around his waist, and said, This person is Duan Muju, the strongest among the newcomers of the White Tiger Hall. Then, he pointed to another young man wearing a green robe and said, This person is called Huang Yu, the #1 expert among the new disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall. N. Lu Ming gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. Feng Wu couldn't help but snort lightly, her small mouth slightly curled up. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, You said so much, are you so concerned about me? Caught off guard, Fengwu jumped in fright and almost cried out. Her small face flushed red as she glared fiercely at Lu Ming and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who cares about you? If it wasn't for Big Sister Mulins's instructions, if it wasn't for you saving me, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Oh. So it's like that. Lu Ming clicked his tongue, then looked ahead. Whoosh, Fengwu let out a light breath, but for some reason, his heart was beating non-stop. Not long after, another group of people came. They were the disciples of the Black Martial Arts Academy. The 4 great academies were all here. Lu Ming and Fengwu held their breaths and looked ahead. A moment later, the disciples of the 4 great academies took out silver-eyed rabbits and placed them at the entrance of the cave. The disciples of the 4 great academies all scattered and retreated to the vicinity to hide. There were at least 50 silver-eyed rabbits, and all of them had bewitching powder in their bodies. The smell of the silver-eyed rabbit was emitted. A moment later, a giant lizard that was half a meter tall and more than 4 meters long crawled out. It was covered in black scales. This was the black armored lizard. However, it was clear that this black armored lizard was only an ordinary black armored lizard. It was equivalent to a second level 2 demon beast and not a mutated black armored lizard. As soon as the black armored lizard crawled out, it saw the silver-eyed rabbit outside and hurriedly rushed over. It swallowed a silver-eyed rabbit in one gulp and ate it with relish. At this time, another black armored lizard crawled out. It was also not a mutated black armored lizard. Following that, a few more black armored lizards crawled out and swallowed more than 10 silver-eyed rabbits in a few moments. The disciples of the 4 great academies were anxious. They had spent several days to catch the silver-eyed rabbit. If they were eaten up by these ordinary black armored lizards, then they wouldn't have a second chance. There were only 2 days left until the end of the trial. They didn't have the time to catch so many silver-eyed rabbits. Moreover, they didn't have enough bewitching powder on them. At this moment, a loud roar came from the cave. Then, there was a bang 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 sound coming from the cave as a huge creature crawled out. This was also a black scale lizard, but its size was 10 times that of the others. Moreover, this black scale lizard's eyes were red. On the neck of this black scale lizard hung a metal plate with 2 large words written on it, 500. 500 points iron plate. Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Roar, the mutated black-scaled lizard let out a loud roar when it saw the silver-eyed rabbit. Hiss, the other black-scale lizards seemed to be very afraid, and one by one, they retreated. The mutated black-scaled lizard stepped forward alone and opened its bloody mouth. With one bite, 5 or 6 silver-eyed rabbits were swallowed into its mouth. A few minutes later, nearly 40 silver-eyed rabbits were all swallowed by the mutated black-scaled lizard. The variant black-scaled monitor lizard let out a roar, then turned around and slowly entered the cave. Hiss, at this moment, the black-scale lizards that had swallowed the silver-eyed rabbit earlier swayed and fell to the ground one by one, snoring loudly. The bewitching powder in their bodies had taken effect. The disciples of the 4 great academies were not in a hurry to chase into the cave. They were waiting for the medicine to take effect. The mutated black-scaled lizard was not as easy to deal with as an ordinary black-scaled lizard. After more than 10 minutes, the disciples of the 4 great academies all rushed into the cave. "Are we going in too?" After a few more minutes, Fengwu asked Lu Ming. "I'm the one who's going in. Wait for me here." Lu Ming nodded and said, "It might be very chaotic at that time. If I'm alone, it'll be easier for me to escape." Fengwu bit her lips. She knew that what Lu Ming said was the truth. "All right, then you have to be careful," Fengwu said. Lu Ming nodded, then moved and rushed towards the cave. Outside the cave, there was a group of disciples from the 4 courtyards with low cultivation levels. However, none of them stopped Lu Ming. There were disciples of the 4 great academies, so who would stop him? Lu Ming dashed into the cave without a hitch. Inside the cave, it was dark. Even though Lu Ming was a martial master and his eyesight was much stronger than ordinary people, it was still dark in his eyes. Lu Ming restrained his breathing and carefully walked in. However, after walking for 100 meters, there were several forks in the road. Furthermore, he saw the corpse of a black-scaled lizard lying there. This was a level 1 black-scaled lizard. Lu Ming was not interested in absorbing its blood essence, so he chose a fork in the road and continued forward. This was the lair of the black-scaled lizard. It was connected in all directions and crisscrossed in a very complicated manner. After Lu Ming walked a few hundred meters forward, there were several forks in the road. Lu Ming continued to casually choose a fork in the road and walked inside. On the way, Lu Ming saw several black-scaled lizard corpses. 2 of them were at the first stage of Class 2, and 1 was at the second stage of Class 2. Lu Ming did not let them go and devoured all of their blood essence. As he walked, he refined the blood essence. Lu Ming's cultivation was rapidly improving. Obviously, the disciples of the 4 great academies had the advantage in numbers. He did not find any corpses along the way. Lu Ming walked like this for about 20 minutes. Along the way, he devoured 3 more Class 1 LV2 black-scaled lizards and 1 Class 2 LV2 black-scaled lizard. Lu Ming's cultivation had successfully advanced to the middle stage of the second stage of the martial master realm. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a faint light coming from ahead. Lu Ming lightened his footsteps and walked toward the light. When he walked closer, he realized that it was a cave entrance. It was not even as tall as a person. Lu Ming walked to the side of the cave entrance and looked outside. He was slightly shocked. Outside the cave entrance was a huge underground cave. It was more than 100 meters in length and width, and dozens of meters in height. On the walls of the cave, there were stones that emitted a faint light. These were luminous stones. If the luminous components in these stones were extracted, they could be made into luminous stones that could illuminate the cave. With the help of the luminous stones, Lu Ming saw that there were many similar caves on the walls of the cave. In some of the caves, he could vaguely see human figures. Many people from the 4 great academies were hiding in these caves. Lu Ming's cave entrance was more than 10 meters above the ground. In the center of the cave, there was a huge monster lying there. It was the mutated black-scaled lizard. At this moment, the black-scaled lizard had not yet fallen asleep. It let out a low roar and opened its bloody mouth from time to time. No wonder the disciples of the 4 great academies did not make a move. They were all waiting for the mutated black-scaled lizard to fall asleep. The mutated black-scaled lizard was a Class 9 LV2 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a LV9 martial master realm expert. If a martial artist below the LV4 martial master realm was slapped, they would definitely die. Time passed slowly. After more than 10 minutes, the mutated black-scaled lizard's eyelids became heavier. It seemed that it was about to fall asleep, but it was not completely asleep. The resistance of the mutated black-scaled lizard was really terrifying. It could still hold on after eating so many silver-eyed rabbits. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed out from a cave entrance like lightning and pounced on the neck of the black-scaled lizard. In Kai. Swoosh! In Kai's speed was extremely fast. His bloodline was a level 5 green-winged nighthawk, and speed was his forte. Now that his bloodline was activated, he was as fast as lightning. No wonder he dared to attack the mutated black-scaled lizard before it was completely asleep. In Kai's figure flashed a few times, and he was under the mutated black-scaled lizard's neck. He reached out and grabbed the iron token, and pulled with all his might, breaking the iron chain that bound the iron token. Roar! The tearing force seemed to have caused the mutated black-scaled lizard to react. It let out a low roar, and a huge claw swiped at In Kai. In Kai's figure suddenly flashed, and he dodged the claw of the black-scaled lizard. The black-scaled lizard seemed to be even more dizzy after its claw missed. It let out a low roar and did not pursue. Haha, the 500 points are mine. This year's newcomer king is mine. Seeing that the black-scaled lizard did not pursue, In Kai was overjoyed and almost laughed out loud. In Kai, put down the iron token. At this moment, figures pounced out from the surrounding caves. They were all experts from the 4 campuses. Among them, Duan Muju, Huang Yu, Xia Hong, and the top experts of the other 3 campuses were among them. It's in my hands, and you still want to take it away? Dream on. In Kai sneered. He waved his hands, and a pair of indistinct green wings could be seen flashing. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred up, and In Kai's figure actually leaped more than 10 meters into the air, flying toward a cave that was more than 10 meters high. Yin Kai had already planned to use the advantage of his bloodline to seize the iron token, lure out the experts of the other 3 campuses, and then escape by jumping into a cave that was more than 10 meters high. Those caves were intricate and complicated. As long as he escaped into a cave, the others would not be able to catch up to him. His idea was good, but Lu Ming happened to be in this direction. Therefore, Lu Ming did not even think. He jumped down and slashed at Yin Kai. "Lu Ming, it's you? Get out of my way." At the sight of Lu Ming's sudden appearance, Yin Kai roared in shock and swept his sword upward. Clang, the 2 swords clashed, and a burst of energy burst forth. Yin Kai was a 4th-stage martial master and his strength was not to be underestimated. Lu Ming was sent flying by a strong force. However, Lu Ming was in a high position and his strength was not weak either. Yin Kai was directly sent flying down. At this time, Duan Muju, Huang Yu, and the others had already arrived. "Yin Kai, hand over the iron plate, or you'll die." Duan Muju coldly snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. A powerful attack was directed towards Yin Kai. "Lu Ming, I'll fight you to the death." Yin Kai roared furiously. "Save yourself first." Lu Ming landed at the side and smiled faintly. "Hand over your iron token." Duan Muju, Huang Yu, and Xia Hong were all at the 4th level of the martial master realm. There were also a few other experts at the 3rd level of the martial master realm. Yin Kai would not be able to keep the iron plate. All the attacks were aimed at the hand holding the iron metal. If he didn't let go, his hand would be crippled. Helpless, he could only let go. "The iron metal is mine, get lost." "Huang Yu, how dare you go against my Duanmu family?" Duan Muju roared continuously. "Duan Muju, don't use your Duanmu family to scare me. Others might be afraid of your Duanmu family, but I'm not." Huang Yu sneered. Instantly, the scene fell into a chaotic battle. Everyone wanted the iron metal, and they fought with all their strength. True energy exploded, and the iron metal danced in the air. For a moment, no one managed to snatch it. Whoosh! At this time, Lu Ming suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. A powerful force attacked his back. Someone was ambushing him, whoosh! At the critical moment, Lu Ming twisted his body and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Turning his head to look, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. "Yuan Lang, you're courting death." The one who ambushed him was Yuan Lang. "You're the one who's going to die. I didn't activate my bloodline yesterday. Let's see if you're a match for me this time." Yuan Lang's murderous aura surged. Then, with a flash of blood-red light, his bloodline erupted, and he charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh whoosh. The ice-cold iron claws brought about a strong gust of wind as they clawed towards Lu Ming. The power was stronger than yesterday. Lu Ming didn't waste time talking nonsense with him and executed the flowing light sword art. In an instant, more than 10 sword lights were slashed out. Clang! Clang! Continuous clashing sounds could be heard. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yuan Lang's expression changed because he realized that the power released from Lu Ming's sword was stronger than yesterday. Could it be that in less than a day, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through again? Impossible. Yuan Lang rejected this idea. Lu Ming must have hidden his strength yesterday. He began to think of retreating. However, Lu Ming's sword light trembled. Yuan Lang felt his arm go numb, and he took 2 steps back. Whoosh! An even more resplendent sword light erupted and pierced into Yuan Lang's stomach. "Lu Ming, don't kill," Yuan Lang screamed in horror. "I said yesterday that there won't be a second chance," Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he suddenly grabbed Yuan Lang's neck and threw him out. He was thrown in the direction where Duan Muju and the others were fighting for the iron tokens. That place was filled with sword lights. If he was thrown out like this, he would definitely be dismembered. "Ah!" Yuan Lang screamed in horror. He had been hit by Lu Ming's sword, but he didn't die. In order to survive, he unleashed all his strength. A dazzling red light erupted from his body as he clawed out continuously. "Get lost. Go to hell." Duan Muju and the others roared in anger and attacked without hesitation. Poochie! Almost instantly, Yuan Lang was dismembered. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, Yuan Lang, who had risked his life, managed to block them for a moment. And what Lu Ming wanted was this moment. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed out. The dragon snake steps erupted with the strongest power. With a single step, he was almost 7 feet away. Swish, Lu Ming was like a bolt of lightning, leaping over the battlefield where Duan Muju, Yin Kai, and the others were fighting. He grabbed the iron token with 500 points in his hand. Lu Ming, it's you again. Give me the iron token and I'll spare your life. Yin Kai roared. Lu Ming, I know you. You dared to kill my Duanmu family's disciples. Hand over the iron token and I'll plead with the family elders to reduce your punishment. Duan Muju also roared. At the same time, several attacks were launched at Lu Ming. With so many experts, Lu Ming couldn't withstand them. He took another step forward and ran for 7 feet. This direction was where the variant black-scaled lizard was lying on the ground. At this time, Lu Ming was only 10 feet away from the variant black-scaled lizard. Behind him, Duan Muju, Yin Kai, and the others had surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you can't escape. You want to snatch the iron token? What a joke. Today, you must die. Yin Kai's eyes flickered with killing intent. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, he would have already gotten the iron token and left this place. Then, this year's newcomer king would be him. But now, everything had turned into bubbles because of Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. Lu Ming, give me the iron token and I'll spare your life. Huang Yu shouted. At this moment, the mutated black-scaled lizard had already closed its eyes and was about to fall asleep. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to remain indifferent during the intense battle just now. There were no holes on the wall on the lizard's side. There seemed to be no way out here. Lu Ming, you have nowhere to go. Duan Muju and the rest slowly approached. If they weren't afraid of the mutated black-scaled lizard, they would have already attacked. Is that so? You're that confident? At this point, Lu Ming actually smiled. How could he still smile? However, Duan Muju, Yin Kai, and the rest immediately understood. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and charged towards the mutated black-scaled lizard. The sword light pierced through the air and ruthlessly pierced towards the lizard's body. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Stop. Quickly stop, you're courting death. Duan Muju and the rest's faces changed as they roared. However, Lu Ming's sword light did not stop. Puchi, the long sword ruthlessly pierced into the lizard's body. Roar, the long sword pierced its body. Under the intense pain, the mutated black-scaled lizard let out a roar and its eyes suddenly opened. Another sword. Lu Ming pulled out the long sword, causing blood to spurt out as he stabbed again. This time, the mutated black-scaled lizard was completely awake. It let out a furious roar and extended its huge claws towards Lu Ming. Using the dragon snake steps, he dodged the lizard's attack and then ran towards Duan Muju, Yin Kai, and the rest. Roar, the mutated black-scaled lizard roared and chased after Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming! Duan Muju, Yin Kai, and the rest all roared, but they could only helplessly turn around and run. The strongest among them was only a 4th-stage martial master. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill the mutated black-scaled lizard. Why are you running? Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out. This made Duan Muju and the rest so angry that they almost vomited blood. They secretly swore that they definitely wouldn't let Lu Ming off. Like birds startled by the twang of a bough, they no longer dared to stay in the cave. One by one, they ran into the caves. Ha ha ha, goodbye. Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and soared into the sky. He landed directly in a 10-meter-high cave entrance, and then ran quickly. Lu Ming ran for over 1,000 meters in the cave before finally sitting down to rest. With a thought, the iron card appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This iron token was made of a different material than the others. It was dark golden color and very hard. There were 2 golden words on it, 500. With these 500 points, in addition to the 124 points he had previously obtained, Lu Ming had a total of 624 points. Is 624 points enough? Lu Ming began to ponder. It was hard to say. Duan Muju, Yin Kai, and the rest had gathered so many people. If some people only kept 10 points and gave the rest to them, it would be hard to say how many points they had. It was possible for them to gather 500 or 600 points. There are still 2 days left. Maybe I can get some points from the Duanmu clan or Yin Kai. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from behind. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. Duanmuju. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the 3 people was actually Duanmuju. The 2 beside him were genius disciples of the White Tiger Institute with a cultivation of the 3rd layer martial master realm. Lu Ming, you're really here. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Seeing Lu Ming, Duanmuju wasn't surprised. He revealed a cold smile. How did you find me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Hee, I don't mind telling you. My bloodline is the spirit-sniffing hound. You won't be able to escape from me. A short young man beside Duanmuju said. So it's the nose of a dog. Lu Ming came to a realization. Lu Ming, I didn't look for you, but you actually dared to snatch my iron accumulated points card. You're really bold. Now, hand over your iron accumulated points card and I'll give you a quick death. Duanmuju said. Lu Ming curled his lips and said, Is everyone from the Duanmu clan so blindly confident? I really don't know how your Duanmu clan became the top clan of the White Tiger Institute. So you're not giving it to me? Then I'll show you how my Duanmu clan became the top clan of the White Tiger Institute. Flying Tiger Sword. Kill. After saying this, Duanmuju lunged at Lu Ming. A sword intent was emitted, accompanied by the faint roar of a tiger. Clang, Lu Ming drew his sword and welcomed the attack. Clang. Clang, their swords clashed. In this cave, the terrain was narrow, making it impossible to use movement techniques. One could only fight head-on. After a few clashes, Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and his body involuntarily took 3 steps back. As for Duanmuju, his body only swayed slightly. 4th layer martial master, such powerful strength. My current strength can't even compare to a 4th layer martial master. Lu Ming thought to himself. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but your strength is too weak. Die. Flying tiger pounces on its prey. Duanmuju sneered and attacked Lu Ming again. Vaguely, it was like a fierce tiger pouncing at Lu Ming. Flying tiger sword technique, a high-grade yellow rank sword technique. Duanmuju had already cultivated it to the 3rd level and his moves were fast and ruthless. I'm not a match for you in terms of strength. Then let's use speed. Lu Ming was highly focused and completely immersed in the flowing light sword technique. Swish swish, his speed was much faster than Duanmuju's. Duanmuju could only give up on attacking and try his best to block Lu Ming's swish. So what if your swordsmanship is fast? If your strength isn't enough, I'll beat you until you can't hold your sword. Duanmuju's sword danced like water couldn't splash through as he continuously clashed with Lu Ming's sword. Is that so? What if I'm faster? At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. His sword moved and his swordsmanship was actually faster than before. His sword was like a river as it continuously poured down on Duanmuju. Just a moment ago, his flowing light sword technique had a breakthrough. Previously, his flowing light sword technique had been stuck at the 4th level and hadn't broken through. Just a moment ago, in the battle with Duanmuju, his flowing light sword technique had broken through to the 5th level and reached perfection. Duanmuju's expression changed greatly. Just now, he could barely block it. Now, he realized that he couldn't block it at all. Swish, Lu Ming's sword broke through his defense and slashed towards his chest. Retreat! 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 Duanmuju was horrified and retreated frantically. However, he was still a step too late. PFFF Lu Ming's sword gleam left a deep wound on his chest. Duanmuju broke out in cold sweat. If he didn't retreat quickly, he would be dead now. Attack! Attack together! Kill him! Duanmuju roared furiously. Kill! The other 2 youths charged towards Lu Ming together with Duanmuju. Good timing. Lu Ming smiled in the face of the trio's joint attack. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the trio like the wind. "You're courting death. Go to hell." The trio shouted coldly and executed their ultimate moves. Their long swords released sword chi that tore through the air and let out ear-piercing screeches. The sword chi enveloped Lu Ming's body. At this moment, a bloody light flashed on Lu Ming's body as his bloodline erupted. He twisted his body and dodged the three swords. As for the sword chi, he didn't care about it at all. "Die. Duan Muju." And the other two revealed cold killing intent in their eyes. Duan Muju even revealed a smug smile as if the 500 points iron token was already in his hands. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Because he felt that after the sword chi landed on Lu Ming's body, it was as if it slashed into an endless abyss. In an instant, his hair stood on end as a cold killing intent enveloped his body. "Retreat, retreat quickly," he roared in his heart. However, it was all too late. A beam of sword light appeared like a flying immortal and pierced through his throat. Blood splattered everywhere as Duan Muju let out a beast-like roar. He covered his throat with both hands and kept retreating. But after a few steps, he fell to the ground. Lu Ming pierced through Duan Muju and took the opportunity to draw his sword and cut the throat of another youth. In an instant, Lu Ming made use of the special characteristics of his bloodline and successfully killed two experts. There was only one person left. The last youth was scared out of his wits and retreated frantically. But how could he be as fast as Lu Ming? Lu Ming caught up in a few steps. After a few moves, he followed in Duan Muju's footsteps. Duan Muju and the other two were all killed by Lu Ming. "This time I'm not injured. It's much better than the previous time." Lu Ming felt his body and thought to himself. Duan Muju and the other two sword chi was absorbed by Lu Ming's bloodline. The remaining 50% was mostly blocked by his protective chi. Hence, Lu Ming wasn't injured. Of course, this was related to the cultivation of Duan Muju and the other two. Duan Muju's cultivation was at the 4th level martial master realm, which was only 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. If he was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming, or even 4 or 5 levels higher, then the result would be different. Although he could also devour 50% of the attack power, the remaining 50% was enough to seriously injure or even kill Lu Ming. Let's see how many iron tokens Duan Muju has found. Lu Ming searched Duan Muju's body, but he didn't find a single iron token. Not to mention an iron token, he didn't even have 1 silver. What's going on? How could Duan Muju not have a single iron token? No, it's a storage ring. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Duan Muju's finger, he indeed saw a ring. After taking off the ring, Lu Ming's mind sank into the ring. In the next moment, a space appeared in Lu Ming's mind. This space wasn't big, only about 1 square meter in size. It was much smaller than the Temple of Paragon. This was the space inside the storage ring. In this space, there was a pile of iron tokens, a stack of silver notes, and some clothes. Lu Ming did not count them, and then found a stack of iron tokens on the other two people's bodies. Together with the storage ring, he kept them all in the Temple of Paragon, and then swallowed the blood essence of the 3 people. Not long after, he saw the exit of the cave. There was still a large group of people guarding there, but Yin Kai, Huang Yu and the rest had not come out yet. Lu Ming immediately rushed out and climbed up a big tree nearby. He did not go look for Feng Wu first. He planned to first refine the blood essence of Duan Muju and the other two, count his gains, and then meet up with Feng Wu. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the branches of the big tree, Lu Ming began to refine it. A 4th level martial master and 2 3rd level martial master. The energy contained in the blood essence was extremely large, and was definitely not something that a 1st or 2nd level martial master could compare to. Lu Ming's cultivation was rapidly increasing. Peak of the 2nd level martial master, late 2nd level martial master, and finally, after refining all of the blood essence, Lu Ming broke through and stepped into the 3rd level martial master. However, the level of his bloodline still did not increase. On the spirit-devouring insect's bloodline, the 3 blood-red chakras were incomparably deep. It was obvious that they had reached their limit, but they still did not advance to the 4th level of bloodline. Could it be that my bloodline can only reach the 3rd level? Lu Ming frowned as he thought. Whatever, if I continue to devour blood essence in the future, I don't believe that I can't advance. Following that, Lu Ming took out Duan Muju's storage ring and began to count. The 2 3rd-level martial master youths had a total of 130 points. But the one with the most points was Duan Muju, who had actually reached a terrifying 520 points. As expected, with so many people gathered around Duan Muju, the number of points he had was absolutely terrifying. He had actually exceeded 500 points. With this, Lu Ming's points had reached a terrifying 1224 points. With this kind of points, first place should be secured, right? Lu Ming did not believe that anyone else could surpass this score. In addition, there were more than 80,000 silver notes in Duan Muju's storage ring. It was truly an unexpected gain. Duan Muju was indeed worthy of being a genius of the Duanmu family. Not to mention anything else, just a storage ring was worth at least 100,000 silver taels. Furthermore, there was no market for it. Now, it was all thanks to Lu Ming. After counting, Lu Ming's figure flashed as he arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet Feng Wu. Lu Ming, you're out? How's the situation? When Feng Wu saw Lu Ming, he immediately asked. Very good. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Feng Wu's beautiful eyes lit up, and said, Lu Ming, could it be that the 500-point iron plate has fallen into your hands? Of course, otherwise wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Lu Ming smiled, full of confidence. You really got the 500-point iron plate. Looks like Yin Kai, Duan Muju, and the others have all made a wedding dress for you. Feng Wu sighed, looking at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with surprise. Let's go. The two of them turned around and left, disappearing into the forest. Very quickly, 2 days passed in a flash. The 20 days of the trial were up. Many people had gathered outside the secluded Night Mountain range. Xia Quan and the other elders of the 4 great academies, as well as a few silver-robed elders, as well as the deacons of the various academies who were in charge of counting the points. Other than these people, there were also quite a few youths gathered. These youths were all old disciples of the 4 great academies. Every year, the new disciples would receive a lot of attention, because the new disciples represented the future and also represented unlimited possibilities. In your opinion, how many people will pass this year? The elder of the 4 great academies stood at the front, and at this moment, the elder of the White Tiger Academy asked the other 3. The total score is 13,000 points. In theory, there should be 1,300 people who pass, but in reality, it's impossible for so many people to pass. The elder of the Azure Dragon Institute said, there will definitely be some iron tokens that haven't been found yet. Also, there will definitely be some people with higher scores and some people with less than 10 points. Therefore, I estimate that 500 people will pass. That's not bad. I estimate that there will be around 500 people. Xia Kuang nodded. According to past experience, that's about it. But I'm very curious, who will be this year's newcomer king? The Black Tortoise Academy's elder said and then asked a question. Needless to say, this year's newcomer king will definitely be my Duanmu family's genius, Duan Muju. Duan Mujin chuckled, looking very confident. Duan Mujin, aren't you too confident? My Azure Dragon Hall's Huan Yu has extraordinary talent. He has awakened a 5th-level bloodline and has already reached the 4th level of the Martial Master realm. He is not inferior to Duan Muju at all. In my opinion, the newcomer king this time will definitely be Huan Yu. The Azure Dragon Hall's elder said. Although my Black Tortoise Academy's Xia Hong is a woman, her talent is not bad at all. Perhaps, the newcomer king will be my Black Tortoise Academy's Xia Hong. The Black Tortoise Academy's elder said. I don't think so. My Vermilion Bird Hall's Yin Kai is not bad either. This time, my Vermilion Bird Hall will definitely obtain the position of newcomer king. Xia Kuang said. Duan Mujin patted his fat belly and said confidently, although Huan Yu and the others are not bad, they are still inferior to Duan Muju. Also, Xia Kuang, your Vermilion Bird Hall hasn't obtained the title of newcomer king for 8 years. This time, it's impossible. Stop dreaming. Xia Kuang's face darkened and said, Fatty Duanmu, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on my vermilion bird hall or something? Yes, so what if I look down on your vermilion bird hall? It's impossible for those trash from your vermilion bird hall to obtain the title of newcomer king. If you're not convinced, how about we make a bet? Duan Mujin said with a mocking expression. Damn it, let's bet. I'm not afraid of you. Fatty Duan Mujin, how do you want to bet? Xiaquang said. Duan Mujin's eyes flickered as he wore an excited smile and said, how about this, let's bet on whether the White Tiger Hall or the Vermilion Bird Hall will be crowned the newcomer king. The bet will be 30 spiritual crystals. What do you think? What? 30 crystals? Xiaquang was shocked. Spiritual crystals contained an incomparably pure spiritual qi. They were condensed from the heavens and earth and were incomparably precious. Only martial grandmasters and above could use them to cultivate. In the market, one spiritual crystal could be sold for 10,000 taels of silver. 30 spiritual crystals were equivalent to 300,000 taels of silver. 30 spiritual crystals for a single bet. What a big bet. What? Xiaquang, you don't dare to bet with 30 spirit crystals? Duan Mujin revealed a contemptuous smile. Damn it. Xiaquang clenched his teeth and said, Duan Mujin, I'll take the bet. When the time comes, no one can go back on their word. I was afraid that you would go back on your word. Duan Mujin sneered. A disciple has come out. At this time, the elder of the Azure Dragon Institute spoke. Sure enough, several young people walked out from the secluded Night Mountain range. It's the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Institute. They came out quite quickly. I wonder how many points they got. Duan Mujin smiled contemptuously. Xiaquang's face darkened. He then looked at the young people and said, how many points did you get? Take it out and record it. No, not much. A young man's face was a little red. In the end, he took out 2 1-point iron tokens. As for the others, they didn't even have one. Obviously, all their gains were these 2 points. Ha ha ha, only 2 points. Your Vermilion Bird Institute has a big harvest. Duan Mujin laughed loudly. The elder of imparting arts from the other 2 courtyards also smiled. The competition between the 4 institutes was fierce. The worse the other institutes were, the happier they were. Xiaquang's face was gloomy. Since these young people came out, more and more young people came out. Of course, there were very few who could pass. Only 1 out of 10 people could pass. Those who didn't pass were all dejected. Those who passed were in high spirits. The number of people who passed was naturally the White Tiger Institute. They were ranked first. The Azure Dragon Institute was ranked second. The Black Tortoise Institute was ranked third. The Vermilion Bird Institute was ranked last, just like in the past few years. This made Duan Mujin laugh even more heartily. Xiaquang's face became uglier and uglier. Look, Xiahong is out. Suddenly, someone shouted. The number 1 expert of the Black Tortoise Institute, Xiahong, walked out of the secluded Night Mountain range. However, Xiahong's face didn't look good. She looked a little gloomy. Hee, it seems that martial nephew Xiahong's results aren't very ideal. Seeing Xiahong's expression, Duan Mujin chuckled. The face of the elder of the Black Tortoise Institute sank. 509 points. In the end, Xiahong's score was 509 points. 509 points is already not bad. However, without that 500-point iron token, it's very difficult to get first place with this score. The elder of the Azure Dragon Institute said. That's not necessarily true. If no one gets the 500-point iron token this time, then Hong Er's 509 points might be able to get first place. The elder of the Black Tortoise Institute said unwillingly. This time, the 500-point iron token has been obtained. Xiahong suddenly said. What? Who got the 500-point iron token? The 4 Gil imparting elders were shocked and asked hastily. Whoever obtained the 500-point iron token could be first place. Naturally, they would pay attention to it. Xiahong shook her head and didn't answer. Although it had been obtained by Lu Ming, Duan Muju, Yin Kai, Huang Yu and the others had been tracking Lu Ming with all their might. A few days had passed and she didn't know who had obtained the 500-point iron token. The eyes of the elders flickered. They all hoped that the 500-point iron token would be in the hands of their own geniuses. The senior disciples nearby were also discussing spiritedly, guessing who would be the first. Yin Kai is out. And Huang Yu. Someone called out. Xie Kuang's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly looked over. Yin Kai and Huang Yu each led a group of people out of the forest. Yin Kai, you should count them first. Huang Yu looked at Yin Kai and said. Yin Kai's face was extremely gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a pile of iron tokens appeared. Although storage rings were precious and rare, geniuses like Yin Kai still had them. 496 points. Yin Kai's score was 496 points, which was even less than Xia Hong's. Haha, Xie Kuang, it seems that your 30 spirit crystals are bound to lose. Yin Kai's score is even less than Xia Hong's. It's impossible for him to get first place. Duan Mujin laughed loudly. Duan Mujin, don't be happy too early. Although Yin Kai can't win, Duan Muju might not be able to get first place either. Xie Kuang said. Is that so? Anyway, I'm in an invincible position. Even if Duan Muju doesn't get first place, I won't lose anyway. Duan Mujin sneered. At this moment, Yin Kai's expression was extremely ugly. Lu Ming, I hope your 500-point iron token has been taken away by Duan Muju. Yin Kai roared in his heart. He would rather Duan Muju get first place than Lu Ming. When Lu Ming and Feng Wu walked out, they did not attract anyone's attention. The four great courtyards elder of martial arts, as well as those old disciples, only took a casual glance and directly skipped over them. 3 of the 4 great courtyards #1 geniuses had already appeared, and they wanted to see Duan Muju. However, a small portion of people's gazes landed on Lu Ming. They were the people who had participated in the fight for the 500-point iron plate. Especially Yin Kai, his eyes were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming, you're not dead? Could it be that Duan Muju didn't find you? Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming and said. Yin Kai's words caused everyone to be stunned. Hearing Yin Kai's tone, could it be that this young man called Lu Ming was a top figure? What is it? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Lu Ming's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Lu Ming, since Duan Muju did not find you, then it seems that the 500-point iron plate is still with you? At the side, Huang Yu asked in a deep voice. What? When Huang Yu said this, everyone was shocked. One by one, they looked at Lu Ming in confusion. Especially the 4 elder of martial arts of the 4 great courtyard, it was even more so. Who was this Lu Ming? They had never heard of him before. The 500-point iron plate was actually with him? How was this possible? Many people revealed expressions of disbelief. Of course. Didn't you see it with your own eyes last time? Lu Ming smiled slightly, then with a move of his hand, a purplish gold iron plate appeared in his hand. It was the 500-point iron plate. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the iron plate in Lu Ming's hand. Was it really a 500-point iron plate? Who exactly was this Lu Ming? To actually be able to obtain a 500-point iron plate, then the newcomer king this time, would he be? One after another, shocked gazes looked at Lu Ming as they discussed amongst themselves. Ha ha ha, good, good. Lu Ming, good job. Xie Kuang reacted and laughed out loud. He was happy. Originally, when he saw that Yin Kai only had around 400 points, he thought that the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had no chance of becoming the newcomer king this time. At that time, not only would he lose 30 spirit crystals to Duan Mujin, but he would also be ridiculed by Duan Mujin. But now that Lu Ming had obtained 500 points, there was hope for him to become the best newcomer king. Lu Ming. It's actually that Lu Ming. My Duanmu clan has so many experts, yet they were unable to kill this Lu Ming? Duan Mujin was the most shocked. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. After a while, he recovered and sneered, Xie Kuang, what are you so proud of? Maybe this Lu Ming just got lucky and got a 500-point iron plate. He didn't get many other iron plates. Do you think you can win with just a 500-point iron plate? We'll know the answer after we count them. Xie Kuang said. Lu Ming, Do you think you can beat me just because you have a 500-point iron plate? Watch carefully. At this moment, Huang Yu said coldly. Then, he turned around and waved his hand. A large pile of iron tokens landed on the counting table. So many? Many people's eyes narrowed. Judging by the number, Huang Yu had more iron tokens than Xia Hong. 706 points. In the end, Huang Yu's points reached a terrifying 706 points. Hiss, the sound of people gasping could be heard. Huang Yu actually got 706 points. That's terrifying. Without a 500-point iron plate, he actually got such a score. It's hard to say who will be the best newcomer king now. That's right. This Lu Ming was not well known before. He's definitely not a disciple of a big family. There won't be many people helping him collect points. It's very difficult for him to get more than 200 points alone. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Good. Good. The Azure Dragon Institute's elder laughed happily. Hee hee. Duan Mujin sneered and said, Xia Kuang, I told you that you're happy too early. So what if you got a 500-point iron plate? If you're lucky and a trash gets it, he won't be the best newcomer king either. Humph, let's count them first. Xia Kuang snorted coldly, but in reality, he was not confident in his heart. He still had some idea about the situation of the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, but he had never heard of Lu Ming's name before. Lu Ming looked at all of this indifferently. His expression was extremely calm, and the corner of his mouth held a faint smile. He walked to the front of the counting platform, looked at Huang Yu, and said, Since you want to see, then watch carefully. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of iron plates appeared on the counting platform. Judging from the volume, it seemed to be even more than Huang Yu's. This? So many? Everyone's eyes widened and they almost bit their tongues. They all stared blankly at the iron plate on the counting platform. Even Feng Wu was the same. She had always been by Lu Ming's side, but she never thought that Lu Ming would actually obtain so many iron plates. When did he get it? Martial uncle, please help me count them. Lu Ming reminded the deacon who was counting the points. Because the deacon was still in a daze. After Lu Ming's reminder, the deacon finally reacted. 724 points. Adding the 500 points on the iron plate, a total of 1224 points. This was Lu Ming's total score. In the last 2 days, Lu Ming did not go looking for the iron plate. Instead, he had been cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. 1,224 points. This number made everyone's jaws drop. They stood there in a daze, unable to close their mouths for a long time. This was too terrifying. Even without the 500 points on the iron plate, Lu Ming's points were still above Huang Yu's. The Rookie King had been born. There was no longer any suspense about this point. How is this possible? How could this be? I mobilized a few hundred people from the Azure Dragon House and even promised to spend a lot of money to purchase these points from some people. How did Lu Ming manage to obtain so many points? Huang Yu looked at all of this in disbelief as he roared in his heart. Damn it! Yin Kai clenched his fists, full of unwillingness. Ha ha ha, Duan Mujin, I have already told you to wait until the counting is over. Look, the situation is clear now. Xia Kuang was incomparably excited as he laughed loudly. One of his hands kept grabbing his beard. When he looked at Lu Ming, he suddenly felt that Lu Ming was so cute. Xia Kuang, Lu Ming. Duan Mujin gritted his teeth and his face was incomparably ugly. Also, Duan Mujin, the bet is 30 spirit crystals. Quickly hand it over. Xia Kuang said. Why are you in such a hurry? Now that everyone has not come out, my Duanmu family's Duan Muju has not come out, how do you know that Lu Ming will win? Duan Mujin said unwillingly. He hoped that Duan Muju could create a miracle. Elder Jin, this is bad. At this moment, a few shouts suddenly came from the secluded Night Mountain range. More than a dozen figures rushed out. These people were the young geniuses of the Duanmu family. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? As a member of the Duanmu family and a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, you have to be calm. Do you understand? Elder Jean, this is bad. Duanmuju is dead. A young man from the Duanmu family said in fear. WH. What? Duanmu Jin's eyes widened and his face changed as he cried out in shock. How could he remain calm? Everyone else's faces changed as well. Even the expressions of the elders of the other three schools changed slightly. Xiaquang's face revealed a hint of joy. Duanmuju was dead? How did he die? Among them, Yin Kai, Huang Yu, and the rest could not help but glance at Lu Ming. Where did Lu Ming get so many points from? He couldn't have gotten so many points by hunting beasts alone. Could it be Duanmuju's? Speak, how did Duanmuju die? Duanmu Jin shouted with a gloomy face. His throat was slit by a sword. A young man said. Slit by a sword? Who killed him? Duanmu Jin exuded a cold killing intent as he asked. I don't know. When we found Duanmuju, he was already dead. There were also 2 third-level martial master disciples from the White Tiger Hall who died with him. What? You don't know who it was? Duanmu Jin's eyes flickered with killing intent as he turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, speak. Did you kill Duanmuju? Duanmu Jin, what do you mean? Before Lu Ming could answer, Xiaquang's expression changed and he stepped forward. Lu Ming smiled and said, Elder Duanmu, which I of yours saw me kill Duanmuju? You also heard that there were 2 third-level martial master experts beside Duanmuju. Do you think I can kill him? Many people fell into deep thought when they heard this. That's right. How could Lu Ming kill Duanmuju and 2 third-level martial master experts? Impossible. Duanmu Jin sneered and said, how do you explain that you have so many points on you? I'm sure that you must have used some despicable method to kill Duanmuju. What a despicable and shameless person. I'll cripple you now. Bang, then, Duanmu Jin took a step forward, and a huge aura soared from his body. It was like a mountain, and it pressed down on Lu Ming. This pressure was too strong. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His body trembled violently as he retreated, almost coughing up a mouthful of blood. Duanmu Jin, what are you doing? Xiaquang roared. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. Similarly, a powerful aura gushed out from him and blocked Duanmu Jin's aura. Xiaquang, scram! Duanmu Jin roared. Fatty Duanmu, is your F** king brain full of fat? In the Mystic Essence Sword Sex trial, the winner was always the king. What rule did they have to explain the origin of the iron token? What the F** have you been doing for so many years? Lu Ming wasn't the type to suffer a loss. At this moment, anger welled up in his heart, and he cursed loudly. Everyone's mouths were wide open. This Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to curse Duanmu Jin in front of everyone. Sure enough, Duanmu Jin was trembling with anger. He raised his trembling arm and pointed at Lu Ming, saying, Little B*****, what did you say? So your ears are also bad. What the F** have you been doing for so long? Lu Ming curled his lips. I'll kill you, little B*****. Duanmu Jin's eyes were red, and he threw out a palm attack. Stop right there. Xiaquang threw out a punch and blocked Duanmu Jin's palm attack. Boom, a strong wind blew, and both of them were pushed back. Xiaquang, scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Duanmu Jin shouted. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Xiaquang didn't give in. Boom, at this moment, a strong pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky. This pressure was as deep as the sea. Xiaquang and Duanmu Jin's bodies shook violently, and they couldn't move at all. Silver-robed elder. Both of them were shocked. In the sky, an old man was floating there, and his eyes were filled with displeasure. He shouted, Both of you are cultivation imparting elders. How can you fight to the death in front of so many disciples? Do you want the younger disciples to laugh at you? Elder Wang, this Lu Ming used despicable means to kill Duanmuju and the others. He must be punished. I suggest that he be stripped of his first place. Duanmu Jin cupped his fists and said to the silver-robed elder in the sky. Hee, Duanmu Jin, which I of yours saw me using despicable means to kill Duanmuju and the others? How dare you say that you haven't been living for so long? Since he was already enemies with the Duanmu family, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest fear. He could say whatever he wanted and scold them to his heart's content. Moreover, he was sure that the silver-robed elder and Xia Kuang wouldn't let anything happen to him. How dare you? How dare you? You have no respect for your seniors. Duanmu Jin shouted, and the fat on his body shook violently. He was so angry that he wanted to slap Lu Ming into meat paste. Duanmu Jin, what are you shouting for? Just say it if you want to go back on your words. You slandered a new genius disciple for just 30 crystals. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Xia Kuang seized the opportunity and mocked. You, Duanmu Jin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his fat face turned red. Nearby, the others were watching with their mouths agape. Even geniuses like Huang Yu and Xia Hong looked at Lu Ming in a different light. Their identities were extraordinary, but even they didn't dare to scold an elder of the Duanmu family in public. This Lu Ming was simply lawless. After taking a few deep breaths, Duanmu Jin finally calmed down. He cupped his fist towards the silver-robed elder and said, Elder Wang, I'm sure that this Lu Ming must have used despicable means to obtain so many iron tokens. If he gets first place, I'm afraid that the other new disciples won't be convinced. I suggest that we test his strength. If his strength is passable, then I'll admit that he's the first place. No, Elder Wang. Since ancient times, the newcomer's trial has always been based on the score. There's never any restriction on how one obtains the iron tokens. Xia Kuang quickly said. Duanmu Jin sneered and said, Xia Kuang, don't forget that the previous newcomer's strength was recognized. Even if they were lucky, their strength was still not to be underestimated. But this Lu Ming, where did he come from? What ability does he have? His words were filled with contempt. Oh? The silver-robed elder thought for a while and said, Duanmu Jin, how do you want to test him? Very simple. Duanmu Tao, come out. Duanmu Jin waved his hand and said. Immediately, a young man walked out from the group of old disciples. Duanmu Jin pointed at the young man and said, this time, among the new disciples, the strongest one is a fourth-layer martial master. Duanmu Tao's cultivation is also at the fourth-layer martial master. As long as Lu Ming defeats Duanmu Tao, I'll admit that Lu Ming is the first place. Otherwise, I suggest that Lu Ming's first place be revoked. Xia Kuang's expression changed and said, I object. This Duanmu Tao has been in the sect for 3 years. Although his cultivation is only at the fourth-layer martial master, he has been cultivating for 3 years. How can a new disciple compare to him? This battle is unfair. What? If you don't have the strength, then say so. It's not that easy to become the newcomer's king. Duanmu Jin sneered. All right, I agree. Lu Ming stepped forward with a faint smile on his face. Xia Kuang's expression changed again. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. It was rare for the Vermilion Bird Courtyard to obtain the title of the best newcomer king this time. Their reputation would definitely soar in the future. The sect would also give more resources to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. He could not bear to see Lu Ming lose the ranking due to a moment of impulse. Lu Ming smiled and said to Xia Kuang, Elder Xia, don't worry. He's just a disciple of the Duanmu family who has cultivated for a few years. What can he do? Then he said to Duanmu Jin, I agree. Good. Seeing Lu Ming agree, Duanmu Jin was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said to the silver-gowned elder, Elder Wang, Lu Ming has agreed. Please allow it. Elder Wang nodded and said, good. Since it's like this, we'll do as you say. Thank you, Elder Wang. Duanmu Jin barely suppressed the joy in his heart. He looked at Duanmu Tao and said, Duanmu Tao, do you understand? Lu Ming is a candidate for the newcomer king. His talent is very high. You have to do your best, understand? Understood. Don't worry, Elder Jin. There was a sinister smile at the corners of Duanmu Tao's lips. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. When we fight later, the saber and sword have no eyes. If you get hurt, don't blame me for not reminding you. Duanmu Jin retreated a dozen meters and said, Duanmu Tao, just do your best. My Mystic Essence Sword Sex newcomer king needs real talent, not trash who relies on luck. You don't have a chance now. Duan Mutao smiled sinisterly. He suddenly moved and unsheathed his sword, slashing towards Lu Ming. Shwa! Shwa! The sword flashed in midair and 9 sword flowers appeared. Each flower was like a plum blossom, enveloping Lu Ming's body. This is a yellow rank upper level martial skill, Heavenly Plum Sword Art. Duan Mutao has cultivated it for many years and has already reached the 4th level. The eyes of the Azure Dragon Hall's imparting elder lit up. That's right, this Duan Mutao's cultivation isn't very high, but his comprehension of martial skills is pretty good. To be able to cultivate a high level yellow level martial skill to such a level in just a few years, that's quite rare. Duan Mujin really has a good plan for Duan Mutao to fight. I'm afraid that among this batch of newcomers, no one is a match for Duan Mutao. The elder of the Black Tortoise Academy said. Despicable. Xiaquang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry. Hee hee. Duan Mujin sneered. But at this time, Lu Ming's face also had a sneer. His body was motionless. With a clang, a sword light burst out like lightning. Fast, too fast. In a flash, it was right in front of Duan Mutao's face. The cold sword edge made Duan Mutao's heart shiver. Retreat, without the slightest hesitation, Duan Mutao frantically retreated, and that whatever sword flower also disappeared without a trace. The smile on Duan Mujin's face froze. What a fast sword. This is also a high-grade yellow level sword art. The elder of the Azure Dragon Academy's face changed. That's right. This is a high-grade yellow level sword art, flowing light sword art. I estimate that Lu Ming has at least cultivated it to the 4th level, or even the 5th level. The elder of the Black Tortoise Academy said, his eyes flashing. Xiaquang, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Lu Ming was just a beginner. He did not expect his attainment in martial arts to be so high. Duan Mutao, this is the martial arts that you've been cultivating for years? After years of hard work, you're only at this level. Come out and make a fool of yourself. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Damn it, take another move from me. Duan Mutao roared. His body swayed, bringing out a series of afterimages as he attacked Lu Ming. A powerful sword chi burst out from the body of the sword. He slashed out 7 or 8 sword chi at Lu Ming. So what if his sword art was fast? He wanted to use his powerful true chi to suppress Lu Ming. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Ming muttered and suddenly slashed out with his long sword. Chi, a sword chi that was even sharper than Duan Mutao, swept out. Lu Ming had broken through to the 3rd level of the martial master realm. The quality of his true chi was already above Duan Mutao's. With a few puffs, Duan Mutao's sword chi was destroyed. Then, Lu Ming punched out with his left hand. Flame Dragon Fist. This punch directly landed on Duan Mutao's dantian. Duan Mutao screamed as his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Silence, the entire arena fell into silence. 2 moves, from start to finish, Lu Ming had defeated Duan Mutao in just 2 moves. With this kind of battle strength, was he still a new disciple? My cyclone, my cultivation, Lu Ming, you crippled my cultivation? Duan Mutao let out a mournful scream. That punch just now, the powerful fist force had already destroyed the cyclone in Duan Mutao's dantian. Boom! Lu Ming. Duan Mujin exuded a cold murderous intent. He was about to dash toward Lu Ming. However, Xiaquang took a step forward and blocked in front of Duan Mujin. Xiaquang, get out of my way. I'm going to cripple this little bastard. He actually used such a heavy hand in a sparring match. His character is low, he deserves to be killed. Duan Mujin shouted. Duan Mujin, when it comes to fighting, swords have no eyes. This is what Duan Mutao said himself. I was able to control my strength and not kill him. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're saying my character is low. I think the one with a low character is you. Lu Ming shouted. Little bastard, die. Duan Mujin could no longer hold it in. His face turned red and he almost suffered internal injuries. Enough. The silver-robed elder waved his hand and a powerful force emerged. Xia Kuang and Duan Mujin both retreated. Elder Wang, you have to help Duan Mutao. Duan Mujin shouted. Elder Wang frowned and said, Duan Mujin, that's enough. When two people fight, swords have no eyes. Injuries are unavoidable. Don't be unreasonable. The silver-robed elders who were in charge of supervising didn't belong to any of the four great sections. They were directly sent by the sect master to ensure fairness and not be biased towards any of the four great sections. When he saw Lu Ming's talent and strength, he was quite happy. After all, the Mystic Essence Sword sect had another genius. However, Duan Mujin wanted to kill Lu Ming for his own selfish desires. This already made him unhappy. This battle has also proven Lu Ming's strength. Now that almost everyone has come out, I announce that the first place is Lu Ming. Elder Wang announced. Damn it. Duan Mujin's face was extremely ugly. He knew that he couldn't deal with Lu Ming today. Lu Ming, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Offending my Duanmu family will not end well. Duan Mujin roared in his heart. Not far away, Huang Yu, Xia Hong and the rest looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. Lu Ming's strength was beyond their expectations. They concluded that Duan Muju must have died in Lu Ming's hands. They secretly rejoiced that they didn't catch up with Lu Ming in the secluded Night Mountain range. Otherwise, they would be the ones dead. Duan Mujin, 30 spiritual crystals. Hand it over. At this moment, Xia Kuang walked in front of Duan Mujin and sneered. Kikik. Duan Mujin gritted his teeth, but in front of everyone, he couldn't act shamelessly. He took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed it over to Xia Kuang. Haha. Xia Kuang laughed heartily. After a while, the time was up and Elder Wang began to announce the rankings. Second place, Huang Yu. Third place, Xia Hong. The rankings were announced one by one. Feng Wu obtained the 22nd place with 131 points. After the rankings were announced, Elder Wang continued, well, this year's trial for new disciples has come to an end. Those who have obtained rewards will be awarded together when you return to the sect and apply for the sect's identity jade token. Everyone is dismissed. In the training field of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, all the new disciples had gathered. Above them, other than Elder Xia Kuang, there were several other elders. There was even a silver-robed elder from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Every elder had a smile on their faces. Now, I will issue you your identity jade token. This jade token not only contains your basic information, but also your sect's contribution points. When you need contribution points, you can use this jade token to make a transaction. A jade token appeared in the silver-robed elder's hand. He continued, this time, although our Vermilion Bird Courtyard's overall results were not good, Lu Ming won the title of Newcomer King. You should know that our Vermilion Bird Courtyard hasn't had a newcomer king in 8 years. This is our Vermilion Bird Courtyard's honor. Therefore, this time, not only will the first place be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points and a spirit condensing fruit, our Vermilion Bird Courtyard will also add 2,000 contribution points. Lu Ming, come and receive your reward. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and so on. Among them, Yin Kai's eyes were extremely cold. His eyes were constantly moving, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming walked forward and received the jade token and a jade box. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into the jade token, and a row of words appeared on the jade token. Lu Ming, 15 years old, from Windfire City, Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Vermilion Bird Courtyard's bronze disciple. Residence, Courtyard 29, Room 1. Contribution points, 7,000. The information inside was very comprehensive. Even the residence was marked. And the jade box contained the spirit condensing fruit. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed, then retreated. Next, it was time for the others to receive their jade tokens. After receiving their tokens, everyone dispersed. Lu Ming headed towards the Vermilion Bird Peak. The Vermilion Bird Peak was very majestic. It towered into the clouds and was very wide. On the peak, ancient trees formed a forest. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was like a paradise on earth. Halfway up the mountain, a number of unique courtyards were built. These courtyards were the dormitories of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciples. What a dense heaven and earth spirit chi. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is several times denser than the odd job disciple district. No wonder everyone wants to become a bronze rank disciple. It's said that the silver rank disciples, elders, and headmasters all live near the top of the mountain. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth there is richer than here. Lu Ming thought as he walked. The doors of these courtyards were marked with numbers. Soon, Lu Ming found courtyard 29. The courtyard was quite spacious. There was a courtyard inside, which was convenient for cultivating martial skills. There were also 3 rooms. The room in the middle was labeled Room 1. The other 2 rooms were Room 2 and Room 3. Lu Ming walked straight into Room 1. The room was very simple. There was only a bed and a table. There was a small booklet on the table that introduced the basic information of the mystic Yuan sword sect. Of course, it also introduced the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming glanced at it and put it away. At this time, footsteps came from outside. Lu Ming walked out of the room. A teenager around 15 or 16 years old walked in. He was tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He carried a sword wider than a palm on his back. When he saw Lu Ming, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're also assigned to courtyard 29? Haha, that's great. Then we'll be roommates from now on." The burly teenager laughed. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Brother, you're too polite. How should I address you?" "My name is Pang Shi. I'm a hunter from Fuhai City." The burly teenager hurriedly introduced himself with enthusiasm. After a simple introduction, Lu Ming understood that Pang Shi was the son of a hunter family in Fuhai City. Because of his natural strength and his bloodline awakening at the age of 14, his family sent him to the mystic Yuan sword sect to participate in the assessment. Not only did he pass, but he also became a bronze disciple. Looking at this young hunter, Lu Ming felt that his talent was not simple. Otherwise, an ordinary hunter would not have passed the assessment and completed the trial so easily. I'll need senior brother Lu Ming's guidance in the future. I'm a little stupid. Pang Shi scratched his head and said. Ask him to guide you? I think you'd better follow me in the future. At this time, a handsome young man in a green robe walked into the courtyard. The young man's skin was fair, and his eyes were long and narrow. He was tall and thin, and there was an undisguised arrogance between his eyebrows. After the green-robed young man walked in, he looked at Lu Ming and sneered, "Lu Ming, remember, my name is Hua Qi. Although you've won the newcomer king title, it's nothing. I've just entered the mystic Yuan sword sect. In a year, I'll surpass you." Lovestruck? What a strange name. Pang Shi ignored the other content and said in surprise. Suddenly, the green-robed young man's face froze and he roared, "You big guy, idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? My name is Hua Qi, not Lovestruck." "Still Lovestruck, senior brother Lu Ming, isn't that right?" Pang Shi scratched his head and asked in bewilderment. Lu Ming could not help laughing and said, "Pang Shi, you're right. I also heard that it's Lovestruck. You 2 country bumpkins, it's useless to rely on your mouths. Just wait and see. Soon, my name will be famous in the mystic Yuan sword sect and even the entire Blazing Sun Empire." Hua Qi's eyes were full of confidence. He then snorted and ignored Lu Ming and Pang Shi as he walked into room number 2. Lu Ming smiled and said goodbye to Pang Shi before returning to his room. After returning to his room, Lu Ming began to cultivate the true dragon fighting technique. Ever since he had broken through to the martial master realm, Lu Ming had been constantly devouring blood essence and his cultivation had soared. Now, his foundation was a little unstable and his genuine qi was full of impurities. He had to stop and spend time to consolidate and condense it. An unstable foundation was a huge problem. It would affect one's future cultivation. In the end, his cultivation would even stop and it would be difficult to improve. Even with the spirit-devouring bug bloodline, it was useless to devour blood essence. Circulating the true dragon fighting technique, the vortex in his dantian spun continuously, forming tiny dragon-shaped genuine qi that flowed through his meridians and constantly refined the impurities in his genuine qi. 6 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this rate, I should be able to completely consolidate my cultivation in about 10 days. Then, it's time to cultivate the second level of the true dragon fighting technique. Once I reach the martial master realm, my advantage will weaken. As long as I cultivate the true dragon fighting technique to the second level, my strength will increase greatly. I've already collected 2 of the 3 most important materials for the second level of the true dragon fighting technique. I'm only missing the blood smoke stone. I'll go to the contribution hall in 2 days to see if there are any blood smoke stones there. Lu Ming kept pondering in his heart. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lu Ming, get out here. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside. Ningfeng? Lu Ming remembered this voice very clearly. It was the senior disciple who had deliberately caused trouble for him when he had just entered the sect. This Ningfeng sent someone to kill me during the trial. I didn't look for you, but you came looking for me first. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He got up and walked out of the door. When he walked out of the door, he saw Pangshi and Hua Qi also walking out of their rooms. They were obviously alarmed. Senior brother Lu, what's going on? Pangshi showed a trace of worry. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, get out here. Ningfeng's voice rang out again. His voice rumbled and spread far and wide. Creak, Lu Ming opened the door of the courtyard and walked out. Outside the courtyard stood 7 or 8 young men. The one in the lead was Ningfeng, and standing beside Ningfeng was actually Ying Kai. As for the others, each of them had a strong aura. They were obviously senior disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming, you finally came out. I thought you were going to be a coward. Ningfeng looked coldly at Lu Ming. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. This Lu Ming was beyond his expectations. During the newcomer's trial, he had arranged for a martial master expert and the Duanmu family to cooperate with him to kill Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming was not killed. Lu Ming even obtained the title of newcomer king. This was simply unbelievable. When he heard the news, he was so shocked that he jumped up. Lu Ming's talent was beyond his imagination. He had to nip it in the bud. Coward? Ningfeng, do you think you're worthy? Lu Ming looked indifferently at Ningfeng. Haha. Lu Ming, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you obtained the title of newcomer king. In my eyes, you're nothing. Moreover, you obtained the title of newcomer king through despicable means. Lu Ming, do you know? You've committed a great crime. Kneel down and accept your punishment. Ningfeng shouted. At this moment, the entire area had been alarmed. One figure after another walked out of the courtyards. There were even senior disciples. Everyone looked over and discussed fervently. I don't. No. But. No wonder. Ningfeng was aggressive, but Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. Ningfeng, you don't have to slander me. What crime did I commit? What crime? Let me ask you, during the trial, the 500-point iron plate was originally obtained by junior brother Ying Kai. However, for your own selfish desires, you colluded with the disciples of the other courtyards to intercept junior brother Ying Kai midway, causing junior brother Ying Kai to painfully lose his 500-point iron plate. Originally, the position of newcomer king was junior brother Ying Kai's. Not only that, in order to obtain the 500-point iron token, you actually killed my Vermilion Bird Courtyard's genius disciple, Yuan Lang. Such behavior is heinous and deserves 1,000 deaths. Now, kneel down and accept your punishment. Ningfeng roared, his aura threatening. This Ningfeng really knows how to slander. Isn't that so? Not far away, some senior disciples were discussing. There was a rule in the Mystic Essence Sword sect that disciples were not allowed to kill each other. But there were times and places where there were exceptions. For example, the life and death arena, or the newcomer trial. The newcomer trial had been passed down in the Mystic Essence Sword sect for a long time. In fact, everyone knew that the trial was to test one's overall ability. In the trial, any method could be used, including killing. But this was an unspoken rule that couldn't be said out loud. If it was said out loud, it would be the crime of killing a fellow disciple. But which newcomer trial didn't kill? Impossible. This was clearly a case of if you want to condemn someone, there's no need to worry about the pretext. Ningfeng, you're here to say this? You're using this idiotic reason? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. After speaking, Lu Ming turned around and walked inside. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ningfeng. Damn it. Lu Ming's attitude made Ningfeng grit his teeth and roared, Lu Ming, how dare you? Do you still have the sex rules in your eyes? Kneel down. Swish, Ningfeng's palm struck towards Lu Ming. If this palm hit, Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Senior brother Lu Ming, be careful. Pangxia reminded. Boom, at the critical moment, Lu Ming quickly turned around and blasted out the flame dragon fist. Bang, Lu Ming's fist collided with Ningfeng's palm. With a loud bang, Lu Ming took 5 steps back. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Newcomer king? You're just a piece of trash. Today, I'll cripple you and slowly interrogate you. Ningfeng's face was cold and disdainful. He took a step forward and struck another palm at Lu Ming. You want to cripple me? I'll make you pay a painful price. Lu Ming held the hilt of his sword and his eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He planned to activate his bloodline and make Ningfeng pay the price even if he had to take a hit from Ningfeng. Stop. But at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out. A figure rushed over like lightning and a strong palm wind struck towards Ningfeng. The sharpness of the palm wind was not any weaker than Ningfeng's. Helpless, Ningfeng could only turn around and face the attack. Bang! As the two palms collided, Ningfeng's body swayed slightly. Yuan Hui, it's you? Why are you blocking me? Seeing who it was, Ningfeng's face changed. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. The one who attacked was a young woman around 18 or 19 years old. She was quite beautiful. But Lu Ming didn't know her, so why did she help him? But immediately, he understood. Another figure flew over. It was Feng Wu. Lu Ming, are you all right? Don't worry, senior sister Yuan is one of Sister Mulin's people. She won't let Ningfeng do whatever he wants. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming with a look of concern in his eyes. I'm fine. Lu Ming laughed. At this time, Yuan Hui said, Ningfeng, I might as well tell you, Lu Ming was introduced by Elder Mullins. Now, you know why I blocked you. What? Elder Mullins? When Ningfeng heard Mulins's name, his face immediately became serious. At the side, Yin Kai's face also darkened. How can this Lu Ming be so lucky? Damn it. Yin Kai clenched his teeth. Originally, when he saw Lu Ming being injured by Ningfeng, he was secretly happy, but he didn't expect Yuan Hui to appear. Got it, hurry up and leave. Yuan Hui stared at Ningfeng and said. Ningfeng, if you want to deal with me, do you need to use such a lowly reason? Do you want us to go find the law enforcement elder and see if I'm guilty or not? Lu Ming looked at Ningfeng with disdain and said. Why would I need to find the law enforcement elder for such a small matter? Ningfeng sneered. Senior apprentice brother Ning, this is where you are wrong. I am also a new disciple and have just participated in the smelting trial. During the smelting trial, killing each other is very normal. I saw a senior apprentice brother being killed by a person from the Duanmu clan. Why didn't senior apprentice brother Ning bring some people to capture that Duanmu clan disciple? At this moment, Pangxia walked out, rubbed his head, and said with a simple and honest face. That's right, Ningfeng, you're so righteous. Go and capture the people of the Duanmu family. You only know how to shout here. Don't you find it embarrassing? Feng Wu stood beside Lu Ming and shouted. This caused Ningfeng's face to turn ugly. How was it possible for him to capture a disciple of the Duanmu family? He immediately looked at Pangxia unkindly and berated, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Scram to the side. Then, he looked at Yuan Hui and shouted, Yuan Hui, get out of my way. Ningfeng, if you have the ability, then defeat me. Otherwise, don't even think about touching a single hair on Lu Ming's head. Wan Hui's attitude was very firm. Wan Hui's attitude was so resolute that it caused Ningfeng's face to darken. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, what kind of newcomer king are you? Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Ningfeng, you've been in the sect for 4 or 5 years, right? How about this, you and Lu Ming will fight in a year's time, how about it?" Wan Hui said. "Senior sister Wan, why do you need a year? 1 month is enough." Lu Ming took a step forward and faced Ningfeng, saying, "Ningfeng, I am challenging you right now. 1 month later, on the Vermilion Bird stage, a life and death battle, do you dare?" Lu Ming's clear voice, which spread far and wide, caused an uproar. What? Lu Ming wants to challenge Ningfeng? And a month later, isn't he courting death? Ningfeng has already reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. It is said that he is only a step away from the 7th level of the martial master realm. Furthermore, he has bitterly cultivated a high-grade yellow rank martial skill for nearly 5 years and has already reached the 5th level, the realm of perfection. This Lu Ming actually dares to challenge Ningfeng in a month? That's right. This Lu Ming is at most a 4th grade martial master. It's impossible for him to defeat Ningfeng in a month. He's too arrogant. I think he's blindly confident after receiving the title of newcomer king. You overestimate yourself. Most of the people who were discussing this were the older disciples. They all felt that Lu Ming was too arrogant. Ningfeng's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of joy as he said, "Lu Ming, you want to challenge me in a month?" "That's right. Do you dare?" Lu Ming said. "Ha ha ha, what's there to be afraid of? I'll take it." Ningfeng laughed. With Lu Ming's talent, perhaps surpassing him in a year's time wouldn't be a problem. However, it was impossible for him to fight him in a month's time. Lu Ming was courting death. Since he was blocked by Wan Hui today, he might as well agree first. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in front of everyone in a month's time. The thought of killing a newcomer king made him incomparably excited. "Lu Ming, I hope that you won't hide like a turtle in a month's time," Ningfeng said. "These words are exactly what I wanted to give you." Lu Ming said. "Humph, it's useless to rely on your mouth. Let's go." Ningfeng waved his hand and left with all the older disciples. "Lu Ming, you're too impulsive. How can you challenge Ningfeng in a month's time?" After Ningfeng and the rest left, Fengwu said worriedly. "That's right. You can agree to fight him in a year's time, or even half a year. With me here, Ningfeng won't be able to do anything to you today." Wan Hui frowned and said. She also felt that Lu Ming was too arrogant. She didn't like this personality. Sooner or later, she would suffer a great loss. Lu Ming smiled and said, "It's fine, but I still have to thank senior sister Wan for her help today." "You don't have to thank me. I'm also looking at Elder Mullins. I hope you can take care of yourself." With that, Wan Hui turned and left. "Lu Ming, then you should cultivate well during this period of time. If you need any help, feel free to find me," Fengwu said. Lu Ming nodded, and said, "Definitely. Then I'll be leaving first." Fengwu glanced at Lu Ming, then left as well. "Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe you will definitely win." Pangshi walked over and said. "How could it be that easy to win against Ningfeng? Let me tell you, Ningfeng's cultivation is said to have already reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master, and his father is one of the chief elders of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard." Huaqi said coldly from the side. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This Huaqi was a person with a cold face but a warm heart. This was a reminder to him. "I believe in senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming is the newcomer king." Pangshi grinned. "Naive." Huaqi shook his head and walked back to the courtyard. "Peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm?" Lu Ming whispered, his eyes revealing a determined look. After informing Pangshi, he went down the Vermilion Bird Peak and headed towards the Contribution Hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Contribution Hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was close to the center of the 4 great academies. It was the most prosperous place in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. That place was the center of the 4 great academies. The Qilin courtyard was in this area, as well as the contribution hall and the mission hall. Lu Ming planned to go to the contribution hall to see if there were any blood smoke stones to exchange for. Half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at the contribution hall. The contribution hall covered an area of a few hundred mu. It was very spacious and bustling with people coming and going. There were many small rooms built around the main hall. Lu Ming would only allow someone to enter when he saw someone walk out. Every time someone entered, a sign with the words occupied would appear at the door of the room. This was to protect the privacy of the disciples. After all, the items that some people exchanged for might be very precious. If someone with ulterior motives found out, it might be disadvantageous to the disciple who exchanged for it. Lu Ming looked around for a while and saw someone walking out of a room. Lu Ming quickly walked into the room. The room wasn't big. There was a table and a few chairs. There was a counter on one side and a white-haired old man was sitting at the counter. "Little brother, do you want to exchange for contribution points? Or do you want to exchange for contribution points?" When the old man saw Lu Ming, he asked with a smile. "Senior, I want to ask if there are any blood smoke stones here?" Lu Ming asked as he looked at the old man with anticipation. "Blood smoke stone? You want to exchange for a blood smoke stone?" The old man raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Could it be that there weren't any? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Senior, could it be that there aren't any blood smoke stones to exchange for?" "Yes, of course there are. However, the price of blood smoke stones isn't cheap. 1 gene of blood smoke stone requires 3,000 contribution points." The old man said. "What? 3,000 contribution points?" 3,000 sect contribution points were equivalent to 300,000 taels of silver. And the amount of blood smoke stone he needed was 1.5 caddies. In other words, he needed a total of 4,500 contribution points. He had a total of 7,000 contribution points, and he had used up 2/3 of them. "Young friend, are you still exchanging?" The old man asked with a smile. "Yes, of course." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said. No matter how many contribution points he needed, he had to exchange them. No matter how many contribution points he had, they would only show their value when they were converted into strength. In his hands, it was just a bunch of numbers. The old man was slightly surprised. He saw that Lu Ming was young and thought that he couldn't afford it. He didn't expect him to be able to take out so many contribution points. Lu Ming took out his identity jade token and handed it to the old man. "Senior, this is my identity jade token." "Okay." The old man took Lu Ming's identity jade token and placed it on a circular metal platform. The metal platform flickered, and a row of words appeared. It was Lu Ming's personal information. "So this young friend is this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. Haha, nice to meet you." The old man was slightly surprised when he saw Lu Ming's information. Then, he smiled. "Senior, you're too polite. Newcomer king is just a title." Lu Ming shook his head. The old man nodded. Lu Ming was able to remain humble after obtaining the newcomer king title. This made the old man's impression of Lu Ming increase greatly. Then, he swiped a few times on the metal platform. Lu Ming saw that the words on it were changing. The original 7,000 contribution points suddenly became 2,500. After deducting the contribution points, the old man returned the identity jade token to Lu Ming. Then, he turned and walked into a door at the back. After a while, the old man returned with a metal box in his hand. "This is the blood smoke stone. It's exactly 1.5 caddies. Take a look," the old man said with a smile. Lu Ming took it and opened the metal box expectantly. It was a fist-sized blood-red stone that was cut into 4 squares. Strangely, there was a layer of faint red smoke floating above the stone. "Blood smoke stone, I've finally gathered the 3 most important treasures. I can now cultivate the 2nd level of the true dragon battle art." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Putting away the blood smoke stone, Lu Ming said, "Senior, I need a few other materials." After that, Lu Ming reported the other materials needed to cultivate the 2nd level of the true dragon fighting art. These materials were much cheaper. They only cost 200 contribution points in total. "Senior, Is there any demonic beast blood essence exchange here? After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming asked again. Demonic beast blood essence? These are materials used by inscribers to refine pills and weapons. Are you an inscriber? The old man asked in surprise. Lu Ming shook his head. No, I have other uses for it. Yes. The old man nodded and asked, what level of demonic beast blood essence do you need? 4th LV2 and 5th LV2, Lu Ming said. The old man said, 4th LV2 demonic beast blood essence costs 50 contribution points. 5th LV2 demonic beast blood essence costs 100 contribution points. The old man replied. So expensive? Lu Ming was surprised again. 4th LV2 demonic beast blood essence costs 50 contribution points, which was equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver. A LV1 upper grade spiritual weapon cost less than 5,000 taels of silver. It was ridiculously expensive. The old man explained with a smile, young friend, it's actually not too expensive. You should know that once a demonic beast dies, the essence of its blood essence will dissipate and lose its effect after an hour. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He knew this very well. When his blood spirit devouring bug devoured the blood essence of a demonic beast or a human, it had to be done within an hour after the blood spirit devouring bug died. Otherwise, it would lose its effect. Therefore, if you want to preserve the blood essence of a demonic beast, you must use a spirit sealing crystal. However, the spirit sealing crystal is a one-time use item. The higher the grade of the demonic beast's blood essence, the better the quality of the spirit sealing crystal. Therefore, the price of the demonic beast's blood essence is very high, the old man continued to explain. Lu Ming nodded. He knew this was true. Senior, give me 10 portions of 4th LV2 and 5th LV2 demonic beast blood essence each. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said. If he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly within a month, he could only devour the blood essence of a demonic beast. As for hunting demonic beasts in the wild, it would be too inefficient. In the area where they had tested before, except for the mutant black-scaled lizard, the highest level of the other demonic beasts was only 4th LV2. If he wanted to hunt demonic beasts of 4th LV2 and above, he would have to travel further and more dangerous. Not to mention the danger, it would take a lot of time to find a suitable demonic beast. It was not worth it. The most convenient way was to buy the blood essence of a demonic beast directly. Okay, I'll prepare the blood essence for you. The old man said. After a while, the old man returned with the blood essence of a demonic beast. Lu Ming's contribution points were deducted by another 1,500 contribution points. All of a sudden, he was only left with 700 contribution points. Lu Ming's heart ached when he spent them so quickly. But if he could convert them into strength, it was all worth it. Only by increasing one's strength could one obtain more treasures and contribution points. After collecting the blood essence of a demonic beast and the blood smoke stone, Lu Ming left the contribution hall and returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming did not immediately attempt to break through to level 2 of the True Dragon skill. This was because his cultivation had not been fully consolidated and his true chi was not pure enough. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to cultivate to level 2 of the True Dragon skill. If he rashly cultivated, he might even waste the precious materials that he had obtained with great difficulty. To cultivate, one must ensure success in one go. Lu Ming continued to cultivate the True Dragon skill. 8 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally been fully consolidated. But Lu Ming spent another 2 days to make the true chi in his body as smooth and pure as one. At this time, Lu Ming was ready to break through to level 2 of the True Dragon skill. Now, I need to mix these materials. Lu Ming took out the condensation fruit, lightning leopard's blood, blood smokestone, and other materials. He mixed these materials according to the method described in the True Dragon skill. Although Lu Ming was not an inscription master, this was not alchemy. It was just a simple combination. Lu Ming could still do it easily. When these materials were mixed together, they formed a blood-red liquid that emitted a fragrance. Begin. After the materials were mixed, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed and swallowed the blood-red liquid in one gulp. Once it was swallowed, the blood-red liquid was like a volcanic eruption, bursting out with scorching energy that surged towards Lu Ming's tendons and meridians. Once it entered the tendons and meridians, it mixed with Lu Ming's true qi and finally entered the Dantian cyclone. Sizzle, this surge of energy also emitted strong lightning. Together with this surge of energy, it began to temper Lu Ming's true qi. Half a day later, Lu Ming's body emitted a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. The vortex in his dantian started to spin rapidly. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered crazily towards Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was like a bottomless pit that was crazily devouring the spiritual qi. Even Huaqi and Pangshi in the other 2 rooms were alarmed. Lu Ming is cultivating. Is he breaking through? Why is there such a huge reaction? This speed of devouring spiritual qi is even more terrifying than a level 5 bloodline. Could it be that Lu Ming's bloodline has surpassed level 5? Huaqi's eyes were filled with shock. Hoo. After a while, the commotion stopped. In the room, Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've finally mastered the 2nd level of the true dragon art. Such dense and condensed true qi. Lu Ming felt the dense true qi in his body and his face was filled with joy. His current true qi was 3 times that of an average person. Of course, the average person here was referring to those who cultivated yellow rank cultivation techniques. Because the higher the rank of the cultivation technique, the more mysterious the true qi would be. Some high-rank cultivation techniques would allow one to cultivate true qi that was denser and more condensed than ordinary cultivation techniques. Of course, it wouldn't be as terrifying as the true dragon art. Then, Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. After cultivating for more than 10 days, Lu Ming wanted to take a walk outside to relax. Just as he walked out of the room, he saw Huaqi and Pangshi also walking out of their rooms. Senior brother Lu, are you going to listen to the class too? Pangshi smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Listen to the class? Lu Ming was stunned. Yeah, there's an elder from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard teaching us today. He's going to talk about some knowledge and things to pay attention to in cultivation. Senior brother Lu, don't you know? Pangshi scratched his head and said. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times. He really didn't know. He had been busy cultivating and didn't leave his room. Then let's go together. Lu Ming smiled. Since he had just finished his seclusion, he could go listen to the class. Lu Ming had only started cultivating for a few months. In these months, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, he had fallen behind in some fundamental things. Listening to the class would definitely be beneficial. Immediately, Lu Ming and Pangshi walked together, while Huaqi walked behind them with a cold face. The place where the elder was lecturing was on the other side of the Vermilion Bird Peak. There was a huge square there, and there were many praying mats placed on the square. At this moment, there were already a few hundred people sitting on futons in the square. They were all new disciples who had just entered the sect. Look, Lu Ming. I heard that after Lu Ming challenged senior brother Ning Feng, he went into seclusion. When the disciples saw Lu Ming, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Lu Ming sitting, pang. Was Ming Ling was courtyard who at them. As time passed, the number of people gradually increased. In the end, there were about 500 people. Vermilion Bird Hall had about 1,000 new disciples, but during the trial, about 200 died in battle. Only 800 were left. It was normal for a portion of them to be in seclusion or not be here. At this moment, a figure came to the top of the square. Mulan's? Seeing this figure, Lu Ming's eyes moved. This figure was actually Mulan's, whom he hadn't seen for a few months. Mulan's was wearing a tight black dress that perfectly outlined her hot figure and soul-stirring curves. She was extremely seductive. So beautiful. Sure enough, there was a male disciple beside Lu Ming. He stared at Mulan's in shock and almost drooled. Not only him, but the other male disciples on the field were also the same. Each and every one of them had a perverted look on their faces as they stared at Mulan. Most of these disciples were 15 or 16 years old youths who were full of vigor. How could they resist the temptation of a rare beauty like Mulan? All perverts. The female disciples were unhappy and snorted. Alright, please take a seat. Let me introduce you. I'm Mullins, the elder who will be teaching you this time. Mullins looked around and stopped at Lu Ming. What? She's an elder? Why is she so young? Pangshi, who was beside Lu Ming, was shocked. What do you know? Let me tell you, Elder Mullins is talented and beautiful. She's only 20 years old, but her cultivation is unfathomable. It's very likely that she will become the next gold-rank disciple. Behind them, Huachi curled his lips and stared at Mullins with a pair of burning eyes. So powerful? Then how did she become an elder? Pangshi asked curiously. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, true geniuses wouldn't become elders. Those who became elders or deacons were usually older, or those who had exhausted their potential. At Mulan's age, it was the golden age for cultivation. Moreover, her talent was peerless. There were very few people who could become elders. I don't know. Not many people know why Elder Mullins suddenly chose to become an elder. Elder Mullins is my goddess. My goal is to become a peerless expert and pursue her. Huachi looked infatuated. Above them, Mullins sat cross-legged on a futon and said, Alright, let's start the lesson. First, we'll talk about the Meridian Opening Realm. Mullins began to talk about the details of the Meridian Opening Realm. She talked about some things to pay attention to and the use of this realm. His explanation was very detailed, covering all aspects. After talking about the Meridian Opening Realm, she started to talk about the Martial Soldier Realm and then the Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming listened very carefully. There were many things that Lu Ming didn't pay attention to or didn't understand before. After listening, Lu Ming felt that he had benefited a lot. He was also secretly shocked by Mullins' profound knowledge and thorough understanding. After 2 hours, Mullins stopped. Alright, that's all for today. You can all leave now. Mullins waved her hand, then looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, you stay. Okay. Lu Ming was slightly stunned and nodded. However, Mullins' action caused a wave of whispers. Why did Elder Mullins leave Lu Ming behind? Could it be that Lu Ming and Elder Mullins know each other? Elder Mullins can't have taken a fancy to Lu Ming, right? Bah, how is that possible? Elder Mullins is my goddess, absolutely impossible. I'm so envious that Lu Ming can be alone with Elder Mullins. Ah, Elder Mullins is really too beautiful. If I could marry her, I would be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Stop dreaming. The surrounding disciples looked at Lu Ming with envy and jealousy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Mullins' charm was too strong. How can this be? Why did Elder Mullins leave Lu Ming alone? Lu Ming, you must be honest, or I'll never let you off. Huachi looked at Lu Ming with a face full of resentment, wishing that he was the one who stayed. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly and walked towards Mullins. After a while, the people in the square dispersed, leaving only Mullins and Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for a few months. You really didn't disappoint me. Mullins had a playful smile on her face as she looked at Lu Ming with her big eyes. She didn't look as serious as before. Looking at Mullins up close, her figure was even more alluring. Smelling the fragrance coming from Mullins, Lu Ming's heart thumped. Elder Mullins, why did you ask me to stay? Mullins smiled. No need to be so formal. My senior sister. Senior sister Mu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming, you've caused quite a lot of trouble. You've obtained the title of newcomer king the moment you enter the sect. To be honest, it's really out of my expectations. Mullins carefully looked at Lu Ming for a while and revealed a curious expression. In the trial, you killed Duan Muju, right? That's right. Lu Ming didn't hide it. In fact, this matter was easy to guess. There was no need to hide it. I knew it. But you have to be careful. Duan Muju is a rare genius of the Duanmu family. The Duanmu family won't let you off so easily. Also, are you confident in challenging Ningfeng? Mullins said worriedly. 60 to 70%. Lu Ming said. 60 to 70%? Looks like you're very confident. Mullins looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. You should know a little about Ningfeng's strength. But do you know that Ning Feng's father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Mulans asked. I know. Lu Ming nodded. He knew this from Hua Qi, although the elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were divided into ordinary elders, silver-robed elders, and golden-robed elders. Silver-robed elders and golden-robed elders were elders with real power. As for ordinary elders, many of them were empty positions and didn't have much power. However, among the ordinary elders, there was a type of elder who also had a lot of power. That was the chief elder. The chief elder was the highest level of ordinary elders, second only to the silver-robed elder. Of course, his cultivation was also very high. Lu Ming had heard from Feng Wu that Mulans was one of the chief elders of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. However, there is one thing that you definitely don't know. Ning Feng's father has long since joined the Duanmu family. Therefore, this time, the Duanmu family will definitely support Ning Feng with all their might. Ning Feng was already at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. What I'm most afraid of is that he will break through during this period of time. Mulan said with a solemn expression. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming looked at Mulan's eagerly. He only had 700 contribution points left. It was too difficult for him to use them. It was better to borrow some for later. 3,000 contribution points? What do you need so many contribution points for? You were rewarded with 7,000 contribution points in the newcomer trial. It's all used up. Used up? Mulans was speechless. 7,000 contribution points. In such a short period of time. Could it be that he was using contribution points to eat? That's right, I've used it up. Senior Sister Mulans, can you lend me some? Lu Ming looked at Mulans pitifully. Alright, give me your identity jade medallion. Mulans said. Lu Ming took out his identity jade token and handed it to Mulans. After Mulans took it, she also took out her own identity jade token. The two identity jade tokens leaned against each other. Mulans injected her true chi, and the jade token started to shine. Mulans's slender fingers swiped a few times on the jade token. Then, the light on the jade token dimmed. Lu Ming took back his identity jade token and looked at it. There were 3,000 contribution points in it. Lu Ming, when you earn enough contribution points, you must return them to me. You also know that girls spend a lot. Mulan stared at Lu Ming with a pained expression. So stingy. She even said that if there's anything, just say it. Lu Ming muttered softly. What did you say? Mulan widened her eyes and glared at Lu Ming viciously. No, nothing. Senior Sister Mulans, I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Ming ran away. Looking in the direction that Lu Ming had left, Mulan revealed a smile on her face again. She said softly, it's quite interesting. Lu Ming, I hope you won't disappoint me. Although you are still very far away, you might still have a chance to enter that place in the future. After saying that, Mulans also left. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat down cross-legged. He took out a jade box and opened it. There were 10 crystals neatly placed inside. 9 drops of blood essence were sealed in each crystal. These 10 crystals were the blood essence of Class 4 LV2 demonic beasts. Lu Ming picked up a crystal and squeezed it hard. A few inscriptions shone on the spirit sealing crystal. Crack, then, the spirit sealing crystal shattered and turned into a pile of debris. 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence emerged. Devour. Lu Ming immediately manipulated his bloodline to produce a strong suction force and devoured the 9 drops of blood essence. Soon, they were converted into energy and flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming activated the true dragon fighting technique and began to absorb and refine the energy. Lu Ming's cultivation was increasing rapidly. Soon, the blood essence of a demonic beast was completely refined. The energy essence in the blood essence is slightly weaker than the one I just killed. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. This was normal. Although the spirit sealing crystal could seal the loss of energy, it was not 100%. There would still be some energy loss. Continue. Lu Ming crushed the second spirit sealing crystal and began to refine it. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed and he had refined all 10 Class 4 LV2 demonic beasts' blood essence. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had not advanced to LV4 Martial Master. He was still in the late stage of LV3 Martial Master. Sure enough, the second level of the true dragon fighting technique consumes more energy. Lu Ming thought to himself helplessly. Previously, when he was at the first level of the true dragon fighting technique, his genuine qi was twice as dense as ordinary genuine qi. At that time, the energy required to advance his cultivation was 3 times as much as other genuine qi. Now, his genuine qi was 3 times as dense as other genuine qi. The energy required was 9 times as much as other genuine qi. It was a terrifying 9 times. Another thing was that his bloodline had not advanced. It was still at level 3. This was the blood essence of 10 Class 4 LV2 demonic beasts. Logically speaking, it should have advanced a long time ago. Was level 3 really the limit of his bloodline? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. I don't care anymore. There's no return without effort. Continue to refine. Lu Ming took out another jade box. In this jade box, there were 10 pieces of Class 5 level 2 demonic beast blood essence. Then, Lu Ming began to devour and refine the Class 5 LV2 demonic beast's blood essence. The blood essence of a Class 5 LV2 demonic beast was several times more than that of a Class 4 LV2 demonic beast's blood essence. Lu Ming opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. 4th level Martial Master. The speed of devouring and refining the blood essence is indeed terrifying. It's only been a little more than a day and I've already reached 4th level Martial Master. But it's still not enough. Ning Feng is a martial artist at the peak of LV6 Martial Master. No one knows if he'll make a breakthrough during this period. I have to go one step further. Lu Ming got up and went to the contribution hall again. This time, he exchanged all the 80,000 taels of silver he got from Duan Muju for contribution points. 80,000 taels of silver was equivalent to 800 contribution points. In addition to the original 700 contribution points and the 3,000 contribution points he borrowed from Mullins, he had a total of 4,500 contribution points, all of which he used to exchange for the blood essence of demonic beasts. Class 5 LV2 blood essence of demonic beasts cost 100 contribution points, and he exchanged for 15 of them. Class 6 LV2 blood essence of demonic beasts cost 200 contribution points, and he exchanged for 15 of them. All of a sudden, he had spent all his contribution points. Poor, I'm too poor. Lu Ming sighed. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. 2 days later, in addition to the remaining 4 blood essences of Class 5 LV2, a total of 19 blood essences of Class 5 LV2 were devoured and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the late stage of LV4 Martial Master, almost reaching the peak of LV4 Martial Master. After devouring the blood essence of Class 5 LV2 demonic beasts, Lu Ming continued to devour the blood essence of Class 6 LV2 demonic beasts. With only 3 blood essences, Lu Ming had reached the peak of LV4 Martial Master. However, even after devouring 3 more blood essences of Class 6 LV2 demonic beasts, Lu Ming's cultivation did not improve at all, let alone breaking through to LV5 Martial Master. My cultivation has improved too fast. My genuine qi is not pure and my foundation is not stable. I have to stop and consolidate my cultivation. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Next, Lu Ming temporarily stopped devouring blood essence and focused on consolidating his cultivation. In addition, he would also practice martial techniques when he had time. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were less than 2 days left before Ning Feng's 1-month deadline. In these 10 days, Lu Ming's flame dragon fists had reached the 6th level, man and martial arts as one. As for the flowing light sword art, no matter how much Lu Ming cultivated, it was still stuck at the 5th level. After 10 days of cultivation, although Lu Ming's cultivation had not been completely consolidated, it was almost there. Let's start the breakthrough. At this time, Lu Ming once again devoured the Class 6 LV2 demonic beast's blood essence and began to break through his cultivation. Roar! Roar! the blood essence of the demonic beast was constantly being converted into true energy. The dragon-shaped true energy kept rushing through his meridians, growing stronger and stronger. Finally, it gathered in the vortex in his dantian. A day and a half later, Lu Ming's cyclone began to spin rapidly. Then, with a tremor, it began to expand. In the end, the cyclone had doubled in size. Fifth layer martial master, I've finally broken through. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. Buzz, just then, Lu Ming felt a numbness in his spine. A red light rushed out, and a finger-sized spirit-swallowing bug appeared, rolling in the air. Then, the spirit-swallowing bug began to grow longer and thicker. 2 hours later, the spirit-swallowing bug had turned into a small snake as thick as a thumb and half a meter long. Yes, it really looked like a small snake, covered with black scales, hovering in the air. At this time, 4 bright red chakras shone on the small snake's body. It had advanced. Lu Ming's bloodline had finally advanced, but the amount of blood essence needed was too much. And this time even the shape of his bloodline had changed. This can't be called a bug anymore, right? Should I change its name to snake? Lu Ming was a little confused. This situation was simply unheard of. Not only could the bloodline advance, but it could also evolve. I wonder if it will evolve in the future. Forget it, I'll just call it spirit swallowing. Lu Ming thought expectantly. In a rather spacious courtyard in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, 2 figures stood. One was Ning Feng, and the other was Ning Feng's father, Ning Kong. Feng how confident are you in your battle with Lu Ming this time? Ning Kong asked. Dad, don't worry. I'm 100% confident that I can kill Lu Ming on the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Ning Feng smiled confidently. Feng don't underestimate the enemy. Since Lu Ming can get the position of the newcomer king and took the initiative to challenge you, he must have something to rely on. Don't be careless. Ning Kong warned. Ning Feng smiled and said, Dad, if it was before, I wouldn't be so confident. But yesterday, my cultivation broke through. Broke through? Feng you said you broke through? Ning Kong revealed a look of ecstasy. Yes, Dad. Ning Feng smiled and then his body emitted a powerful aura that far surpassed the peak of the 6th level martial master. Good, then I'm relieved. This time, the Duanmu family also values this matter. As long as you kill Lu Ming, we father and son will have more weight in the Duanmu family's heart. Now that the Duanmu family is getting stronger and stronger, we father and son can only work hard for the Duanmu family to obtain a higher status in the future. Ning Kong laughed heartily. He then took out a jade bottle and passed it to Ning Feng. Feng this is an explosive spirit pill. Take it. I got it from the Duanmu family. Initially, I wanted to give it to you to kill Lu Ming. But now that you have broken through, I reckon you won't need it. However, take it with you just in case. Thank you, Dad. Ning Feng took the jade bottle and said. Okay, it's about time. Let's go to the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Ning Kong said. On the other side, Lu Ming packed up and walked out of his room. He saw Pangshi and Huaqi waiting for him. Senior brother Lu, we'll go with you. Pangshi said. Lu Ming, don't lose. You're the newcomer king, but you can only lose at my hands. Huaqi said coldly. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and took the lead to walk out. The Vermilion Bird Terrace was located at the foot of the east side of the Vermilion Bird Peak. It was very spacious and was specially used for the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard to fight. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Terrace was surrounded by people. There were at least a few thousand people. There were new disciples, but most of them were old disciples. Not only that, there were also many elders. This year's newcomer king, who had just entered the courtyard for a month, actually dared to challenge an old disciple who had been in the courtyard for 4 or 5 years. This was rare in the history of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Many people were very curious about where Lu Ming's confidence and courage came from. Naturally, they all came to watch. Chief Elder Ning Kong is here. And Ning Feng. Suddenly, someone shouted. Ning Feng and Ning Kong were walking together, and there were many people following them. A group of people walked up to the top of the terrace. Elder Mullins is here too. Really, where is he? At this time an even louder clamor rang out. Mullins walked over leisurely with lotus steps. Beside her, Feng Wu, Yuan Wu, and the others followed. Mullins, I heard that you were the one who introduced Lu Ming. It seems like you don't have good foresight. Lu Ming's talent is not bad, but he is too arrogant. He will die young. Ning Kong looked at Mullins and said coldly. Mullins curled her lips and said, I think your precious son is the one who will die young. Humph, is that so? I hope you can still say that later. Ning Kong snorted and waved his sleeves, sitting down at the side. Swoosh, Ning Feng's figure moved, leaping down from the spectator stand. His body was as agile as a swallow. After a few leaps, Ning Feng crossed over 50 meters and appeared on the Vermilion Bird Arena. What an amazing movement technique. Ning Feng has been practicing martial arts for many years, so he can't be underestimated. His low-grade yellow-level movement technique, 3 swipes of the swallow, has already reached the 5th level. Ning Feng has been taught by his father for many years, so it's normal for him to reach this level. But that Lu Ming, how long has it been since he entered the sect? In terms of martial arts, he is definitely not Ning Feng's opponent. That's right. The surrounding disciples were discussing. Lu Ming is here. At this time a disciple shouted. Sure enough, Lu Ming, Pang Shi and Hua Qi walked over from a mountain path. I didn't think that Lu Ming would dare to open the arena. Humph, he's just courting death. I think he won't even be able to take 10 moves from Senior Ning. 10 moves? I think he'll be lucky if he can take 3 moves. A few disciples beside Ning Kong sneered. As Lu Ming walked over, the crowd naturally dispersed. Lu Ming walked up the Vermilion Bird Arena stage step by step, facing Ning Feng. Haha, Lu Ming, you really dared to come. I thought you would hide in your dorm like a coward. Ning Feng looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Ning Feng, you think you're worthy? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Whether I'm worthy or not, you will know in a moment. Lu Ming, the moment you step onto the arena platform, it's already a battle of life and death. Hee, even if you want to regret now, it's too late. Ning Feng sneered. You talk too much. Hurry up and make your move. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Ming said. Haha, let you down? Ning Feng laughed out loud as if he had heard a very funny joke. Ning Feng had already been in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard for 5 years. Although his talent wasn't particularly outstanding, it wasn't weak either. Now, there was actually a newcomer who had only been in the sect for a little more than a month saying that he hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. After that, Ning Feng's expression turned gloomy. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Today, I'll crush your confidence and crush your pride. Ning Feng sneered coldly. His figure flashed as he sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. A layer of black light shrouded his palm. Xianxia burst forth from his palm, accompanied by a violent whistling sound. Low-grade yellow class martial skill, Black Rock Palm. Is that all you've got? You want to crush me? Lu Ming smiled faintly as he punched out. Flame Dragon Fist, a fiery aura filled the air as the faint roar of a dragon resounded. The fist aura was as heavy as a mountain. Its power was unstoppable as it heavily collided with Ning Feng's palm. Bang, the fist and palm collided, causing a violent explosion. Waves of hot air swept out in all directions. The two separated immediately after the collision. A figure was forced back 3 steps. This figure was actually Ning Feng. Everyone was stunned. Ning Feng was actually forced back by a single move. How was this possible? From the aura that Ning Feng had just revealed, he had already erupted with the cultivation of the peak of the 6th layer martial master. The peak of the 6th layer martial master was actually forced back by Lu Ming with a single punch. Unbelievable. How could Lu Ming be so strong? Ning Feng's eyes were also filled with shock. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. Good, powerful. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. In the crowd, Pang Shi loudly cheered. In the stands, Mullins's eyes flashed and a smile appeared on her face. She looked at Ning Kong and said, "It seems that Lu Ming is more skilled." "Humph, it's still too early to say this." Ning Kong coldly snorted. "This Lu Ming's talent is too amazing. I must kill him today. Otherwise, there will be no place for me in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard in the future." On the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Ning Feng roared in his heart. Clang, a long sword was unsheathed. Wind Demon Sword Art, Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. At this moment, Ning Feng revealed his ability. Sword chi like a waterfall suddenly erupted. It broke through the air and violently slashed down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and also unsheathed his long sword. Sword chi was like a stream of light, cutting through the air and whistling out. This sword was not the black-edged sword, but the sword left behind by his father, the Heavenly Star Sword. The black-edged sword was only a high-grade spirit weapon. It was obviously not enough to fight with Ning Feng. But the sword left behind by his father was a high-grade spirit weapon. Only then could he display his full strength. Clang, the two swords clashed and exploded with a shocking boom. Their bodies slightly swayed and then they started fighting again. Clang. Clang, the two swords clashed and sword chi crisscrossed. The two figures were completely engulfed by sword light. Strong, so strong. Lu Ming can actually fight with Ning Feng. Ning Feng's Wind Demon Sword Art is a high-grade yellow-grade sword art. Moreover, it has been cultivated to the 5th level. But Lu Ming can actually fight with Ning Feng with only sword art. The strength of his sword art is not inferior to Ning Feng's at all. It's really incredible. This battle is going to be interesting. Looking at the two people fighting on the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, some senior disciples could not stay calm and started discussing. Wind Demon Sword Art, Wind World Slashing. Wind Demon Sword Art, Hurricane Destruction. Ning Feng continuously used the powerful moves of the Wind Demon Sword Art. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 50 moves. Clang, with a loud sound, the two figures separated. Lu Ming, I admit that your strength is not bad. You can actually fight with me to this extent. But today, you must die. Now, I'll let you see my strength. Boom. Ning Feng's body suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. Following that, his aura surged and a berserk aura burst out from Ning Feng's body. 7th level Martial Master, Ning Feng has broken through to the 7th level Martial Master. Lu Ming is finished. The 7th level Martial Master is not something that the 6th level Martial Master can compare to. Ning Feng has actually broken through. Then Lu Ming is dead for sure. What a pity for a top genius. So what if he's a genius? There are countless geniuses in the world. Every year, who knows how many geniuses die? A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. When Ning Feng revealed his cultivation of the 7th level Martial Master, almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was finished. In the stands, Mullins, Feng Wu and the rest also revealed expressions of shock and worry. Haha. Ning Kong laughed loudly and said, Mullins, you didn't expect it, right? This time, Lu Ming will definitely die. Mullins' eyes flashed, but she did not respond. In fact, she was not confident in her heart. Could Lu Ming block Ning Feng? Lu Ming, I'll let you experience my peak battle strength now. However, the result you see is death. Ning Feng laughed complacently as a bloody light flashed on his body. Bloodline eruption, his bloodline was a 4th level bloodline. When his bloodline erupted, his battle strength increased by 40%. Wind Demon Sword Art, Wind Rises and Clouds Surge. Ning Feng slashed out with his sword. The wind howled as it turned into 7 or 8 sword beams that slashed towards Lu Ming. It was the same move, but it was several times stronger than before. This way, it's more interesting. On the Vermilion Bird Arena, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. His feet heavily stomped on the stage and his body rushed out like lightning. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His true chi surged and his long hair fluttered. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was no weaker than Ning Feng's. In the battle with Ning Feng, Lu Ming had only used 50% of his strength. But now, it was 100%. Clang, the two of them collided fiercely. Sparks flew as their swords clashed. Streaks of sharp sword chi pierced the air and shot out in all directions. Bang! Bang! After the collision, the two of them retreated several steps at the same time. Damn it, kill! Ningfeng roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Fight! Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. His long hair fluttered and his body exuded a surging battle intent. He took a step forward and charged at Ningfeng. Clang! Clang! The two of them continued to attack each other. Sword chi flew and danced in the air. It was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed and the two of them were evenly matched. How could this be? Impossible? How could this Lu Ming be so strong? Ningfeng was so shocked that he was speechless. With his cultivation of the 7th level of the martial master realm and the speed of his superior yellow rank sword technique, he had already reached the 5th level. It could be said that his sword was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. However, Lu Ming was able to completely block it. Not only was his true chi not weaker than him, but even the speed of his sword technique was not inferior. He did not know that Lu Ming was cultivating a divine rank cultivation technique. His true chi was 3 times stronger than ordinary true chi. When the true dragon battle technique was only at the 1st level, Lu Ming was able to kill opponents 1 level higher than him. Now that the true dragon battle technique had advanced to the 2nd level, even if Ningfeng was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming, he would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Not only Ningfeng, but all the spectators around the Vermilion Bird Arena were shocked. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming was able to tie with Ningfeng, who had broken through to the 7th level of the martial master realm. They all held their breaths and stared at the arena, afraid that they would disturb the two people on the arena. Clang! Clang! On the Vermilion Bird Arena, the two continued their battle. 7th grade martial master is indeed not weak. However, as long as I activate my bloodline, I can immediately defeat him. However, now is not the time. Moreover, the bloodline of the martial master realm only lasts for 2 minutes. Once the 2 minutes are over, Ningfeng will not be my opponent. Lu Ming pondered. Two silhouettes continuously clashed on the Vermilion Bird stage, sword chi overflowing in all directions. Soon, they had exchanged over 100 moves. At this moment, the bloody light on Ningfeng's body quickly dissipated. It was time for his bloodline to erupt. Not good. On the grandstand, Ningfeng's expression changed. Clang! On the Vermilion Bird Arena, the two of them clashed again. Bang! This time, Ningfeng was directly sent flying. His face was pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ningfeng is injured. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at the stage in shock. It's time for Ningfeng's bloodline to erupt. It seems like Ningfeng is going to lose. Ningfeng is actually not a match for Lu Ming. This is really unbelievable. Have you guys realized that Lu Ming still hasn't unleashed his bloodline? What? It seems to be true. I didn't notice this just now. This is too shocking. Genius, a top genius. How is Lu Ming arrogant? He clearly has the ability to do so. Around the Vermilion Bird Arena, whether it was the new disciples, old disciples, or elders, they were all discussing with each other in shock. Senior brother Lu Ming, you can do it. You're the best. Pangshi was so excited that his face was flushed red. He waved his arms and shouted. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. Following that, other disciples shouted. These were all new disciples who joined this year. When they saw that Lu Ming, a disciple who joined the sect at the same time as them, was actually so strong, they couldn't help but feel a burst of pride. What's so great about being an old disciple? There are also new disciples who can defeat you all. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the idol in many people's hearts. This guy. Huachi muttered to himself. In the depths of his eyes, there was an additional trace of admiration. He had always been proud and arrogant. When he first met Lu Ming, he had threatened to defeat him in the future. But now, he knew that Lu Ming's talent was not something he could compare to. In the stands, Wan Hongwu and Feng Wu's mouths were slightly agape as they watched in a daze. Especially Wan Hongwu. A month ago, Lu Ming had said that he would challenge Ningfeng in a month's time. She was still rather unhappy in her heart and thought that Lu Ming was too arrogant. But now she understood that she was wrong. Lu Ming wasn't arrogant, he was confident, and he had the ability to be confident. Hee, Ning Kong, looks like your precious son is going to lose. On the spectator stand, Mulan laughed happily. She was laughing so hard that her body trembled. Is that so? The outcome hasn't been decided yet? Ning Kong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes revealed killing intent as he said coldly. What? Mulan's couldn't help but have a bad premonition. On the Vermilion Bird Arena. Ning Feng, the time for the bloodline eruption has arrived. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming looked indifferently at Ning Feng and said. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you want to defeat me? Dream on, you're the one who forced me. Ning Feng laughed. Then, with a wave of his hand, an elixir appeared and he swallowed it. Boom, when Ning Feng swallowed the elixir, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. This aura was powerful and tyrannical. Compared to before, it was twice as strong. Lu Ming, die. Ning Feng roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He stomped his feet and with a loud boom, even the fighting stage shook. His body turned into a gust of wind and charged towards Lu Ming. Don't take it head on. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. He used the dragon snake steps and moved to the side. But he was still a step too late. Ning Feng's sword chi swept towards him. Bang, Lu Ming used his long sword to block. A sharp and violent force surged towards him and he couldn't help but slide back by 10 meters. Explosive spirit pill, Ning Kong, you're despicable. You actually used the explosive spirit pill. This fight is already unfair. It's over. In the stands, Mulan suddenly stood up and shouted with an ugly expression. Mulans, what are you trying to do? On the Vermilion Bird stage, there's no rule against using elixirs in a fight to the death. Ning Kong also stood up and sneered. Using elixirs is unfair. How can you talk about a fight to the death? Mulan shouted coldly and was about to rush towards the Vermilion Bird stage. However, Ning Kong released a powerful aura and locked onto Mulan's. He sneered and said, Mulans, outsiders are not allowed to interfere in a fight to the death at the Vermilion Bird stage. Are you trying to break the rules? Despicable. Despicable. Mulan gritted her teeth and widened her almond-shaped eyes. However, Ning Kong stared at her intently. At this moment, on the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng had already launched a violent attack. Lu Ming, prepare to die. Sword Art of the Wind Demon, wind slashes the world. Sword Art of the Wind Demon, hurricane destruction. The violent sword chi tore apart everything in its path. It broke through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. My strength has increased by 2 times. I can only avoid it and find an opportunity to counterattack. Lu Ming's figure moved and he performed the dragon snake steps. As he moved, he blocked the sword aura that slashed toward him. Boom. Boom, after 7 to 8 moves, Lu Ming kept retreating. Ning Feng actually swallowed the explosive spirit pill. How despicable. Looks like Lu Ming is going to lose. Some of the spectators shook their heads and sighed. But there were also people who sneered. After a few more moves, Lu Ming was in even more danger. He was already in a desperate situation. Ning Kong, get out of my way. On the stands, Mulan shouted and threw a palm at Ning Kong. Mulans, as the chief elder, do you want to violate the sect rules? Ning Kong shouted coldly and exchanged a palm with Mulan's. Fortunately, the two of them were controlling their palms. Otherwise, the stands would have been shattered by their palms. Despicable. Feng Wu, Ruan Wu, and the others also shouted, but they were also blocked by the people Ning Kong brought. On the Vermilion Bird Arena, Ning Feng's attack was like a hurricane, extremely violent. Lu Ming retreated as he fought. But his eyes were extremely bright as he stared at Ning Feng. He was looking for an opportunity. Die, haha, die. Ning Feng laughed loudly. Completely suppressing Lu Ming made him incomparably carefree. Lu Ming, you despicable thing, you actually dare to contradict me, actually dare to not give me face, and even dare to fight me to the death. Now, tremble, regret. Ning Feng kept laughing. Now is the time. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pounced towards Ningfeng. At the same time, Lu Ming's body flashed with a bloody light, and his bloodline erupted. When his bloodline erupted, it was when Lu Ming was at his strongest. Now, his bloodline had already advanced to level 4. When his bloodline erupted, not only could he devour 50% of others' attacks, but his own strength could also increase by 40%. Lu Ming's action shocked everyone present. What was Lu Ming doing? Courting death. Ningfeng himself was also slightly stunned, then laughed sinisterly. No matter what tricks you play, I'll kill you. I'll crush you. The swift and fierce sword aura turned into a sword aura storm and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom, however, when the sword energy struck Lu Ming's body only trembled slightly. Then, he continued to charge towards Ningfeng. Then, he waved the sword in his right hand and blocked Ningfeng's long sword, while his left hand punched out heavily. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Ningfeng did not even have time to react. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed heavily on Ningfeng's dantian. The surging fist power crazily rushed into Ningfeng's dantian. In an instant, the cyclone in Ningfeng's dantian trembled violently and almost exploded. Ningfeng was like a punctured balloon. The aura on his body suddenly plummeted. In an instant, Ningfeng's aura fell back to the 7th level of the martial master realm. However, it did not stop. It continued to fall until it reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. Ningfeng had just broken through to the 7th level of the martial master realm, so his cultivation was still unstable. Lu Ming's punch not only defeated the berserk true qi that was produced by consuming the explosive spirit pill, but also knocked him back to his original state, falling to the 6th level of the martial master realm. If it wasn't for the berserk true qi produced by the explosive spirit pill offsetting a portion of the fist strength, this punch would have directly crippled Ningfeng's cultivation. Ah! Ningfeng screamed as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away and vomited blood. Mulans was stunned, Feng Wu, Wanhua was stunned, and Ning Kong was also stunned. Everyone was stunned. Everything happened in an instant, and they didn't even have time to react. What was going on? They had just seen Lu Ming charging towards Ningfeng instead of retreating. They had just thought that Lu Ming was courting death by doing so. Then, they saw Ningfeng being sent flying while screaming miserably. He was vomiting blood. Feng Ning Kong was the first to react and roared. Ningfeng struggled to get up and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He shouted, "You! How are you fine?" He had clearly hit Lu Ming just now, but Lu Ming seemed to be fine. "Now, it's my turn." Lu Ming sneered as he took a step forward and slashed at Ningfeng. Ningfeng was shocked as he raised his sword to block. However, he was only at the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm and was injured. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? With one move, Ningfeng was forced to retreat as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "Ningfeng, you've only cultivated for a few more years and you want me to regret it? Make me tremble? You're still far from it. I'll send you on your way now." Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer as his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He walked towards Ningfeng step by step. "How dare you? Lu Ming, stop." On the stands, Ning Kong roared. "Stop?" Lu Ming glanced at Ning Kong and sneered, "Why didn't you ask Ningfeng to stop when he had the upper hand? Now you're asking me to stop? Are you out of your mind?" After saying that, he ignored Ning Kong and slashed at Ningfeng again. Clang! Clang! Ningfeng barely managed to block a few moves before he could no longer resist. His body trembled as the long sword in his hand slipped out of his hand. "Father, father, save me!" Ningfeng frantically retreated as he screamed in horror. "Lu Ming, you still dare to attack? You're courting death!" Ning Kong roared furiously. His body was like a goshawk as he pounced towards the vermilion bird arena. However, Mu Lan's figure moved and followed closely behind, striking a palm at Ning Kong. Ning Kong counterattacked with his palm and the two of them clashed in the air. Boom! With a violent explosion, energy overflowed. The two of them swayed and landed on the ground separately. After landing, Mu Lan's figure moved and stood in front of Ning Kong. "Mu Lan, get out of my way!" Ning Kong roared. Mulan smiled charmingly and said, Ning Kong, the Vermilion Bird Arena is a life and death battle. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to break the sect rules? Ning Kong's face turned green and white. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was what he said to Mulan's earlier. Now, Mulan's returned the words to him. I don't care. Get lost. Ning Kong roared. Ning Kong, you're really thick-skinned. You want to go over? Impossible. Mulan's aura locked onto Ning Kong. Looking at Ning Kong's ugly old face, Mulan's felt extremely carefree. At this moment, on the Vermilion Bird Arena, Ning Fong screamed again. Lu Ming punched him hard in the stomach. The violent force of the punch broke several of his ribs. Ning Fong lay on the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming stepped on Ning Feng's body and looked down at him coldly. Lu Ming, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. At this moment, Ning Feng was really scared and begged for mercy. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my son? I'll tear you into pieces. Ning Kong roared angrily. He wanted to rush forward but was blocked by Mulan. Old man, I'll be waiting. Lu Ming sneered. Then, the sword light slashed down without hesitation. No. No. Ning Feng and Ning Kong roared in unison. Splat, blood splattered and dyed the Vermilion Bird Arena red. Ning Feng held his throat tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, regret, and fear. Silence, the entire place was silent as everyone looked at the scene in shock. Lu Ming had really killed Ning Feng. Moreover, he had completely ignored Ning Feng's threat in front of Ning Kong. He was audacious and insufferably arrogant. Many senior disciples looked at Lu Ming and felt a chill in their hearts. This was a ruthless person. He was ruthless to his enemies and to himself. Feng. Be ****, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Ning Kong roared. His eyes were red like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Bam. Bam, he exchanged blows with Mulan's continuously. Shockwaves swept across and deafening booms were heard. Many of the weaker disciples turned pale from the impact and were forced to retreat. If he wants to kill me, he should be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming looked calm as he said plainly. You be ****, how can you be compared to Feng? If Feng wants to kill you, you should let him kill you. How dare you retaliate and kill Feng? I'm going to skin you alive. Ning Kong roared furiously as he continued to attack. Ning Kong, how dare you disregard the sect rules? Mulan shouted. What sect rules? Sect rules are bullshit. How can you be compared to my Feng? Ning Kong had completely gone mad and his eyes were bloodshot. Lu Ming shook his head. He had nothing to say to such a person. Then, he looked at the sky and muttered, it should be time to strike. As soon as he said that, a loud roar was heard from the sky. Ning Kong, are you crazy? Stop it. An elder in a silver robe appeared in the sky. He extended his hand and pressed the air. An extremely strong pressure was generated and pressed down on Ning Kong. Bam, under the pressure, Ning Kong had no strength to retaliate. He was pressed to the ground and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move at all. It's the elder in the silver robe. It turns out that the elder in the silver robe has been watching. The other disciples exclaimed when they saw the elder. Elder Lu, you have to stand up for me. Lu Ming, that be ****, killed Feng. Ning Kong roared. Vermilion Bird Arena, a battle of life and death. Since it's a battle of life and death, what wrong did Lu Ming do? But you, Ning Kong, how dare you disregard the sect rules? I think you're getting worse. Go back with me and reflect. If you can't figure it out, don't come out. The silver-robed elder waved his hand and a powerful energy surged out, sweeping up Ning Kong before he turned into a ray of light and shot through the air. Upon seeing the silver-robed elder take Ning Kong away, Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. The reason why he dared to kill Ning Feng in front of Ning Kong was not completely a brainless action. Firstly, Ning Feng had repeatedly caused trouble for him and even sent people to kill him. Ning Feng indeed deserved to die. If he didn't kill him, he would definitely find trouble with him later. Secondly, he was certain that there would be a silver-robed elder watching nearby. Through this battle, he had completely revealed his talent and value. Being able to kill an old disciple of the 7th Martial Master realm in just over a month after entering the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, this kind of talent was definitely valued by the upper echelons of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. How could he allow Ning Kong to kill him? Reality proved it. Lu Ming thanks Elder Mullins for your help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked Mullins. Lu Ming, you're not bad. Mullins smiled. Then Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming nodded and left the Vermilion Bird Arena, disappearing into the crowd. The news of this battle spread quickly in the Vermilion Bird Arena and even to the other courtyards. Lu Ming didn't care about it. He returned to the dormitory and sat cross-legged on his bed. Waves of pain came from his body. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was seriously injured in this battle. After Ning Feng swallowed the explosive spirit pill, his battle strength increased greatly. Lu Ming was injured when he tried his best to resist. After that, he activated his bloodline and took Ning Feng's attack head-on. Although he swallowed 50% of the attack power, the remaining attack power still made his injuries worse. Looks like I have to buy a defensive spirit weapon like soft armor in the future. Also, I have to cultivate defensive martial skills. Otherwise, it won't be good to keep getting injured like this. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and whispered. When his bloodline activated, although he was extremely powerful, he would still be injured if he had to take other people's attacks head-on. The main reason was that his body was too weak. Other than the protective true chi, he didn't have any other defensive moves. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head and began to circulate the true dragon battle art to control his bloodline and heal his injuries. Whoosh whoosh, in the air, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. After Lu Ming's bloodline advanced to Level 4, his speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased by a large margin. It far surpassed the speed of a Level 5 bloodline. Lu Ming estimated that it was at least comparable to a Level 7 bloodline. This speed could be said to be very astonishing. However, Lu Ming cultivated the second level of the true dragon battle art, which required 9 times the energy of ordinary true chi. Therefore, just by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his cultivation speed was still not comparable to a Level 5 bloodline genius. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to gather and transform into pure true chi. It scattered into the muscles, bones, and internal organs of his body, constantly nourishing Lu Ming's body and healing his injuries. This cultivation lasted for 5 hours. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. After 5 hours of cultivation, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. In another 2 days, he would be completely healed. It smells so good. Suddenly, a rich barbecue fragrance floated in from outside. Who's barbecuing outside? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. He opened the door and walked out. In the yard, Pangshi and Huaqi were barbecuing meat. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Pangshi was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're done cultivating. Come, have some barbecued meat. This is the meat of a blood antelope. It's very delicious and can replenish blood. It's very useful after you're injured." Lu Ming's heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Pangshi, did you prepare this for me? The meat of a blood antelope is not cheap. How can I afford it?" Pangshi scratched his head and said, "Flower Addict bought it especially for you. I used to hunt, so barbecuing meat is my specialty. So I'm responsible for it." Huaqi's face was cold. He said, "Lu Ming, don't misunderstand. I don't want to treat your injuries out of kindness. Because I will definitely defeat you. If you're injured, there will be repercussions. Wouldn't that be very boring? Stubborn." Pangshi curled his lips. "Hey, Big Stone, I'm warning you, don't call me Flower Addict." Huaqi said coldly. "Aren't you called Flower Addict? If I don't call you that, how can I call you that?" Pangshi said doubtfully. "You." Huaqi was tongue-tied. "Haha." Lu Ming laughed. He picked up a piece of golden barbecued meat and took a bite. The meat was tender and fragrant. The taste was definitely top-notch. Especially after swallowing, there was a warm current flowing through his body. It was very comfortable. Lu Ming's mouth was full of oil as he finished a piece of barbecued meat in a few bites. Big Stone, your barbecue skills are not bad. Lu Ming praised. Haha, I've been hunting since I was young and I also like to eat meat. This was all discovered by myself. Pangshi laughed and then took out a jar of wine from the side and said, Come, Lu Ming, this is medicinal wine. It's also bought by the flower addict. It won't do any harm to your injuries, but you can't have meat without wine. Come, then let's drink to our heart's content. Lu Ming laughed. The three of them each had a jar of wine, ate the meat in big mouthfuls, and drank large bowls of wine. A few hours later, a blood antelope was completely finished by the three of them. Several jars of wine were also drunk by the three of them. Pangshi and Huaqi were both dead drunk. Huaqi's ugly face also disappeared without a trace after getting drunk. He put his arm around Pangshi's shoulder and shouted, You bunch of trash, I'll definitely go back in the future. I'll kill all of you. However, Pangshi shouted, Senior brother Lu, you're so powerful. I know you'll definitely win. I want to become a powerful person like senior brother Lu. That way, father and mother will definitely be proud of me. As the two of them talked, they fell asleep in the courtyard. Lu Ming smiled and staggered into the room. Then, he began to circulate the true dragon battle art. After a while, the alcohol completely disappeared. Lu Ming continued to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. The medicinal power of the blood antelope and the medicinal wine circulated throughout his body. Lu Ming's injuries healed even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. After his injuries healed, Lu Ming did not slack off and continued to cultivate. Because he knew that the dangers and difficulties he would face in the future would become greater and greater. Ning Kong and the Duanmu family were mortal enemies. The other party would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. 10 days later. Cultivating like this is too slow. With my rich and condensed true qi, it will take at least a year to reach the 6th level of the martial master realm. Lu Ming pondered. Resources, I lack resources. Lu Ming sighed. Right now, he was extremely poor. He only had the storage ring that he got from Duanmuju and nothing else. Furthermore, he still owed Mulan's 3,000 contribution points. I have the Supreme Divine Palace, so the storage ring is useless. I'll take this storage ring and exchange it for something. Then, I'll take on some missions and earn some contribution points. Lu Ming made up his mind and headed towards the contribution hall. This storage ring was of the lowest grade and was worth 150,000 taels of silver. However, in the contribution hall, it was only equivalent to 130,000 taels of silver. After all, there were so many disciples in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It required a lot of resources to operate. Therefore, the price of various materials and items collected by the contribution hall was lower than the market price. This way, he could earn a difference in price. 130,000 taels of silver, all converted into contribution points, a total of 1,300 points. Senior, I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to view a high-grade yellow rank defensive martial skill? Lu Ming asked. Martial skill? Martial skills can be found in the library. But let me tell you, martial skills can only be rented. A high-grade yellow rank defensive martial skill will cost at least 5,000 contribution points. What? 5,000 contribution points? Isn't that too expensive? Lu Ming almost jumped up. Defensive martial skills are much rarer and more precious than movement martial skills and attack martial skills. Of course they are more expensive. If you were to buy them outside, you wouldn't be able to buy them without a few million taels of silver. The elder in the contribution hall said. Lu Ming was speechless. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The Lu clan was such a big clan, but they only had one high-grade yellow rank martial skill. It was treated as a family treasure. One could only imagine how valuable a high-grade yellow rank martial skill was. It seemed that defensive martial skills should be put aside for now. Senior, are there any defensive soft armors here? Lu Ming asked again. Of course there are soft armors, but the defensive ones are not cheap. What grade do you want? The elder asked. How many contribution points are needed for low-grade LV2 and mid-grade LV2? Lu Ming asked. A low-grade LV2 soft armor costs 800 contribution points. A mid-grade LV2 soft armor costs at least 2,000 contribution points. Then let's exchange for a low-grade LV2 soft armor. Lu Ming had no choice but to exchange for a low-grade LV2 soft armor. However, you get what you pay for. The 800 contribution points were not spent in vain. The Crimson Scaled Snake armor was made from the skin of a Class 9 LV2 demonic beast, the Crimson Scaled Snake. It was very light and soft, and extremely tough. After Lu Ming kept the Crimson Scaled Snake armor, he walked out of the contribution hall and headed to the mission hall. Halfway there, he found a deserted place and changed into a black cloak to cover himself. He had to be careful of the Duanmu clan. If he went out for a mission and the Duanmu clan sent a few martial grandmaster experts to kill him, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the mission hall. The mission hall was the place where the Mystic Essence Sword sect issued and accepted missions. There were two types of missions in the mission hall. The first type was issued by the disciples and elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Each mission would have a corresponding reward. The other type was collected from outside the Mystic Essence Sword sect. For example, if the Lu clan issued a mission, the Mystic Essence Sword sect would collect the mission. After the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect completed the mission hall would collect a certain fee. The mission hall was very spacious and occupied an area larger than the contribution hall. After walking in, there was a huge hall. On one side of the hall, there was a counter. That was where the missions were handed in. On the other side, there were several huge metal walls. These metal walls were made by an inscriber. On the metal wall, there were missions that were constantly scrolling. These missions had the specific content, time limit, reward, and so on written on them. They were very clear and easy to read. Lu Ming stood under the screen and looked. Collect blood-lingering flowers? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a mission that he was interested in. This was a mission issued by an inscriber in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. As long as the blood-lingering flowers were collected within 3 months, the reward was 100 contribution points per blood-lingering flower. The more, the better. Blood-lingering flowers were in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire and could only be found in the Dark Blood Mountain. Moreover, the blood-lingering flower itself didn't cost 100 contribution points. It seemed that the inscriber was in a hurry to give such a high price. Most importantly, there was a type of dark blood stone in the Dark Blood Mountain. It was an important material to cultivate the 3rd level of the true dragon fighting art. It was even needed for the 4th level. This was the reason why Lu Ming was interested. Going to the Dark Blood Mountain was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's see if there are any other missions. Escort mission? The reward is actually 100,000 silver and it's also to go to the Dark Blood Mountain. After looking for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He saw an escort mission issued by Yukong City's Zhu family. Escort a person to the Dark Blood Mountain. The reward is 100,000 silver. This is it. Without hesitation, Lu Ming decided to accept this mission. Because it happened to be on the way. Then, Lu Ming walked to a counter and registered the 2 missions he wanted to accept. This is the mission card issued by the Zhu family, please keep it well. On the counter, there was a young woman with a sweet smile. At this time, she handed an iron plate to Lu Ming. The word Zhu was written on the iron plate. Thank you. Lu Ming took the iron plate, smiled slightly, then turned and left. 2 hours later, on the main road of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lu Ming rode the green scale horse and left. 5 days later, a travel-worn Lu Ming arrived at Yukong City. Yukong City is very majestic and huge. It is an upper-middle city, several times larger than Fiery Wind City. On the street, people come and go. It is very prosperous. Zhu family is known as the #1 family in Yukong City. However, Lu Ming is not in a hurry to go to the Zhu family because the appointed time is tomorrow. There is still one day, so there is no hurry. Lu Ming found an inn and cleaned himself up. He then walked around Yuekong City to experience the local conditions and customs. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Zhu family's house. The Zhu family's courtyard walls are high and several times more majestic than the Lu family's. Stop, this is the Zhu family's mansion. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. At the gate of the Zhu family, there are 4 strong men guarding. At this time, they stopped Lu Ming. These 4 strong men, each of them has the cultivation of 9th level martial warrior. I am here to complete the mission. Lu Ming smiled and took out the mission card issued by the Zhu family. Sure enough. The leader of the strong men took a look and looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. It seems that he is surprised that Lu Ming is so young. Come with me. The burly man in the lead returned the mission card to Lu Ming and took the lead to head inside. Lu Ming followed. After a few turns, they came to a hall. Walking into the hall, they found that there are some people sitting on both sides of the hall. There are a total of 7 people. These 7 people came in all shapes and sizes, and were all different from each other. On the right side of the hall sat 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. They were all around 50 years old. The 3 of them wore black robes with skulls on them. Their bodies emitted a gloomy aura. On the left, a burly man in his 40s or 50s with red hair sat at the head of the table. Beside the brawny man was a man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair, and the woman was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. At the bottom was a young man in his 20s. This man was hugging a long sword and looked like a noble young master. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the 7 people in the main hall looked over in unison. When they saw Lu Ming's age, they looked at him with disdain. Young hero, they are the ones who accepted this mission. Please wait here. My master will be here soon. The gatekeeper said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, walked in, and sat down below the 3 people in the skeleton robes. A kid who hasn't even grown out his hair came. Is he crazy about money? He actually came to accept this mission. At this time, a low sneer came from the red-haired strong man. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He looked at the red-haired strong man, then smiled faintly and ignored him. What a coward! The red-haired strong man sneered. Seeing that Lu Ming did not even dare to talk back, the others looked at him with disdain. Ha ha ha! At this time, a loud laugh came. A man in his 40s walked in and cupped his fists. Sorry to keep you waiting. I am the 2nd elder of the Zhu family, Zhu Chuan. Greetings. You are welcome, 2nd elder. These people cupped their fists in response. Zhu Chuan walked to the top of the hall and said, Okay, this time the Zhu family has issued a total of 8 mission cards. Now that everyone is here, I will briefly explain the content of this mission. To be honest, this time it is mainly because my Zhu family's ancestor was seriously injured in the Dark Blood Mountain. He needs the blood of a direct descendant of the Zhu family to save his life. He also needs a vitality supplement pill. So this time, the main purpose is to escort the eldest daughter of the Zhu family and the vitality supplement pill in her hands to the Dark Blood Mountain. Because there are many powerful bandits and horse bandits on the way to the Dark Blood Mountain, I need everyone to escort. As long as you send the person and the pill to my Zhu family's ancestor, it will be enough. The reward is 100,000 silver taels per person. Do you have any other questions? Zhu Chuan glanced at the 8 people in the hall. Of course there is a question. The red-haired man stood up and curled his lips. 2nd elder, 8 people escorting together. I want to ask, have you tested the strength of these people? Zhu Chuan was taken aback. We have not, but you are Bloodhound Wu Mo, and these 3 are the famous Yin Mountain 3 ghosts. Their names have shaken more than a dozen big cities. Who doesn't know them? I naturally know the strength of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts. I am afraid that some of them are just there to make up the numbers. They don't have any strength and just want to eat and drink and earn 100,000 silver taels. How about this? The Yin Mountain 3 ghosts and I will be in charge of this mission. The others can scram and split their silver taels with the 4 of us. This is better. Wu Mo sneered. Bang! As soon as Wu Mo's voice fell, the noble young master slammed the table and said with a cold face, "Wu Mo, who are you telling to scram?" "Hee hee." Wu Mo sneered a few times. "I am calling you, can't you tell? Damn it, two brats who are still wet behind the ears want to borrow the power of Blood Hand Wu Mo to earn 100,000 taels of silver." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Ming and said with disdain. The noble young master's face turned completely cold. He said coldly, "Blood Hand Wu Mo, I think you don't want your hands anymore." Whoosh. Wu Mo suddenly stood up and looked coldly at the noble young master. He said, "Because of your words, I will cripple you today." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Mo slammed his palm toward the noble young master. In the process, his palm quickly turned red and a bloody smell spread out. What a powerful Blood Hand seal. Wu Mo's Blood Hand seal has reached a new level. The white-haired old man's face changed. Early 6th level martial master cultivation, low-grade yellow rank martial skill. However, he has only cultivated it to the 3rd level, mastery. Lu Ming cast a slight glance. Wu Mo's cultivation level was clear at a glance. "You are courting death." Clang. The noble young master shouted coldly and unsheathed his sword. Like a cold bolt of lightning, he stabbed at Wu Mo. The speed was so fast that Wu Mo was shocked. He hurriedly retreated and dodged the sword. However, following that, sword rays began to move toward Wu Mo in an unending stream. The sword light flashed like clouds and flowing water. Mid-6th level martial master cultivation, low-grade yellow rank sword skill, 4th level. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Flying cloud sword technique. You're a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Stop. Blood Hand Wu Mo exclaimed. Do you think I'll stop just because you said so? The young master sneered. His sword continued to shine, forcing Wu Mo to retreat. In the end, the young master's sword left a long wound on Wu Mo's arm. Blood flowed out. At this time, the young master withdrew his sword and said proudly, "This is a lesson for you. Next time, you'll die. Remember, I'm Su Feiyun, a core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect." Blood Hand is trash in the eyes of the Flying Cloud sect. So you're a core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. No wonder you're so strong. This Wu Mo is really asking for it. Lu Ming suddenly understood. He then shook his head and smiled. In the eastern part of the Sun Empire, the Mystic Essence Sword sect was naturally the supreme overlord. However, other than the Mystic Essence Sword sect, there were other sections. Compared to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, these sects were much weaker. However, compared to some rogue cultivators or small families, they were much stronger. The Flying Cloud sect was such a sect. Being scolded by a young man in his 20s like this in public, Wu Mo's face was extremely ugly. However, he did not dare to attack Su Feiyun. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Kid, why did you shake your head and laugh just now? Are you mocking me? You little bastard, how dare you mock me? I'll kill you." Whoosh, then, he slapped at Lu Ming. Since he had lost face to Su Feiyun, he would get it back on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked at Wu Mo's palm with a sneer and did not move. Die. A cold smile appeared on Wu Mo's face. This kid is scared out of his wits. One of the Een Mountain 3 ghosts shook his head. At this moment, a sword light burst out. The snow-white sword light cut through the air. It was faster and colder than Su Feiyun's sword light. Blood flashed, followed by Wu Mo's miserable scream. "Ah, my hand!" Wu Mo screamed as he retreated. One of his palms had already disappeared. Of course, his palm had been chopped off by Lu Ming's sword. What a fast sword, what a ruthless method. The hearts of the others in the hall trembled, and they all looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was actually able to cut off Blood Hand Wu Mo's palm with a single sword strike. What terrifying strength. Who are you? Who are you? Wu Mo screamed shrilly. Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Lu Ming. If you want revenge, you can find me at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Now, scram! Lu Ming shouted. What? Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Everyone else was shocked, but they soon understood what was going on. So he was a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. No wonder he had such strength. Even Su Feiyun, who was originally arrogant, became well-behaved at this time. A disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Haha, I admit defeat. Wu Mo smiled bitterly. To him, the Mystic Essence Sword sect was a giant. If he didn't want to die, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Lu Ming in this lifetime. Wu Mo picked up his chopped-off hand and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in a sorry state. Mystic Essence Sword sect? At the top of the hall, the second elder's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Haha, so it's a young hero from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Sorry for the disrespect. The white-haired elder cupped his fist and said politely. Then, the others stood up and cupped their fists. Lu Ming smiled faintly, returned the greeting, and sat down. Haha, I didn't expect to see a hero from the Mystic Essence Sword sect this time. I didn't even know that the Mystic Essence Sword sect had taken away my Zhu family's mission card. But this is good. We have a better chance this time. Alright, let's go. Zhu Chuan said with a smile. Everyone nodded and followed Zhu Chuan out of the Zhu family. Outside, the Zhu family's men were ready. A carriage, dozens of Zhu family's guards, and more than 10 green scale horses. In this carriage is my Zhu family's Mississippi, Zhu Chuan said. Everyone nodded and rode on the green scale horses. Zhu Chuan shouted, let's go. Dozens of green scale horses rumbled as the group headed towards the Dark Blood Mountain. Zhu Chuan traveled together. Yukong City was more than 10 days away from the Dark Blood Mountain. Everyone traveled during the day and rested at night. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. These 3 days were very peaceful. Because the Dark Blood Mountain was the most dangerous place. Because it was close to the Dark Blood Mountain and the terrain was desolate, there were all kinds of bandits and horse bandits hibernating. On the 4th day, late at night, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a temporary tent and meditated. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful scream sounded. In the quiet night, it was particularly abrupt. Shua, Lu Ming instantly opened his eyes and rushed out like a gust of wind. Shua! Shua, obviously, not only him, the others were also alarmed and rushed towards the source of the sound. It was a huge tent. The Zhu family's miscarriage was parked here. Lu Ming, Yin Mountain's 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun and the others arrived at almost the same time. Outside the tent, a figure collapsed there. It was actually the white-haired old man. But at this moment, his heart was pierced by a short spear and he no longer had any breath. Everyone frowned. These few days, everyone had gotten to know each other. This old man was called Xianxia and he used a short spear. And now, this old man's heart was pierced by his own short spear. What happened? Zhu Chuan hurriedly rushed over. Seeing this scene, his face changed greatly. Uncle Fu, what happened? Zhu Chuan shouted. In the tent, a somewhat stooped old man walked out. At this moment, he was trembling as he said, reporting to Second Elder, this subordinate also doesn't know what happened. Just now, I suddenly heard a scream and was so scared that this subordinate didn't dare to come out to check. Then, you guys came. There are almost no traces of fighting here. Although Xianxia's cultivation isn't very high, he's still at the peak of the 5th level martial master. Who could make Xianxia unable to resist and kill him with his own short spear? The leader of the Yin Mountain's 3 ghosts said with a grave expression. The others also frowned and pondered. Could it be someone from the Zhou family? Zhu Chuan's face suddenly changed. Zhou family, what Zhou family? Su Feiyun asked. This? I won't hide it from everyone. Our Zhu family has a sworn enemy, the Zhou family. This Zhou family and the Zhu family have been fighting openly and secretly for decades. Everyone wants to destroy the other. This time, if the Zhou family knows that our Zhu family's ancestor is seriously injured, they might send people to stop us from escorting the pills. Zhu Chuan explained. There's such a thing? Second Elder Zhu, your Zhu family didn't mention this when you gave out the mission. Now, there's an extra Zhou family? The danger of the Zhou family has increased exponentially. No, I think this mission needs to be discussed. The leader of the Ying Mountain's 3 ghosts said with a changed expression. That's right. You guys can't change your mind halfway. Zhu Chuan said with an ugly expression. How about this, since Wu Mo has quit and Xianxia is dead, we are 2 less people. As long as your Zhu family pays more and doubles the reward, we will continue to do this mission. The head of the Ying Mountain 3 ghosts rolled his eyes and said. Double the price? Zhu Chuan looked troubled. Double the price, 6 people, that would be 1.2 million taels of silver. Even if the Zhu family had a large business, it was still a huge expense. If you don't want to pay, then forget it. The head of the Ying Mountain 3 ghosts said. Wait a minute, I'll pay. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth. I think it's better to pay half of the deposit first. Su Feiyun added. Pay half of the deposit first? Zhu Chuan looked hesitant. Second elder, let's pay first? The safety of the young miss is important. Uncle Fu said. This Uncle Fu was the coachman of the young miss of the Zhu family. Okay, then pay half of it first. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth, then returned to the tent and took out a stack of silver notes. Each note was 10,000 taels, and he gave each of Lu Ming and the others 100,000 taels. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. Haha, since that's the case, I think we should take turns to be on guard. In case the Zhou family comes to sneak attack. After receiving the silver, the Ying Mountain 3 ghosts and the others all smiled. Immediately, Zhu Chuan ordered the guards of the Zhu family to be on full alert. Naturally, someone went to deal with Xianxia's body. Lu Ming looked at the tent of the young miss of the Lu family, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, the young miss of the Zhu family had been out for a few days, and they hadn't even seen her face. She hid in the carriage all day, acting mysteriously. Zhu Chuan said that the young miss of the Zhu family was not in good health during this period of time, and she was afraid of catching a cold. Lu Ming thought for a while, and discussed with the Ying Mountain 3 ghosts how to arrange for taking turns to be on guard, and then returned to the tent. In the second half of the night, Lu Ming went out to be on guard. There was no movement for the night. The next day, they continued on the road. The next few days were calm and peaceful. On the 8th day, everyone was already close to the Dark Blood Mountain. The terrain gradually became desolate. At this point, everyone was on full alert and on full alert. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they passed by a mountain path, sharp sounds of something breaking through the air suddenly came from both sides. A dense barrage of arrows shot towards them. Not good, enemy attack. Defend with all your might. Zhu Chuan shouted. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the others had already leaped into the air. Sword lights flashed and the arrows were cut in half in midair. Then, their true chi burst out and wrapped around the broken arrows. The arrows were reflected back at a speed faster than they were shot at. Ah! Ah! Then, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Rumble! At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the front, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was a group of over 100 people on war horses, rumbling as they approached. A group of people appeared in front of them. They were all strong and sturdy men. Their bodies were full of baleful aura, revealing that their cultivations were not weak. They were not something ordinary people could compare to. Hand over all your treasures and women, and you can get lost. The leader of the group, a burly man with a full beard, roared. Sure enough, they had encountered bandits. I think you're the ones who should get lost. Su Feiyun shouted loudly and pounced out like lightning. His movement technique was very fast. Whoosh! Then, a sword light cut through the air and slashed towards the leader of the bandits. So powerful. The leader's expression changed drastically. He pulled out his broadsword and barely blocked a few moves before he was killed by Su Feiyun's sword. The ninth master has been killed. Retreat! The other bandits were shocked. They retreated like a swarm of bees and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Aren't these bandits too weak? Su Feiyun walked back and curled his lips. Young hero Su, it's not that the bandits are weak. It's just that the stronger ones haven't appeared yet. The leader of the Ying Mountain 3 ghosts said. They had roamed the world for many years and knew that these bandits were not that simple. Next, be on full alert. Don't be careless. Zhu Chuan instructed. Yes. The guards of the Zhu family responded. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the deafening sound of horse hooves could be heard. They're here. Everyone knew that the Real challenge was coming. There's no end to these bandits. This time, I'll kill them all. Su Feiyun's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Rumble, in the midst of the dust, hundreds of people appeared in front of him. So many people, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Hundreds of people were densely packed in front of him. Who is it that dares to kill my ninth brother? Come out and die. The leader of the bandits was 7 feet tall. His body was full of muscles and he carried a broadsword on his back. His voice was loud like a bell and his aura was oppressive. Leader, it's that pretty boy who killed him. One of the bandits pointed at Su Feiyun and shouted. So it's you. Pretty boy, come out and die. The leader roared. I think you're the one who's going to die. Su Feiyun was proud and arrogant. At this time, he was looked down upon by a bandit. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He jumped down from the green scale horse and unsheathed his sword, charging towards the leader. Kill! The leader shouted. His tall figure also jumped down from the warhorse and the broadsword in his hand slashed out a pale white blade light. Clang, the blade and sword clashed. Su Feiyun's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? Su Feiyun's face changed drastically. Trash. Kill. 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 The great head roared and slashed out with his saber. He slashed out 12 times in a row. The blade light whistled and enveloped Su Feiyun's body. Flying cloud sword technique. Su Feiyun used all his strength and used the flying cloud sword technique. However, he still couldn't stop the leader. In just 10 moves, Su Feiyun was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The leader's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. I'll deal with him. The leader of the 3 ghosts of Yinshan moved and rushed out. He used an iron rod and smashed it fiercely at the leader of the bandits. The iron rod smashed down, making a whistling sound as if the air was about to be smashed. The leader of the 3 ghosts of Yinshan was also at the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. It could be said that his cultivation was the highest among them. Clang, the blade and the iron rod clashed and the 2 of them took 3 steps back. There's actually an expert like you. But do you think you can do anything by yourself? Kill. The leader of the bandits waved his hand and hundreds of bandits rushed over. Protect the eldest miss. Zhu Chuan roared. Dozens of Zhu family guards surrounded the carriage of the eldest miss of the Zhu family. Swish, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he rushed out. Chi, he used the flowing light sword technique and it was as fast as lightning. Every sword strike would cut the throat of several bandits. Die. A burly man wielded a large axe and hacked at Lu Ming. This burly man was at the 5th level of the martial master realm. He was definitely a leader among the bandits. However, the 5th level of the martial master realm was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. With a slight sway of his body, he dodged the axe. Then, with a flash of sword light, the burly man's throat was cut off. Chi, sword chi crisscrossed and no one was a match for him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people died at Lu Ming's hands. The other 2 members of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts and Su Feiyun's side were about the same. Other than the leader, the other bandits were only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm. They were not a match for them at all. Even if there were more people, it was useless. In just a moment, hundreds of people were killed. Not good, the enemy is too strong. Retreat. The leader roared. He had exchanged hundreds of blows with the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts, but there was no clear victor. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today and prepared to retreat. Swish, at this moment, a figure jumped out from among the bandits like lightning and pounced towards the Zhu family's eldest daughter's carriage. This figure's speed was unbelievably fast. With a wave of his hand, true energy burst forth. It was even stronger than the leader's. 7th level of the martial master realm. The second brother of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts shouted. Puff. Puff, the strongest of the Zhu family guards, was only at the first level of the martial master realm. It was impossible for them to contend against such an expert. More than 10 people were killed by the powerful true energy. It seemed that the figure was about to pounce on the Zhu family's eldest daughter's carriage. At this moment, the coachman, Uncle Fu, let out a long howl. "Zhou Linshan, I knew you would come." Following that, Uncle Fu also leaped up and erupted with a powerful aura. He exchanged a few blows with the figure from before in the air. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive explosions, energy overflowed in all directions. The two of them landed on the ground and retreated a few steps. This coachman is also at the 7th level of the martial master realm. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the others were all shocked. At this moment, everyone saw that the figure who launched the sneak attack was an old man of about 60 years old. "Zhu Bing, hand over the vitality replenishing pill and Tong Er." Zhou Linshan shouted. "Hand it over? Let's see if you have the ability to do so," the coachman said coldly. At this moment, his body was no longer stooped. His figure was perfectly straight, and his aura was oppressive. Ta ta ta, the sound of horses galloping could be heard continuously. Then, a large group of people appeared on the mountain path. There were also figures flashing in the surrounding forest. In total, there were a few hundred people. They are all experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the people who appeared later were not the same as the bandits. They were all elites, well-trained, and powerful. Those bandits' faces were extremely ugly. The great leader shouted, "Everyone, your matter has nothing to do with us. Can you let us leave?" He wanted to cry. He was baffled. Wasn't it just a robbery? Putting aside the fact that he had encountered a group of experts, there was now a group of them. Zhou Linshan waved his hand and said, "Let them go." Immediately, those people opened up a path for the bandits to escape. After the bandits fled, 7 elders walked in front of Zhou Shanlin and bowed, "Patriarch." "Patriarch Zhou." Lu Ming and the others' eyes moved, and they all retreated to the side of the carriage. "Zhou Linshan, it seems that your Zhou family is going all out this time." The coachman laughed without a trace of fear. "Zhu Bing, as the ancestor of the Zhu family, you actually played such a trick. How despicable." Zhou Linshan said with a gloomy face. "What? The ancestor of the Zhu family? The coachman is actually the ancestor of the Zhu family?" Yin San, 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the others were shocked. They looked at the coachman, who was the ancestor of the Zhu family, Zhu Bing, with a puzzled face. But wasn't the ancestor of the Zhu family seriously injured and waiting for rescue in the Dark Blood Mountain? Could it be that everything the Zhu family said was false? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of light. Sure enough, something was wrong. He had always felt that something was very strange. "Zhu Chuan, what's going on?" The leader of the 3 ghosts looked at Zhu Chuan gloomily. But Zhu Chuan smiled coldly and stood behind Zhu Bing. "Everyone, it seems that you've been deceived by the Zhu family. I'll tell you the truth. The person in the carriage is my granddaughter, Zhou Tong. Tonger's father was injured and needed the vitality replenishing pill. She went to buy it, but she didn't expect to be caught by the Zhu family when she bought the vitality replenishing pill. Everyone, this matter is between my Zhou family and the Zhu family. It has nothing to do with you. I hope that you won't interfere. No matter how much money the Zhu family gave you, I'm willing to compensate you double." Zhou Linshan cupped his fists and said. "What?" Su Feiyun and the others were a little stunned. The truth was completely opposite to what the Zhu family said. "Zhu Bing, Zhu Chuan, you dare to deceive us? We, the 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain, are not so easy to deceive." The leader of the 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain said coldly. His face was very ugly. The others were the same. "Hee, if we don't do this, how can we lure out the Zhou family and make them come out in full force?" Zhu Bing smiled coldly. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the surrounding forest. Then, one figure after another appeared and surrounded the Zhou family. "Zhu Bing, you really did have an ambush, but your Zhu family and my Zhou family's strength are on par. Do you think you can destroy my Zhou family like this?" Zhou Linshan said. Zhu Bing smiled and said, my Zhu clan is naturally unable to annihilate your Zhou clan by itself. But with the addition of the others, so long as they perish together with the elders of your Zhou clan, then would your Zhou clan still be a match for me? Haha. What? Zhu Bing, you actually want us to die together with the Zhou family's elders? I think you're crazy, right? Now, give us the rest of the reward, and we'll turn around and leave. I don't want to get involved in the mess between your two families. The leader of the three ghosts of the Yin Mountain looked at Zhu Bing as if he was looking at a madman. That's right, give me the rest of the silver, and I can let bygones be bygones. Su Feiyun's face was also very ugly. He was actually played around by the Zhu family. He secretly decided that after returning, he must lead the people of the Flying Cloud sect to teach the Zhu family a lesson. Lu Ming did not speak. He felt that things were not that simple. Give the silver, and you still want to leave? If you leave, how can I destroy the Zhou family? Zhu Bing smiled coldly. Old Zhu, are you king dreaming? Well, you don't want to give me the silver, right? I'll leave now, but I'm afraid you can't bear the anger of my Flying Cloud sect. Su Feiyun was furious and turned to leave. Leave, can you leave? You're poisoned now, and you still want to leave? You're dreaming. Zhu Bing smiled coldly. Su Feiyun's body suddenly trembled. He turned around and looked at Zhu Bing in disbelief, saying, You dare to poison me? The faces of the three ghosts of the Yin Mountain, including the middle-aged woman, were also very ugly. That's impossible. I've checked every meal that we've eaten. There's no poison at all. The second brother of the Yin Mountain three ghosts shouted. Enold too, I know you're a poison expert. Moreover, you Yin Mountain three ghosts have been roaming the underworld for many years and are very cautious. You're not as gullible as these kids. Do you think I'll give you a normal poison? Have you heard of the soul-devouring parasite? Zhu Bing smiled faintly. What? Parasite poison? Could it be the southern wasteland parasite poison? Enold too exclaimed. Haha, that's right. I've paid a huge price for this soul-devouring parasite. The soul-devouring parasite is just an extremely tiny parasite. It's impossible to distinguish it when it's placed in the food. Moreover, the common poison testing method is ineffective. Zhu Bing smiled proudly. Damn it. Old man, hand over the antidote. Otherwise, I'll destroy your entire Zhu family. Su Feiyun roared furiously. Zhu Bing said faintly, Unfortunately, there's no antidote for the soul-devouring parasite. What? No antidote? Yin Mountain three ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the woman's faces were as pale as paper without a trace of blood. Old man, I'll kill you. Su Feiyun revealed a look of despair and pounced towards Zhu Bing. Squeak squeak squeak, at this moment, Zhu Bing suddenly made a strange sound. As soon as the sound came out, Su Feiyun's body suddenly stiffened. He then hugged his head with both hands and let out a shrill scream. Ah! Ah! It hurts! Su Feiyun roared as he waved his long sword wildly and let out shrill screams. In just a few breaths, when Zhu Bing's voice stopped, Su Feiyun also stopped. However, his eyes were dull as if he had lost his soul and stood there in a daze. Haha, you've been poisoned by the soul-devouring parasite. You're now my puppet and you still want to resist? Zhu Bing sneered. No, Yin Mountain three ghosts couldn't believe their eyes. Zhu Bing, there's a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect here. How dare you attack a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect? If this news gets out, your entire Zhu family will be destroyed. Old Yin Mountain shouted unwillingly. So what if you're from the Mystic Essence Sword sect? As long as you're dead, Zhou family. Alright, you guys can go together now. Zhu Bing said. Then, a squeaking sound came from his mouth. Ah! The Yin Mountain three ghosts and the others let out shrill screams. Attack! Zhou Linshan shouted and wanted to rush over to stop them, but the Yin Mountain three ghosts were all crazy and terrifying. They exchanged a few blows with the Zhou clan people and the Zhou clan people were forced to retreat. Even after being poisoned by the goo poison, he was no longer afraid of death. Even his battle prowess had increased by a level. But at this moment, Zhu Bing cried out in disbelief, Lu Ming, why are you fine? At this moment, Lu Ming's face was calm as he stood there, watching everything. What's up? Why would something happen to me? I'm not poisoned. Lu Ming said with a smile. Not poisoned? That's impossible. I've checked every single time. You've eaten every single meal. How can you not be poisoned? Zhu Bing screamed in disbelief. Lu Ming and the others had their own tents. Every meal was sent to them by Zhu Bing, and he had checked every single time to ensure that nothing went wrong. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming had eaten every single meal. Have you forgotten that there are storage rings in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Storage ring? No wonder, no wonder. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect are indeed extraordinary. You even have a storage ring at such a young age. It seems that your status in the Mystic Essence Sword sect is not ordinary. Zhu Bing came to a realization. Of all his calculations, he had forgotten about the storage ring. Storage rings were not common goods. On the contrary, they were extremely rare and were basically monopolized by the major forces. Even if one had money, they couldn't buy them. For people like the Een Mountain Three Ghosts, they could still take out hundreds of thousands of silver taels, but they didn't have storage rings because there was no place to buy them. There was a price but no market. But why are you so cautious? Even if you have a storage ring, you can't not eat at all, right? Zhu Bing asked curiously. Because there's something wrong with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. From the first day we set off, I felt that something was wrong. The dignified Miss Zhu didn't dare to let anyone see her. Although you said that it was because she wasn't feeling well, there was nothing I could do. I'm a careful person, so I could only eat the dry food I brought. After that, Xianxia was killed. That's even more suspicious. I observed him on the way. That old man Xianxia kept glancing at the carriage. I reckon that he's a pervert. Moreover, he's seen Miss Zhu before. So that night, Xianxia probably couldn't resist his lust and wanted to touch Miss Zhu. After that, he must have found out that this Miss Zhu was fake. That's why he was killed. How could an ordinary person kill him so easily? Now that I think about it, the one who killed him was you. Also, as far as I know, your Zhu family is not weak, but you only sent a few guards to escort me. Moreover, they're all so weak. This is even more suspicious. With so many suspicious points, how could I dare to eat the food you sent? Lu Ming's analysis was clear and logical. Sigh, it's not easy to earn some money these days. In the end, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous at such a young age. But even if you weren't poisoned, so what? Today, you still have to die. Zhu Bing's eyes were full of killing intent. With a move of his hand, a long spear appeared in Zhu Bing's hand. Attack! Zhu Bing ordered. The experts of the Zhu family moved one after another and fought with the people of the Zhou family. At the same time, a squeaking sound came from his mouth. The three ghosts of Yinshan and the others let out beast-like roars and pounced on Zhou Linshan and the 7 elders of the Zhou family. Thus, a chaotic battle began. As soon as they started, the Zhou family was completely at a disadvantage. The three ghosts of Yinshan and the others were not afraid of death. They erupted with terrifying battle strength and entangled Zhou Linshan and the elders of the Zhou family. However, the elders of the Zhu family were free to kill the other experts of the Zhou family as if they were taking something from their pocket. Lu Ming, let me personally send you on your way. Bang! Zhu Bing stomped his foot and rushed toward Lu Ming like a cannonball. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight at Lu Ming's throat. Swoosh, the long sword was unsheathed and the sword light exploded, colliding with the long spear. With a clang, Lu Ming's figure did not move, but Zhu Bing took 3 steps back. Zhu Bing's eyes were filled with disbelief as he roared, "How is this possible? How can a mere 5th-level martial master be so strong?" He was at the early 7th-level martial master, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. It was simply unbelievable that he was repelled by Lu Ming in one move. Even a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect could not be so strong, right? Compared to Ning Feng, it's still a little lacking. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Kill, I must kill him. This Lu Ming is definitely the top genius of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. If he escapes, the Zhu family will be annihilated. Zhu Bing roared in his heart as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Boom, a powerful aura burst out as Zhu Bing activated his bloodline eruption. Zhu Bing's bloodline was a red snake, a rank 3 bloodline. After the bloodline eruption, his combat power increased by 30%. Die. Astral Fire Spear Art, Fire Dance. Zhu Bing rushed towards Lu Ming. With a wave of the spear in his hand, flaming flowers appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Ultimate Flowing Light. Lu Ming used the fastest move of the Flowing Light sword art. Rays of sword light slashed out towards the flaming flowers. Clang. Clang, dense sounds of collision rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming's figure retreated a few steps. Such a powerful spear art. The power of this spear art has already surpassed my Flowing Light sword art. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had already cultivated the Flowing Light sword art to the 5th level. Could it be that Zhu Bing had also cultivated a yellow class upper martial skill to the 6th level? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Astral Fire Spear Art, Chasing Lightning. Zhu Bing's figure swayed slightly as he thrust his spear towards Lu Ming. This spear was unbelievably fast, like a red lightning bolt. The spear pierced through the air and made an ear-piercing sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the dragon snake steps to dodge the spear. Chi. Astral Fire Spear Art, Moon Seizing. After his spear missed, Zhu Bing's spear momentum changed as he swept his spear out. The spear swept out like a crescent moon. Clang, Lu Ming blocked with his sword and retreated at the same time, borrowing the force of the attack. This Zhu Bing's actual combat power is not as strong as Ning Feng's, but with this spear art, his strength is slightly above Ning Feng's. No, I must end this quickly. Lu Ming's mind raced. At this moment, the Zhou clan had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. He couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, when the Zhu clan's elders were free to attack him together, he would have a headache. Thinking of this, Lu Ming rushed towards Zhu Bing. At the same time, his body flashed with a bloody light. Bloodline explosion. Die, Astral Fire Spear Art, Broken Armor. Zhu Bing's spear stabbed towards Lu Ming. The tip of the spear faintly had a rotating cutting force. But Lu Ming didn't care. He just needed to avoid the real spear tip. Clang, Lu Ming swung his sword and blocked the spear. Then, he slid forward along the spear and punched out. He completely ignored the rotating cutting power of the spear. Lu Ming's bloodline was now at the 4th rank. When his bloodline activated, his battle prowess increased by 40%. This punch was unstoppable. Although Zhu Bing struck out with his other hand, he could only muster 50% of his true chi in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming? Bang! With a loud bang, Zhu Bing's body shook violently. He retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Swoosh, Lu Ming executed the dragon snake steps. He covered 70 feet in one step and appeared in front of Zhu Bing instantly. A ray of sword gleam flashed past like a flying immortal. Poochie, Zhu Bing's head flew far away. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The Zhu family's ancestor, Zhu Bing, had tried his best, but he was killed by Lu Ming in a single strike. This Zhu family's ancestor actually has a storage ring. That's good for me. He saw clearly that the Zhu family's ancestor's spear appeared out of thin air. But thinking about it, the Zhu family's ancestor had lived for so many years. It was possible for him to find a way to get a storage ring. Lu Ming walked to Zhu Bing's corpse and took off the ring on his finger. He kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then, a devouring force was produced and devoured Zhu Bing's blood essence. Ancestor. The ancestor is dead. The Zhu family's ancestor was killed, and the Zhu family was in chaos. Roar. Kill. Without the control of the Zhu family's ancestor, the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts and the rest roared and attacked randomly. Whether it was the Zhu family or the Zhou family, they attacked without any order. They were like crazy beasts. Retreat. At this moment, the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Linshan, and the rest quickly retreated and then attacked the rest of the Zhu family. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and sneered, Zhu family, I, Lu Ming, am not that easy to deceive. You have to pay the price for deceiving me. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he charged towards the Zhu family's elders. Puchi. Puchi, the Zhu family's elders were all rank 6 martial masters, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's sword light flashed, leaving behind corpses. Their blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. After killing the Zhu family's elders, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, his figure flashed and he focused on devouring the blood essence of those who had died in battle. As long as they were martial masters and above, their blood essence would be devoured by him. Hoo-hoo, waves of energy surged out from the bloodline and entered his body. They were absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into true qi. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level was raised to the peak of the intermediate 5th level martial master. He was one step away from the late 5th level martial master. At this moment, the battle was coming to an end. The Zhu family's patriarch and several elders were all killed by Lu Ming. How could the remaining elders be a match for Zhou Linshan and the rest? They were all killed one by one. Seeing this, the other Zhu family disciples lost their morale and fled for their lives. On the mountain path and in the forest, corpses were left behind. The smell of blood filled the air and it was like purgatory on earth. In this battle, the Zhu family left behind more than 200 corpses, while the Zhou family also lost more than 100 people. However, the upper echelons of the Zhou family did not die, while the upper echelons of the Zhu family were almost all dead. One could imagine that after this battle, the Zhu family would definitely be annexed by the Zhou family. However, Lu Ming did not care about all of this. Roar! Roar! The Yin Mountain 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun and the rest were still roaring, but they had obviously exhausted their strength and collapsed on the ground. Soon, they stopped breathing. Young hero, thank you for saving me this time. At this moment, Zhou Linshan walked over and cupped his fists to Lu Ming. He bowed and sincerely thanked him. If Lu Ming had not taken action this time and killed the patriarch of the Zhu family and a few elders of the Zhu family, the outcome would have been completely reversed. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. Patriarch Zhou, you're welcome. I was just protecting myself. Inside, he smiled and cupped his hands. Zhou Linshan smiled, but when his gaze landed on the sword in Lu Ming's hand, his expression suddenly changed and he cried out involuntarily, Heavenly Star Sword, why is the Heavenly Star Sword in your hands? As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. His eyes flashed and he said, How do you know the name of this sword? Do you know my father? Your father? Are you Brother Yuntian's son? Zhou Linshan was pleasantly surprised. That's right, I am Lu Yuntian's son. Lu Ming stared closely at Zhou Linshan. Ha ha ha, back then, I personally gave this Heavenly Star Sword to your mother. How could I not know the name of this sword? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened and he said anxiously, Are you saying that you were the one who gave my mother this sword back then? That's right. Zhou Linshan stroked his beard and nodded. I remember that there was a bronze pendant in addition to this sword. Lu Ming no longer had any doubts. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming greets Patriarch Zhou. Haha, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so old and have such a high cultivation. Zhou Linshan laughed and said, Let's go over there and talk. Soon, the two of them arrived at a hillside. Zhou Linshan told Lu Ming about him and Lu Yuntian. It turned out that 8 years ago, Zhou Linshan was in danger when he was traveling. It was Lu Yuntian who saved him. Later on, the two of them got along well and became close friends. About 7 years ago, Lu Yuntian found Zhou Linshan and gave him 2 things. One was the Heavenly Star Sword and the other was a bronze pendant. He also told Zhou Linshan that if something happened to him, he should wait for 2 years before secretly giving these 2 things to Li Ping. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Yuntian said that something had happened to him and only sent these 2 things 2 years later. He had been curious about it before. Patriarch Zhou, I want to know how my father died. Who killed him? Lu Ming clenched his fists, his eyes full of murderous intent. Since Lu Yuntian had given these 2 things to Zhou Linshan in advance and said that something would happen to him, it was obvious that he knew who was after him. Who was after Lu Yuntian? Perhaps Zhou Linshan knew something. Sure enough, Zhou Linshan frowned and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Nephew Lu Ming, your father might not be dead." Rumble, it was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's heart. Not dead? Lu Ming's eyes widened rapidly. Then, ecstasy filled his heart. Uncle Zhou, are you saying that my father is not dead? Then where is he? Why haven't you come home for so many years? Lu Ming's heart was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. If my guess is correct, Brother Yuntian should be under someone's control. Zhou Linshan pondered for a moment and said. It's under control? Who? Who is it? Lu Ming clenched his fists and asked with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Linshan frowned and said after a while, "Nephew, I can tell you, but you must promise me that you won't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll just die for nothing. Otherwise, I'd rather not tell you than let you die for nothing." Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I won't act rashly before I'm strong enough." Seeing Lu Ming's incomparably resolute gaze, Zhou Linshan let out a long sigh and said, "All right, I'll tell you. Brother Yuntian is very likely in the capital, and the person who acted should be someone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The Imperial City. 10 Direction Sword Sect." Lu Ming's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking light. Zhou Linshan was shocked and hurriedly said, "The Imperial City is now under the control of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The 10 Direction Sword Sect is the head of the 5 sects of the Burning Sun Empire. Don't act rashly. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I know what to do." Lu Ming took a deep breath and said. Among the 5 sects of the Burning Sun Empire, the 10 Direction Sword Sect was ranked first. It occupied a large area of fertile land in the center of the Burning Sun Empire. Its strength was so strong that even the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was inferior to it. Naturally, he would not act rashly to save his father. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could even see his father's face. His current strength was God knows how many times weaker than the entire 10 Directions Sword Sect. If my father is really under control and hasn't been killed for so many years, then it's obvious that my father has something that the 10 Directions Sword Sect needs. Then, he should be fine. But this kind of thing, no one can guarantee. Strength, I have to improve my strength faster. If I'm strong enough now, I can directly kill my way to the Imperial City and the 10 Directions Sword Sect. But, it won't take long. Father, it won't take long. I will definitely save you. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely firm and his body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. That's good. Alas, it's my fault that I'm not strong enough. For so many years, I've been thinking about Brother Yuntian, but I couldn't save him. Today, my nephew saved me. I owe you and your father too much. Zhou Linshan sighed. Uncle Zhou, how can I blame you? After all, the other party is the 10 Direction Sword Sect. I'm already very grateful that you helped to give this sword to us. Lu Ming comforted him. But Zhou Linshan still sighed. After a while, he asked, "Nephew, where do you plan to go next?" "I plan to go to the Dark Blood Mountain. There's a mission there." Lu Ming did not hide it. Dark Blood Mountain? It's not far from here. But there are many demon beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain. Nephew, you must be careful. I have to send Tong'er back. Tong'er's father needs the vitality replenishing pill. Nephew, if you have time, come visit the Zhou family. Zhou Linshan invited. Okay, I'll definitely visit when I have time. Then, Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Then, his figure flashed and he chose an azure scale horse on the mountain path. He rode on the azure scale horse and continued towards the Dark Blood Mountain. Looking at Lu Ming's departing figure, Zhou Linshan's eyes were filled with anticipation. He muttered to himself, Brother Yuntian, nephew Lu Ming has joined the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. At such a young age, he already has such a cultivation. Perhaps, in the future, he can really save you? The azure scale horse galloped all the way. After galloping for more than 100 miles, Lu Ming stopped in a valley. Lu Ming sat on a piece of green rock, staring blankly. More than 6 years ago, when he first heard that something had happened to Lu Yuntian, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe that the indomitable man in his eyes would die, but as time passed, there was still no news of Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming gradually believed that Lu Yuntian was really dead. But today, he suddenly found out that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. He was extremely excited. If Mother knew this news, she would be so happy. No, I can't let Mother know yet. If she knew that Father is in the hands of the 10 Direction Sword sect, she would be even more worried. Father, you must wait for me. Ming-er will definitely save you. I, Lu Ming, swear that no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted, and the time when Lu Yuntian was still alive appeared in his mind. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming finally snapped out of his thoughts. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He was now on the 2nd platform of the Temple of Paragon. As for the 3rd platform, he still couldn't go up. He didn't know what cultivation was required to go up. Then, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring he got from Zhu Bing. His mind sank into the storage ring and a small space appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The space was about a square meter, about the same size as the storage ring he had obtained from Duan Muju. There were a few boxes scattered in the space. With a wave of his hand, the boxes appeared on the platform of the Temple of Paragon. First, a small box appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The box was lined with gold and looked luxurious. When he opened the box, it turned out to be a book. The flaming astral spear art was a martial technique. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall the spear art Zhu Bing had used. Wasn't it called the flaming astral spear art? The power of the spear art was still fresh in his mind. He opened it expectantly. At one glance, Lu Ming was taken aback. A black level martial technique. This spear art was a black level martial technique. A low black level martial technique, the flaming astral spear art. No wonder it's so powerful. It's a black level martial technique. I'm rich. Lu Ming was ecstatic. A black level martial technique was many times more valuable than a yellow level martial technique. Lu Ming couldn't wait to read it. The more he read, the more shocked he was. What a strong power. Yellow level martial skills are nothing compared to it. The difference is like heaven and earth. That Zhu Bing is probably only at the 1st level. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Generally speaking, as long as a low black level martial technique was cultivated to the 1st level, its power would be comparable to the 6th level of a superior yellow level martial technique. If the 1st level was comparable to the 6th level of a superior yellow level martial technique, one could imagine how powerful a black level martial technique was. But at the same time, a black level martial technique was many times more difficult than a yellow level martial technique. An ordinary martial master would have a hard time cultivating it. Unless one was a top genius. Zhu Bing had cultivated bitterly for several decades and had barely reached the 1st level. I wonder how many contribution points it would cost to exchange for a black level martial technique in the Mystic Yuan Sword Sect's library. It's a pity that it's a spear art. I'm a swordsman, so I can't cultivate it. Lu Ming sighed. Wait. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, then brightened. He whispered, who said that I'm a swordsman? I cultivate the true dragon battle incantation, and what I cultivate is dragon-shaped true energy. My spear is like a dragon. Maybe I've been going in the wrong direction all this time. Lu Ming had always wanted to travel the world with a sword since he was young. However, during this period of time, the flowing light sword art had been stuck at the 5th level, unable to break through to the 6th level, man and martial arts as one. Of course. It had to do with one's personality, cultivation technique, and even the bloodline they had awakened. Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art, so his bloodline was a little like a snake's. Wouldn't that make him more compatible with the spear? Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's spear and thrust it forward. Whoosh, the spear pierced through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The moment Lu Ming thrust the spear, the dragon-shaped true qi in his body surged out along the spear. Crackle, a ray of spear light shot out like a dragon, piercing through the air and making crackling sounds. My true qi is smoother now. I'm indeed more suitable for spear practice. Lu Ming sighed. Looks like I'll have to cultivate my spear skills when I go back. but I'll put it aside for now. Let's see what's in the other boxes. Lu Ming put down the spear and looked at the other boxes. 2 of the bigger boxes were filled with jewelry, gold, and silver. The other box, which was slightly smaller, was filled with gold and silver notes. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of silver. With a rough estimate, there were at least 2 million taels of silver in these boxes. This made Lu Ming ecstatic. 2 million taels of silver was equivalent to 20,000 contribution points. How much blood essence could he exchange for? This was not even a profound level martial skill. What about the astral fire spear art? This time, he did not come out for nothing. However, this time, Lu Ming truly understood what it meant to be dangerous in the pugilistic world. Not only was the competition in the Mystic Essence Sword sect fierce, it was even more fierce in other places. In order to survive, in order to obtain resources, people would fight endlessly. Even if you were a disciple of a big sect, you could die if you were not careful. Just like this time, Zhu Bing knew that he was a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but still dared to attack him. If he was not careful enough, he would have become Zhu Bing's pawn and died under the poison. Everyone was fighting. If you did not move forward, you would be surpassed by others and become their stepping stone. Lu Ming was not willing to become someone's stepping stone, so he had to work hard. He wanted others to be his stepping stone. After checking, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and continued to move towards the Dark Blood Mountain. A day later, a majestic mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. The Dark Blood Mountain spanned thousands of miles. It was a very famous mountain in the east of the Blazing Sun Empire. Because the entire Dark Blood Mountain was dark red. The earth was dark red, the stones were dark red, and even the plants were dark red as if they were soaked in blood. That was why it was called the Dark Blood Mountain. Legend had it that the Dark Blood Mountain was not originally like this. After an unknown period of time, a peerless expert once fought with someone. Blood spilled and seeped into the mountains and rivers. That was how the Dark Blood Mountain was formed. If this was true, it would be extremely shocking. What kind of existence was this? How could there be so much blood that it dyed the mountains red? Regardless of whether it was true or not, there were indeed some very strange treasures in the Dark Blood Mountain that attracted many people to search for them. For example, the blood flower and the dark blood stone that Lu Ming needed for his mission were one of them. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed into the Dark Blood Mountain. It was indeed very strange. The trees that entered his sight were all dark red. The stones under his feet were also dark red. Lu Ming moved forward, looking around to see if he could find the blood flower. Whoosh, suddenly, a red light shot towards Lu Ming. Clang, he unsheathed his sword and cut the red light in half. Looking closely, it turned out to be a dark red scorpion. This scorpion was highly poisonous. Lu Ming slowed down and carefully observed his surroundings. A few miles later. Roar! Roar! More than a dozen dark red giant wolves surrounded Lu Ming. These were the unique dark blood wolves of the Dark Blood Mountain. They were 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. Each of them was a Class 1 LV2 demonic beast. There were even a few Class 2 LV2 demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! Ultimate flowing light. The sword radiance flashed across the sky like lightning, causing blood to spurt out. When the sword radiance faded, more than a dozen dark blood wolves had been killed. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and devoured all the blood essence of the dark blood wolves. The blood essence of the dark blood wolves is rich in life essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up during the refining process. He found that the blood essence of the dark blood wolves contained twice as much life essence as other beasts of the same level. The blood essence of a Class 1 LV2 dark blood wolf was almost comparable to that of a Class 2 LV2 beast. The blood essence of a Class 2 dark blood wolf was almost comparable to that of a Class 3 LV2 beast. Are all the beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain like this? The life essence in their blood essence is richer than that of the beasts outside? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then, he continued to move forward. He encountered many beasts along the way, but they were all killed by Lu Ming. Sure enough, regardless of the species of the beasts here, the life essence of the beasts was indeed richer. However, most of them were Class 1. or 2 Class 2 LV2 beasts. A few of them had reached Class 4 or 5 Class 2 LV2, which had a limited effect on Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming hunted beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain while searching for blood flowers. However, 3 days had passed, and Lu Ming had not found a single blood flower. The efficiency was really low. As for the dark blood stone that Lu Ming needed the most, there was no trace of it. Lu Ming had no choice but to continue searching. He would treat it as cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in the Dark Blood Mountain for 10 days. At this time, Lu Ming finally found a blood flower. After so many days, his cultivation had improved to the late stage of the martial master realm, and he was not far from the peak. Hiss, a dark red anaconda was slithering at high speed and Lu Ming was hot on its heels. This giant python was a demonic beast at the peak of Class 6 LV2. It was rare to encounter such a high-level demonic beast in the Dark Blood Mountain. Lu Ming did not want to let it go. However, the python's speed was extremely fast. With a twist of its body, it covered a distance of tens of meters. Even with Lu Ming's dragon snake steps, he was unable to catch up to it. The snake and the man kept running forward. Before he knew it, he had already traveled several dozen li and arrived at a dense forest. At this time, the giant python gradually slowed down. "Let's see where you can run to now." Lu Ming smiled, and the sword light slashed towards the giant python. Hiss, the giant python hissed and spat out wisps of poisonous gas at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the attack. Then, he took a step forward and rushed towards the giant python. The sword light flashed and left a long wound on the giant python's body. Fresh blood flowed out. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a burning pain on his skin, as if it was being corroded by something. What happened? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. I clearly dodged the giant python's poisonous gas. How did this happen? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he realized that there was a faint dark red blood qi in the air. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Could it be that this blood qi is poisonous? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately circulated his true qi and covered his entire body to resist the blood qi. Hiss, when the blood qi collided with the true qi, it actually made a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding the true qi. What a powerful poison qi. At this moment, the giant python was dragging its injured body and swimming forward. Lu Ming went over and cut off the giant python's head. Then, with a thought, the blood qi that looked like a small snake appeared. It opened its mouth and sucked. 9 drops of blood essence flew out from the giant python's body and were swallowed by the small snake. However, it wasn't over yet. The small snake continued to suck. The red blood qi beside Lu Ming was directly sucked into the small snake's mouth. Then there was a sizzling sound, as if the blood qi was being refined. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How could this work? But this way, there was no more blood qi around Lu Ming's body. The feeling of corrosion on his skin also disappeared without a trace. This is good too. I can take a look at what this place is. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He continued to move forward. The more he moved forward, the denser the red blood qi became. However, the small snake kept absorbing. There was always a vacuum around Lu Ming's body, and the blood qi couldn't enter. This blood qi was swallowed and refined by the spirit-devouring bloodline, and it would also be transformed into wisps of energy. However, this energy wasn't very strong and wasn't very useful for improving one's cultivation. After moving forward for a few thousand meters, a faint smell of blood came. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. After moving forward for another 100 meters, a pool appeared in front of Lu Ming. This pool wasn't big, only 10 meters in length and width. However, there wasn't water in the pool, but a dark red liquid. The pool was filled with a dark red liquid that looked like fresh blood. The faint smell of blood was obviously coming from the pool. The smell of blood in the air was also emitted from the pool. There were small red flowers growing on the edge of the pool. Looking at these small flowers, Lu Ming was ecstatic. Blood-lingering flowers, these are all blood-lingering flowers. Ha ha ha, it's really easy to find them by chance. Lu Ming laughed. Then, Lu Ming walked to the edge of the pool and carefully picked the flowers. The liquid in the pool was obviously poisonous. Lu Ming didn't want to touch it. Half an hour later, all the blood-lingering flowers were picked by Lu Ming. There were a total of 54 flowers. Including the one he found earlier, there were 55 flowers. This was a big harvest. One flower was 100 contribution points. 55 flowers would be 5,500 contribution points. After picking, Lu Ming looked at the liquid in the pool again. Although the liquid was poisonous, it obviously contained powerful energy essence. Otherwise, it couldn't have nurtured so many blood-lingering flowers. Can the spirit-devouring bloodline devour and refine this liquid? Lu Ming pondered. Let's try devouring a drop first. Lu Ming's eyes hardened. If he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation and embark on the path of martial arts experts, it was impossible to not take some risks. Then, Lu Ming ran his true qi and scooped up a drop of the red liquid. He then controlled his bloodline to devour this drop of liquid. Sizzle, Lu Ming seemed to be able to feel a sizzling sound in his bloodline. Then, a surge of energy entered Lu Ming's body. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the pool and controlled the spirit-devouring bloodline to devour and refine the liquid. Of course, Lu Ming didn't dare to devour too much at once. Instead, he devoured it in wisps. Indeed, the spirit-devouring bloodline devoured and refined this liquid much slower than the blood essence of demonic beasts. However, it was still many times faster than directly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's cultivation began to rise rapidly again. Half a day later, Lu Ming reached the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm. 3 days later, Lu Ming broke through and reached the 6th level of the martial master realm. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This cultivation lasted for more than 20 days. In total, Lu Ming had cultivated here for a month. In just over a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by 2 levels. This speed was extremely shocking. The liquid here might be poisonous to others, but to me, it's a treasure. Unfortunately, this is something that can only be found by chance. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a column of air. It was like a sharp sword that shot out a few meters away. 7th grade martial master is indeed powerful. It's much stronger than a 5th grade martial master. Now, I can fight with Ning Feng in one move. Feeling the dragon-shaped qi surging in his body, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Rustle, at this moment, a rustling sound was heard. The sound came from the pit. When Lin Fan looked over, he saw a dark red worm crawling in the pit. This worm was thicker than a thumb and more than a foot long. Its body was crystal clear like blood jade and it had a mouthful of sharp fangs. When it saw Lu Ming, it seemed to be shocked. It twisted its body and quickly shot into the distance. This is a blood breath worm. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. According to the records, the blood breath worm was accompanied by dark blood stones. This meant that there would definitely be dark blood stones where the blood breath worm lived. He did not expect that there would be a blood breath worm in this pond. Without hesitation, Lu Ming rushed over and followed closely behind the blood breath worm. When the blood breath worm saw Lu Ming chasing after it, it twisted its body even faster and rushed forward. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Ming smiled faintly and strode forward, following closely behind the blood breath bugs. After about 1,000 meters, the blood breath worm suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. Oh no, the blood breath worm can drill into the ground. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over, but the blood breath worm had already disappeared. Swish, Lu Ming leaped onto a big tree and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, not long after, the blood breath worm drilled out of the ground 100 meters away and rushed forward. I can't get too close. That will only disturb it and prevent it from running back to its resting place. At that moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he leaped onto another big tree. Just like that, he leaped on the tree trunk, restrained his aura, and followed closely behind the blood breath worm. They crossed over mountains and valleys and traveled for dozens of miles. At this moment, the blood breath bug stopped again. It drilled into the ground and disappeared. Could it be here? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he began to observe. After a while, there was still no movement. Lu Ming was certain that the habitat of the blood breath worms should be here. Lu Ming moved to the place where the blood breath bugs had disappeared. Looks like it's here. The dark bloodstone should be below. Then, he took out the black-edged sword that he used before and used it as a shovel to dig. With Lu Ming's cultivation and the sharpness of the obsidian sword, the speed at which he dug out the rocks was extremely fast. Soon, he dug out a deep pit that was a few meters deep. At this moment, a red light shot out with a swoosh. It was the blood breath bug. After the blood breath bug rushed out, it didn't stop and ran away. Lu Ming ignored it and continued to dig. Soon, a faint fragrance wafted out. It smelled like sandalwood. Lu Ming perked up. According to the records, although the dark blood stone was called the dark blood stone, it didn't have the smell of blood. Instead, it had the smell of sandalwood. With this smell, it meant that there must be a dark blood stone here. Lu Ming dug even harder. As a rock was dug out, a thick fragrance wafted out. Below, a fist-sized stone that was covered with blood-colored lines appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was the dark blood stone. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took out the dark blood stone and looked at it carefully. This was required for the 3rd or even the 4th level of the true dragon of battle art. After looking at it, he kept it in the temple of Paragon. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because there was a sandalwood fragrance wafting out from below. Is there another dark bloodstone? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly dug with all his might. Sure enough, he didn't dig too deep before he found another dark bloodstone. It was still the size of a fist and emitted a strong sandalwood fragrance. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took out the dark bloodstone. But there was still a sandalwood fragrance wafting out from below. There's more? This time even Lu Ming was a little stunned. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air. There's a sandalwood fragrance. It's the dark bloodstone. Hurry up. There was a commotion. Then, 5 to 6 figures appeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the forest, 6 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They didn't hide their auras at all. They burst out and shrouded Lu Ming. 4 of them were level 7 martial masters and 2 were at the peak of level 6 martial masters. There were men and women among the 6, but they were all very young. They were about 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, the 6 of them were looking at the big hole that Lu Ming had dug. There is indeed a dark bloodstone. Kid, you can get lost now. The dark bloodstone here belongs to us. A hook-nosed young man looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Everyone, I found this place first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. So what if you found it first? It belongs to us now. The hook-nosed young man sneered. He was extremely arrogant. So you want to rob me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking calm and collected. Kid, you are courting death. The hook-nosed young man shouted coldly. Then, he clawed at Lu Ming. 5 sharp claw radiances pierced Lu Ming's chest. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch. Bam, crack, there was a loud bang followed by a cracking sound. Then, the hook-nosed young man screamed miserably and retreated a dozen steps. One of his hands was trembling non-stop and blood kept flowing out. His 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Brat, how dare you? Do you know who we are? We are disciples of the Black Essence Sword Sect's Azure Dragon Hall. How dare you injure me? You are dead. Ah. My hand. The hook-nosed young man screamed and roared. Disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall? No wonder your cultivation is not weak at such a young age. Lu Ming's expression changed. You. I remember now. You are Lu Ming, this year's newcomer King Lu Ming. I saw you from afar at the end of the previous trial. Suddenly, a female disciple shouted. What? He is Lu Ming? The others could not help but exclaim. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you are the newcomer king, let me give you a piece of advice. Quickly get out of the way and leave. We can pretend that nothing happened today. This is because senior brother Yao Tianyu needs the dark blood stone. We are also under senior brother Yao Tianyu's orders to look for the dark blood stone. The woman's tone was filled with confidence. Who would have known that Lu Ming's next sentence almost caused her to suffer internal injuries? Who is Yao Tianyu? What does it have to do with me that he needs the dark blood stone? Now, get lost. I'll let you go since we're both from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming waved his hand impatiently. You. How dare you? Senior brother Yao Tianyu is a genius on the bronze list. He's the leader of all the bronze disciples. Are you tired of living? The young lady shouted angrily, her face flushed red. So you're on the bronze list. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The bronze list was a list of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's 4 great halls. Those who could be on the list were the top geniuses among the bronze disciples. Each one of them was terrifyingly strong. They stood at the peak of the bronze disciples. But what did it have to do with Lu Ming? Who cares if she's a bronze list disciple? Does that mean she can snatch my dark blood stone? When the lady saw Lu Ming in a daze, she thought that Lu Ming was scared after hearing about the bronze list. She sneered and said, Lu Ming, hand over the dark blood stone now and follow us to kowtow to senior brother Yao Tianyu. Perhaps senior brother Yao Tianyu will let bygones be bygones. Hand over the dark blood stone? Kowtow to apologize? Lu Ming looked at the lady strangely as if he was looking at an idiot. He then said, You're all bronze disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Is there something wrong with your brains? The young lady was stunned and only reacted after a while. She was trembling with anger and shrieked, Lu Ming, what did you say? You're courting death. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together and cripple him. We'll bring him to senior brother Yao Tianyu and let him deal with him. The hook-nosed youth shouted with a sinister face. Attack. The 6 of them attacked at the same time towards Lu Ming. Sword chi, saber light, claw energy, palm wind instantly covered Lu Ming's body. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, and with a movement of his hand, the heavenly star sword appeared in his hand. Sword light flashed, and he instantly slashed out over 10 times. Ah! Ah! 6 blood-curdling screams were heard as the 6 youths from the Azure Dragon Institute quickly retreated. The 6 of them retreated more than 10 steps before they could regain their footing. On each of their chests, there was a deep sword wound that was bleeding profusely. He had injured 6 people with a single strike. How can he be so strong? How could this be? More than a month ago, I heard that he defeated Ning Feng, but it was only a difficult victory. It has only been a month, how can he be so strong? The 6 young men's faces were deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Go. Let's go. This person is undefeatable. That woman screamed, quickly backing up, almost scared out of her wits. Whoosh. Whoosh, the other 5 people didn't dare to stay any longer and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times, but he didn't pursue. The 6 of them had scattered and fled. He did not have the confidence to capture all of them. After that, Lu Ming continued to dig. Next, Lu Ming dug out 2 more dark bloodstones. There were a total of 4 dark bloodstones in this place. It's enough. Lu Ming laughed. After checking that there were no more dark bloodstones, Lu Ming turned around and left. Blood-lingering flower and dark bloodstone have been found. It's time to return to the sect. Lu Ming smiled. Although there were some twists and turns on this trip, everything went smoothly. His figure didn't stop as he headed out of the Dark Blood Mountain. On the way, he encountered a lone dark blood wolf. He tamed it and used it as a mount. The green scale horse had been left outside for so long. He didn't know where it had run off to. This dark blood wolf was a class 2 second LV. It was extremely strong and powerful. It was not comparable to the green scale horse. Crossing over the mountains was like walking on flat ground. Soon, he was out of the dark blood mountain and headed in the direction of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In the depths of the dark blood mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on a mountain peak. This figure appeared to be around 17 years old. He had a handsome appearance and a stern expression. Just by sitting there casually, he emitted a sharp aura. On the side, there were a dozen young men standing there, not daring to breathe. These young men included the 6 young men from before. "Senior brother Yao, this is what happened," the hook-nosed young man reported. This cold young man was the genius on the bronze list, Yao Tianyu. In the martial world, the strong came first. Although Yao Tianyu was young, the others still respectfully called him senior brother. Yao Tianyu frowned slightly and said, "You mean, there might be more than one dark blood stone, and all of them are in the hands of that Lu Ming?" "That's right, senior brother Yao. That Lu Ming is extremely arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also didn't give you any face. We said your name, but Lu Ming said who is Yao Tianyu," the hook-nosed young man hurriedly replied. Of course, there was a lot of exaggeration. The other 5 people's eyes flashed, but they didn't refute the hook-nosed young man. Hee hee. After Yao Tianyu heard, he let out a cold smile and said, "Are all the newcomers now so arrogant? Lu Ming? Newcomer king? Dare to be arrogant in front of me? Wait a few years." Then, his gaze swept across the crowd and said, "Go, find Lu Ming for me. As long as he's still in the dark blood mountain, I won't let him return to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard." "Yes." The young men responded loudly. Then, their figures flickered and they went down the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest of the dark blood mountain. "Lu Ming," Yao Tianyu whispered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. The dark blood wolf was as fast as lightning, and its speed was much faster than the green scale horse. In less than 7 days, Lu Ming came to Yukong City again. When he passed by the Zhu family, he found that the Zhu family was already empty. Even the door was covered with spider webs. It seemed that the Zhu family had been destroyed by the Zhou family. The divine wilderness continent was like this. Strength was respected. Every day was filled with slaughter. Who knew how many forces were destroyed every day? Lu Ming shook his head and found a restaurant. He ordered some dishes and wine and started eating. Unknowingly, his thoughts drifted to Firestorm City. Yukong City is not far from Firestorm City. It's only a 3-day journey. I don't need 3 days to ride the dark blood wolf. Why don't I go back and see my mother? Lu Ming thought. It had been almost 4 months since he came out. It was time to go back and see. After hurriedly finishing his meal, he went down the restaurant and headed towards Firestorm City. In just a little more than 2 days, he arrived at Firestorm City. Roar, walking on the streets of Firestorm City, the dark blood wolf let out a long roar, scaring everyone on the street. What a terrifying demon beast, let's go. Go and ask the experts of the Lu family to suppress it. The demon beast has entered the city. Eh? No, look, isn't that the young master of the Lu family, Lu Ming? It's him, it's really him. There was an uproar nearby. The others distanced themselves from Lu Ming, afraid that they would be bitten to death by the dark blood wolf. Bang, Lu Ming slapped the neck of the dark blood wolf, almost slapping it down. What are you shouting for? Behave yourself. Lu Ming scolded. Woo woo, the dark blood wolf barked like a domestic dog. It was very obedient. The dark blood wolf followed behind Lu Ming like a puppy. Soon, they arrived at the Lu family mansion. Who's there? Stop. Ah? It's the young master, it's the young master. The guard in front of the Lu clan's residence shouted. However, he immediately reacted and shouted. The young master is back. Please come in. The guard hurriedly said. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He walked into the Lu family mansion with the dark blood wolf. Greetings, young master. The young master is back. The young master is back. After entering the Lu family mansion, the Lu family members greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Then, the news quickly spread throughout the Lu family. The young master is so powerful. He has such a powerful beast with him. Yeah, I feel that this beast is scarier than many of the elders. It is so obedient in front of the young master. That's for sure. The young master is a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Some of the Lu family servants looked at Lu Ming from afar, especially the dark blood wolf. They were talking about it with respect. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He just caught a dark blood wolf for transportation. He did not expect it to cause such a stir. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the main family mansion. At the entrance of the main family mansion, Li Ping was already waiting. Apparently, she had heard the news. Ming-er. At the sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping revealed a happy smile. Mother, I'm back to see you. Lu Ming said affectionately. He then patted the dark blood wolf's neck and said, lie down at the entrance and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill you to go with my wine. Asterisk woo woo, asterisk the dark blood wolf cried out pitifully and lay down on the ground obediently. Li Ping and the maidservants behind her were dumbfounded by what they saw. Mother, let's talk inside. Lu Ming said. Okay. Okay. Li Ping said. In the courtyard of the main family mansion, there was a stone table. Li Ping's maids had already prepared snacks and tea. Ming-er, how have you been? Li Ping asked with concern. Looking at Li Ping's concerned eyes, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't you think I've gotten stronger? After saying that, he even waved his arm. Look at how proud you are. Then, she changed the topic and asked, Ming-er, what about Mid-Autumn Moon? Didn't they come back together? Lu Ming smiled and said, Mother, Autumn Moon is fine. She is now a genius disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened to them during this period of time. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over everything that involved danger, lest Li Ping worry. I didn't expect Autumn Moon to be so talented. I'm really happy for her. Hearing that Autumn Moon had joined the most mysterious and powerful Qilin courtyard of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Li Ping was also very happy. Autumn Moon had been with her for many years. She treated Autumn Moon like her own daughter. Now that Autumn Moon had made a name for herself, she was naturally happy. The mother and son chatted one after another. Roar, suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. It was the roar of the dark blood wolf. Young master, it's us. Then, an old voice was heard. Core elders of the elders' courtyard. Lu Ming's expression changed. He quickly got up and walked out of the door. At this moment, the dark blood wolf stood at the door. Its red fur stood up as it stared at the 5 old men. These 5 old men were the core elders of the elders' courtyard. What are you doing? Lie down. Lu Ming slapped the dark blood wolf again. The dark blood wolf whimpered and lay down on the ground obediently. Young master, is this your battle beast? It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a class 2 second LV, a core elder said. He looked at the dark blood wolf with fear in his eyes. A class 2 second LV was equivalent to a LV2 martial master. In the Lu family, most of the elders were only at LV1 martial master. Only a small number of elders and the core elders of the elders' courtyard were above LV2 martial master. This dark blood wolf could be considered a top expert in the Lu family. Young master actually had such a demonic beast as a battle beast? Amazing. The core elders thought in their hearts. Oh? This dark blood wolf? It's not my battle beast. I caught it on the way. It's not bad. It's faster than the Xian scale horse. Lu Ming said casually. Ah? What? You caught it on the way? The 5 core elders were stunned. Then, they exchanged glances with one another, somewhat doubtful of what Lin Fan had said. Elders, why are you looking for Lu Ming? Is anything the matter? Lu Ming asked. It's nothing. Young master hasn't returned for a long time, so we came to see him. The 5 core elders looked at each other and one of them said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He felt that the 5 core elders were hiding something from him. Elders, something bad has happened. At this moment, a burly man rushed over and shouted anxiously. The 5 core elders' faces suddenly changed. They asked in unison, what happened? The middle-aged burly man looked at the 5 core elders, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "The Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits are attacking again. This time, they are attacking the refined iron ore in the south. The refined iron ore is now surrounded." "What? They are attacking the refined iron ore? Damn it!" one of the core elders roared. The other core elders looked worried as well. "Elders, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "Young master, it's like this," one of the core elders immediately explained. The Demon Beast mountain range stretched for thousands of miles across several cities. There were many bandits active in the Demon Beast mountain range. The Sand Snake Bandits were near Firestorm City. As for the Dry Bone Bandits, they were active in another big city. They were much stronger than the Sand Snake Bandits. About half a month ago, the Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits suddenly colluded and started attacking some of the Lu family's mines and caravans. The Lu family naturally organized experts to surround and suppress them. However, there were many experts among the Dry Bone Bandits. The leader of the Dry Bone Bandits was a Martial Master Realm Level 5 expert. A few days ago, the Lu family's core elders were mobilized. However, the strongest core elder of the Lu family, a Martial Master Realm Level 4 expert, was injured by the leader of the Dry Bone Bandits. He couldn't even get out of bed now. Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was familiar with the Sand Snake Bandits. His first startup capital was stolen from the Sand Snake Bandits' lair. How audacious! How dare they attack my Lu clan? Let's go. I'll go destroy them. Lu Ming said coldly. Young master, don't act rashly. The leader of the Dry Bone Bandits is a Martial Master Realm Level 5 expert. I know that young master is talented. However, you have just joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect. We can only defend first. After all, the Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits are few in number. It's impossible for them to break through. Hearing that Lu Ming was going to kill them, the 5 core elders' faces changed and they hurriedly advised him. That's right. Ming don't act rashly. Mother, 5 elders, don't worry. It's just 2 groups of bandits. I can wipe them out with a flip of my hand. You don't have to worry. Just send someone to lead the way. Lu Ming smiled confidently. All right, but we have to go together. One of the core elders said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that the core elders were worried about his safety, so he didn't reject them. Ming you must be careful. Li Ping said worriedly. Mother, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming smiled confidently at Li Ping. Seeing Lu Ming's confident smile, Li Ping's worry lessened a little. Not long after, the Lu family gathered their men and headed towards the refined iron mine in the southern part of the Beast Mountain Range under the lead of the core elders. The refined iron mine was the main source of income for the Lu family. Of course, there were also many troops stationed there. In the past, a lone Viper bandit would never have dared to attack the refined iron mine. But it was different now with the Dried Bone Bandits. Rumble, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. The Lu family had mobilized hundreds of men, stirring up a cloud of dust. A huge mountain appeared in front of them. In front of the mountain, there were 300 to 400 men surrounding the entrance. 2 flags were raised high. One had a snake on it, while the other had a skull on it. Ha ha ha, the Lu family has indeed sent reinforcements. Among the bandits, there was a loud laugh. A strong man, riding a tall green scale horse, blocked in front of them. Viper bandits, Dried Bone Bandits. How dare you attack the Lu family? You're courting death. Lu Ming rode on the dark blood wolf and took the lead, shouting coldly. Young master, don't be careless. This man is the second leader of the Dried Bone Bandits. His cultivation has reached the 4th grade Martial Master. A core elder hurriedly reminded him. When the burly man saw Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, he turned to the dark blood wolf under Lu Ming. His eyes narrowed. Then, a fiery light flashed. Haha, it seems like there's really no one left in the Lu clan. After beating up the old one, now there's a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Are they all here to die? The second leader of the withered bone bandits sneered and continued, "You said that your mount isn't bad. Quickly hand it over and I'll give you a quick death." "Give me a quick death?" Lu Ming sneered as he controlled the dark blood wolf and walked forward step by step. "How ignorant." "I'm ignorant? Don't think that. You can scare me just because you have a powerful demonic beast as a mount. Let's see how I kill you. Go." The second leader of the dry bone bandits roared. He controlled the green scale horse and rushed toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. The warblade in his hand was like a gust of wind as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat motionless on the dark blood wolf as if he was frightened. "Young master, be careful." The 5 core elders were shocked and shouted one after another. "Haha, die." The second leader of the dry bone bandits sneered as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared because he saw a sword light that seemed to be faster than lightning slashing toward him. He had no time to dodge at all. He couldn't even react in time, let alone dodge. Then, he felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, he saw a headless corpse galloping forward on the green scale horse. Then, he was plunged into endless darkness. One slash? Behind him, the 5 core elders of the Lu clan and the rest of the Lu clan were all stunned. The second leader of the dry bone bandits was a 4th-grade martial master expert. In their eyes, he was an unreachable existence. However, he was killed by Lu Ming with 1 slash. It had only been a few months and the young master's cultivation had already reached such a level that thought appeared in the minds of the Lu clan members. Then, their hearts burned with excitement and their eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Ming was already so powerful in such a short period of time. What level could Lu Ming reach in a few years or even decades? They could almost see the rapid rise of the Lu clan. The second leader is dead. The second leader is dead. The dry bone bandits cried out in alarm. "Who is it? How dare you kill my second brother?" A loud roar came from the withered bone bandits. A burly man riding a leopard rushed out of the crowd with a thunderous roar. "Young master, he's the leader of the dry bone bandits," one of the core elders said. "Just kill him." Following Lu Ming's cold voice, he dashed out from the dark blood wolf, traversed more than 20 meters, and landed on the ground. He then stomped heavily on the ground. With a bang, the ground shook and Lu Ming's body shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, he was in front of the leader of the dry bone bandits. How can he be so fast? The leader of the dry bone bandits was shocked. Lu Ming was so fast that he was shocked. "Die." The leader of the dry bone bandits roared and slashed with all his might, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat. However, he was in despair the next moment. Whoosh, Lu Ming's sword light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time. Poochie, a head flew high and landed in the middle of the dry bone bandits. The entire place fell into silence. "Kill." Lu Ming's roar woke everyone up. "Kill. Kill. Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. Let's charge together." The 5 core elders roared with all their might. Their faces were flushed with excitement as they rode on their green scale horses and charged towards the sand snake bandits and dry bone bandits. "Kill. Follow the young master and kill all the bandits." The rest of the Lu family roared. Hundreds of people roared together and their morale was high. On the other hand, the dry bone bandits were scared out of their wits after being killed by Lu Ming. They didn't have the courage to resist and retreated. It was chaos. At this moment, a group of people rushed out of the Lu family's refined iron mine, causing the 2 groups of bandits to be even more chaotic. Lu Ming charged into the bandits. His sword light flashed and rows of bandits were killed. These bandits' hands were all stained with blood and deserved to die. Lu Ming didn't show any mercy. The bandits couldn't resist at all in his hands. He reaped their lives to his heart's content. Wherever Lu Ming passed, a large number of corpses would fall. It was a one-sided battle and the bandits couldn't resist at all. Soon, the area was filled with corpses. 300 to 400 bandits were slaughtered. "Ha ha ha, the sand snake bandits and dry bone bandits have been annihilated. Long live the young master. The young master is invincible. Long live the young master." The Lu family members let out thunderous cheers. After a long while, it gradually calmed down. After that, a group of people was left to clean up the battlefield. The 5 core elders led a group of people and returned to the Lu family with Lu Ming. As for the news of this battle, it quickly spread throughout the entire Firestorm City. Countless people were shocked by this news. The first leader of the Dry Bone Bandits and the second leader of the Dry Bone Bandits, who were 5th stage martial masters, weren't a match for Lu Ming and were easily killed by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. The happiest person was Li Ping. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier she was. After that, the Lu family held a grand banquet. The famous people of Firestorm City came to congratulate them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Lu clan for 7 days. In these 7 days, apart from cultivating, Lu Ming spent his time chatting with Li Ping. There were several times when he almost told Li Ping that he might still be alive, but he held himself back in the end. After 7 days, Lu Ming bid farewell to Li Ping and rode the Dark Blood Wolf towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. After 5 days, the Mystic Essence Sword sect was already in sight. Go. Since you've carried me for so long, I'll set you free. Lu Ming patted the Dark Blood Wolf's neck. Woo, the Dark Blood Wolf held excitedly and ran away, as if it was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the forest. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. However, he didn't return to his dorm first. Instead, he went to the mission hall. He would turn in the mission first. He walked into the mission hall and came to a counter. Junior brother, are you here to accept or turn in the mission? A rather beautiful young lady at the counter asked. Turn in the mission. Lu Ming handed a mission card to the young lady. It was the Blood Flower mission. As for the escort mission from the Zhu clan, since the Zhu clan was already destroyed, there was no need to turn it in. Blood Flower mission? May I know how many blood flowers Junior brother has collected? The young lady asked. She knew that this mission wasn't easy to complete. Blood flowers weren't easy to collect. Not only did they have to go to the Dark Blood Mountain, but each flower only cost 100 contribution points. The return trip was too long, so it wasn't worth it. Therefore, not many people accepted the mission. She was curious about how many Lu Ming had collected. Senior sister, please count them. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of blood flowers appeared on the counter. So many? The young lady looked at the blood flowers on the counter and was stunned. Her rosy lips were wide open. She never expected Lu Ming to be able to collect so many blood-lingering flowers. This pile of blood-lingering flowers also attracted the attention of a large number of people nearby. So many blood-lingering flowers. Who is this person? You don't even know this year's newcomer king? So it's him. His luck is really good. He actually managed to find so many blood-lingering flowers. My luck is indeed pretty good. Envious voices could be heard from the surroundings. Can you help me count them? Lu Ming waved his hand in front of the young woman's eyes and asked. Okay. Only then did the young woman react. She hurriedly helped Lu Ming count the items. A total of 55 blood-lingering flowers. Each flower costs 100 contribution points, so that's a total of 5,500 contribution points. The young woman said, with envy in her eyes. She didn't know how long it would take her to earn 5,500 contribution points. Lu Ming nodded and handed the identity jade token to the young woman. A moment later, 5,500 contribution points were added to Lu Ming's identity jade token. After handing in the mission, Lu Ming did not stay and went straight to the dormitory. Lu Ming did not notice that outside the mission hall, 2 young men had been watching Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming is back. Let's hurry back and report to senior brother Yao Tianyu. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. He realized that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were not there. Lu Ming guessed that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were most likely cultivating elsewhere or doing missions. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming walked into the room, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating the true dragon battle art. After these days of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had already been completely consolidated. He was now working hard to advance to the mid-7th level martial master. After 3 hours, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. Bam! At this moment, a heavy crash came from the courtyard's door. It seemed to have been kicked open. It's not Pangshi and Hua Qi. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If it was Pangshi and Hua Qi, they wouldn't have kicked the door open like this. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He saw 2 young men walking in from outside. Lu Ming, you're here. Just in time. A young man in a red robe saw Lu Ming and smiled coldly. Who are you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. We're disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall. Senior brother Yao Tianyu summons you. Hurry up and bring the dark blood stone to the Azure Dragon Hall to meet senior brother Yao Tianyu. The red-robed young man said coldly. His tone was filled with arrogance and a commanding tone. Yao Tianyu? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He immediately remembered. Wasn't it the Yao Tianyu on the bronze list that the Azure Dragon Hall disciples mentioned on the Dark Blood Mountain? He was really in a hurry. Lu Ming had just returned and he was already looking for him. And it was a summons? Asking him to meet him, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, I'm not free. What? Not free? Senior brother Yao Tianyu summons you. Even if you have something important to do, you have to put it down. Hurry up and bring the dark blood stone with you. The red-robed young man scolded. He still had an arrogant expression on his face. What bullshit, Yao Tianyu? I've already told you that I'm not free. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Ming's face darkened as he said coldly. What? You're courting death, you. Get lost. The young man in the red robe was about to say something when Lu Ming roared furiously. His figure dashed out, and both his fists blasted out. Bang! Bang! The 2 young men were also 7th-layer martial masters, but they were no match for Lu Ming. They were sent flying out of the door and fell heavily on the ground. Lu Ming looked down at the 2 of them and said coldly, I've already said, get lost. If you don't get lost, I don't mind throwing the 2 of you off the Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. Just you wait. If you offend senior brother Yao Tianyu, you won't have a good ending. The red-robed youth shouted loudly. Then, he and the other person fled in a sorry state. Bronze list? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't know much about the bronze list, but he knew that anyone who could be on the bronze list was a super genius. The highest cultivation of a bronze disciple was the 9th-layer martial master. Once they broke through to the martial grandmaster realm, they would be promoted to a silver disciple as long as they weren't too old. And the geniuses on the bronze list were all at the peak of the 9th-layer martial master realm. And they weren't ordinary peak 9th-layer martial masters, because they were all geniuses with incomparably powerful combat strength. It was said that ordinary peak 9th-layer martial masters couldn't even last one move in the hands of the geniuses on the bronze list. The geniuses on the bronze list were all invincible existences of the same level. They could even fight across levels. For the current Lu Ming, they were indeed invincible. Lu Ming returned to his room and pondered. Right now, my martial skills are too weak. I have to cultivate the flaming astral spear art as soon as possible. But before that, I need to cultivate the basic spear arts. Lu Ming pondered. No matter what weapon he cultivated, he needed a foundation. Lu Ming had never cultivated a spear art before. Without a foundation, it was impossible for him to cultivate a low-grade profound rank spear art right away. There were 6 basic ways to use the spear, and they were called the 6-word spear formula: collapse, push, press, cover, flick, and stab. Only by mastering these 6 basic methods would one be able to practice more profound spear arts. Lu Ming immediately picked up Zhu Bing's long spear in the Temple of Paragon and began to cultivate. Swoosh, the spear turned into a flash and stabbed forward. With a sweep, the spear turned into the shadow of the moon and swept out. Just like that, Lu Ming practiced the 6-word foundation spear formula again and again. Azure Dragon Courtyard. In a very spacious and luxurious courtyard, Yao Tianyu sat in the living room with a few people reporting to him. 2 of them were the ones who had gone to summon Lu Ming. Senior brother Yao, that Lu Ming is too arrogant. He doesn't take senior brother Yao seriously at all. The red-robed young man said. Lu Ming, do you really think you're a big shot? How dare you ignore me? I'll make you regret it. Yao Tianyu's eyes were cold. Senior brother Yao, this Lu Ming is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. If he keeps hiding in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, it won't be easy to deal with him. Another young man frowned. Then do you have any ideas? Yao Tianyu asked. At this moment, a smarter young man rolled his eyes and said, Senior brother Yao, I have an idea that can force Lu Ming out and make him attack first. Then, we can take down Lu Ming legitimately. Then, he told Yao Tianyu his plan. Good, ha ha ha, let's do that. Yao Tianyu laughed after hearing it. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming had been practicing the 6-word spear formula. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. My spear is still not stable enough. I didn't have any foundation in spear techniques before, so it took me too long to cultivate. Lu Ming sighed. Also, although the spear is a high-grade level 2 spiritual weapon, the body of the spear is still not soft enough. Looks like I'll have to buy a new spear in the future. Lu Ming thought as he looked at the spear in his hand. A long spear was mainly divided into a spearhead and a spear shaft. However, the most important thing was still the spear shaft. The spear shaft needed both hardness and softness. It had to be hard and heavy, but also had to have a certain degree of softness and elasticity. This was the only way to display the true power of the spear art. Zhu Bing's long spear was called the fire-patterned spear. The spear shaft was made from fire-patterned iron and the spear tip was made from black iron essence. It was considered pretty good as a high-grade spirit weapon, but Lu Ming was not satisfied. Although the fire-patterned iron had a certain degree of elasticity, it was not enough. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He discovered that there was a clamor coming from outside. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon, opened the door and walked out. In the courtyard, a group of people walked in. Huaqi was among them, but at this time, his face was bruised and swollen. He was carrying a person in with the others. Be careful, you guys be careful. Huaqi shouted. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He walked forward and asked, Huaqi, what's going on? Also, who injured you? Lu Ming, you're back. Seeing Lu Ming, Huaqi was slightly stunned. Then, he averted his gaze and said, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell while doing a mission. You fell? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he looked at the person being carried in by the crowd. With one look, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This person was none other than Pang Shi. At this moment, Pang Shi's face was pale and his eyes were tightly shut. He had already fainted. What happened? Lu Ming's face darkened. There was a moment of silence. No one spoke. Lu Ming's face darkened as he searched Pang Shi's body. The more he searched, the more gloomy Lu Ming's face became. Both of his legs were broken into several pieces. Both of his arms were broken, and 3 of his ribs were broken. More seriously, his internal organs were also damaged. This was obviously caused by a heavy blow. What a ruthless method. With such serious injuries, if he was not careful, it would affect his future martial arts path. In more serious cases, he might even be crippled. Tell me, what happened? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming, it's really nothing. It's all our fault. Huaqi gritted his teeth and said. How did you do it? Lu Ming continued to ask. Huaqi, don't hide it. If you don't say it, I will. At this moment, another young man shouted. This young man was called Lu Qi. In fact, Lu Ming had an impression of these young men. They were all new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard this year. Lu Qi, you can't say it. Huaqi shouted. Huaqi, shut up. Lu Ming shouted. Then, he looked at Lu Qi and said, say it. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and said, Senior brother Lu Ming, Pang Shi was beaten up by someone from the Star Moon Alliance. Star Moon Alliance? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of this Star Moon Alliance. Senior brother Lu Ming, the Star Moon Alliance is a force formed by some disciples of the Azure Dragon Courtyard. They built a Star Moon Pavilion in the trading point to buy materials and items from disciples. The price is slightly higher than exchanging them directly with contribution points. Lucci explained. Lu Ming nodded. The trading point was located in the central area of the 4 courtyards. It was the place where disciples of the 4 courtyards traded. Although it was convenient to exchange at the contribution hall, the exchange price was relatively lower. Therefore, many disciples who went out to complete missions and obtained materials for refining elixirs or weapons would choose to trade at the exchange point. It was more cost-effective that way. Lucci continued, during this period of time, Pangxia went out with us to do missions. We also obtained some materials and brought them to the Star Moon Pavilion to sell. Who knew that the Star Moon Pavilion was despicable and only gave us 1 silver tael for 1,000 silver taels? Pangxia was furious and argued with them. Then, he was beaten up like this. Even we were beaten up. Yes, the most despicable thing is that they only targeted our Vermilion Bird courtyard. The other courtyards were all fair trade. Another young man roared. I see. They only targeted the Vermilion Bird courtyard? Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, he had calmed down. However, the cold light in his eyes was incomparably cold. When the other young men looked at him, they couldn't help but shiver. Hua Qi, quickly invite the alchemist from this sect. No matter how much money I have to spend, I have to save Pangxia. Lu Ming said coldly. I have already asked someone to invite them. They will be here soon. Hua Qi said. That's good. I will leave Pangxia in your care for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming turned and walked out. Lu Ming, you can't. The Star Moon Pavilion is filled with experts. You are not their match. You will be courting death if you go. Hua Qi shouted. If I don't go, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming only left this sentence and strode away. Although Lu Ming and Pangxia had only known each other for a few months, Pangxia's character was straightforward and honest. This hunter's son had already received Lu Ming's approval. Lu Ming treated him as a friend and even a brother. Now that Pangxia was beaten up like this, it was impossible for him to ignore it. Although he felt that this matter was very strange and could be a trap. But, so what, there were things that a man should do and not do. Looking at Lu Ming's departing figure, Hua Qi's face flashed with anxiety as he thought to himself, no, if Lu Ming goes like this, he will definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, I heard that the backer of the Star Moon Pavilion is the genius of the bronze list, Yao Tianyu. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he won't be a match for him. I'm going to look for Feng Wu and get her to look for Elder Mullins. Otherwise, Lu Ming will be in danger. Immediately, Hua Qi gave a few instructions to the others before hurriedly heading outside. Speaking of the Star Moon Pavilion, there was probably no one in the entire trading area who didn't know of it. This was because the backer of the Star Moon Pavilion was the genius on the bronze list, Yao Tianyu. Therefore, the strength of the Star Moon Pavilion was one of the top in the entire trading area. This was because the silver-ranked disciples would not interfere in such an ordinary trading area. They had a higher-level place. The Star Moon Pavilion was a 3-story building that occupied an extremely large area. Lu Wei was a small leader of the Star Moon Pavilion. He had joined the Star Moon Pavilion for more than a year. As he was quick-witted, good at management, and ruthless, he had become a small leader in just over a year. At this moment, in front of the entrance of the Star Moon Pavilion, he was lazily sitting on an armchair, looking ahead. This was because there were still some people surrounding the front of the Star Moon Pavilion. These people were all new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. These people were the same as Pangxia and the rest. They had all been scammed by the Star Moon Pavilion. At this moment, they were all glaring at Lu Wei, but they did not dare to say anything. This was because they had just seen one of the disciples being beaten to a miserable state by the Star Moon Alliance. He was almost beaten to death. Lu Wei held a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Looking at the newcomers below who were angry but did not dare to say anything, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Damn it, my materials are worth 3,000 taels of silver, but they only gave me 3 taels of silver. What's the difference between this and robbery? The disciples clenched their fists and roared in their hearts. What are you looking at? Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and scram. Lu Wei berated condescendingly. You. Return the materials to me and I'll leave. Finally, a thin youth around 15 years old could not help but call out. Oh my, you dare to ask for the materials back? Are you dreaming? Get this straight, we've already bought your materials and given you the money. This is a fair trade, do you understand? Before Lu Wei could say anything, a big-mouthed minion jumped out from beside him and shouted loudly. After he finished scolding, he secretly glanced at Lu Wei. Seeing Lu Wei secretly nodding, he was overjoyed. It seemed that Lu Wei was very satisfied with his performance. Below, the skinny youth's face was flushed red. He clenched his fists and said, Fair? My materials are worth more than 5,000 taels of silver, but you were only giving me 5 taels of silver. I risked my life to get them. You can't do this to me. Oh my. You still dare to talk back? I think your bones must be itching. Do you want to be like that big guy from before and have all of your bones broken? That guy was personally dealt with by our alliance master. Now, I'll do the same. The big-mouthed minion sneered and walked down step by step. The skinny young man gritted his teeth and decided to throw caution to the wind. He shouted, What you're doing is against the rules of the sect. I'm going to the law enforcement hall to complain about you. Oh, you want to lodge a complaint against us in the law enforcement hall? I think your bones are really itching. The big-mouthed minion's face was gloomy as he walked towards the skinny youth step by step. The skinny youth's face was pale with fright. Around them, the other new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to say a word. Further away, many disciples of the other courtyards were watching the show with great interest. It was as if they were watching a good show. Don't come over. The skinny youth roared and struck out with his palm. However, he was only at the 9th level of the martial warrior realm, while the big-mouthed minion was an old disciple who had reached the 3rd level of the martial master realm. He was not a match for him at all. With one move, the skinny youth was hit until he vomited blood and retreated again and again. However, the big-mouthed minion quickly caught up and grabbed the skinny youth's neck. You still dare to attack? You're looking for a beating. The big-mouthed minion coldly shouted. Then, he raised his other hand high and suddenly slapped the skinny youth's face. He's going to be miserable. The new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard sighed. They couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. However, the slap that they imagined did not sound and the scene fell into silence. They curiously opened their eyes and saw that the big-mouthed minion's arm was held by someone. It was a youth of about 15 years old. He was about the same age as them, but he was wearing a blue robe and had a slender figure. Just by standing there, he gave off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. The skinny youth was already prepared to be beaten up, but he suddenly found that the big-mouthed minion's arm was held by someone. He turned his head around and saw a delicate and pretty face. However, that face was incomparably cold. Senior brother Lu Ming. The skinny youth couldn't help but say such a sentence in his heart. Who are you? You dare to block me? Are you courting death? The big-mouthed minion shouted. Me? I'm just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming said indifferently. A new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Hearing that Lu Ming was just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, the big-mouthed minion's courage was boosted and he roared, A mere new disciple dares to grab my hand? Let go and then kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Perhaps I can spare you. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Wire trash like you still staying here? As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming's palm suddenly exerted force. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Then, the big-mouthed minion's shrill scream was heard. My hand. My hand is broken. Let go of my hand. The big-mouthed minion screamed and the arm that was holding the skinny youth loosened. He desperately tried to pry Lu Ming's arm away. Let go of you? Sure. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he raised one of his arms high and slapped it down hard. Slap, it was an extremely loud slap in the face. In the sound of the slap, the big-mouthed youth's body was like a broken garbage bag being swept up by the wind. He flew out close to the ground with a whoosh. Everyone could see that in the process of flying out, teeth mixed with blood were spat out from his mouth. The big-mouthed youth's face directly collapsed and deformed. Bang! The big-mouthed minion fell heavily on the wall next to the stairs. He screamed and fainted. Cool. Cool, the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard all roared in their hearts. This slap was too cool. It was too satisfying. The big-mouthed minion was arrogant and despotic just a moment ago, but now he was beaten into such a miserable state. It was too satisfying. It was simply too satisfying. They wished they could transform into Lu Ming and ruthlessly slap the big-mouthed youth a few times. Where did this bastard come from? Did you eat a leopard's guts? How dare you hit someone from the Star Moon League? If I don't cripple you today, I will change my surname to yours. A dark-skinned young man walked out. His body was majestic and his muscles bulged like black iron. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Bang! He suddenly jumped up from the top of the stairs. While he was in the air, his body flashed with a bloody light and a huge black bear appeared. There were 2 bloody chakras on the black bear's body. The cultivation of the 4th-level martial master and the eruption of the black bear's bloodline made the burly young man's aura even stronger. He was like a mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. This burly young man was several times stronger than the blabbermouth young man. Above, Lu Wei and the others sneered. They believed that the burly young man would definitely make Lu Ming suffer a great loss. How strong could a new disciple be? But in the next moment, the smile on their faces froze. Slap, it was still a loud slap. Then, the crowd saw the imposing young man fly back at a speed even faster than when he had pounced. His face was deformed and blood mixed with teeth flew everywhere. His body fell heavily on the ground and he screamed. He followed in the footsteps of the blabbermouth young man and fainted. Hiss, Lu Wei and the others from the Star Moon League couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, even if they were arrogant, they could tell that Lu Ming was an expert. But when did the Vermilion Bird Courtyard have such a powerful new disciple? Could it be? Lu Wei's face changed. He slowly stood up from the chair and asked, "Tell me, who are you?" "Senior brother Lu Ming, senior brother Lu Ming, good job." At this moment, the skinny young man shouted excitedly. Just now, although the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard saw Lu Ming, everything happened too fast and they didn't have time to call out Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming? Newcomer King Lu Ming? On the stairs, the faces of the other people from the Star Moon League slightly changed. To some people, the title of the newcomer king held some weight, especially when Lu Ming had defeated Ningfeng more than 2 months ago. So it was him, not far away. The other old disciples of the 4 courtyards suddenly understood. It was no wonder that among this year's newcomers, only Lu Ming had the ability and guts to send 2 people from the Star Moon Alliance flying in front of the Star Moon Alliance. Lu Ming, it's you? But let me tell you, even though you're the newcomer king, you're still too inexperienced to cause trouble in the Star Moon Alliance. Lu Wei's eyes flashed. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Step by step, he climbed up the stairs and walked toward Lu Wei and the rest. Lu Ming. Do you really dare to go against my Star Moon League? Think carefully. My Star Moon League's leader, Qin Yueshing, is an expert who is about to reach the martial master realm. Moreover, I don't mind telling you that behind the leader is senior brother Yao Tianyu, who is on the bronze list. If you dare to act recklessly, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Lu Wei yelled with an ugly expression. Lu Ming's figure paused and his footsteps came to a halt. Yao Tianyu. It really is Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Star Moon Pavilion, a few youths were observing below. One of them wore a long robe with stars and moons. This person was the leader of the Star Moon League, Qin Yueshing. Leader, are you not going to make a move now? One of the youths asked. There is no need for us to make a move. Let Lu Ming do as he pleases. Lu Wei and the rest of the trash will be beaten up and it will be worth it. Senior brother Yao Tianyu will lead the people from the disciplinary hall here. At that time, we can take down Lu Ming. Qin Yueshing smiled faintly. In his eyes, Lu Wei and the rest were just pawns that could be used. Leader, you are wise. The other youths took the opportunity to flatter him. Below, when Lu Wei saw that Lu Ming had stopped, he thought that Lu Ming was afraid of Yao Tianyu's reputation. He immediately revealed a smug expression and shouted, "Lu Ming, you have slapped 2 people from the Star Moon League. This is equivalent to smashing the reputation of the Star Moon League. This is a serious crime. How about this, take out 2,000 contribution points, no, 5,000 contribution points as medical fees and an apology in public. If so, I will consider letting you off." "Is that so? You are really confident." Lu Ming took one step at a time and continued walking forward. Lu Wei's expression changed again and he shouted, "Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I am warning you, stop right now." However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He continued to walk towards Lu Wei step by step. Lu Wei's face began to break out in cold sweat. He suddenly roared, go together and cripple him." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a dozen youths behind Lu Wei rushed forward. Rays of bloody light flashed. These youths did not hesitate to use bloodline eruption. "Get the hell back." Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped out. Immediately, a series of loud and dense slaps rang out in the air. The members of the Star Moon League who had rushed over were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they came. All of them screamed and fell to the ground. Blood mixed with teeth sprayed all over the ground. Lu Ming had only waved one hand from beginning to end. It was as if he was swatting away flies, sending the members of the Star Moon League flying. Hiss! A series of gasps rang out. As long as the disciples of the 4 courtyards saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Especially the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, they were all trembling with excitement. So strong, Lu Ming has become stronger again. This is a genius, a true super genius. The Black Sword sect only sees him once every few years. Some of the older disciples said with complicated expressions. All of a sudden, only Lu Wei was left at the entrance of the Star Moon Pavilion. His face was pale with fright as he stared at Lu Ming with a trembling body. "Lu Ming, I'm warning you, don't mess around," Lu Wei said with a trembling voice. But Lu Ming did not look at him. Instead, he raised his head to look at the entire Star Moon Pavilion and whispered, "There's no need for the Star Moon Pavilion to exist anymore." Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch at a pillar beside him. Boom! This pillar was made of extremely hard black ironwood. However, under Lu Ming's punch, it exploded with a loud bang. Wood shavings flew all over the place. Bang! Then, Lu Ming moved and attacked another pillar. With the same explosion, this pillar was smashed into pieces. Crack! 2 pillars were smashed into pieces consecutively. The entire Star Moon Pavilion started to shake a little, emitting cracking sounds. Lu Ming, are you crazy? What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Lu Wei's face turned pale as he screamed crazily and cried out. At this time, on the 3rd floor, Qin Yueshing could no longer remain calm and shouted crazily, damn it, what is this guy trying to do?" However, Lu Ming did not have the slightest intention of stopping. With a sword cry, he unsheathed his sword and slashed out a few sword chi towards the pillars at the side of the Star Moon Pavilion. The Star Moon Pavilion had a total of 8 pillars. At this moment, 6 of them had been broken by Lu Ming, leaving only 2 behind. Even with the walls on both sides, the Star Moon Pavilion began to shake violently, emitting cracking sounds. "Lu Ming, you deserve to die, you deserve to die." A furious roar came from the 3rd floor, followed by a few figures jumping down. "It's Qin Yueshing, the Star Moon Alliance's leader, Qin Yueshing, has finally come out," someone shouted. At this moment, Qin Yueshing's face was twisted as he glared at Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, you dare to destroy my Star Moon Pavilion. Today, I will break your bones one by one, and break your meridians one by one, turning you into a cripple worse than a pig or a dog." Lu Ming's methods were completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, it would take some effort to defeat Lu Wei and the others. At that time, Yao Tianyu would have already arrived with the people from the disciplinary hall. However, he never expected that Lu Ming's strength would far exceed his expectations. At the same time, his methods were ruthless and his guts were also out of his expectations. Lu Ming actually wanted to tear down the Star Moon Pavilion. This was his painstaking effort, so he had no choice but to appear. Lu Ming did not say anything, only coldly looking at Qin Yueshing. Lu Ming, I don't mind telling you that I broke all the bones of your friend, Peng Shi. Now, I'll let you accompany your friend. Qin Yueshing's face was twisted, flickering with shocking killing intent. The aura from his body was as heavy as a mountain. Late-stage martial master realm. This was Qin Yueshing's strength. He was extremely powerful, many times stronger than Ning Feng. Otherwise, he would not have been able to open the Star Moon Pavilion and control the Star Moon Alliance. At the bottom of the stairs, the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were pressured by this aura. Their faces turned pale as they retreated. Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong, but it's still too early for you to challenge me. Today, I'll teach you the principles of life for free. That is, you must keep a low profile. When you meet someone you can't defeat, you must tuck your tail between your legs. Boom, as he spoke, Qin Yueshing's aura surged once again. Qin Yueshing's bloodline was at the 4th rank. At this moment, Qin Yueshing's strength had reached the extreme, directly reaching the limit of the 8th level martial master. Lightning Claw. Whoosh, Qin Yueshing stomped on the ground. With a swoosh, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. The razor-sharp claws crazily clawed at Lu Ming. In an instant, at least 20 claw attacks were launched. But Lu Ming was even faster. Sword cries rang out, and in an instant, dozens of sword lights bloomed from Lu Ming's hands, incomparably dazzling. Chi-chi, the sword chi whistled, the claw force swept out, and gusts of strong wind gushed out in all directions. The nearby new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard retreated again and again. Bang! Bang! Some of the forces shot out and struck the walls of the Star Moon Tower, causing the Star Moon Tower to shake even more violently. Suddenly, there was a scream as a figure retreated. It was Qin Yueshing. There was a deep sword wound on his shoulder, almost chopping off his arm. The spectators were all shocked beyond words. In less than 10 moves, Qin Yueshing was defeated and forced to retreat with serious injuries. Attack! Qin Yueshing roared. At this moment, he felt his heart twitching. He was afraid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few young men who were with him rushed toward Lu Ming. Qin Yueshing himself was running wildly to the side. He wanted to run away. Qin Yueshing, don't even think about running. Lu Ming roared, and the sword light burst out, peerlessly sharp. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few young men were instantly sent flying far away, crashing heavily into the walls of the Star Moon Tower. Rumble! At this moment, the Star Moon Tower could no longer withstand it and collapsed with a rumble. Retreat quickly! Some of the disciples of the 4 courtyards who were closer to it turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Rumble! The entire Star Moon Tower collapsed, stirring up dust in the air. Lu Ming's figure was as fast as lightning as he rushed toward Qin Yueshing. Qin Yueshing was seriously injured and his speed was greatly reduced. In a few breaths, Lu Ming caught up with him. Lu Ming, wait a minute. Everything can be discussed. What do you want? I can give it to you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Qin Yueshing stopped and begged. At the same time, he wanted to use benefits to keep Lu Ming in check. At the same time, he kept thinking, soon, senior brother Yao Tianyu and the rest will be here soon. When senior brother Yao Tianyu and the rest arrive, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die. I want revenge 10 times or 100 times more. What do I want? The cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips deepened. He said, what I want is very simple. Everything that you used on my brother, Peng Shi, will be used on you in double. Boom, he threw a punch and landed heavily on Qin Yueshing's stomach. With a crack, several of Qin Yueshing's ribs were broken. His body flew out heavily and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Next, it's your limbs. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked step by step to Qin Yueshing's side. No, don't. Qin Yueshing shouted. Stop. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. At the same time, whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, silhouettes rushed over. It's the law enforcement hall. They're from the law enforcement hall. The leader is Yao Tianyu. It's over. this time, Lu Ming is finished. The surrounding senior disciples exclaimed when they saw these people rushing over. Of course, some were surprised, a few were worried, but most were gloating. The law enforcement hall was jointly established by the 4 major courts. Each court would elect some people to join the law enforcement hall to maintain order in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Senior brother Lu Ming, the people from the law enforcement hall are here. Let's go. The skinny young man who was saved by Lu Ming shouted. Ha ha ha, the people from the law enforcement hall are here. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is here. Lu Ming, you're finished. How dare you break my ribs? I'll return it to you 10-fold or 100-fold. Chen Yueshing regained his arrogance and shouted coldly when the people from the law enforcement hall arrived. Law enforcement hall? Hee, no one can save you today. Lu Ming's eyes were still cold. He was not moved at all. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Chen Yueshing's leg. The arrogance on Chen Yueshing's face disappeared and was replaced by endless fear. He wailed, no, don't, crack. Lu Ming's foot stomped heavily. One of Chen Yueshing's leg bones was broken into several pieces by Lu Ming's true qi. My leg. Senior brother Yao, save me. Chen Yueshing wailed. Bang. Bang, Lu Ming's legs were as fast as lightning as he stomped on the ground twice. These 2 feet were stepping on Chen Yueshing's other leg and one of his arms. Immediately, Chen Yueshing's leg and arm bones were broken into several pieces. End of chapter 79. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.